Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 1388 to Chapter 1458. How is it? Spirit Venerable Guihai looked at him curiously. This was because the myriad phenomenon sect's two sect masters had been following Elder Heaven Book above the 9 heavens for many years. Only he guarded the 9 heavens all year round. Firstly, it was to protect the sect and prevent foreign invasions. Secondly, it was to perfect the myriad heavenly book and accumulate knowledge for cultivation. He was a quiet and inactive person to begin with, so this job was very suitable for him. His main source of entertainment was reading. Among all the different types of books, only fresh and interesting stories could stand the test of time, allowing him to maintain his interest. As for the other types of books, be it poems, songs, or exquisite treatises, his wisdom and experience were enough to surpass most authors in the world. They were not worth reading at all. And this hobby of his was known by everyone in the sect. Therefore, disciples would often gather stories and contribute them in exchange for contribution bookmarks to satisfy his little hobby. In essence, the massive myriad phenomena sect was meant to serve Elder Heavenly Tome, Spirit Sovereign Guihai, the 2 sect masters, and a few others. Xianxia said excitedly, "I'm a novelist." Heh, that's odd. The corners of Spirit Venerable Guihai's mouth curled up slightly. He had probably smiled more today than he usually did in a year. It's true. Xianxia originally wanted to say that he had written books, but on second thought, they were basically copied and handed over to Little and to polish. It had nothing to do with him. Spirit Venerable Guihai would probably see through him the moment he said it, so he was too embarrassed to lie in front of him. Spirit Venerable Guihai looked at him indifferently with a mocking expression. Just now, when Xianxia was provoking him, the mockery was not as intense. Heh, you are really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Do what you need to do. Spirit Venerable Guihai waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. He did believe Xianxia a little when he said that he could cultivate to become a perfected immortal. As for being a novelist, forget it. Even with my eyes closed, I can tell that you have some ink in your stomach. I said that I would contribute to the myriad phenomenon sect. Senior, you are right in front of me. Why give up what is near for what is far away? I wonder if I can get bookmark contributions by contributing a novel. Xianxia looked at Spirit Sovereign Guihai's eyes. It was like looking at a treasure trove filled with bookmarks. Of course, there was also a huge amount of contribution points. If it's interesting, it's worth reading. It's better than ordinary cultivation technique manuals. Spirit Sovereign Guihai clearly didn't believe that Xianxia had anything worth reading. Alright, I understand. Senior, please lend me the jade slip again. What are you doing? Xianxia's eyes sparkled. I want to present the book. The jade slip streaked through the air and fell into Xianxia's hand. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated. He began to input a novel into it. A moment later, he returned the jade slip to Venerable Sea Spirit. The Great Legend of the White Ape King. You wrote it? Spirit Venerable Guihai frowned and was slightly surprised. With his quick spiritual senses, he had read more than 100,000 words in the blink of an eye. Yes, what do you think, Senior? This was Xianxia's only original novel. He was quite serious about it. The words are crude and the characters are dull. It's even mixed with a bunch of low-level martial arts techniques. It's really long and stinky. In the blink of an eye, Spirit Sovereign Guihai had read hundreds of thousands of words, but it was a series of bad reviews. Xianxia knew he was not cut out for this. The biography of the White Ape King had been written with the help of those messy, low-level martial arts techniques to attract readers. In the original miniature world, there were not a lot of people who would criticize the contents of the book, but this kind of evaluation still made him a little unhappy. At that moment, the badge on his chest lit up slightly, and a few mystic wood lots were thrown over. He grabbed them and looked at Spirit Sovereign Guihai in surprise. Spirit Sovereign Guihai said lightly, but there are some good points. It wants to make the world harmonious and everyone is equal. It's quite benevolent and bold. At least it's long. It's worth a few mystic wood lots and a few contribution points. Alright, I'll accept this book. Although it was a little like dismissing a beggar, Xianxia was still very happy. Thank you, Senior. After all, this was his biological son. He had put a lot of effort into it. It was better to sell it than to be worthless. And it wasn't just a few mystic wood lots and a few contribution points, but a door that had been opened. Spirit Sovereign Guihai was about to leave when Li Qingshan said, Senior, don't go. I still have more. Oh? What Li Qingshan contributed again was not the book he had written. In the 5 continents, the gods descended and searched the world. Since ancient times, there had been 100 schools of thought in the 9 states. Although the school of fiction had not been very prosperous, it had a long history. After a long period of time, it had also left behind many classic works. While Li Qingshan was talking to Spirit Sovereign Guihai, he used the will of the world god to search for these books and recorded them into a jade slip through his main body. The 5 continents and the human realm were separated by an invisible realm. They could only communicate with each other through the heaven-climbing vine. Otherwise, they could forget about bringing over even a grain of sand. However, the main body and the avatar shared the same knowledge and memories, and that was enough. This book is quite interesting. The words are also much smoother and more beautiful. Spirit Sovereign Guihai nodded slightly and revealed a look of satisfaction. He even slowed down his reading speed and seemed to enjoy it. However, he finished reading in an instant. The badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up again. This time, he had obtained a few brass lots. They weren't that rare or precious, but it was a very good start. He could already vaguely see Lu Tian's misfortune of losing the bet, so he immediately offered another book. The Spirit Emperor Guihai glanced at him and became interested. He just gave Li Qingshan an extra jade slip so that he could continue inscribing and reading without stopping. In fact, he rarely had such an opportunity to read so many high-quality novels in a row. This was because he had high standards. It was difficult for the novels collected by ordinary disciples to catch his eye, so the rewards weren't that high. As for the study companions, attendants, and servants, although they valued this reward, they didn't even have the qualifications to enter heaven. Although they could offer some books through the book collection office, the range of their activities was very narrow, and the books they could search for were limited. As for the disciples who had advanced to the next level, they often didn't think much of this reward. If they had the free time, they might as well do something else and obtain more contribution bookmarks. As for the inherited teachings disciples, there was no need to mention them. Due to various reasons, as well as the fact that he read books too quickly, he often had to repeatedly read some old books. He knew very well that these books were not written by Li Qingshan. He could also roughly guess that Li Qingshan had brought them from a certain world. These novels came from the accumulation of a world, which was why they had such quantity and quality. It's here, it's here. This was the first time Li Qingshan realized that inscribing jade slips was such an arduous task. He had to constantly maintain his focus and could not slack off at all. Chasing after books was like carrying something that was not very heavy. In the beginning, he did not feel anything, but as time passed, his hands and feet would turn numb. He had to rely on the spirit turtle transformation to hold on. More importantly, the emblem on his chest flickered with light and the bookmarks. There were not many of them. There were only some mystic wood, brass, and silver lots. There was not even a single green jade lot. However, Spirit Venerable Guihai was quick to read the information. In a moment, he had accumulated a huge amount. His contribution points were also rising rapidly. Later on, Spirit Sovereign Guihai found it troublesome and asked, "How much more do you have?" Li Qingshan answered, "As much as you want." Spirit Sovereign Guihai directly gave him a huge sum of contribution points and 10 green jade lots. He said, "If it's enough, I will reward you separately. If it's not enough, you will be deceiving a senior. Not only will I have to return everything, but I will also punish you heavily." "Don't worry. I have plenty." Li Qingshan agreed immediately. However, he felt a little worried after thinking about it. "I'll respect you as a senior, but don't scam me." That was because the value of every book was different. It was all up to Spirit Sovereign Guihai. If he only gave mystic wood lots when he should have given brass, there was nothing Li Qingshan could do about it. Spirit Sovereign Guihai said unhappily, "Darn brat, you are arrogant and think too little of others. I'm a book lover. Even if it's for the sake of the author, I will not belittle the value of these books for some petty gains. I want as much as you have. Just give it to me. All right. In the blink of an eye, the sky lit up. A night had passed. The surging ocean carried the myriad phenomenon sect as the roiling red clouds surrounded the sky. And in the east, there was a stone wall over 100 feet tall. In front of it was a large square. The stone wall was smooth and glossy. Only the words myriad phenomenon ranking were engraved at the top. As the red sun rose above the East Sea, the sunlight gradually shone on the stone walls from top to bottom, reflecting the names one by one. The names were lined up one by one, and the name at the top was purple. It gradually became lighter, and after 20 or so names were listed, it turned into a sky blue color. It gradually became lighter again, and another few hundred names were listed. At the bottom was a golden color, and there were thousands of them. The pyramid was generally divided into 3 levels. They respectively represented the 10,000 elephant sect's true disciples, inner disciples, and ascension disciples. The 2 words Lation were glowing purple and were surprisingly ranked 8th on the list. This represented his extremely high status in the myriad sect. In the Wanxiang sect, seniority didn't depend on one's cultivation level or how early one entered the sect. It was all in this list. Li Qingshan had only been a disciple for less than a day. Even though he had contributed a lot of primary magnets in the entrance examination and was not far from becoming a chamber disciple, he was still at the very bottom of the list. The light yellow name seemed to be melting in the sunlight. There were still a few thousand names between him and the green middle rank. This once again proved that the words of the casino owner couldn't be trusted. If becoming a chamber disciple was so easy, why would there be thousands of people struggling here, not to mention the few true disciples? However, his name only stayed at the bottom of the list for a very short period of time. To be precise, it was only for an instant. Then, it immediately jumped up a few hundred places. The scene was quite eye-catching. Several hundred names moved down one place at the same time. The plaza was bustling with people, and there were also many people standing under the stone wall to watch. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people, and they all let out gasps of surprise. The entire plaza was immediately alarmed. Not knowing what had happened, they all looked at the stone wall and noticed a light yellow name. Li Qingshan, who is that? Never heard of him. I've never heard of such a person among the study companions generation. He's probably new. Isn't the entrance examination just recently? The examination just ended, and the guide boat has just arrived. Look at the group of people in front of the stone wall. They're still following the guide around, so how could they have gotten so many contribution points? One of the study companions must have gotten some kind of opportunity. There are tens of thousands of study companions in the sect, how can you remember all of them? Maybe. Look, he's still moving up. Sigh, the seniority is growing so fast. I was a senior brother just now, but now I'm his junior brother. What kind of opportunity did he get to get so many contribution points in a row? After a night of effort, Li Qingshan's name didn't rise as fast as before, but it was still climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He surpassed one senior brother after another, and gained one junior brother after another, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Nie Xiuwen and Nie Xiuwu were standing side by side in front of the stone wall. The younger brother, Nie Xiuwu, had a pale face, and the scars left by Li Qingshan's violent beating had yet to disappear. The older brother, Nie Xiuwen, on the other hand, had a black face, so it was hard to tell. After fighting openly and secretly for a while, they actually didn't break up. Instead, after half a day and a night of sailing, they were on good terms with each other and were still good brothers. According to the usual practice, the disciple in charge of guiding them would bring them around Wanxiang City for sightseeing. This plaza was their first stop, mainly to view the Wanxiang ranking, so that they could understand their status in the sect and motivate them a little. Because the 2 brothers had high cultivation, they were at the front of the crowd. They looked up at the name and couldn't help but open their mouths. As the name continued to rise, their heads were raised higher and their mouths were opened wider and wider. Brother, is it that Li Qingshan? Who else could it be other than him? Sigh, it's not a shame to lose to him. You guys are from the same batch. Do you know where this junior brotherly came from? The guide disciple was the one Li Qingshan saw last night. He was also extremely shocked. Where did he go last night? How did he get so many contribution points in one night? If this goes on, it won't be long before I have to call him senior brother when I see him. The two brothers looked at each other. They had also heard about the big bet. After all, they were nascent soul cultivators, so Lu Tian and Li Qingshan didn't deliberately lower their voices. However, they decided to keep quiet. Not to mention Lu Tian, just Li Qingshan alone was not someone they should offend. Senior brother, we don't know either. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Don't try to fool me with that. The guide disciple was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't force them. Although one of them was an attendant and the other was a servant, it was only a matter of time for them to become disciples with their cultivation. Su Tong had a special ability in this aspect, and she heard it clearly yesterday. She suspected that it was Sister Wan Yaozhu who helped them. Alas, it's really good to be under a big tree. I also need to find a big tree to lean on. In the crowd at the back, among the envious faces, a trace of resentment flashed in the eyes of a monk. He was bald, but he was wearing a Taoist robe. He was the muscular old Taoist who had been burnt black all over. Because of Li Qingshan's kindness, he barely survived and almost crawled out of the Xianxia mountain. He didn't have a piece of Xianxia iron in his hand, and he luckily passed the entrance assessment based on Lu Tian's promise to Wan Yaozhu. He had a strong body and abundant blood qi, so he seemed to recover faster than the two brothers. However, his hair and eyebrows couldn't grow out at once, and his internal injuries were very serious. Not only was his cultivation greatly damaged, but his lifespan was also affected. He hated Li Qingshan very much. Because he was afraid that the two brothers would secretly attack him, he hid in the crowd, and he was frequently looked at, which made him feel ashamed and resentful. Seeing that his enemy was promoted step by step, but he had to start from a servant, he hated him even more. His internal organs felt like they were being cut by knives and burned by fire, which aggravated his internal injuries, and his face turned green and red. The two brothers seemed to feel something and looked back, only to see a bald head gradually retreating into the crowd, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's not that easy to withstand the wind and fire joint attack of our brothers. Now that the wind is breaking and the fire poison is attacking his heart, he still dares to provoke the devil in his heart. This old man can forget about going through the fourth heaven's punishment in his life. The muscular old Taoist quietly retreated from the crowd, pulled one of them, and asked, "May I ask where can I see senior brother Lu Tian? You're new here, right? Why do you ask? I have something to report to senior brother Lu Tian. At this time, he should be in the chaotic fate workshop." To be continued, different from other sects, Wancheng City was not a sealed-off cultivation ground. Instead, it was open to all cultivators. Cultivators could freely exchange, rest, and have fun here. There were hundreds of thousands of servants in the sect, and most of them were here to serve them. Thus, all sorts of facilities were created. Go clubs, restaurants, tea houses, and even brothels. As long as one wanted to and had the bookmark, everything could be bought here. It could be said to be all-inclusive. Among all these facilities, the most famous was the Chaotic Life Place, a casino personally managed by Lu Tian. Although there were many cheating methods in the cultivation world, one could always guard against them. However, divination and prophecy were impossible to guard against. Thus, a formation was specially set up to disrupt fate, which was why it was called Chaotic Life Place. The old Taoist soon arrived at the entrance of the Chaotic Life Place. The vermilion archway was tall, and people walked to and fro below. On the left was a golden toad, and on the right was a white jade pishio. There was also a stone tablet with a sentence carved on it, "Gambling changes one's fate, Lu Tian." This was probably one of the origins of the Chaotic Life Place. The archway was bustling with people. There were many buildings in the city that servants were not allowed to enter, but this Chaotic Life Place was the only exception. Regardless of status, anyone could come and try their luck. At this juncture, the old Taoist was a little timid, and paced around the archway for a while. However, he was not only here to take revenge on Li Qingshan, but also to climb up the tree that was Lu Tian. If he could gain a foothold in the sect, he would be able to fight with Li Qingshan for a long time in the future. Otherwise, just Huan Yaozhu alone was enough to make him afraid. Thus, he steeled his heart and barged in. At the highest level of the chaotic life place, bright sunlight filled the room. Lu Tian was lying on a golden rattan chair. The golden goblet in his hand was glistening, and the mellow wine was dyed golden. From here, he could see most of the buildings in the city. Lu Tian sipped the golden wine and looked at a certain place in the city, deep in thought. A female cultivator knocked on the door and entered. She wore a golden dress that dragged on the ground. She wore a golden phoenix hairpin, golden earrings, golden bracelets, and other gold accessories. However, she did not look tacky at all. Instead, she looked extraordinarily noble and bright. She looked like the empress of a great country. Compared to Lu Tian, who was lying on the reclining chair, he looked more like the second generation of a wealthy family. The female cultivator was very careful and her footsteps were as light as a cat's. She whispered into his ear, "Senior Marshal brother, there's a Taoist who doesn't look like a Taoist. This monk doesn't look like this monk's servant. He wants to see you, saying that he wants to thank you for your kindness. I saw that he has a nascent soul cultivation base, so I came to report to you. I won't see you." Yes. When the female cultivator saw that Lu Tian had no intention to continue speaking, she reluctantly left the room. A cultivator immediately came up and respectfully asked, "Senior Marshal Sister Jean. What did Senior Brother Lu say?" She had regained the majesty of an empress. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with killing intent. "Make him scram." The order was passed on a few more times, and finally, it was, "All of you, beat that bald donkey out of here." This Senior Marshal brother, although he is only a servant, he is still a nascent soul cultivator. We are only at the foundation establishment stage, how can we defeat him? So what if you're at the nascent soul realm? This is the chaotic fate place. All of you are attendants, so how could he, a mere servant, dare to retaliate? How unlucky. I was scolded by the foreman because of him. People say that if you see a bald person, you will lose, and it is indeed true. Thus, the old Taoist was beaten up again and thrown out of the door, surrounded by the crowd. Although he didn't suffer any injuries due to his strong physique, he felt depressed and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, which worsened his internal injuries. "Lu Tian, why don't you make him stay?" The three-legged golden toad turned into a golden-haired, golden-eyed young man, lazily lying on the edge of the hot spring. He stacked the gold bars high up, stuck out his tongue, and rolled up a piece, chewing as he mumbled. "He is just a piece of trash. He is a nascent soul cultivator, are you angry? That Li Qingshan is really powerful, he is about to beat you twice in a row." The three-legged golden toad glanced outside, following Lu Tian's gaze. It was the big square where the myriad phenomenon list was erected, and even Li Qingshan's name could be seen clearly. A piece of trash is not worth the bet, not even a piece of mystic would lot. Does Lang Yuan think that he is the only one who saw the essence-stealing and cheek-concealing embryo art? The most important thing in gambling is courage. This kind of rat who treats cowardice as prudence and despicability as wisdom will only lower my chances of winning. That Li Qingshan was summoned as soon as he entered the heaven, so he must have contributed some miscellaneous books, and the number must be very large. This is not surprising, after all, he most likely ascended from the mortal realm, and nascent soul cultivators of the human realm don't have this kind of courage. Lu Tian wasn't worried at all, his deduction was almost exactly the same as the reality. The three-legged golden toad swallowed all the gold, he doesn't look like someone who likes to read. The wine in the golden goblet shook slightly, and Lu Tian said, "So he will come out soon." However, Li Qingshan stayed in the heaven for 6 days and 7 nights before coming out. In these 6 days, his ranking on the myriad phenomenon ranking rose step by step, constantly rising. Towards the end, he slowed down a lot because he had already contributed most of the most valuable books in the 5 states world, and the speed at which he recorded in the jade slips became slower and slower. However, he still climbed up without a moment's pause, surpassing another 1,000 people. Just now, he stopped, actually becoming a small legend in the myriad phenomenon sect. However, Li Qingshan felt utterly horrible right now. His head felt like it was about to split open. The drain on his soul sense from constantly recording the jade slips was only a small matter. Most importantly, he had several thousand novels churning through his head, yet he could still remember every single character and every single line of dialogue. They were all lifelike, like a dream. As he gazed at myriad phenomenon city before him, he found it unreal. He understood very well why the Clam King of Mirage Sea had gone mad. "Hey, kid, you've finally come out." A familiar voice rang out, and Li Qingshan immediately saw the nine-colored deer, as well as the fresh and pleasant Ruan Yaozhu in a light green dress beside him. He immediately felt much better. "Miss Ruan, this young man greets you." "Tui, I'm about to go crazy." "Fellow Ruan, what are you doing here?" "You've already entered the sect, so you should call me senior sister," Ruan Yaozhu said with a smile. With her back to the morning sun and the morning wind, her fine black hair swayed by her ears. Li Qingshan sincerely called her senior sister. "Were you waiting for me here, senior sister? You haven't come to the 100 Herb Garden for a long time. I heard that you were summoned by the Spirit Sovereign, and you haven't come down for a few days. Are you all right?" Ruan Yaozhu said with concern. "I've made senior sister wait for a long time." Li Qingshan was moved, and said, "It's fine, I just gave some books to the Spirit Sovereign to earn some contribution points and bookmarks." Ruan Yaozhu smiled. "You've already become the leader of the Wanxiang sect. I'm afraid senior brother Lu is scared to death by you." "Humph, let him gamble." She even glanced in the direction of the chaotic life square. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. "Senior brother Lu has a big business, and he has plenty of horses and mules. Why would he care about this small amount of money?" In the chaotic life square, Lu Tian really heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan kept improving at that speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a direct disciple in 30 years. Ruan Yaozhu said, "Unfortunately, the number of books I can give is limited. Otherwise, you'd definitely win. Why don't you come to my 100 Herb Garden and do some things? Although it won't be that fast to increase your contribution points, it's still a stable income." Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. "That's not necessarily true. As the saying goes, my life has its limits, but books have no limits." Lu Tian's heart was in his throat again. To be continued. In Ruan Yaozhu's eyes, that smile was full of vitality facing the morning sun. She couldn't help but smile. Although the Heaven's Gate was not as noisy and lively as the chaotic life place, it was still a place where people came and went. Moreover, they were all disciples who had entered the inner chamber. This scene of looking at each other and smiling, when seen by bystanders, caused them to be filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. Originally, Ruan Yaozhu was hiding in a hidden place waiting for Li Qingshan. At this moment, men and women all came up to greet her, calling out, "Senior Martial Sister Ruan." However, they were all thinking in their hearts, "Who is this man? Why is he so close to Senior Martial Sister Ruan?" Perhaps it was because Li Qingshan was here, but Ruan Yaozhu felt slightly uncomfortable. "Junior Martial Brother Li, let's go to the 100 Herb Garden." "Okay." Li Qingshan immediately noticed that the gazes of the people around him were getting more and more strange, as well as unconcealable envy. Li Qingshan followed the nine-colored deer out of Wanxiang City and arrived at a small island 1,000 miles away. The island was covered in luxuriant grass and dense green. Birds flew in the sky and it was full of vitality. It was indeed a beautiful place. However, as Li Qingshan looked around, he didn't see any decent lingji or immortal herbs. "This is the 100 Herb Garden?" "Not yet." As Ruan Yaozhu spoke, the nine-colored deer descended from the sky and landed on the small island. Li Qingshan immediately felt that this small island wasn't normal. The density of the spiritual energy was abnormally dense, almost as dense as the Chua Dragon's cave. The island was covered in layers of formations that were invisible. It was like an inescapable net, and the security was no less than that of Wanxiang City. If not for Ruan Yaozhu leading the way, he definitely wouldn't be able to take a step on this island. "Kid, you're really lucky. It's all because you helped us earn so many bookmarks." The nine-colored deer slowed down and followed the small path in the forest to a picturesque place. On the vast expanse of green grass, there was an arched door made of green vines. There were even flowers blooming on the door. Under the morning light, it was like a fairy tale world. The nine-colored deer jumped and disappeared into the arched door. Waves of colorful ripples spread out from the door like rainbows. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something and stepped into the arched door. In an instant, an incomparable world appeared in front of him. This was a heavenly grotto. The place wasn't big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. However, within this 1,000 miles, there were mountain ranges, deep valleys, and springs. There were also barren ice plains, swamps, and lakes, but they didn't seem messy at all. They were natural, as if they were in a painting, as if they were condensed from a complete world. Li Qingshan had seen a lot of things. As a man who was the god of the world, this wasn't all that surprising. However, there were countless exotic flowers and plants in this area, competing with each other in beauty under the bright sunlight. Or silently in the deep valley. Even though he did not know how to identify flowers and plants, he could easily tell that these flowers and trees were precious. The density of the spiritual energy here was beyond imagination. Even Hui Long's cave couldn't compare to it, and how big was Hui Long's cave? He immediately understood why this island was so heavily guarded, and why those people envied him. This place was probably more important to the nature sect than Tiandu. The heavenly book was just afraid of being stolen, but it wasn't really a loss. Everything in the building was probably recorded in the old turtle's mind. Even if Tiandu was burned down by someone, it wouldn't matter. However, if this place was stolen or destroyed, it probably wouldn't recover even after 100,000 years. If one wasn't a direct disciple. How many people were qualified to have a cave like Hui Long's? Guan Yaozhu said she wanted to help him find a stable job. However, working here wouldn't just give him a stable job. Guan Yaozhu smiled. Welcome to the herb garden. I really don't know what to say. Li Qingshan sighed. He had just received the unfettered heavenly book. He needed a lot of spiritual energy, and the environment here was too suitable for Qilin transformation. Guan Yaozhu smiled. No need to be so polite, work hard to repay me. Li Qingshan felt that she became much more lively after coming to the herb garden. He smiled. Okay, speak. What do you need me to do? There's no need to rush. I can see that you're very tired. You should rest first. Oh right, you've already received the heavenly book from Spirit Venerable Gui Hai, right? Yes. Guan Yaozhu asked curiously, what heavenly book? You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I'm cultivating the heavenly book of nature. Li Qingshan praised. Tao imitates nature. It sounds very powerful. It's not that powerful. According to Spirit Venerable, this heavenly book should be called the minor heavenly book of nature. It's still far from the true Tao of nature. It's just that it's good at taking care of these plants, so it was arranged to be in charge of the herb garden. Li Qingshan chuckled. That's such a coincidence. My heavenly book is only one word different from yours. Even the evaluation is about the same. Guan Yaozhu's curiosity was piqued. She could no longer be gentle and considerate. She urged, quickly tell me what heavenly book you're cultivating. I'll tell you everything. At this stage of cultivation, a cultivation technique was no longer just a cultivation technique. It was a true path. Every heavenly book was a path, and it could almost represent everything about a cultivator, such as thoughts, abilities, temperaments, and so on. Senior sister, I'm cultivating the heavenly book of freedom, or the minor heavenly book of freedom. Guan Yaozhu was moved. Is it really fate? She blinked her eyes. I've never heard of such a heavenly book. Are you lying to me? Li Qingshan patted his chest and promised, I won't lie to you. I hope you can keep your promise. Guan Yaozhu looked at him with a faint smile, which made Li Qingshan feel a little guilty. He said inwardly, I hope so. Guan Yaozhu explained seriously, the heavenly book of freedom must have something to do with the great world of freedom. I don't know how effective it is. It must be very different from my nature heavenly book. It's just a coincidence that one word is the same. Many heavenly books have similar evaluations from Spirit Venerable. Li Qingshan said, how can it not be effective? This heavenly tomes cost me a total of 805 green jade slips. If it weren't for senior brother Letion's financial assistance, who knows when I would have been able to obtain it. I really have to thank senior brother Letion. But I really don't know how you can win this bet. Guan Yaozhu sighed slightly, then said seriously, if you need sapphire tags, I can lend them to you. But work and contribution have rules. I can give you more sapphire tags as a reward, but contribution is related to the whole nature sex rules. Big is big, small is small. If you have it, you have it. No matter who it is, I won't show favoritism. Don't look down on me. I, Li Qingshan, am not a man who lives off women. Don't worry about me. I have a plan, and I'll make Letian lose everything. What do you mean by living off women? Who's worried about you? Guan Yaozhu pouted. Li Qingshan's words were far too frivolous and flirtatious. No matter how good her temper was, she could not put up with it. If it were not for the fact that his eyes were clear and devoid of any evil thoughts, she would have chased him out of the 100-herb garden immediately. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He did not mind at all. He was no longer the inexperienced Li Qingshan who would fall in love at first sight when he saw a beauty. Actually, he was not lustful at all. He was just used to joking around. He had always been good at mocking and had a good mouth. Now, he was complacent and did not know how to restrain himself. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. He was thrown into the air by the 9-colored deer. Li Qingshan flipped in the air and rubbed his chest. He was not angry. He asked, "Why did you hit me?" There was actually no room for her to dodge. She really had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation. The 9-colored deer was surprised too. Originally, it wanted to teach him a small lesson, but he was actually unscathed. His body really was tough. It raised its antlers proudly. "Humph, nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth." Guan Yaozhu said, "Junior brother Li, don't be so rude in the future." Li Qingshan rubbed his head. "I know." Guan Yaozhu could not bear to blame him. She thought, he doesn't have any evil thoughts. "I've been thinking too much." She pointed at him and asked, "Do you see that hill?" Li Qingshan nodded. The hill was not particularly tall. It made him think of Crouching Ox Hill. It just happened to be in the center of the 100-herb garden. There were not a lot of flowers and plants on it. There was only a single towering tree. The leaves were all faint gold, forming a golden canopy. He could tell with a single glance that it was something extraordinary. He could not help but ask, "What tree is that?" "That's a Bodhi tree with golden leaves. It can calm the mind and inspire inspiration. It's most beneficial for cultivation. That's where I usually rest." "You can rest under that tree." When Guan Yaozhu reached there, she also felt that it was rather strange. That's not a good idea. Li Qingshan was not a reckless person. That seemed to be a place for a man and a woman. If they were alone, then so be it, but there just happened to be many cultivators working in the 100-herb garden. From the moment he entered, many gazes landed on him. He owed Guan Yaozhu. He didn't want to hurt her reputation. Guan Yaozhu angrily said, "What's not good about it? Whenever martial brothers and sisters come to visit, I always receive them there." She also felt that she was trying to cover something up. "I'm going to patrol. If you don't want to go, then forget it." Riding on the 9-colored deer, he soared into the sky. Li Qingshan shook his head and climbed up the hill. When he arrived under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, he saw that the thick tree trunk was made up of many intertwined branches. It looked like a banyan tree. There was a bamboo mat under the tree and a small table with a tea set on it. The bamboo mat was as green as new, the small table was as red as a heavy date, and the tea set was like cracked ice. It was extremely simple and elegant. The thin shade of the tree was actually suffused with a faint golden color. Swaying along with the breeze, it flickered with millions of specks of golden light. Li Qingshan came under the tree and immediately felt his mind clear up. His head no longer hurt, and even his divine sense became sharper. He sat down cross-legged casually. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, so he first sorted out his experiences after coming to the mortal realm, and then he gradually felt sleepy and yawned loudly. He smiled in realization. This feeling was something he hadn't felt for a long time, so he simply lay down on the cool bamboo mat and fell asleep. Guan Yaozhu patrolled around the 100-herb garden and dealt with some trivial matters. She felt slightly uneasy. Sigh, he's actually sleeping, really. The nine-colored deer looked back at the golden leaf Bodhi tree and said, "Blockhead, oh blockhead, you're inviting a wolf into the house." Guan Yaozhu smiled and said, "Didn't you say that he's been a good person since he was young and can't even bear to step on ants? That's exactly why it's so bad. Regardless of whether he's a good person or not, he's still a man. This kid is obviously a playboy and a playboy. You have to be wary of him in the future to avoid a disaster of love." Guan Yaozhu blushed and said, "What are you talking about? I just don't want him to lose to senior brother Letian. That's 2,000 green jade lots, how can he afford to lose?" The nine-colored deer said, "This is too scary. You've known Letian for more than 1,000 years, but you've only known this kid for less than 10 days. Could it be that you've been bewitched? Could it be that this kid has the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox?" Guan Yaozhu was slightly stunned. Everything was so logical that she didn't think too deeply about the reason behind it. Perhaps she was moved by the Qilin's benevolence, or perhaps she didn't want to see a good person fall into a hopeless situation, or perhaps she wanted to take a gamble with Letian who had never listened to her for the past 1,000 years. It was difficult to distinguish all the reasons, but there was no need to care so much. "Jiaoer, thank you for your reminder, but I'm wholeheartedly cultivating, so how can I fall into the trap of love? If junior brother Li really has other intentions, please help me chase him out of the 100-herb garden. If he doesn't have other intentions, do you think I'm that unreserved? Okay, I'll help you keep an eye on him. Hee, with my blockhead's character and appearance, I don't believe that he won't be tempted." "You deserve a beating." Li Qingshan was in a deep sleep and still didn't know that he had been targeted. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had just stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was preparing to face demon god Xianxia. He was in high spirits and his fighting spirit was high, so how could he have the mood to be in the mood for romance? Furthermore, she was so nice to him, so how could he have thoughts of sleeping with her and ruin her cultivation? This was not in line with his principle of revenge must be repaid. Although he was asleep, there was still a trace of consciousness left in his mind, and he cast it into the 5 continents world. From the perspective of the world god, the vast ocean, the various continents, humans, ghosts, and demons were like a magnificent painting unfolding in front of his eyes. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the 100-herb garden, it was truly a world that belonged to him. The key to winning this bet was here. Li Qingshan knew himself well. Although he was known as a novelist, he didn't have any talent in writing novels. He could only copy a few books, but it wasn't a long-term plan. However, books were written by people, and even if he didn't have the talent, it didn't mean that others didn't. There were hundreds of millions of people in the 5 continents world, and there was a huge time difference with the mortal realm. He could organize tens of thousands of people to write, and it would be impossible for him to gain nothing. As long as there was a 1%, or even a 1,000th chance of success, it would mean an endless supply of contribution points and bookmarks. Even if Letian used up all his schemes, he wouldn't have thought that he would have a world of his own, and that his thoughts could enter and leave it freely. The world itself couldn't directly provide any cultivation resources, but as long as it was used properly, its value was beyond imagination. Perhaps this was what Zhuolong wanted to do but didn't manage to do. Gui Hailingzuan used the rules of the entire myriad appearance sect to satisfy his little hobby, while Li Qingshan could use his identity as the world god to make the entire world assist him in his cultivation. This was the power and prestige of a cultivator. As for winning this small bet, it was just something he did in passing, and he didn't really care about it. 30 years was still a long time, and if it didn't work out, he could still renege on the debt. The most important thing now was to obtain a decent abode of immortals. Guan Yaozhu could be considered a kind master, but although the 100-herb garden was good, and no matter how wonderful the Bodhi tree was, he was still living under someone else's roof, and it wasn't a place for a real man to love for a long time. To be continued, however, while the idea was wonderful, he still needed to think about how it would work. He couldn't just send down an oracle from the heavens and summon everyone to write novels, right? There had to be someone in charge of organizing people, spreading the news, establishing a complete system, and ensuring its normal operation. With a thought, he already had a suitable candidate. He then descended into a courtyard. Under the large apricot tree, the moonlight flowed like water and the shadows of the tree swayed. The former king of Southern Yu, Xianxia, was playing chess with someone. Southern Yu no longer existed, he was now the human king of the new continent. Opposite the chessboard was a banyan tree in a potted plant. Its roots were thick and strong, its aerial roots formed the shape of a palm, holding a black chess piece and landing it on the chessboard. Xianxia sighed, I didn't expect that after going through such a disaster, fellow Daoist chess skills did not deteriorate, but improved instead. The banyan tree king said bluntly, it's because you've been playing too stinky. Xianxia smiled and sighed, you wouldn't have said that in the past. The banyan tree king said, the past is the past, the present is the present. Let's play another game. Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw a faint silhouette in the watery moonlight, condensing into Li Qingshan's appearance. He cupped his fists, fellow Daoists, it's been a long time. Xianxia hurriedly stood up to welcome them, casually brushing the chessboard away, and jokingly said, Supreme Deity, what brings you here? I have something to ask of you, let me explain it slowly. As a result, Li Qingshan told him everything about the myriad phenomenon sex spirit sovereign Guihai. He even hid nothing about his bet with Letian. Xianxia said, I didn't expect the human realm to be so treacherous. Fellow Daoist, don't worry, leave this to me. I won't let Letian get too full of himself. The banyan tree king said, I have nothing better to do and was looking for something to do, so I'll lend you a hand. That's great. Li Qingshan smiled. One of them was from the royal family, while the other was the king of the demons. They were the best at organizing, so it would be easy to leave this matter to them. Many thanks. When this is done, I'll definitely reward you according to your contributions, so that you won't work for nothing. It's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. However, I still have one more thing. When will this 5 continents world become bigger? Xianxia was also close to the 4th heavenly tribulation. This was undoubtedly what he was most concerned about. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He saw a star gradually growing bigger in the vast void. The void-swallowing beast had already traveled very far. He opened his eyes again. Soon. This also meant that he had to remove the sky-climbing vine from the human realm before Deep Blue Lil Fatty arrived at the new world. However, if he did that, Little and the others would be in danger, and their path of retreat would be cut off. So before that, he had to find a new cave and bring them over. Xianxia said, then I'm relieved. There is a school of novels in the 9 states, so this matter is not without reason, but it still needs some time to plan. Yes, time passes quickly in the mortal realm. I can wait. I'm originally a disciple of the school of novels, otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of this. If you need any help, just let me know. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Li Qingshan discussed with them a little more about how to handle this matter before taking his leave. Just as Xianxia was in thought, the banyan tree king had already restored the chessboard that had been messed up. He said, it's your turn. Xianxia revealed a helpless expression and shook his head. Tree king, oh tree king. You weren't like this before. It's like you've become a different tree. Hurry up. Once I beat you, we'll get to work on this. Li Qingshan slowly woke up under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree. He stretched. A gentle breeze blew past, and the golden leaves rustled. Guan Yaozhu was nowhere to be seen. He did not get up. Instead, he rested his head on his arms and crossed his legs. He placed the jade slip that recorded the heavenly tome of freedom between his eyebrows and began to comprehend it. Perhaps it really was because their personalities were compatible, but the process of comprehension was extremely smooth. The cultivation method was extensive, profound, and wondrous, but it could not stop him from having the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine as his foundation, the spirit turtle transformation's ability to project, and the ape demon transformation's freedom of movement. All of these served as great assistance to him. 2 layers of light lit up on him at the same time. At first, they suppressed one another before gradually merging together, condensing into a profound light that changed unpredictably. It enveloped Li Qingshan, reflecting his face. At times, it was vicious and terrifying like a demon, and at other times, it was gentle like a woman. Afterwards, the 2 faces gradually merged together, and the profound light gradually receded into his dantian. He had only comprehended 20 to 30% of it, but he had already harmonized the Extreme King's records of scriptures and the Extreme King's records of world destruction. He gathered the thoughts of life and death before transforming them into the heavenly tome of freedom. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the shattered sunlight flickering through the golden crown of the tree. He muttered to himself, "Only the savior of the world has the right to destroy the world. Only the destroyer of the world has the power to save the world." With a boom, the profound light froze. A half-transparent infant appeared in Li Qingshan's dantian. It was extremely similar to Li Qingshan in appearance. It was the soul nascence that all great cultivators possessed. Originally, he thought it would be impossible for him to refine a soul nascence now that he had embarked on the demonic path. He never thought the heavenly tome of freedom would be so impressive, actually allowing him to reverse his demon heart and refine a soul nascence. He truly was worthy of being the great freedom demon lord. The path of the great freedom was not a simple demonic path. It completely surpassed the regular concepts of good and evil, establishing a great path that everyone yearned for. The Buddha said, "Everyone can become a Buddha," which also meant, everyone can become a demon. What everyone sought was freedom, to do as they pleased, to do as they pleased. Humans were probably much closer to demons than Buddhas. Could it be said that the great freedom demon lord understood the human heart better than the Buddha? Various demonic thoughts were born from the heart. A single misstep could become a demonic obstacle. If mortals wanted to succeed, they needed to be careful, to bow, to reflect, and to control themselves. Once they made a mistake, their entire life would be wasted, and they might even lose their lives. Moreover, it was a huge matter like cultivation. Terrifying power was contained within the body, and the mind was constantly changing. Who dared to be free and do as they pleased? If they let all kinds of thoughts run wild, a moment of carelessness would lead to chi deviation, and their souls would scatter. They wouldn't even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, this path was what everyone yearned for, and everyone yearned for it. Instead, it was even more difficult than the strict Buddhist path of cultivation. Very few people could walk this path. Li Qingshan rubbed his belly. "It's like I'm pregnant, haha." He couldn't help but laugh proudly at this exquisite metaphor. "You've already comprehended the heavenly tome of freedom." Guan Yaozhu sensed the commotion and came over to take a look. The heavenly tome of all nature was extremely profound. Back then, she had spent several years comprehending the heavenly tome of nature, which was already considered very fast. He only slept under the tree for a while, and when he woke up, it only took him 10 minutes to transform his cultivation into a heavenly tome. Could it be that he was really a rare genius in cultivation? This was not only because Li Qingshan had the foundation of the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction and the Extreme Emperor's record of the world, as well as the powerful assistance of the 9 transformations of the demonic and celestial. It wasn't just because their hearts and natures were compatible. Although the heavenly tome of freedom was difficult and dangerous, it also had one advantage, and that was its speed. It was so fast that even the cultivator himself felt afraid, so fast that he could lose control at any time and become chi deviation. Guan Yaozhu said, "Junior martial brother, do you know the cloning technique?" "This? I guess I know a thing or two. Take this fractal shadow form technique and comprehend it. With your comprehension, you should be able to grasp it quickly." Nine-colored deer said, "This phantasm technique needs to be exchanged with a green jade lot in the sky." Li Qingshan smiled and accepted it calmly. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Guan Yaozhu looked at him with great interest. She did not expect that he would immediately start to comprehend it. Although this fractal shadowization technique was only a Tao technique, it was not easy for a layman to master it freely. After a while, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. His nascent soul flashed, and a faint silhouette emerged from his body. It was like an invisible shadow, full of qi. Guan Yaozhu was surprised. "You really didn't know the cloning technique before?" "I know a thing or two, just a thing or two." Li Qingshan answered vaguely. Although moon reflection wasn't a spell but an innate ability, it was far beyond the reach of this phantasm technique. "This clone is really weak. I'm afraid it won't be able to do any hard work. It's better not to have it." He sensed that this shadow clone couldn't be too far away from him and was very weak. It didn't even have 1% of his strength. This was to be expected. Although the myriad sex spells were mysterious, this was after all the human world. All spells were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. You don't know, but most of the work in the herb garden doesn't require a lot of power, but it requires exquisite cooperation. Wan Yaozhu smiled and took out a jade scroll. This is some of my experiences. You'll understand after reading it. Nine-colored deer sighed, hey, Softwood, you're really generous. Kid. If it wasn't for the fact that you helped us win, I wouldn't have let you see this jade scroll for nothing. I understand now. Every spirit herb has a different spirituality and radiates different chi. They affect each other and even restrain each other. It contains the principle of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other. The Tao of Yin and Yang's changes requires a deep understanding of the laws involved and the overall situation at all times to be able to do this job well. Li Qingshan skimmed through it and understood. Although the spirit chi in this 100 herb garden was dense, the spirit herbs planted were too densely packed after all. The green dragon bamboo hated metal the most, but the sharp-toothed grass needed to be fertilized with iron slag. The golden leaf Bodhi tree beside him had roots that covered the entire hill. There was no room for any other plants to grow. As for some plants, they couldn't get close to humans, so they had to use their clones. Furthermore, many plants and vegetation are extremely dangerous, even to cultivators. If they aren't careful and are poisoned, their lives will be in danger. I don't know how many doppelgangers you can create. This will determine the efficiency of your job, as well as your pay. Wan Yaozhu saw that he had comprehended the fractal shadow technique so quickly. He wanted to test his methods. Let me try. Li Qingshan's interest was also piqued. He closed his eyes again. Activating his nascent soul, his mind divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so on and so forth. He used the fractal shadow technique. Wan Yaozhu saw shadows walk out from Li Qingshan's body. In a short while, there were more than 100 shadows under the tree. She was also surprised. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators could create a dozen to 20 doppelgangers. That was already a lot. She thought, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon has always been known for its transformations. Could it be that the Heavenly Book of Freedom has a special effect on this technique? Senior Martial Sister, are there enough doppelgangers? Li Qingshan didn't think that there was anything great about it. These shadow doppelgangers were all weak. Even if they were added together, they wouldn't be as strong as a mirror doppelganger. They could only be used for farm work. Of course there are more doppelgangers. The more doppelgangers you have, the more spirit herbs you can take care of. But can you control so many doppelgangers? There doesn't seem to be a problem. With a thought from Li Qingshan, all of the shadow doppelgangers moved. First, they lined up neatly like an army. Then, they stacked on top of each other until they reached the depths of the tree. In the end, they scattered again. It was a mess. Wan Yaozhu originally thought that he couldn't control them, but she saw these doppelgangers. Some were hunched like old men, some were arrogant like generals. They imitated the appearance of all living beings and had a lot of fun. She couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the world. There really were many unparalleled geniuses. However, Li Qingshan said, I've only just grasped the basics of the Heavenly Book of Freedom. My comprehension of this technique isn't too deep either. Otherwise, I would be able to create even more doppelgangers. Furthermore, the spirit turtle transformation was also suppressed to the 4th layer. Otherwise, the number and agility of the doppelgangers would be even greater. I'll take you to get the tools. Wan Yaozhu shook her head. She no longer doubted whether he had the ability to do this job well. Even she did not have this ability when she was at the same cultivation realm back then. He was basically sent by the heavens to help him take care of the 100 herb garden. They arrived in a valley. There were many large storehouses here. Along the way, Wan Yaozhu rode the deer in front while Li Qingshan walked behind her. There were over 100 shadow doppelgangers following behind them. It was like they were on a parade, attracting the attention of everyone. Wan Yaozhu thought about it and opened a storehouse. There were not farming tools like hoes and scissors inside, but puppets arranged neatly. Some were large, some were small, some were metal, some were wood. They all varied in appearance. There were some special spiritual herbs that even the doppelgangers were unable to approach. They needed special puppets. Can you split your consciousness and control some puppets? What's so difficult about that? Li Qingshan smiled. In that instant, his soul sense spread out, and half of the puppets in the storehouse actually began to move. However, their movements were rather stiff, not as smooth as when he controlled the shadow doppelgangers. This caused Wan Yaozhu to be incomparably shocked. She hurriedly said, all right. There's no need for so much. I already know your level. I can arrange a job for you. Li Qingshan also heaved a sigh of relief. This was also the limit for him. However, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. There was always a feeling of emptiness, as if he had only used 40 to 50% of his strength, or even 2 to 3% of it. Regardless of whether it was the Book of Freedom or the Qilin longevity strategy, they were only at the entry level. In fact, they couldn't even be considered entry level. This dragged down the other fiend god transformations by a level. The key was that he had not undergone the fourth heavenly tribulation. He was clearly only one step away, yet he was stuck here. However, he was not in a hurry. He had already vaguely seen a glimmer of hope. This 100-herb garden was very suitable for cultivating the Qilin transformation, and the Book of Freedom was also deeply in line with his temperament. No matter which one he broke through, he would undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation. And once he crossed this step, the sea and the sky would be wide open, and his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. This was already the final dormancy. That glimmer of hope was precisely from the open door of the path of the 9 heavens. In the vast sea and sky, there would definitely be storms and thunder. When he thought that in the future, he might not have the opportunity to stay in such a beautiful garden and enjoy such peaceful and quiet time. Even he felt a little emotional. Senior sister. I will remember your kindness. Li Qingshan's eyes were burning. Wan Yaozhu was stunned for a moment. That gaze was full of cherishing, but it had nothing to do with love. It gave her a strange feeling. Although he was right in front of her, she had a feeling that she could not touch him, as if he could fly away at any time. As long as you work hard, it will be considered as repaying me. P.S. I've been working hard these few days. Every day, I walked down from the 16th floor and climbed back up. In between, I skipped 2,000 times. My arms seem to have improved a little. Nothing can stop us, right? This month, I won't write a speech asking for votes. Everyone, vote as you see fit. Finally, I'll send the first sentence of a novel that I like very much. Kilimanjaro is a mountain with an altitude of 19,710 feet. It is covered with snow all year round. It is said to be the highest mountain in Africa. The West High Peak is called the Masai's Ochioyi, or God's Temple. Near the West High Peak, there is the already dried and frozen corpse of a leopard. No one has ever explained what the leopard was looking for in such a cold place. Of course. The two looked at each other and smiled. In this 100-herb garden, there was a tacit understanding between them. Cultivators met strangers and helped each other, but there was no need to love each other, because it was better to forget each other in Jianghu. Senior Sister Wan, this is? A voice broke the peaceful atmosphere. The two of them looked back and saw a man floating over. His long black hair was tied with a headband, and he wore a sky-blue robe that fluttered in the wind. In his right hand was a scroll of poetry, and he looked like a refined and handsome scholar. Wan Yaozhu's smile immediately disappeared, and she returned to her dull expression. Junior brother Shen, this is Li Qingshan, junior brother Li. He just joined Wanxiang sect and will be working in 100-herb garden. Oh, then I'd like to ask for guidance. Shen Yushu's clear eyes swept over the badge on Li Qingshan's chest, and then the many shadows, just entered the sect and already an official disciple. He must be the first in the entrance exam. Junior brother Li's cultivation is indeed extraordinary, no wonder you can gain senior sister Ruan's favor. Li Qingshan immediately felt a subtle hostility, purely from the instinct of a male animal. He thought, it seems that no matter how high one's cultivation is, it is difficult for humans to transcend animal instincts. Eating, drinking, men and women, human desires. Even immortals need to take bait, eat pills, eat spirits, and drink qi. It seems that the way of eating is impossible, The feelings between men and women are also the same. This guy is obviously Ruan Yaoju's pursuer. But Ruan Yaoju obviously did not need a pursuer, and he had no intention of becoming one of her pursuers. Otherwise, he would be a bit embarrassed if she treated him so well. He cupped his hands and said, I still have not asked for senior brother Shin's name? Xin Yushu. Xin Yushu bowed slightly in a refined and courteous manner, but that was the courtesy of a superior to a subordinate, the modesty of a noble young master to a village man. The badge on his chest symbolizing the status of an inner disciple shone brightly under the sunlight. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Even though he had no intentions towards Ruan Yaoju, his competitive spirit was aroused. He thought again, forget it, if he is always so competitive, when will he be able to cultivate the Qilin transformation? In any case, Ruan Yaoju is not interested in him, so why should I be jealous? In other words, if Ruan Yaoju was really interested in this Jin Yushu, he might not be able to hold himself back from making a move. He laughed and said, good name. Senior Martial Brother Shin, it's my first time here. Please take care of me in the future. Well said, well said. I'm the one in charge of all the chores in the 100-herb garden. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Jin Yushu said very generously and turned to Ruan Yaoju to complain, Senior sister, why did you come to such a messy place? Leave these trivial matters to me. I'll let junior apprentice brotherly take care of the area 15 kilometers around the goldleaf Bodhi tree. I'm going to cultivate. Ruan Yaoju only spoke a few words before the 9-colored deer's hind hooves kicked off and flew away, leaving behind Li Qingshan and Xin Yushu to look at each other in dismay. Once Ruan Yaoju left, Jin Yushu's expression immediately became a bit more reserved. Junior brotherly, have you done similar work before? This job is not as easy as you think. Do you know what I'm thinking? Li Qingshan took out the posture of a phoenix and was even more reserved than him. No. In a split second, the two men were like two male peacocks spreading their tails. Jin Yushu frowned imperceptibly. The Wanxiang sect's middle class was very clear. A mere disciple who had just entered the sect would not be able to defeat him. If it was another place, he could even find a reason to teach him a lesson. However, this was Ruan Yaoju's 100-herb garden. Junior apprentice brotherly, the 100-herb garden is the foundation of Wanxiang sect. Every flower and leaf here is the result of senior sister Ruan's painstaking efforts. If you don't handle it properly, the consequences will be unthinkable. Some careless disciples not only didn't get any benefits in the 100-herb garden, but instead had many merits deducted and a large number of bookmarks deducted. Some were even punished. They were directly kicked out of Wanxiang sect. Li Qingshan said, please be at ease, senior apprentice brother. I will slowly explore. Jin Yushu laughed, all right then, you can slowly explore it. He turned around and left, thinking, truly a reckless man who doesn't know what's good for him. The work in the 100-herb garden is exquisite and complicated. When you make a mistake, let's see how you explain yourself. Senior sister Ruan can't blame me for not warning you. Li Qingshan stood in place and thought for a bit. He shook his head and laughed. He didn't take it to heart and started to look for tools and fertilizer in the storehouse. There were dozens of plants in a 10 li radius around the golden leaf Bodhi tree. Each had different characteristics and needed different care. However, with the jade slip Ruan Yaoju gave him and the spirit turtle's powerful analysis and deduction ability, he didn't find it troublesome. In the lake in the depths of the 100-herb garden, there was a secluded cave. Ruan Yaoju sat on the stone bed and sighed. Junior apprentice brother Chen is becoming more and more unreasonable. Jin Yushu's thoughts were very clear. It was just that he had been carefully concealing it for 100 years and worked very hard. She couldn't act out just because of other people's thoughts. However, as his cultivation got higher and higher these years, gradually approaching the 5th heavenly tribulation, he almost became the housekeeper of the 100-herb garden. His thoughts became clear, making her a little unhappy. Not far away, a green vine-hanging basket swayed back and forth. A pair of slender jade legs hung down. Her snow-white skin had gorgeous and elegant patterns. Her calf swayed lightly. Can't be helped. He also cultivates the heavenly book of nature. He can help you save a lot of trouble and focus on cultivation. Pretend you didn't see it. He, who told you to be so charming? Guan Yaozhu felt a little strange. Then why are you so harsh to junior apprentice brotherly? Whether it was the time they knew each other, status, cultivation, or even sincerity, Li Qingshan couldn't be compared to Qin Yushu. The hanging basket suddenly stopped and a young girl jumped down. She was naked and her snow-white body seemed to be shrouded in rainbows. A pair of gentle deer eyes were embedded on her beautiful face. She stared at Guan Yaozhu and said, "This isn't harsh. He is very dangerous. Believe me, stay away from him. A guy who cultivates the unrestrained heavenly devil path is definitely not a good person." Guan Yaozhu seemed to not hear it and propped up her chin. If junior apprentice brother Li can cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, with the Qilin bloodline, he might be able to replace junior apprentice brother Chen's position. He is really too annoying right now. Look, what did I say? The nine-colored young girl supported her forehead with her hand and had a helpless expression as if she was looking at her own daughter who was about to be seduced by this bad boy. She put her hands on her waist and righteously said, "If that boy dares to have any disloyal thoughts towards you, immediately drive him out of the 100-herb garden. There is no room for discussion." "Alright, can you put on some clothes?" "I don't want to." Li Qingshan didn't hurry to get to work. Instead, he strolled in the field. Sometimes he sniffed a flower and sometimes he touched a tree. He was like a tiger patrolling its territory, wanting to leave its scent everywhere. Now that he personally experienced it, he felt the extraordinariness of this 100-herb garden even more. Every exotic flower and rare grass had their own living environment, but they were all gathered in this small 100-herb garden, thriving together. When he thought about it carefully, it was simply an inconceivable matter. This 100-herb garden was simply like a complete life form, and also like the crystallization of the entire nature, extremely perfect and exquisite. In the end, who designed all of this? Spirit Venerable Gue Hai, who was good at deduction, the two mysterious sect masters, or the Tian Shu elder who was above the 9 heavens. Qin Yushu looked at him from afar and thought that he was at a loss. "Arrogant person, let's see what you can do. Obediently come and beg me." Unknowingly, Li Qingshan arrived in front of a clump of sharp-toothed grass. These bone-white slender blades of grass were indeed as sharp as teeth. They were dense and slender like a forest, and they even emitted a strange fragrance. It wasn't the fragrance of flowers, but it instead made him think of the taste of the human heart. It was rich and tempting, and he couldn't help but walk closer. Qin Yushu sneered in his heart. "Idiot, the sharp-toothed grass feeds on flesh and blood. Once it gets close, it will suddenly grow and launch an attack. This clump of sharp-toothed grass has been planted for tens of thousands of years. Rashly approaching it, even a gold core cultivator's life would be in danger. If you don't know what's good for you, you will suffer." The sharp-toothed grass suddenly grew crazily, reaching a length of more than 10 zhang, and they all rushed towards Li Qingshan. However, the sharp-toothed grass gently twined around Li Qingshan's body, without the slightest bit of fierceness. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and it slowly shrank back to its original state. Qin Yushu was stunned. What's going on? In an instant, the entire world had changed. Originally, in his eyes, those flowers and plants were all the same. It was just that they were a little bigger, and I was a little smaller, you were a little redder, and I was a little greener. Now, even if it was the same species of flowers and trees, because of the length of years, the difference in time, and the color of the petals, there were clear differences. Even if they all had one nose and two eyes, there were still thousands of people with thousands of faces, and there was absolutely no mistake. One could even see their respective temperaments and everything they had experienced from these faces. This was no longer a lonely wilderness, but a bustling human world. The sharp-fanged grass in front of him was like a group of bloodthirsty soldiers, longing for the nourishment of flesh and blood, but now they longed for metal powder to maintain their weapons. The black fir tree not far away was like an old man who had run from the cold to the tropics, troubled by the heat here. And those bright and beautiful three-leafed flame flowers were the exact opposite, complaining that this place was too cold. There was no need to carefully observe or judge according to the Atlas books. When Li Qingshan walked past them, he would hear all kinds of complaints and requests. Li Qingshan curled his lips, so troublesome. With his hands behind his back, he turned around and walked back to the hill, sitting down under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree. Xianxia laughed in his heart. How is it, you don't know where to start? At the same time, Wan Yaozhu was also observing him, and couldn't help but worry if he was competent for this job. The nine-colored deer said, don't worry, this kid has the Qilin bloodline, the jade slip you gave him, and so many clones, how can he not do it? Xianxia is going to be disappointed. Wan Yaozhu smiled. Qilin. I have never seen it with my own eyes, but I heard that all living beings will feel close to them, especially beasts, especially deer. So what? We have spirituality precisely to surpass our instincts. Wan Yaozhu touched her lips and smiled. So you deliberately criticized him a little more to balance this instinct? None of your business. After Li Qingshan investigated the situation of the people, he did not immediately start work. Instead, he continued to comprehend the unfettered heavenly book, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The nascent soul in his body gradually solidified, becoming more and more like him. With a thought, his nascent soul flew into the small world in his body. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had just been born. In this world formed by earth, fire, wind, and water, there was originally only heartless plants. But now, there was an additional little person, who opened his clear eyes and looked up at the sky. His eyes met with Li Qingshan's. At the same time, he saw himself. From this moment on, this world finally had meaning. This change surprised Li Qingshan, and he immediately activated the 9 transformations of demons and gods. With the world as the cradle and heaven and earth as the furnace, he would nurture and train this little person. There was sunshine, rain and dew, there was also wind, frost, rain and snow. This little person's heart was mixed with bitterness and joy. He had to be vigilant in times of peace. One had to find joy in bitterness. He grew up alone in this small world. From crawling all over the ground, he gradually grew up, and then he began to learn how to walk. Every day, every moment, there were new changes. Li Qingshan was activating the 9 transformations of demons and gods and the Book of Freedom at the same time. They were originally 2 completely different cultivation systems, but at this moment, there was a surprising compatibility. He used the small world to nourish the nascent soul, and at the same time, he used the nascent soul to feed back to the small world. This was especially true for nascent souls. The benefits they received were simply too great. The small world was already far beyond Li Qingshan's current level, and it had extraordinary power. At this moment, he was using all the accumulation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods to support the cultivation of the Book of Freedom. Coupled with the rich spirit qi in the 100 herb garden, the nascent soul grew at a rapid pace. No matter how strong a nascent soul was, it would always look like a baby, as clear as a newborn, curled up in a mother's belly. Only after going through 4 heavenly tribulations would the nascent soul and soul formation stage change. However, Li Qingshan's nascent soul was really growing, turning into the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Perhaps it was influenced by the various transformations of demons and gods, or perhaps the Book of Freedom was unusual in the first place. The expression on the child's face changed, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. He stood on the ground with his hands down, as if he had been standing there since ancient times, bearing the sorrow, joy, and anger of all humans. There were no spells in the unfettered heavenly tome, only pure Tao. This Tao was different from the ordinary Tao of cultivation. It was neither a pure heart and few desires, nor was it a supreme forgetfulness of emotions. Instead, it required extreme emotions and desires, to love more deeply, to hate more wildly, to be more furious, and to be more sorrowful than mortals. Love causes life, hate causes death. Anger destroys heaven and earth, sorrow causes the whole world to cry. Because the Dharma understood impermanence, it sought emptiness in all 4 directions. Because it saw the world as a house of fire, as a sea of bitterness, it wanted to transcend, reach the other shore, and save the common people. If someone didn't seek the other shore, but willingly danced in the sea of bitterness, it would be the Tao of the devil. If someone understood impermanence, but didn't seek detachment, compassion, or save the common people, but instead turned into impermanence, mocking the common people, only seeking freedom, it would be the Sky Demon. The Tao of the Sky Demon was the Tao of impermanence. After Li Qingshan understood this, his nascent soul grew again, becoming closer to the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old, becoming more and more stable. Unknowingly, he was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 49 days had passed. The responsible field that Ruan Yaozhu gave him was left unattended. Although the 100-herb garden was full of spiritual energy and had its own great circulation, and the exotic flowers and plants had strong vitality, so they wouldn't die, it was inevitable that they would become wilted and sparse. One had to know that even if the growth of spiritual plants slowed down a little, it would be a huge loss, let alone in this kind of situation. Xianxia came to report to Ruan Yaozhu several times, wanting to drive Li Qingshan out of the 100-herb garden. Ruan Yaozhu, on the other hand, used the excuse of cultivating in seclusion and refused to see him. The cultivators working in the 100-herb garden discussed spiritedly, the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere was affected, and under Xianxu's instigation, some people became even more indignant. They could only cultivate for a while after working hard every day and enjoy some of the benefits of the 100-herb garden. If they wanted to concentrate on cultivating for a while, they would have to ask someone to help look after it, and they would have to return it later. Who would sit under the golden leaf Bodhi tree for dozens of days, not doing any work at all? They were prepared to jointly write a petition to drive away this pest, Li Qingshan, after Ruan Yaozhu came out of seclusion. Li Qingshan didn't know that he had already become the target of public criticism, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To him, this was just sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. As his nascent soul stabilized, he clearly understood the path of the unfettered heavenly book. Since there were 3,000 great Taos, there were endless spells. The spells derived from the Tao of unfettered included the art of charm, the art of bewitching, the art of flight, the art of transformation, and so on. Learning to use this type of spell would have a very strong effect. And this art of shadow splitting happened to be one of the spells he was most proficient in. In addition to the increase in his cultivation, with a thought, layers upon layers of illusions appeared around him, and they were no longer vague human figures. Not only were they condensed, but their appearances were also clear, very similar to his original body. Their movements were sharp and light, far from what mortals could reach. In the middle of the herb garden, there was a small village surrounded by mountains. The pavilions and terraces were extremely elegant, and the small bridges and flowing water added to the scenery. Rather than calling it a village, it was more like a large manor. This was the place where the cultivators of the 100-herb garden rested and communicated. Usually, they worked in the fields that they were responsible for. When they were free, they would come here for a small gathering. Under the pavilion, Xianxia stood facing the water. Sounds of discussion came from behind him. I wonder what is the background of that Li Qingshan. Why is senior sister Ruan so biased towards him? What nonsense are you talking about? Senior sister has always been impartial. How could she be biased? Could senior sister be a descendant of the Bailu country? No matter who he is, this is too much. At the very least, you should entrust a good job before you cultivate. I passed by that place a few days ago and saw that the 3-leafed bright flame flowers were almost wilting. This won't do. We must write a joint petition to kick this brat out. This is for the sake of the 100-herb garden. Without exception, these people were all disciples who had just arrived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to talk about another disciple who had just arrived. At this moment, the crowd was enraged and they all requested Xianxia to take the lead and drive Li Qingshan out of the 100-herb garden. The corners of Xianxia's lips slightly rose as he turned around. Junior brothers and junior sisters, please calm down. That Li Qingshan's actions are obvious to everyone. Perhaps he didn't do it on purpose. I believe senior sister Ruan will give everyone an explanation. Not everyone is suitable to work in the 100-herb garden. Senior brother Shen is too magnanimous. He must have done it on purpose. Senior martial brother Shen is a gentleman, but you're gauging the heart of a lowly person with your own eyes. Senior sister Ruan is in seclusion right now, and we don't know when she will come out. We can't let this kid ruin the 100-herb garden. Since senior sister Ruan is not here, senior brother is in charge of the 100-herb garden. Why don't we join hands to take him down now and throw him out of the 100-herb garden? Xianxia repeatedly waved his hands. I am indebted to all the junior brothers and junior sisters for their kindness. I only stayed in the 100 Herb Garden for a few more days. How could he have crossed the line and done such a thing? Senior Marshal brother, please don't decline. This was all for the sake of the Herb Garden. When senior sister Ruan comes out of seclusion, we'll ask for her forgiveness together. Xianxia declined again. This 100 Herb Garden does not allow fights of magic. If he fights back and injures many flowers and trees, what should we do then? Senior brother, you're putting that kid in your eyes too much. If that kid dares to make a move, then it's his fault. Besides, with senior brother's cultivation, dealing with a lucky disciple who has just entered the sect should be a piece of cake. Why would you need to fight? Xianxia muttered to himself irresolutely for a long time before letting out a long sigh. All right then. He bowed towards the east 3 times. This one has a duty to fulfill. I ask for senior sister's forgiveness. If there was anything wrong, go ahead and ask for instructions. After waiting for a while, there was no sound. Xianxia smiled in his heart. That boy's actions most likely infuriated her. She has always regarded the flowers and plants in this 100 Herb Garden as extremely important. It's just that she didn't want to lose face, so she couldn't do anything about it. Me chasing that brat out might be what she wanted. With a wave of his sleeves, he said, let's go. Junior brothers and sisters, please be my witnesses. The group of people rode the clouds and rode the mist, flying through the air towards the gold leaf Bodhi tree. In the evening rain, the gold leaf Bodhi tree still shone brilliantly. In the distance, many figures could be seen moving in the forest below the hill. They seemed to be working. So many people? Aren't they doppelgangers? Would I not be able to distinguish between doppelgangers and people? Besides, how could there be so many doppelgangers? Xianxia frowned. Could it be that someone had come to help him? But he felt that it wasn't very likely. In this 100 Herb Garden, even the attending disciples didn't dare to disobey his orders, not to mention those steady companions and attendants. When he got closer, his eyes suddenly widened. Those figures were actually doppelgangers. But their bodies were too similar to real people, even their faces could be clearly distinguished. The figures were working in the forest, some fertilizing and some watering, working together with tacit understanding. Apart from the doppelgangers, there were actually more than 10 puppets. A red puppet spewed fire from its mouth, watering a cluster of 3-leafed bright flame flowers. The petals unfolded in the flames, without a hint of wilting. The rest of the puppets also had their own functions. They were operated as if they were alive. The cultivators behind were also shocked. They really are doppelgangers. How can he have so many doppelgangers? There are so many puppets. That consumes a lot of spiritual sense, but he can actually control them to such an extent. How did he do it? What cultivation level is he at? Is he really a nascent soul cultivator? If he went through 4 heavenly tribulations, wouldn't he have even more doppelgangers? And look at his work, it's so meticulous. He's practically a veteran among veterans. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like he hasn't done it before. For a moment, all the anger and dissatisfaction turned into indescribable surprise. Xianxia frowned, suddenly feeling a great threat. This was no longer just a matter of vying for justice, but also related to his status in the 100 Herb Garden. In these years, there were also many inner disciples who worked in the 100 Herb Garden, but he found ways to push them out. He had the advantage of the heavenly book of nature. Other people, even if they had the same cultivation level, couldn't compete with him. In the end, he discovered that he couldn't get as many benefits here, so he might as well do other work. The contribution bookmarks that the 100 Herb Garden could provide were all given out together by the Myriad Appearance sect, and then distributed by Ruan Yaozhu, the master of the 100 Herb Garden, according to work. Xianxia had obtained a lot of benefits from it over the years. That was why he could increase his cultivation level so quickly, approaching 5 heavenly tribulations. If it was said that he only had some thoughts about Ruan Yaozhu, then he would succeed if he couldn't. But this kind of resource was the root of his life that he absolutely couldn't give up. It was directly related to his cultivation path, so he absolutely couldn't let anyone threaten him. Rumble, 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 muffled thunder flashed in the clouds, crushing this part of the sky that wasn't that big. Xianxia shouted sternly, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was leisurely lying on the bamboo mat with his arms as a pillow. Hearing this, he didn't get up and lazily said, What's the matter? Xianxia floated down and walked forward. Changing his usual modest and gentlemanly appearance, he said in a harsh tone, Do you know your crime? What crime have I committed? You've neglected your duties and slacked off these past few days, isn't that a crime? The bottom of the hill was full of busy doppelgangers, so these words couldn't help but be a bit strange. Everyone knew that this time, Xianxia was really going to turn hostile, so they all kept their mouths shut. If Li Qingshan had continued to slack off, or if he had made a terrible mess and was willing to lower his head and admit defeat, Xianxia might have spared him. However, given the current situation, he had made up his mind to chase him out of the 100-herb garden no matter what. Li Qingshan smiled, Are you blind? Ai, this mouth of mine, why is it so disobedient? Everyone was shocked. The middle class of the myriad appearance sect was very clear. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, when a disciple who had just entered the hall saw a disciple who had just entered the hall, they had to bow in greeting, not to mention a disciple whose cultivation level was lower by a large realm. They didn't expect that this Li Qingshan would be so arrogant and bold, cursing as soon as he opened his mouth. Xianxia's expression changed, but he suppressed his anger. This matter was a bit over the line, so he had to do it beautifully. He coldly said, Working hard now, don't you think it's too late? Li Qingshan picked his ear and lightly blew at it, What does it have to do with you? Ai, forget it, let it be. As long as it's happy, it's fine. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore and angrily shouted, Audacious. You, a disciple who has just entered the hall, dare to be rude to a disciple who has just entered the hall. Not only is this dereliction of duty, it's also rebelling against your superiors. Originally, I wanted to drive you out of the 100-herb garden, but now, I have to send you to the punishment bureau for trial. I can't go to the punishment bureau. Li Qingshan smiled. Ling Yuan didn't like him, so wouldn't he be sending himself to his door? This isn't up to you. Xianxia summoned a 9-segment green bamboo cane, and like a bolt of lightning, he pointed it at the space between Li Qingshan's eyebrows. Li Qingshan lazily got up, and with a casual grab, the 9-segment green bamboo cane fell into his hand. With a forceful thrust, it hit Xianxia's chest with a speed faster than before. Xianxia flew down the hill, and the sound of bones breaking could be faintly heard. Xianxia's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Relying on his higher cultivation level, he thought he could easily take down Li Qingshan, but he didn't expect that it would be like this. Only then did the crowd of cultivators react, and they were all stunned. The one who flew out was Senior Brother Chen? How is this possible? There is a large realm difference between them, so how come the situation seems to be reversed? Some people also noticed that the hundreds of clones and more than 10 puppets were still working in an orderly manner, not the slightest bit affected. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, Li Qingshan stood upright, looking in all directions. After a period of cultivation, he had completely adapted to the laws of the human world. Even if it was suppressed, power was still power. Human cultivators had never been known for their valiant physiques. If Xianxia had used his spells from a distance, perhaps he could still fight, but to actually directly use his bamboo cane to strike, and even underestimate the enemy, he was simply asking to be humiliated. Within 10 steps, he could defeat a country. Even the Hui Long who had the body of a true dragon did not dare to underestimate him. Not to mention a stinky gardener who cultivated the natural heavenly book, had a weak physique, and was not good at fighting. Li Qingshan, you dare to attack Senior. Xianxia soared into the air and pointed his halberd at Li Qingshan. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and green light flowed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, but his face was still red from shame and anger. Who do you think you are to be my senior? If we were not in Herb Garden, you would already be a dead man. Scram before I get angry. Li Qingshan impatiently waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Good. Today, I will clean up for Herb Garden and Myriad Sect. In spirit leaving body. Xianxia shouted and a green shadow appeared behind him. It had the same appearance as him, but it had a trace of majesty and a feeling of floating like an immortal. Human cultivators transforming their nascent souls into deities was the first step on the path of immortals. There was a qualitative difference between them and nascent soul cultivators. He raised his hands and green light condensed. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, illuminating the drizzling night rain. A green robe floated in the air. It was obvious that he was going to use an amazing spell. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Li Qingshan shook his head. He felt the bamboo cane in his hand tremble and wanted to fly away. He could feel that this was a good magic treasure, but it was not a qualified weapon. At least, it was not born to fight and kill, but more like a tool. He grabbed both ends and bent them. The bamboo cane immediately bent like a bow. It did not break, but it still made waves. What do you want to do? Stop right now. You dared to destroy my magic treasure, I will not let you off. Xianxia's complexion changed greatly. This 9-segment green bamboo cane was his natal magic weapon. Not only was it not easy to obtain, but it also cost him a large amount of green jade lots. It had been with him for many years. A small part of the reason why he was able to thrive in the 100-herb garden was because of this 9-segment green bamboo cane. If it was broken, not only would he lose his bookmark, but his own spirit would also be damaged. It might even affect his cultivation. The Tao of Slaughter. It was a fight to the death. Massacring cities and destroying countries, there was nothing he wouldn't do. He didn't even care about his life. Why should I cherish a walking stick? If you don't have the determination to bet your life on it, don't start a fight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care and continued to exert force. AI, Junior Brotherly, stop. Guan Yaozhu walked out from behind the golden leaf Bodhi tree and walked past Li Qingshan. He casually took the 9-segment green bamboo cane and tossed it back to Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if he had been pardoned. Senior sister, you saw it, You don't need to say anything, I saw it all. Guan Yaozhu didn't look at him and directly interrupted him. She said with an unquestionable tone, disperse. Xianxia felt extremely wronged and said, but senior sister, this kid is lazy, rebellious, and rude. How can this kind of person stay in the 100-herb garden? Guan Yaozhu ignored them and only said to the visiting disciples, I hired you to work in the 100-herb garden, not for you to uphold justice. Please do your own things. If something like this happens again, leave the 100-herb garden. Yes, senior sister. Everyone loudly responded, not daring to disobey. This kind of safe, stable, and beneficial job was hard to come by in the entire myriad appearance sect. Who would be willing to be expelled from the 100-herb garden? Besides, after seeing Li Qingshan's performance, the injustice in their hearts also disappeared. This proved that Guan Yaozhu's vision was indeed not wrong. Even if they didn't want to admit it, this kind of method was definitely worth several of them. Xianxu's intentions were a bit suspicious. Only Xianxu's expression fluctuated. He was silent, as if he was very unconvinced. Guan Yaozhu looked over and saw Xianxu descending from the sky. He lowered his head and cupped his hands, yes, senior sister. Li Qingshan looked over Guan Yaozhu's shoulder and saw everyone bowing their heads. She was by no means an astute and powerful person. On the contrary, she was usually too gentle and too wooden. But at this moment, she unexpectedly had a kind of arrogant and imposing manner. After all, in the path of cultivation, cultivation was the most practical. A human emperor was a cut above others, and a modest and benevolent monarch was still a monarch. Guan Yaozhu waved her hand and everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan smiled and said, thanks. Guan Yaozhu returned to her senses and pursed her lips as she stared at him. Li Qingshan said, are you angry? Sorry, I shouldn't have cultivated for so many days. I didn't think it would take so long in the beginning. Not because of this. Oh, then blame me for hitting that Xianxu. But he was the one who made the first move. Li Qingshan raised both of his hands, but I'm still sorry, I shouldn't have caused trouble in your territory. It's also not because of this. Junior brother Shen has a selfish motive, so he wanted to find trouble with you. Even if you didn't make a move, I wouldn't have let him harm a hair on you. Li Qingshan was stunned, then why? Guan Yaozhu repeated word by word, the path of fighting and killing, you die and I live. massacring cities and exterminating countries, stopping at nothing. Only now did Li Qingshan understand that her dissatisfaction with him was actually because of one sentence. He thought to himself, women are really troublesome. But who asked this woman to treat me so well? He could only spread his hands, I'm just saying, but this is reality. I can understand that you cultivate the heavenly book of freedom and want to walk the path of freedom. Guan Yaozhu said, but I don't want you to become that kind of person who stops at nothing, or else I will loathe you. Li Qingshan frowned and didn't back down anymore. He looked straight into her eyes. What if I am that kind of person? What if I didn't just say these words, but also did them? I've already said that not everyone is as lucky as you to be able to live a clean and innocent life in this kind of place. Do you know how many battles I went through to be able to stand in front of you? I don't want to deceive you. If you loathe someone like me, feel free to chase me out of the 100-herb garden. But I will still do my best to repay your kindness. He could apologize for anything, as long as the person was worthy of his gentle treatment. However, the existence of Tao must be upheld, no matter who that person was. If someone questioned him with words, he would refute with words. If someone tried to stop him with actions, he would break it with his fists. Guan Yaozhu took half a step back and let out a long sigh. Isn't standing here enough? Of course not. Li Qingshan smiled, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. At least I want to be on equal footing with you, or let you call me senior brother. Guan Yaozhu said angrily, you wish. She then said seriously, I don't know what you have experienced, but I will do my best to persuade you to do good. Even if you are unhappy, I will still say it, because I believe you don't want to be a bad person. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. Then, he laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the rain. He was extremely happy. He set off towards beyond the 9 heavens. Along the way, it was not just for a promise, but also for meeting such a cute girl on the way. I'm willing to listen to senior sister's teachings. Guan Yaozhu said, don't laugh. There will be times when you'll be frustrated. Li Qingshan smiled, since I've come to the human realm, my greatest fortune is meeting you. Even if I'm a little frustrated, I can only endure it. Same to you. Guan Yaozhu could not help but avert her gaze, avoiding his burning gaze. She looked back at the many clones and puppets plowing in the fields. Maybe I should give you some more work. Li Qingshan clasped his hands, I couldn't ask for more. As a result, his responsible field expanded from a radius of 5 kilometers to a radius of 50 kilometers. It expanded by 25 times, and he was never disturbed again. He did not let Guan Yaozhu down. With the powerful deduction ability of the spirit turtle transformation and the keen senses of the Qilin transformation, he used the many shadow clones conjured from the heavenly tome of freedom to work hard day and night. Not only did he complete the basic work, but he also did everything he could to stimulate the vitality of all the plants, making them grow more and more vigorous. Another month passed like this. The 100-herb garden entered winter, senior sister. When the first snow fell, the fine snow drifted down and covered the ground. Guan Yaozhu arrived on the back of a deer. Li Qingshan was cultivating under the golden leaf Bodhi tree. He did not feel the flow of time at all. The last time they met seemed like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he saw Guan Yaozhu smile again. Guan Yaozhu looked around and smiled in satisfaction, you've done well. As she said that, she flicked her fingers. The badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up. He checked with his spiritual sense and was slightly surprised, so many. Guan Yaozhu smiled, originally, your reward should be half contribution and half bookmarks, but I made the decision for you and gave you both contributions. There's also an additional reward. Is this in line with the rules? Don't let Letian find fault with me and say I cheated. Over a month in the human realm. More than a year had already passed in the 5 continents world. Under the operations of Green Towering Mountain and the Banyan Tree King, a city of novelists was rising. It had already caused a wave in the entire world, and countless people had thrown themselves into this cause. Soon, he would be able to bloom and bear fruit, and then he could openly cheat. What, Letian? He's your senior brother. When you see me, you must call me senior sister. Do you understand? Guan Yaozhu lectured. However, she usually didn't have any majestic aura and still appeared weak and weak. Li Qingshan smiled and said, as the saying goes, there is no father and son in a casino, not to mention brothers and sisters. Guan Yaozhu shook her head helplessly. Don't worry, using bookmarks to exchange for contribution points, this is a common practice in the sect. There won't be any problems. I'm just worried that you'll be at a disadvantage. The better the 100 herb garden is managed, the better. The more spirit herbs I supply to the sect, the more contribution points and bookmarks I can get from the myriad nature sect. How can I lose out? That's good. Li Qingshan looked at the 9-colored deer strangely, wondering why she didn't interrupt today. The 9-colored deer raised her head proudly and closed her eyes. After what Guan Yaozhu said that day, she decided not to talk to Li Qingshan anymore, but because of Guan Yaozhu's unusual appearance when she returned to the cave abode last time, she still wanted to help her master keep an eye on him. Guan Yaozhu praised, the Book of Freedom is indeed mysterious. He's actually able to create so many clones while cultivating. It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. Li Qingshan sniggered. During this period of time, his heavenly tome of freedom could be described as progressing rapidly. His soul nascence had become more and more stable, and he had comprehended the cloning shadow transformation technique more and more thoroughly at the same time, which was why he had so many shadow clones. However, the Qilin longevity strategy wasn't on the right track as expected, it was still stuck in a bottleneck and couldn't get out. If it continued like this, he wouldn't wait for the Qilin longevity strategy to reach the first level, he would have to go through the tribulation. Guan Yaozhu smiled. If that's the case, then I'll leave this 50-mile radius to you from now on. Li Qingshan was surprised. You don't want me to work and cultivate at the same time? Guan Yaozhu shook her head with a smile. Li Qingshan thought for a while and said, give me some time. When I go through the 4th heavenly tribulation, I will have more clones, and then there will be no problem. Guan Yaozhu shook her head again. No. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Then I can only refuse. I can't take care of such a big place, my work and cultivation will all be delayed. Guan Yaozhu looked at his confused and indignant look and found it very interesting. You're too anxious. Why should I be anxious? You're anxious to accumulate contribution points and win the bet. You're anxious to cultivate and improve your cultivation level. It feels like something is forcing you, it's more serious than losing the bet. Shouldn't that be the case? It should be, but you should have heard of more haste, less speed. I only know that 10,000 years is too long, seize every minute. Oh you. Do you know why I didn't care when you didn't care about these precious plants and only focused on cultivation? Do you know why I didn't care? Do you know why there are 4 seasons in this herb garden? These 2 questions seemed simple, but Li Qingshan thought for a while and couldn't answer them. Even if Guan Yaozhu was on his side, she could still wake him up or arrange for someone else to help him take care of these plants. Most plants liked the height of summer and would stop growing once winter came. With the mysterious spells of the nature sect, they could completely keep this place in summer. Winter seemed very unnecessary. Didn't we set up this herb garden to cultivate rare plants and provide resources for the sect? Is there any other purpose? Guan Yaozhu reached out and caught a sparkling snowflake. She said with a smile, that's what you say, but you can't think about it. Li Qingshan said, Senior Martial Sister, don't keep me in suspense. Senior Martial Sister's long-winded speech will only annoy you. Junior Martial Brother, I'm all ears. The 9-colored deer suddenly coughed twice. Guan Yaozhu said, you have the Qilin bloodline, so you can feel the heart of the plants and understand their needs. You use water and fertilizer to the extreme, and control it to the slightest degree. What's wrong with that? All living beings, born in this world, must experience hardships in order to grow strong. There must be sunlight, rain, and dew, as well as snow and drought. Plants are intelligent, but they are ignorant and heartless. Besides, even humans, who are the most intelligent of all living beings, if you gave them whatever they wanted, what would they become? At least they'd be fat. When you don't care about them and only care about cultivation, these plants will wither a bit, but in order to obtain nutrients, they will take root even deeper. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, so I don't care. Instead, I'm afraid that you're taking care of them too meticulously, so I increased your workload. I didn't think you could do this. Li Qingshan sighed. I didn't think that taking care of them too meticulously would also be a problem. Guan Yaozhu smiled and comforted him. If it were someone else, I would advise them to take care of these plants carefully, because no matter how meticulous they are, they won't be able to reach your level. But you can do better. Cultivation is the same. It's good to advance bravely, but you can't be too hasty. More haste, less speed. If you're too impatient for results and want to do everything, you won't be able to reach your goal. In more practical terms, even if it's just to use their fruits and leaves to refine pills, it'll be most effective if they grow slowly. Let nature take its course. A light flashed in Li Qingshan's mind, as if it was the first ray of light that pierced through the dark night. He muttered to himself, let nature take its course, let nature take its course. I understand. He finally understood why his Qilin strategy of longevity had always been stagnant. It wasn't because he was too evil, but because he was too impatient. All along, he had adhered to the words advance bravely, advancing without fear of hardships and dangers. This spirit had long since fused into his blood, becoming a kind of instinct. The bottleneck of cultivating the Qilin strategy of longevity stemmed from this belief. However, the Qilin transformation was different from other transformations. It wasn't that he wasn't diligent enough. On the contrary, he was too diligent and spent too much energy. If there was a common characteristic among the rare flowers and plants in the 100-herb garden, it would be that they grew very slowly. Some spiritual trees didn't even change after more than 10 years. However, he was too impatient. Thus, he did good deeds and accumulated virtue just to be in line with the Qilin's path. Thus, he cultivated diligently, wishing that he could devote all his energy. It was like planting a seed that didn't germinate, so he watered it more and applied more fertilizer. He even couldn't help but dig it up to see if there was a problem with the seed. In the end, things didn't go as he wished. The seed didn't have a problem, but he had a problem. He once heard a story about a hunchback with the surname of Gua who was very good at planting trees. There was never a tree that didn't grow well, and it was very lush. Others couldn't learn it. When someone asked him, he said, I can't make the tree grow quickly or live long. I'm just following the nature of the tree. I can make the roots stretch out, make the soil firm, and so on. Once the tree was planted, there was no need to care too much and let the tree grow naturally. Others were either too careless or too worried. They would look at the tree in the morning and touch it at night. They would even shake it to see if the roots were deep. If they peeled the bark to see if the tree had dried up, they would kill the tree. Instead, the Qilin takes pity on the common people. Originally, as long as one had a benevolent heart, he would have the foundation to cultivate the Qilin strategy of longevity. However, he could never become a good person. It was inevitable that he would fall into a dilemma. The more he wanted to be in line with the Qilin's path, the more he would deviate from the Qilin's path. The Qilin's path didn't lie in being benevolent and kind, but in letting nature take its course. It was like the growth of plants and trees, withering and flourishing with each passing year. As long as he didn't completely abandon his benevolent heart, the Qilin transformation would grow like a big tree. Killing intent and evil thoughts were just necessary to go through wind, frost, rain, and snow. It wasn't possible, and it didn't need to be. Guan Yaozhu tilted her head slightly and looked at Li Qingshan strangely. She didn't know why her words would cause such a strong reaction from him. Her long-winded speech was actually not very popular. The other true disciples had their own Tao and did not listen to her. For a gambler like Li Tian, it would be useless even if she spoke for 1,000 years. As for those disciples who had entered the inner chamber, although they did not dare to disobey, they were afraid of her identity and status. On the surface, they flattered her, but in their hearts, they did not think much of it. That was why she told Li Qingshan in the beginning, there will be times when you will be upset. She didn't expect that it would have such a good effect. She couldn't help but feel a little proud and subconsciously stroke her hair. The 9-colored deer understood her the best and was extremely vigilant. Not good, this brat is too good at stirring up trouble. Soft blockhead likes this kind of thing. Bastard, he was so resolute just now, but in the blink of an eye, he seems to have gained enlightenment. Why don't I think these words are useful? Yes, he must be pretending. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. His whole body relaxed. The speed at which he operated the Qilin's longevity strategy was much slower, but it was more natural and peaceful. It was like the flowers and trees after the rain, looking brand new. The obvious change made even the nine-colored deer raise his eyebrows. He thought, this acting is too good. Looking at Ruan Yaozhu again, the smile on her face was even brighter, looking at him with eyes as warm as the spring breeze in March. Just like how men had the desire to save those who had lost their footing, women had the desire to tame ferocious beasts. The gentle young man could at most be a first-class spare tire, while the overbearing CEO was the eternal male god. Li Qingshan, the wild and untamed beast, seemed to have unwittingly catered to her mood, and her affection for him increased by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, he didn't think much of it. He insisted on his own path and wasn't stubbornly going his own way. If it was Ruan Yaozhu's method, it would allow him to take care of more land, obtain more contribution points, and improve his cultivation. But he still insisted on doing things his own way. That wasn't persistence, it was stupidity. But because of the special characteristics of the Qilin transformation, naturally, it was impossible for him to be enlightened and immediately ascend. However, he believed that after wandering for a long time, he had already found the right path. He then opened his eyes and cupped his hands in obeisance. Thank you for your guidance, senior martial sister. To me, these words are more valuable than a heavenly book. Ruan Yaozhu accepted it calmly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into a smile. No matter how powerful you are, when it comes to planting trees and flowers, I'm still the one who knows better. Now you understand. Nine-colored deer thought, not good, Softwood actually said such immodest words, he must be very proud of himself. This kid really does cultivate the sky demon path. I should have asked you for guidance the first time we met. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. That way, he could have saved 2 to 3 months of time. Perhaps he would have already transcended the 4th heavenly tribulation by now. Look, you're getting anxious again. You're afraid that I'll deal with you the first time we meet? Why would he ask me for guidance? And I don't know who you are. Why would I talk to you like this? Let nature take its course, and that's how I've come to this realization today. That makes sense. Li Qingshan nodded. Going with the flow of nature was indeed his biggest blind spot. This was because he had always relied on the stubbornness of the ox demon, the frenzy of the tiger demon, and the freedom of the ape demon to get to where he was today. He also had the noble heart of a phoenix that soared to the heavens and didn't fall to the mortal world. Although the spirit tortoise was quiet, it had a myriad of thoughts in a single thought, and it was inevitable that it would run out of tricks. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger and faster. He wholeheartedly wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. If not for Ruan Yaozhu's enlightenment, he might have needed a long time to comprehend it, and he had always helped her. He was indeed very grateful. Also, I'm indeed luckier than most people. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. I almost died during my first heavenly tribulation. Really? Li Qingshan was shocked. The first heavenly tribulation should have been the easiest. With her talent, there was actually a problem. At that time, I was just a servant. I didn't know anything, and I just wanted to go home. Haha, that's really interesting. Only now did Li Qingshan know that she had been forcibly kidnapped to the myriad phenomenon sect. She had left her home and parents, and suddenly turned from a princess to a servant. He really didn't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate. She had a gentle temperament and liked to meddle in other people's business, so she had suffered a lot. She was regarded as naive and ignorant by her companions, and they even repaid her kindness with enmity for small benefits. All of these made her heart full of pain. In order to go home, she had rushed to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but in the end, she failed and almost died. Every human emperor had their own legend. No one's journey was really smooth sailing. Luck could explain everything. Even at such a realm, there were still many trials and tribulations. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It rustled down and covered the Bodhi tree. The cheerful laughter became clearer and warmer. The atmosphere under the tree was filled with a happy atmosphere. Master, we should go back. The 9-colored deer's coughs were ignored several times. Finally, it couldn't help but interrupt. The word master was a very serious reminder. Wan Yaozhu finally came to her senses. She couldn't help but blush. She only said softly, "I'm leaving," and left in a hurry. Li Qingshan watched as her figure vanished into the snow. He felt rather unsatisfied, as well as rather melancholic. After standing for a while, he scratched his chest. He took out his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he threw this thought to the back of his mind. He still had a lot of work to do. A radius of 50 kilometers was a very large area. He didn't know if his shadow clone could reach that far. He had to improve his heavenly book of freedom and fractal shadowization technique. He also had to think carefully about what he should do next. Let nature take its course definitely didn't mean not doing or thinking about anything. It was just following the laws of nature. Although more haste, less speed, it was even more impossible to do it if he stood still. The key was to be just right. If he managed this land well, he would have a very stable source of contribution points. As his cultivation increased, it might not be any less than cheating from Spirit Venerable Guihai. In a cave abode in a distant mountain, the nine-colored deer, who had taken on the appearance of a young girl, grabbed Wan Yaozhu's delicate shoulder and shook it. "You must chase him out. You must chase him out. Do you hear me? He didn't do anything wrong." Wan Yaozhu shook her head helplessly. "Jiao, I beg you, stop shaking me. That's why it's scary. You should really see your expression just now." Wan Yaozhu felt a little embarrassed. "I just can't accept it. He keeps saying that I'm too lucky." The nine-colored deer said, "He's not the only one who thinks so. Who have you explained so much to? Believe me, this is your predestined fate." Li Qingshan would never have imagined that he would receive such an evaluation. However, if he really heard it, he probably wouldn't feel any desire. It wasn't like he had never done such a thing before. Not long ago, he transformed into a predestined fate and dragged Shualong down from the throne. She leaped into the air and turned into a white deer, running out of the cave. "I won't allow it." Wan Yaozhu raised her hand. Vines danced in the air and blocked the entrance of the cave. Thousands of leaves and flowers bloomed. The nine-colored deer looked back. "Do you know how many years it's been since you've been so angry? Softwood, where's your let nature take its course?" Wan Yaozhu's expression changed. Things didn't always go her way. She was already used to the greed and evil of people. Although she was still nagging and meddling, she no longer hoped to change anyone. She would rather retreat to the herb garden and let nature take its course. If Letian wanted to gamble, then let him gamble. If the white deer country should be destroyed, then so be it. However, Li Qingshan could be changed. Although he was stubborn in his Tao, he wasn't stubborn. After going through so much hardship to get here, he still had a kind heart. Now that he could finally find some peace in the herb garden, how could he just abandon it? She didn't think it was love, but when she thought of his shocked and disappointed expression, she couldn't bear to do such a thing. "Jiao, this is my own business." "Wan Yaozhu. How dare you say that? I'm so angry. Stop me if you can. I swear I won't rest until I chase that kid out of the herb garden." The nine-colored deer waved its beautiful antlers. Thousands of flowers withered, leaves fell, and vines cracked. "All right, don't be angry." Wan Yaozhu walked up and gently stroked her neck. "I know you're doing this for my own good," she comforted. "If I die, it's because my Tao heart isn't strong enough. I can't blame others." She spun around on the spot, her green dress fluttering in the wind. She smiled and said, "Am I that fickle that you don't trust me?" "How about we make a bet?" the nine-colored deer asked. "There seem to be too many bets recently." "You know I don't gamble," Wan Yaozhu said helplessly. "All right, what do you want to bet?" "Bet on whether that kid will leave the herb garden," the nine-colored deer said. This. Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood right now. After comprehending the Qilan's path, he had broken through the bottleneck immediately. All he needed to do next was follow the prescribed order. At the same time, he prepared to manage the responsible field that spanned 50 kilometers. There was a familiar cough. The nine-colored deer stepped through the wind and snow, leisurely walking over. "Hey, why are you here again? Where is senior sister Wan?" The nine-colored deer said in a reserved manner, she is cultivating in the cave abode. I came here secretly because I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Qingshan looked her up and down. Could it be that she had fallen for him? He wondered what he would look like if he transformed into a human. The nine-colored deer was annoyed by his stare. I hope you can stay away from her. Li Qingshan thought to himself, what a familiar dialogue. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. He smiled and said, isn't it far enough now? I want you to leave the 100-herb garden. Why? Li Qingshan asked curiously. He was just chatting with Ruan Yaozhu, but this damned deer seemed to dislike him. Because you disturbed the order of the 100-herb garden. It's not a good influence. That's not very fair. It was clearly someone else who came to find trouble with me. Moreover, when I cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will naturally bestow a new order here. Li Qingshan's face was full of confidence. The nine-colored deer couldn't help but believe him, but he deliberately said disdainfully, a new order, what a big tone. Li Qingshan spread his arms. When I cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will have 10 times the number of clones and will have a clearer understanding of the way of nature. At that time, you can drive that brat Xianxia out. The nine-colored deer was somewhat speechless. If someone else said this, it could be regarded as arrogance. But he seemed to really be able to do it. He said impatiently, let's put it this way, I don't want her to be too close to men. Li Qingshan was startled and took half a step back. You have that kind of relationship? Could it be, everyone has a lily in their heart? Thinking of what Ruan Yaozhu said, when she was at her most difficult, it was thanks to the nine-colored deer's support. This didn't seem strange, but he felt that it was too much of a pity. As his voice fell, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. The deer's hooves were ruthlessly grinding on his foot. The nine-colored deer gritted his teeth and said, what nonsense are you talking about? There was a burst of laughter in the 100-grass immortal's cave. Ruan Yaozhu happily watched the nine-colored deer suffer a setback and felt a burst of warmth. Everything she did was for her. They had accompanied each other for 1,000 years, sharing weal and woe, going through life and death together. It was much closer than that kind of relationship. Li Qingshan looked at his feet and spread out his hands. I'm the one who is baffled. I'm obviously doing well and helping senior sister Ruan, so why do you suddenly want me to leave? Is this your idea or senior sister Ruan's? The nine-colored deer slowly withdrew its hooves. Alright, I'll be straightforward. Yaozhu doesn't know that this is my idea. Li Qingshan said angrily, what exactly do you not like about me? I have a little Qilin bloodline and helped you win a lot of green jade lots. Even if you don't want to be friends with me, you don't have to be so hostile. To be honest, you're very good, and I don't hate you. Just because you helped us win those green jade lots, I should give you some benefits. But Yaozhu is at the critical moment of becoming a human immortal, and I don't want anyone or anything to disturb her and distract her. She's very gentle to everyone, and because you're very good, she's especially gentle to you. I don't think there's anything between you two, but even if there's only 1 in 10,000 danger, I'll try my best to avoid it. Do you understand? How about this, I won't let you suffer for nothing. If you're willing to leave, I'll give you 100 green jade lots as compensation. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. He walked back and forth under the tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, he said, you're right. I have to leave, but I won't take the bookmarks. You don't owe me anything, so you don't need to compensate me. Otherwise, this plot was too familiar. It was simply the rhythm of I'll give you 1 million to leave my daughter. You agree? The nine-colored deer was surprised. It thought he would at least ask to see Ruan Yaozhu, but it didn't expect him to agree so readily. And, I'll go and ask for senior sister Ruan's resignation. No, it's better not to see her. I'll write a resignation letter, and you can take it to her for me. Li Qingshan said and began to look for a pen and paper. He didn't hesitate to leave. The nine-colored deer blinked its eyes in confusion. Things were going so smoothly that it felt unreal. Her bet with Ruan Yaozhu was a bet on whether or not she could persuade him to leave 100-herb garden. If she couldn't persuade him, it would prove that he had other thoughts like Xianxia, just that they were hidden very deeply. Moreover, he was much more dangerous than Xianxia. Even if it was just to be safe, she had to drive him out. In other words, if he was willing to leave, he could stay. If he wasn't willing to leave, he would be driven away. Guan Yaozhu couldn't argue with her and could only agree. Otherwise, if she lost her temper, Li Qingshan would absolutely not be able to stay. Now that she heard him agree to leave so readily, her smile became even brighter. But it was a bit strange. She saw Li Qingshan hastily write his resignation letter and immediately start handing over work as if he was escaping. She also felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. Could it be that he really didn't have a trace of reluctance to leave? The nine-colored deer looked at the letter of resignation. It didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. Instead, it said that it suddenly had an important matter and had no choice but to leave 100 Herb Garden. It very sincerely asked for Guan Yaozhu's forgiveness. There was simply no fault to be found. This? You don't need to be so anxious? She suddenly realized that she had done a stupid thing. If she wanted to drive Li Qingshan out, she had to persuade Li Qingshan to stay. She was so conflicted that she wanted to hit her head against a tree. No, I'll leave immediately. Nine-colored deer was filled with unwillingness as she probed. You don't want to see her again and say goodbye in person? Maybe she will persuade you to stay. Li Qingshan sighed and waved his hand. No, absolutely not. I'm afraid we won't see each other again. Guan Yaozhu's expression darkened and she felt wronged. Even if I really can't keep you in 100 Herb Garden, I have never let you down. Why do I have to say such resolute words? Nine-colored deer was happy and thought that his plan worked. As long as Guan Yaozhu hated him, the bet was secondary. He pretended to sigh. As expected, you are very dissatisfied, but this is also human nature. You have just settled down and have such a good cultivation treasure land. Anyone would be dissatisfied if they were to be forced to leave. Xianxia cultivated Nature Heavenly Book and worked in 100 Herb Garden for hundreds of years, which was of great help to Guan Yaozhu. But don't worry, I will also invite him out in the future. But he deliberately used Xianxia to provoke Li Qingshan, thinking, hey, kid, you two have caused a ruckus. He can stay, but you want to leave. Let me ask you, are you convinced? If you're not convinced, then stay. It turns out that Xianxia also cultivates the Nature Heavenly Book. No wonder his aura is somewhat similar to senior sister Ruan's. However, I think it's better to let him stay in the 100 Herb Garden. What? The nine-colored deer simply doubted whether or not he had heard wrongly. Was this still the Li Qingshan who taught Xianxia a lesson without saying a word? Li Qingshan smiled and said, don't worry. I'm not so narrow-minded, and senior sister Ruan treats me even better. Instead, I have to thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for reminding me, otherwise it would have affected senior sister Ruan's cultivation. Then it would be too late for regrets. The nine-colored deer was somewhat moved. Then why do you want Xianxia to stay? Because you misjudged some probability. That guy Xianxia isn't even 1 in 100 million danger to senior sister Ruan. The 100 Herb Garden still has to be managed properly, so it's better to keep him. And the danger I pose to her is more than 1 in 10,000. Li Qingshan flung his bangs and couldn't help but sigh. Even if I don't have any improper thoughts, too much charm is also a crime. A loud bang accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the ground collapsed and cracked. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why did you step on me again? I don't know, I couldn't help it. The nine-colored deer squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He had never seen such a shameless person. Where did the stupid self-confidence come from? In the 100 Herb Cave, Guan Yaozhu was shaking with laughter. What was going on? Li Qingshan waved his hand. Take off your hoof. I'm leaving. You don't have to leave. The nine-colored deer said through gritted teeth. Facing such a lunatic, it was impossible for her to win this bet. I have to go. Li Qingshan said resolutely, forcibly pulling his foot back. He had always been a person who would repay a favor of a meal, and take revenge for a grudge. Guan Yaozhu's kindness to him was more than just a meal. Although she had always been dissolute, he was indebted to others. He absolutely could not harm the cultivation of others. This was where his principle lay. Go go go, please leave quickly. The nine-colored deer turned his head, feeling that he was about to be driven crazy by him. Okay, Jiao, you lost, don't be angry anymore. Guan Yaozhu appeared under the tree and explained the whole story, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, I made a bet with you again. Jiao was too worried about me and was too careful. This was the only way to prove to her that you are not that kind of person. No, she is right. This is my problem. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Senior Sister Wan, I'll remember your kindness. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. I'll definitely return the favor in the future. Guan Yaozhu smiled bitterly, please stay. I, your senior sister, will never have any improper thoughts about you. Really? Really? Guan Yaozhu was both angry and amused. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, then I can rest assured. He was still a little worried, if you need me to leave one day, just say the word. I won't say that. I hope you won't say things like we won't meet again. It makes me feel sad. Guan Yaozhu said sincerely. Although his blind confidence made things very strange, his intentions were definitely not fake. He would rather give up a cultivation treasure like the 100-herb garden and ignore the bet with Le Tian than threaten her in the slightest. I don't feel good in my heart either. Forget it, even if I stay in the 100-herb garden, try not to see me as much as possible. Humph, I come whenever I want. Is this my territory or your territory? Guan Yaozhu pouted, understanding Jiao feelings. These words were too infuriating. It was as if she couldn't help but give herself to him just because she came to see him a few times. I'm doing this for your own good. Actually, I have a lot of women. If you say that again, I'm really going to get angry. Guan Yaozhu interrupted him and narrowed her eyes. She still had a bit of self-respect. Since she was young, she had never been treated like this. The betrayal of her companions in the past was mostly due to jealousy. Even among the true disciples, there were many who were willing to become Tao companions with her. Brat, you're too full of yourself. Alright. I'm going to start cultivating. Li Qingshan asked her to leave. He looked at her as if she was a little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He almost touched her head and said, hurry up and go home. Li Qingshan. Guan Yaozhu felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She wanted to leave, but if she just left like that, it would be too unnatural. She glanced at Jiao with a reproachful expression. Heavens, I finally understand what it means to be unable to escape a calamity. You two lunatics, you'd better behave yourselves. The 9-colored deer couldn't stand it anymore and let out a sigh. Not only did it not achieve its goal, but it also pushed them from behind. Filled with grief and indignation, it rushed away against the wind and snow. To be continued. Heavy snow fell one after another. The Bodhi tree was covered in frost, but the golden leaves didn't wither. They shone with golden light through the frost and snow. The iron gourd hung upside down and shook a few more times before helplessly dropping the last drop of wine. Li Qingshan smacked his lips, it seems like the new year is coming. There was a saying, there is no 60-year cycle in the mountains, one does not know the year after the end of the winter. Cultivators' time was often counted in thousands of years, so the one-year plan of mortals didn't seem to have much meaning. However, since he was once a mortal, he couldn't be completely unmoved. Not to mention that he was all alone, eating the wind and drinking the snow, drifting for tens of thousands of miles. Time flew by, and it was deep cold. Everything stopped growing, and there was much less work. Everyone gathered in the small town to celebrate. Because of this 100-herb garden, they felt the seasons more clearly than normal cultivators. Cheerful laughter floated over the distant mountains, and along with the cold wind came the aroma of all kinds of food. Li Qingshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course, no one came to invite him. Other than Xin Yushu, he didn't even talk to them, so he was happy to be alone. However, after being probed by the 9-colored deer, Guan Yaozhu didn't come again. It seemed like she had wisely accepted his suggestion. Although he didn't regret it, he couldn't help but feel some regret. It had to be said that he really liked her. If he didn't have the ambition of the 9 heavens, staying with her in this 100-herb garden seemed like a good choice. However, why did it have to be her? He didn't care about anything and had already let down too many beauties. He shook his head and cast his consciousness towards the five regions world. Although it was winter in the mortal realm, here was the golden autumn harvest season. On the fertile plains, a majestic city stood. Its layout was actually somewhat similar to Wanxiang City, especially the tall buildings in the city, which were almost the same as the sky, just that the scale was many times smaller. This was the Cloudvoid City that Li Qingshan personally built with the mighty power of the world for his grand plan. That's right, this name came from the original Cloudvoid Society, and Lu Chuanfeng was the current Cloudvoid City Lord. In the past, the 100 schools all had their own holy lands. For example, the Buddhist Lingua Temple, the Medicine School's Imperial Hospital, and the Confucian School's Imperial College. Only the School of Novels did not. Now that Li Qingshan, a disciple of the School of Novels, had carried it forward, it finally had it. The various holy lands were different. This place did not belong to cultivators alone. Most of the people in the city were mortals without any power. Because the location Li Qingshan had chosen was too good, it suddenly became one of the most important transportation hubs in the continent, with countless Jianghu travelers and merchants coming and going. There were also countless down-and-out people who put their life experiences and thoughts into words to fight for a future. The first year, under Qian Lingji's guidance, the Lord of Cloudvoid City, Lu Chuanfeng, acted as if he was buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. Gold and silver were not stingy at all. Regardless of the quality of the novels they collected, all they wanted was to attract more people. Later on, they began to pay attention to quality, and the threshold was also extremely low. Facts had proven that as long as there were enough benefits, humans could always burst forth with unimaginably powerful motivation. In just a few years, the pseudo-heaven had accumulated more than 10,000 volumes of novels. After careful selection, there were still nearly 100 scrolls left. Li Qingshan swept his eyes over them and recorded them all into a jade scroll. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's time to buy some wine to drink. The long road is long, don't sigh at the lonely journey, there will be a day when the world knows you." In the small town surrounded by mountains, the voices of people were clamorous, toasts were exchanged, and it was very lively. The banquet was in full swing, and Xianxia sat high up. He was fawned over by everyone, but his face was shrouded in a layer of haze, without the slightest bit of joy. Guan Yaozhu did not accept his invitation, and that damned Li Qingshan continued to expand his territory. In a short 2 to 3 months, he had reached a circumference of 100 li. What was even worse was that he also took care of the thousands of strange flowers and plants within a circumference of 100 li in an orderly manner, not only proving himself, but also proving Guan Yaozhu's accurate vision. Guan Yaozhu's favor towards that Li Qingshan was simply unusual, and the meaning behind it made him tremble with fear. Guan Yaozhu was clearly already very dissatisfied with him. If there was a day when Li Qingshan crossed 4 heavenly tribulations, had stronger power, and had more doppelgangers, then he would immediately be kicked out, just like those losers that he had driven out. Those losers at least had other choices, and for him, there was no place more suitable for cultivation than the 100-herb garden. Crossing 5 heavenly tribulations, the dream of becoming a successor disciple would be extended indefinitely, and becoming Tao companions with Guan Yaozhu was even more of an idiot's ravings. He couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. Perhaps he should not have shown it so directly, and should have waited until he became a successor disciple before slowly plotting. But if it wasn't for obtaining her help, why would he have racked his brains and risked defending her to press forward step by step? He was too confident, thinking that no one could replace his position with a volume of the natural heavenly tomes, otherwise he would not have dared to take an inch and take a mile. He did not expect that a person who cultivated another heavenly tomes could also replace his position. Damn it! A trace of harshness flashed through his eyes, and the wine cup in his hand cracked. The crisis was constantly approaching, but he could only sit here, without the slightest bit of a solution. This was the 100-herb garden, and everything was under her control, so he couldn't use any tricks. She seemed to be looking down at him from a high position. It was her usual gentleness and dullness that gave him an illusion that the distance between them was very close. At this time, he suddenly realized that there was a huge gap between a chamber disciple and a successor disciple. If he was expelled from the 100-herb garden, not only would it greatly affect his cultivation, but he would also be questioned and even suppressed. Because her prestige in the myriad appearance sect was too high, making her an enemy was equivalent to carving the word bad on his face. Just when he didn't dare to continue thinking about it, a cultivator quietly came behind Xianxia and sent him a telepathic message. Senior brother Shen, that kid has left the 100-herb garden. Good, very good. Xianxia raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, then threw down the wine cup and flew away. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In the 100-herb cave, Wan Yaozhu slightly frowned. This Xianxia is too much. The 9-colored deer transformed into a human form and laid horizontally in the basket, its delicate legs swinging back and forth. It lazily said, he is afraid of being expelled from the 100-herb garden, so he wants to stake it all on one throw. Wan Yaozhu sighed. He has been in the 100-herb garden for so many years, even if he doesn't have any merits, he has still worked hard. As long as he restrains himself and works seriously, how could I be so heartless? Hee, although you both cultivate the natural heavenly book, the direction is very different. What you see is the growth of all living things. The heavens have the virtue of caring for all living things, using benevolence to shepherd all living things. This is the disposition of a king. He spent untold hardships to climb to this step. What he sees is the struggle of all living things, so he does his utmost to exclude those who are a threat to him. He still wants to get more sunlight and rain from you. This is the disposition of the common people. But cultivation methods are dead in the end, and people are alive. We have long surpassed the so-called king and people of the common people of the common people. Junior brother Li is also not from the royal family, but he has great ambitions, determination, and decisiveness, surpassing me. That kid is a freak, I beg you, don't praise him anymore. From Xianxu's point of view, of course she would expel him from the 100-herb garden. No matter how benevolent a king is, the common people are still skeptical. Besides, who would tolerate someone who wants to harm their own cultivation staying by their side? You have always been too easy to talk to, you should have ruthlessly beaten him long ago. But this is also good, at least he will not be a hindrance to you, much safer than that kid. No, I have to stop him. He still hasn't done anything. Could it be that you have finally learned to use your identity as a direct disciple to suppress people? The 9-colored deer teased. At least I have to remind Junior brother Li you want to see him? Nonsense. The deer's eyes flickered with a rare cold light, containing both admonishment and warning. Wan Yaozhu could only say, fine, I won't show myself, but I want to ask eldest Marshall's sister to help me keep an eye on them. They are all people of 100-herb garden, how can I sit idly by? Although Li Qingshan was good at fighting, Wanxiang sect was a place that paid attention to seniority. If he fought with an inner disciple in Wanxiang city, he would suffer greatly. She blamed herself for indulging Xianxia too much. Now that he was going to harm a good person, she definitely wouldn't let it go. Eldest Marshall's sister. The 9-colored deer revealed a strange expression. Although it could understand Wan Yaozhu's thoughts, letting that person interfere could cause trouble. Wan Yaozhu also felt it was inappropriate, but she insisted, even if it was Junior Marshall brother Li instead of Junior Marshall sister Li, I would do the same. The 9-colored deer saw her determined expression and knew it was useless to persuade her. Fine, do as you wish. He thought, this is also good, that person is much more powerful than me and has that kind of relationship with Yaozhu. Once he feels that the brat is a threat, he definitely won't let it go. I don't care what a blockhead like you thinks. Heavy snow also fell on the ocean. As the frigid wind swept about, it danced about wildly. The space between the ocean and the sky was chaotic and hazy. Li Qingshan whistled through it. Xianxia followed behind him from a distance. His expression was somewhat sinister, no longer as gentle as usual. He was like a predator chasing his prey, wishing he could immediately kill Li Qingshan on the sea. However, he forcefully suppressed this thought. They were both disciples of Wanxiang sect and killing each other was a taboo in the sect. If he killed Li Qingshan, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. As for not being a match for Li Qingshan, he didn't even think about it. I was too careless that day and fell into his trap, not being able to use many of my methods. If I had gone all out from the start and used my own soul to cast spells, how could a nascent soul cultivator fight him? What right does a nascent soul cultivator have to exchange blows with him? I only hate that bitch Wan Yaozhu for choosing that time to appear and humiliate me for nothing. He was full of resentment, but he did not care that Wan Yaozhu had helped him hold on to his natal magic weapon, the 9 sections green bamboo staff. And so many years of kindness. All of a sudden, Li Qingshan stopped and stood on the stormy sea. Could it be that I'd been discovered? Qin Yushu felt a chill in his heart and he quickly stopped. There was a faint trace of fear in his heart. In the 100 Herb Garden. It had been over 100 years since he had participated in a fight. Impossible. My cultivation of the nature heavenly tome excels in concealing my aura. He definitely won't be able to find me. Even if they find out, what can they do to me? Indeed, Li Qingshan did not notice him. Even if he did, he would not take it to heart. After all, he was just a petty person. What made him stop was a shining star in the boundless void, a brand new world. He had 2 mirror images. One of them was the world god of the 5 continents world, while the other accompanied the void-devouring beast as it traversed through the void. Flying to a new world, he had been waiting. After a long journey, Deep Blue Little Fatty finally arrived in front of the star. Without his orders, it could not overcome its instincts and devour its own kind. It could only approach to the extreme. Li Qingshan walked out of its abyss-like mouth and looked around. He could clearly see the continents and oceans under the cotton-like clouds. This world was much smaller than the 5 continents world, but it was much larger than the original small world. It was probably a small world that could accommodate one heavenly tribulation. Even if devouring it could not allow the 5 continents world to evolve immediately. It could also expand by a lot. It gave confidence to all the cultivators of the 5 continents world. He did not immediately order Deep Blue Little Fatty to do so. There were billions of living beings in this new world. He needed the heaven climbing vine. There was only one heaven climbing vine, and it had always been connected to the human realm. This was to prevent any changes in the situation and leave a way out for Little and the others. He held his chin and thought for a while. He decided to pull the heaven climbing vine out of the human realm and devour the new world first. After such a long time, the myriad phenomenon sect did not have any reaction. After all, Chualong was not dead. Even if he stayed in the sect, there was still a life lamp. It would definitely not be extinguished. This new world was too big. It should not take long for the devouring to be completed. When he connected the heaven climbing vine to the 5 continents world and Deep Blue Little Fatty, he immediately started devouring the new world. In the new world, all living beings looked up to it. A month ago, a dark blue giant star appeared in the night sky. It kept growing bigger and could be seen clearly even in the daytime. At this moment, it finally covered the whole sky. It gave people the illusion that the sky was clear for miles. However, there were no sun, moon, or stars. The fear of the end of the world had pervaded the air for too long. At this moment, there was a strange tranquility. All they had to do now was to accept their fate. No one would ever be able to forget this scene. A black crack appeared in the sky and suddenly covered the entire sky. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. It would be great if he could have such power in the human realm. He smiled and continued forward. When he arrived at the Myriad Phenomenon City, he went straight to the sky. As soon as he entered the city, the female cultivator who led the way for him last time was waiting for him. Senior Brother Li, the Spirit Venerable asked me to bring you up. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Senior Brother? Senior Brother, you've improved by leaps and bounds on the Myriad Phenomenon list. You've already surpassed me. The female cultivator smiled warmly and spoke gently. Compared to the last time, she was a completely different person. When she first joined the sect, she was only a servant. It took her hundreds of years to become a nascent soul cultivator and become a disciple. She then found a job in the sky. But this Senior Brother Li in front of her was not only a disciple as soon as he joined the sect, but he also rose by almost 1,000 ranks on the Myriad Phenomenon list in a short period of time. He was even summoned by Spirit Venerable Guihai twice. It would not take long for him to become a disciple. How could she not take care of him? Myriad Phenomenon list? Li Qingshan had never heard of such a thing. Senior Brother, don't you know? It's no wonder. You just joined the sect not long ago. You're really a genius. The female cultivator walked side by side with him. She talked and smiled as they walked. After listening to her explanation, Li Qingshan realized that the myriad phenomenon sect actually had such a magical place. He had to go and take a look later. After presenting the book this time, wouldn't his ranking rise even more? He didn't enter the city just to present the book. As a disciple, he could receive many benefits, such as cave abodes, dharma treasures, mounts, and so on. Guan Yaozhu brought him to the 100-herb garden the last time he left the city, so he didn't have time to receive them. Dharma treasures and mounts could be converted into bookmarks even if he didn't need them. But a cave abode was a must. He couldn't let little and the others be in danger. But thinking about it, the cave abode given by the myriad phenomenon sect wouldn't be much better. He wanted a large villa on the level of a true dragon cave abode, not a random, suitable house. But he didn't know how much the house price was here. But it didn't matter. With Spirit Venerable Gui Hai, he could afford it no matter how expensive it was. To be continued. What? The quality is too poor. Take a closer look. Li Qingshan held a brass lot as he said indignantly to Spirit Venerable Gui Hai. After putting in so much effort, he only obtained this much. This was very different from what he imagined. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai swept his gaze at the jade slip again and actually took back a mystic wood lot from Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan was enraged. These bookmarks added up were not even enough for a single green jade lot. This old bastard was not pockmarked but a scam. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai suddenly asked, "Where did you get these books from?" Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. It was meaningless to lie in front of this old bastard, so he decided not to answer. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai said earnestly, "Don't be indignant. The quality of the books you brought this time is much worse compared to the previous time. I have never misjudged the value of books. Yes, I was wrong." Li Qingshan thought about it and had no choice but to admit it. The books that he had brought last time were all exquisite works that had been washed over thousands of years. This time, however, they were the creations of a group of money-seeking people in just a few short years. Although they had been carefully selected, the quality of the books was naturally not the same as before. This shortcut was indeed not that easy to take. "Forget it, I'll find another way." Just as he was about to bid farewell and leave, never to return again, Spirit Venerable Gui Hai took out another green jade lot and handed it to Li Qingshan. What was this? Giving a carrot after a stick? Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Is this a consolation prize?" Spirit Venerable Gui Hai said, "This is the deposit." Li Qingshan said, "Didn't you find the books bad?" Spirit Venerable Gui Hai said with a faint smile, "Just because it's bad this time doesn't mean it'll be bad next time. I left some comments in the jade slip. Study them well. I believe it will be better in the future." Li Qingshan's heart palpitated. These books were not written by him, so what was there to study? He suddenly realized that there was a huge flaw in this matter from the beginning. Novels were indeed fictional, but they were definitely based on reality. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai was an existence that could infer a lot of information with just 1 or 2 sentences. Looking at his half-smiling expression, it was as if he had seen through all causes and effects. These novels may be inadvertently. Many things had already been exposed. The so-called shortcuts were mostly dangerous. A single misstep would cause one to fall into the abyss. His body would be smashed to pieces. What a blunder! Li Qingshan decisively returned the azure jade lot to Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai. "Sorry, I don't have any more." Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai had already turned to leave. What's done cannot be undone. If you can't bring more and better books, you'll be deceiving your superiors and will be punished severely. Li Qingshan felt a headache coming on. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai's meaning was, "It's too late for regrets now. Punk, you have already entered a den of thieves. If you don't satisfy me, don't even think of leaving unscathed." Spirit Venerable Gui Hai suddenly stopped. "Do you want to know the secret to longevity?" Yes. Mind your own business." Li Qingshan frowned and walked out of the sky. He took a deep breath of the cold air and his brows relaxed. He did not regret it. This was because he had no other choice. From the moment he refused to leave the myriad phenomenon sect, he was taking a risk. He had to take this dangerous path. It was not necessarily a bad thing to let Spirit Venerable Guihai understand the situation. At the very least, it could reduce his suspicions. Humans were always friendlier to things they could understand and control. Through Spirit Venerable Guihai's attitude today, one could see a thing or two. Furthermore, he did not have any ill intentions towards the myriad phenomenon sect. He came here to cultivate. Everything he did was beneficial to the myriad phenomenon sect's development. He believed that Spirit Venerable Guihai would only mind your own business if he saw all of this. Even if it was the worst outcome. In the future, his battle with Chuolong would be exposed before he joined the myriad phenomenon sect. It would not be considered a fratricide. Furthermore, he did not kill Chuolong in the end. It was just a personal grudge over benefits. He believed that when that day came, he would be an inherited teachings disciple. There was no need for the myriad phenomenon sect to deal with an existing inherited teachings disciple for the sake of an inherited teachings disciple who had fallen into the fiend domain. All in all, his luck was pretty good. Just as Spirit Venerable Guihai said, just because it wasn't good this time doesn't mean the next time won't be good. Cloudvoid City had just been built, and everything was still in its infancy. Since an experienced reader like Spirit Venerable Guihai was willing to believe that the next time would be better, he had no reason to doubt it. This shortcut could still be taken. Standing on the high platform and looking out, Myriad Phenomenon City was covered in white snow. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, giving off a festive atmosphere. There was a faint fragrance of wine in the cold wind, whetting his appetite. Following the fragrance, he found a restaurant. He first tasted a cup of every kind of wine and chose the best one. He poured all the bookmarks he had obtained from the book offering into the metal gourd. After taking a few mouthfuls, he felt a surge of heat rolling in his stomach. He immediately felt happy. Recalling the myriad phenomenon list that the female cultivator had mentioned, he went over out of curiosity. The square was packed with people and carriages. The sounds of chatter, laughter, and hawkers rose and fell, filling the sky. Amidst the surging crowd, Li Qingshan stood motionlessly in front of the myriad phenomenon list. He turned a deaf ear to the hustle and bustle as he looked straight at the top of the list. The heat in his stomach turned cold as he felt a sense of danger. The first on the myriad phenomenon list, Lin Xian. Or rather, Chu Tian. So he was the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect. In that instant, the past flashed past, and many questions were answered. Chu Tian was the reincarnation of the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, Lin Xian. His unparalleled talent came from this. After all, he had been a human sovereign in his previous life. Although he was not a true reincarnation of a deva, there were not many deva who could be compared to him even in the heavenly Tao. Qian Rongji's sky-climbing vine must have come from him as well. Back then, he was still the stupid Chu Tian. The reason why she was able to gain Chuolong's trust and successfully counterattack was probably because she had impersonated Lin Xian. Only after coming to the myriad phenomenon sect did he understand how precious a heavenly book was. It was a peerless cultivation technique that could help one become a human immortal. Lin Xian was able to casually take out a heavenly book of cloud furnace to thank Ruexian. How generous was that? However, he had even more questions. Why did Lin Xian reincarnate? First of all, it was definitely not to cooperate with Chuolong's plan. He also found Chuolong's name on the myriad phenomenon ranking, and it happened to be the last among the direct disciples. How could the strongest cooperate with the weakest, let alone make such a huge sacrifice? The 9 states was not worth Lin Xian giving up everything. Moreover, Chuolong was determined to have the 9 states as his territory. Lin Xian could not monopolize it. To the myriad phenomenon sect, it was not worth it to trade a direct disciple for a grotto heaven. Moreover, it was the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect. Then there was only one explanation. Lin Xian's lifespan was almost up, and he had to reincarnate. If Li Tian could make a bet with Oxhead Ah Bien, then with Lin Xian's identity and cultivation, he could naturally do something. Thus, he successfully reincarnated into the 9 states and brought a sky-climbing vine with him. Even if he reincarnated as a dog, he could quickly become a spirit. As for why he did not reincarnate into the mortal realm, there were probably a few reasons. The mortal realm was too vast, and it was not easy to find. If it could be easily found, the myriad phenomenon sect was probably not without enemies. Moreover, in the mortal realm, low-level cultivators were too weak, and there was no guarantee of their safety. It was different in the 9 states. With Chu Tian's talent and the help of the sky-climbing vine, he could quickly make a name for himself and protect himself. Moreover, the system of the 100 schools of thought seemed to be tailor-made for him. Lin Xian had a close relationship with Chuolong. Chuolong must have received a lot of help from this eldest senior brother for him to be able to reach the level of human sovereign so quickly. Lin Xian must have been preparing since then. With this relationship, Chuolong could be his guide and help him recover his memory and cultivation as soon as possible so that he could return to the myriad phenomenon sect. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Before he recovered his memory and cultivation, he was bitten by the poisonous snake, Qian Rongji, and almost lost his life. Although it was a blessing in disguise, and he recovered some of his memory, he knew from the incident with the banyan tree king that his memory must be incomplete. The spirit of a severely injured foundation-building cultivator could not bear all the memories of a human sovereign. A random scroll of the heavenly book contained a vast amount of information. In order to reincarnate and cultivate again, he probably prepared more than one scroll of the heavenly book. In addition to the large amount of experience in cultivation, the memories left behind in other areas were even more limited. This was not good news to Li Qingshan. It meant there were even more unpredictable variables. If it was just a hui long as his life lamp was not extinguished, no one would find it strange even if he did not appear for 8 to 10 years. This was the lifestyle of cultivators. However, if it involved a reincarnated senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, then things would be hard to say. Who knew how many friends and enemies he had in the myriad phenomenon sect? Countless people were eyeing the true dragon abode. Perhaps even the 2 sect masters of the myriad phenomenon sect would pay special attention. Little and the others have been staying in the true dragon abode. Although it is beneficial for cultivation, it is too unsafe. I have to change places as soon as possible, even if it is just a little bit worse. Li Qingshan made up his mind. However, Deep Blue Little Fatty still needed some time to devour the new world. If he pulled out the sky-climbing vine now, who knew how many people would die? Nothing happened after so long, it can't be such a coincidence. Li Qingshan suppressed the trace of unease in his heart and continued to head to the spirit beast garden to collect his mount. However, a Mahist master once said, if you are worried about something happening, then it is very likely to happen. North of Myriad Phenomenon City, 18,000 li. The wind howled and the waves raged, slamming against the black cliff again and again. The snowstorm danced and rumbled as it swept past the cliff. A black stone tablet stood on the cliff overlooking the raging sea. 4 large words were carved on it, Xianming Cave Abode. If Li Qingshan was here, he would definitely be able to tell that these words were written by the same person as the true dragon abode. Behind the stone tablet was a mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of li tall, piercing through the clouds as if it was connected to the sky. There was no peak at the top, only a deep abyss that spanned dozens of li. It was like a black eye embedded in the sea of clouds, staring at the endless sky. The abyss was so deep that even light could not illuminate it. A lucky snowflake was swept up by the storm and sent above the clouds, but unfortunately fell into the abyss. It had a crystalline color and a hexagonal shape. Like a stray spirit, it wandered around hesitantly, drifting lightly. After drifting for an unknown period of time, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Without a sound, a faint ripple appeared on the black and transparent surface of the lake, melting away its sparkling color and hexagonal shape. The ripple should have quickly calmed down, but the surface of the lake gradually surged. It's about time. Lin Xian, have you failed? A deep and powerful voice muttered to itself. A pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the black lake. The dark body at the bottom of the lake suddenly moved. Its black scales rippled like flowing water. Its 5 claws stretched out and dug into the craggy rocks. It propped up its huge body, raised its head, and roared towards the sky. Boom! It was as if a 1,000-year-old volcano had been resurrected in the blink of an eye. What gushed out wasn't lava or fire, but a raging wave that weighed tens of millions of tons. An angry dragon emerged from the surging waves. At this moment, the majestic roar of the dragon could be heard, scattering the layers of clouds for thousands of miles. The surging waves turned into clouds that surrounded a gold-eyed profound dragon and soared into the sky. The dragon head was headed in the direction of the true dragon cave, separated by a transparent crystal wall. Xianxia focused all of his attention on a strange fish egg with wings. All he saw was it fly around in the water, kicking up a series of splashes. It seemed to possess some kind of strange power. The description on the sign on the side was as follows: Glory fish egg, adult glory fish. Fish body, bird wings, sound like mandarin ducks, can fly and swim, and is good at water. Legend has it that it is related to the Kuanping by blood, but it hasn't been proven. It's worth 7 brass sticks, buy 2 get 1 free. I can give it to Yening to play with. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. He continued forward and arrived in front of another iron cage. Inside was a big brown bear. Its eyes were closed as if it was sleeping, and it was hugging a wooden stake in its arms. The sign beside it showed that this was a bear cub. Rather than saying it was sleeping, it was more accurate to say that it hadn't even opened its eyes. Its price was much more expensive than those glory fish eggs. The bear cub rolled around in its sleep, and the wooden stake in its arms shattered with a crack. Even a cub is so fierce. I wonder how fierce it will be when it matures. No wonder it needs such a thick iron cage. Xianxia continued forward. Iron-eating beasts are also known as black and white bears. They can eat iron and bamboo, and are intelligent. Note, they can be raised even when they are not young. This is good, this is good. Xianxia was like a little kid visiting a zoo for the first time. He was so excited that he wanted to clap his hands. This spiritual beast garden was really too fun. It was somewhat similar to the herb garden. They were both grotto heavens, and the inside was like a natural park. There were all kinds of strange and rare beasts for people to choose from. Whether they flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water, there was everything. Some spiritual beasts could fly in the sky, run on the ground, and even swim in the water. Many of them had only been heard of in legends, and some were even unheard of. Senior Martial Brother, have you chosen? This iron-eating beast was caught by our senior martial brother Sima from the spiritual beast garden with great difficulty. It's very easy to raise. All you need is bamboo and iron. If you want to raise a bear cub, you'll have to buy at least a few thousand kilograms of meat a month. That's not a small amount. The iron-eating beast is also a bear, and when it gets fierce, it's not much worse than a bear cub. It's even more human-like, and it's said that it can control one's mind. Look at its eyes. The female attendant in charge of reception introduced it very enthusiastically. She had already followed Xianxia all the way and had almost walked through the entire spiritual beast garden. She didn't reveal the slightest bit of impatience. Xianxia followed her finger and looked at the 2 dark circles under its eyes. The iron-eating beast also looked back at him. Perhaps because of the Qilin's bloodline, it seemed to be very close to him. It made him inexplicably have a strong urge to buy one to raise. However, this was choosing a mount, not a pet, so it was better not to waste a bookmark. Thus, he shook his head. Forget it, I'd better convert it into a bookmark. I like to walk by myself. The female attendant said, Senior Martial Brother, you're wrong. The so-called mount is just a saying. Which one of us doesn't know how to ride the clouds and the wind? Why must we ride on a beast? However, a mount is not only related to a cultivator's life, it's a lifelong companion that shares weal and woe. There's only one benefit that I can't not mention. It can greatly extend a cultivator's lifespan. What do you mean? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. It's a pity that their lifespan is too short, unlike the demon race who can easily live for tens of thousands of years. Thus, they have to learn from each other's strengths to make up for their shortcomings. They raise demonic beasts and sign a contract of alliance to extend their lifespan. Do you know Senior Martial Brother Letian from the Chaotic Life Mill? Xianxia said, sigh. However, I heard that he made a bet with Oxhead Ah Bien on the Yellow Springs Road. The female attendant smiled mysteriously. That's just a legend. Oxhead Ah Bien isn't that easy to fool. Have you seen that three-legged golden toad? Li Qingshan nodded. Three-legged golden toad is the best at extending one's lifespan. I'm afraid senior marshal brother Lu Tian only managed to stall for some time. It was the three-legged golden toad that helped him hang on to his last breath. Li Qingshan had all kinds of god-fiend bloodlines, so his lifespan was very long. He had never considered this problem before. Furthermore, lifespan actually didn't mean much to him. If he couldn't reach the 9 heavens in time, Brother Ox's enemies probably wouldn't let him off. However, through Lin Xian's matter, he could feel how important lifespan was to human cultivators. Normal nascent soul cultivators only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. It was far from being comparable to demon kings at the same cultivation level. He looked at the adorable iron-eating beast. Sigh, these demonic beasts are really pitiful to be used like this. The female attendant glared at him. Senior marshal brother, you can't say that. The people in our spirit beast garden are all very caring. No matter how intelligent demonic beasts are, they are still demonic beasts. In the end, they were just demonic beasts and could not be compared to humans. In the demonic beast path, only 1% of 10,000 glory fish eggs can become glory fish. Only one can grow and lay eggs. This adult fish will go through all kinds of elimination and escape from hunters. The chances of it cultivating into a demonic beast are even lower. What's the use of having a long lifespan? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. Not only do we give them a better environment, we take care of their food and daily life. We can also inspire their intelligence and teach them to cultivate, allowing them to step onto the path of cultivation. Only by cultivating will they have such a long lifespan. We treat them even better than our own fathers. They just take care of us and give us a portion of their lifespan. Isn't that fair? Pfft. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. This female attendant was rather interesting. Thinking of Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai and the 9-colored deer's grandeur, he, who was inferior to a deer and a tortoise, probably did not have the right to pity these demonic beasts. Even if one lived in this world, it was inevitable to be ridden. Furthermore, it was riding on a white mount. Just a few people would dare to make one work for them. It was better to live a carefree life with these mounts. Thinking back to when that bastard Chualong wanted him to be a mount, it had truly infuriated him. Now, from the looks of it, it was not entirely an insult. Instead, it had the intention of promoting him. However, he had no interest in such a good thing where he was second to none. If it was Huan Yaozhu. Ahem. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. However, I think it's best to change it to a bookmark. I already have a mount. The female attendant was flattered. She did not expect him to apologize to her. She could not help but blush as she asked shyly, Senior Marshal Brother, what is your mount? Our spirit beast garden also provides all kinds of exquisite food. It's not expensive either. There's a set meal here. Raising a mount is a great knowledge. If there's anything you don't understand, I can help you take a look. The main business of the spirit beast garden was not selling spirit beasts. Instead, it was providing all kinds of related services. She was not afraid that Li Qingshan would not buy a mount. She was only afraid that Li Qingshan would not raise a mount. Oh, it's a phoenix. Li Qingshan used Li Fengyuan as an excuse again. He was considering when to bring him to the human realm to play. He did not allow others to ascend because he did not trust them. As the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, Li Fengyuan was obviously not included in this list. He was not far from the 4th heavenly tribulation. He would definitely be a great help. Pretending to be a mount was not a bad idea. It was not worthwhile for him to ride him. It was only right for a son to carry his father once in a while. Phoenix. Phoenix. The female attendant was stunned. If the 3-legged golden toad was only good at prolonging one's life, the phoenix was good at nirvana rebirth. It was immortal and would be of great help to cultivators. Not to mention other benefits. However, the phoenix had a reserved and arrogant nature. How could it be a mount for someone? Senior Marshal brother, you are not joking, right? Li Qingshan said, no. Is there anything to feed the phoenix here? Forget it, he likes to drink wine and eat meat. Drink wine and eat meat. The female attendant was already sure that Li Qingshan was bragging. However, she did not want to expose him. She smiled and said, Senior Marshal brother, bring it to our spirit beast garden in the future. I have seen Senior Marshal brother Lin Xian's golden-eyed profound dragon once. However, I have never seen a phoenix before. Sigh, this Senior Marshal brother was so amiable. It was a pity that he liked to brag. Well said, well said. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. That trace of uneasiness that was suppressed suddenly became clear. Chuolong, come out. Along with the dragon roars, a cloud descended from the sky and shrouded the sky above the dragon pool cave. Dragon scales and dragon body flew in the air, dragon claws and dragon horns appeared and disappeared. Suddenly, a huge dragon head appeared. Little and suddenly opened his eyes, which were clear and calm. He looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yanning quietly. Gu Yanning sighed, we still can't avoid this. Qingshan has just retracted the sky-climbing vine. What a coincidence. Is it because of him? Little and said lightly, impossible. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, there is no such thing as dodging. Whether it is because of Qingshan or not, this is our problem. He closed his eyes and sensed, a true dragon that has gone through 6 heavenly tribulations is not easy to deal with. Gu Yanning stood up, I'll try. The true dragon's arrival was like a mountain pressing down on them, cutting off their path of retreat and putting their lives on the line. Yet, the 3 of them did not panic at all, let alone fear or worry. The golden-eyed dragon roared, if you don't come out, I'll break your cave immediately. Rumble. Thunder and lightning interweaved in the clouds, flickering indefinitely. Senior, please calm down. Gu Yanning walked out of the cave and came to the peak of the mountain. She bowed and asked, may I ask why you are looking for my emperor? Who are you? The golden-eyed dragon lowered his head and stared at Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning answered calmly, I am the subordinate of my emperor, Chuolong. I am here to guard the dragon pool cave. The golden-eyed dragon thought to himself, if she is not a disciple of the nature sect, then she must have come from the underworld. This means that the sky-climbing vine has been successfully reattached. The dragon was slightly relieved. Initially, he could sense Lin Xian's safety clearly. However, after he reincarnated, even the life lamp he had left in the sect had been extinguished. All connections were severed and he could no longer sense Lin Xian anymore. Where is Chuolong? Gu Yanning hesitated, this. Is he still in the 9 states? Gu Yanning didn't know the identity of the Golden Eye's profound dragon, but since she knew Chuolong and didn't attack the cave abode directly, she could talk to him. Then I'll be straightforward. My emperor is indeed still in the 9 regions. When will he return? I'm not sure about that. Sigh. Gu Yanning looked worried. He sighed. Why are you sighing? The 9 states are unfortunate. First, they were invaded by the demonic domain, then by the hungry ghost realm. I wonder how they are doing now. You're lying, the gold-eyed profound dragon roared. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out at the same time, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Gu Yanning was shocked even though she was separated by the magic circle. She folded her hands and bowed deeply. Everything I said is true. I dare not deceive you. Senior, please understand. Humph. His courage was not bad. Go find Sui Long for me. Tell him to come see me immediately. The golden-eyed profound dragon had only made a feint, but his opponent's reaction was surprisingly calm, causing him to feel a little embarrassed. He even felt a little worried. Could it be that the cultivators of the Jiuzhou world were all of such high quality? That was too shocking. This was not normal. Gu Yanning said awkwardly, but my emperor asked me to guard the cave abode and cultivate. No buts. I'll give you 3 days. If he doesn't come in 3 days, I'll break into the cave abode and kill all of you. The gold-eyed profound dragon was full of killing intent. If Lin Xian had already met Chuolong, but Chuolong didn't dare to see him, then the problem must be with Chuolong. He had to find out the truth. Yes. Du Yanning returned to the dragon pool abode. Prepare for battle or flee. If we fight, we'll die. If we flee, we won't be able to. This is a familiar feeling. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. I've been wondering if there's something wrong with the world. There's only one way left. The three of them looked at each other. They said in unison, tribulation transcendence. The three of them were on the verge of the fourth heavenly tribulation. Unlike Li Qingshan, they didn't have to think too much. It was only because they were in danger that they didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. That was why they had been enduring. After this period of cultivation, they had already gotten used to the laws of the human realm. They could go through the tribulation anytime. Gu Yanning said, together? Little and said, together. The moment the heavenly tribulation started, the dragon outside would definitely be alerted. It might start attacking the cave abode immediately. There was no need to hide anymore. The gold-eyed profound dragon was in deep thought when he suddenly heard a special thunder. It was very weak, but it was different from the thunder he caused. It contained a trace of heavenly might. Looking over, tribulation clouds gathered in all directions. It was like an ambush had been set up on all sides. The heavenly might was vast. Tribulation lightning? The gold-eyed profound dragon instantly realized that something was wrong. Why did Lin Xian have to go through the tribulation the moment he arrived? Chuelong only needed to come out and explain. There must be a huge change. He shouted angrily, "Ant, how dare you bully me?" Originally, it would take some effort to break through this dragon pool cave abode. Now, I can make use of this heavenly tribulation to raise this place to the ground. In a split second, the giant dragon danced in the sky. Wind and thunder surged, shaking the world. Li Qingshan left the spirit beast garden. He still felt uneasy. In this world, the person who had the closest relationship with Lin Xian was undoubtedly that gold-eyed profound dragon. It was impossible for him to return to the dragon pool cave abode immediately. He could work hard to be a pioneer, but that was all. Luckily, they could all take charge. I hope it will be fine. Li Qingshan picked up the metal gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. Suddenly, he felt that he was being watched. He turned around. There was no one around, but the feeling of being watched did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Shen Yushu held his breath and hid behind a tree. Did he notice me? Impossible, how did he notice me? Why should I hide? He followed Li Qingshan all the way to Wanxiang City. While secretly monitoring Li Qingshan's whereabouts, he thought of a way to deal with him until he was outside the spirit beast garden. If I directly go out and provoke him, if he dares to make a move on me, I will purposely not hide. He will not be able to escape punishment. No, if this spreads out, it will be too embarrassing. Right at this moment, he heard Li Qingshan's footsteps approaching. His heart suddenly jumped, and he felt an indescribable panic. Li Qingshan raised his head and widened his eyes. He saw a rabbit squatting quietly on the tree. It had black fur, long pointed ears, and fiery red eyes. It was staring at him, or rather, staring at the wine gourd in his hand. A rabbit climbing a tree? This kind of thing was originally worth being surprised. But after strolling around the spirit beast garden, he wouldn't be surprised even if a sow could climb a tree. He rubbed his chin and pondered, it probably escaped from the spirit beast garden. No matter how comfortable it is to be a mount, it still yearns for freedom. The black rabbit actually nodded its head. Hey, it can understand human language. As expected, it escaped from the spirit beast garden. Li Qingshan noticed its gaze. He raised the iron gourd in his hand and asked with a smile, "Do you want to drink?" Did rabbits drink wine? Of course, after going around the 100-herb garden, this kind of thing wasn't strange at all. With a whoosh, the black rabbit jumped down from the tree at an astonishing speed. It hugged the iron gourd and drank. Li Qingshan noticed that its 4 limbs had sharp claws. Of course, this wasn't strange at all. However, it was quite interesting to watch rabbits drink wine. TSK, you haven't drunk enough yet. This little stomach is quite good at holding. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. When he picked up the iron gourd, he felt that it was empty. It didn't seem strange that a rabbit could drink so much wine. Not strange my ass. Li Qingshan grabbed the rabbit's ears and lifted it up. Bastard, give me back my wine. The black rabbit stared at him with a pair of fiery red eyes. It rubbed its stomach with its two front paws and lazily burped. Li Qingshan was furious and waved his fist fiercely. At this moment, the waitress who led the way for him came out of the door and wanted to send Li Qingshan off. She felt that this senior brother who loved to brag was quite interesting. He had a high cultivation base and a good character. Especially, he was also good-looking. Suddenly seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be stunned. This? I was just scaring it. Li Qingshan said embarrassedly. A big man bullying a little rabbit was too degrading. In the words of the spirit beast garden, it was no love. The waitress didn't say anything and immediately returned to the spirit beast garden. Li Qingshan looked up to the sky and sighed. Was it easy for him to earn some bookmarks? It wasn't easy to collect some books for the old tortoise, but it was all gone in an instant. It was equivalent to all the accumulated harvest of these days falling into the stomach of this damn rabbit. He said fiercely, "You drank my wine. I will never let you go. Say, do you like fried or steamed?" The black rabbit didn't seem to understand human words and pretended to comb its fur. The waitress hid back into the spirit beast garden and covered her mouth. That can't be big senior sister's black fur roar, right? Li Qingshan shuddered and suddenly looked back in the direction of the dragon pool cave abode. He frowned and thought, did something really happen? It can't be so coincidental, right? He had an urge to pull the sky-climbing vine back, but he endured it in the end. He was not so callous to disregard the lives of billions of living beings just because of a slight sense of danger. Otherwise, he would never have cultivated the Qilin longevity policy. He was only thinking and did not notice that the eyes of the black rabbit in his hand were turning redder and redder. Its originally minuscule aura was withdrawn as though it had fallen into a huge whirlpool. When it was withdrawn to the extreme, it would explode at a terrifying speed. My rabbit has a very bad temper, especially after drinking. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Somewhere in Wanxiang City, a certain senior sister's eyes shone with blood and fire as she muttered, "Hey, rabbit, don't cause too much damage to Wanxiang City. Otherwise, I'll deduct it from your wine bill." Li Qingshan shook his head. What was lost was already lost. There was no need to get angry at a rabbit. It would only make him look petty. Look at you. You don't even have any meat on you. It's not even enough for me to eat. Since I'm the one treating you, you can only blame it on your bad luck. Go. Just as he threw the black rabbit on the ground, it leaped back with a swoosh. Furthermore, it squatted on top of his head and the redness in its eyes faded a little. You're asking for a yard after being given an inch. Get down here. Li Qingshan reached out to grab it. The black rabbit jumped on top of his head and landed steadily on top of his head every time he missed. As expected of a spirit beast. Li Qingshan was shocked. Although the rabbit was not serious, it was quite extraordinary for it to be able to dodge his grabs consecutively. Li Qingshan was even more impressed. Forget it, since we drank the same gourd of wine, we can be considered drinking buddies. If you stay in Wanxiang City and get captured back to the Spirit Beast Garden, you will inevitably become someone's mount. What bullshit tea love. Beasts without a control is the greatest joy. Even if you are hunted and eaten, your life will not be in vain. Since you want to be free, I'll be a good person to the end. Let's get you out of here. He reached out to grab it again, and sure enough, it stopped jumping and obediently let him grab it. It blinked its red eyes. It regained its original luster. Li Qingshan put it in his wide-sleeved pocket and strode forward. He didn't know that he was on the edge of an extremely dangerous situation. Facing a demon emperor-level black-furred sky-gazing roar was no easier than facing a gold-eyed dragon. The woman said indignantly, "Humph. What kind of temper is this? You want to die just because I touched your ear. A single drinking buddy has bought you over." He took out a red gourd that was 10 times larger than Li Qingshan's metal gourd from his back. He gulped down a mouthful of alcohol and wiped his mouth. However, it's not good to use a drinking buddy as a meal. Not long after Li Qingshan left, Jin Yushu slowly came out from behind the tree and said with a sneer, "Sure enough, you have a lot of guts to actually dare to steal the spiritual beast garden's spiritual beasts. You just entered and you already learned to be a thief. Senior Sister Wan must be blind to appoint such a person." Using the heavenly book of nature, he blended his aura with the surrounding environment and followed Li Qingshan from afar to the spiritual treasure square. Seeing him disappear from the spiritual treasure square, he already understood that he was going to receive the various benefits of becoming a disciple. First receive a mount in the spiritual beast garden, then go to the spiritual treasure square to receive a talisman. Then, next, it would definitely be the Heaven Mansion department. He immediately came up with a plan. There was no need for him to appear personally. He didn't have to personally come out and make this Li Qingshan stumble. If he also stole the spiritual beasts in the spiritual beast garden, he could forget about staying in the 100 Herb Garden. Even Wan Yaozhu would have nothing to say. Li Qingshan came to the spiritual treasure square not only to receive the benefits. As usual, he first took a look around. The spiritual treasure square was like a museum. All kinds of talismans and weapons were displayed on the exhibition stand. There was also a simple introduction written on the side. There was no lack of powerful talismans, but as a disciple, the benefits he could receive were only at the level of ordinary talismans in the 9 regions. It was even inferior to those powerful talismans in the 9 regions. However, it was free anyway, so there was nothing to be picky about. He didn't even care about those powerful talismans. He, who cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, never relied on external objects. He directly exchanged the benefits for bookmarks and kept them in his pocket. "Can you repair weapons?" The attendant smiled and said, "Of course. May I ask what kind of weapon you want to repair?" Li Qingshan casually took out the last mad flower saber. A sharp and cold aura filled the hall, making the attendant's hair stand on end. However, he took a step forward. His eyes were shining, and he looked like he had seen a prey. "It's a sure divine weapon." Is there a weapon soul?" The blade was full of cracks and damage, but it revealed a fierce aura of surviving hundreds of battles. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Shura divine weapons didn't have as many changes as human talismans, but they were known for their sturdiness and sharpness. What kind of fierce battle did it go through to be so damaged? Li Qingshan asked with concern, "Can it be repaired? Could this be the last mad flower saber?" A male cultivator with a square face, wide ears, and a loud voice walked over. The badge on his chest showed that he was an inner disciple. Li Qingshan said, "Yes, how did Senior Martial Brother know? I can recite the weapon manuals of the Path of Azura's weapons of war like the back of my hand. Although I know the answer, I still have to ask, are you selling this saber?" "No." Li Qingshan shook his head. "As expected, you are just a nascent soul cultivator, yet you were able to gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul. You are really something. It's damaged so badly that we must use the Shura sacrificial altar. It won't be cheap to repair it. How many bookmarks do you want? I'll erase the rest for you." 8 green jade bookmarks. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan said, "I'll repair it." The Shura sacrificial altar was indeed amazing. Li Qingshan only waited for half a day and he returned with a brand new last mad flower saber. The saber's blade hummed, and the soul said, "Kid, you finally entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Why didn't you go to the path of Azura? What a loser. I will definitely go there in the future. Keep your word, don't go back on it." "And, thank you." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "You're welcome." One of the Grand Senior Martial Sisters laughed and said, "Interesting, to be able to gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul, no wonder Shin Yushu was no match for him. With this saber in hand, he can challenge most of the inner disciples." She touched her waist, and there was also a blood-red saber there. She was very sure that a person who could gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul was not a coward. Then why did he stay in the herb garden? With such a powerful weapon, wouldn't it be better for him to go out and fight? Could it be that he has ulterior motives towards my Juzi? Alright, for the sake of the Shura weapon soul, I have one more reason not to kill you. 998 more. A mystical dragon was rolling in the vast pool of lightning, its body covered in tens of thousands of lightning bolts. It was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. How can the fourth heaven's tribulation be so powerful? How can the fourth heaven's tribulation be so powerful? The golden-eyed mystical dragon was also shocked. With his help, the tribulation lightning became even more violent and turbulent. Occasionally, one or two lightning bolts would hit the dragon's scales. It actually felt a little painful, so it gradually retreated from the center of the pool of lightning. Humph, ignorant bastards. How dare you go through the tribulation in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. It's a pity that they'll definitely turn into ashes in the tribulation lightning. I won't be able to ask what's going on down there. Little and wore the 3 burial robe, which danced in the lightning bolts and gradually became tattered. He put his palms together and wrapped them around the skull prayer beads. He chanted scriptures. His flesh was torn apart by the lightning, revealing his white bones. Gu Yanning spread her wings and hugged herself like a bird in winter, silently enduring the harsh cold. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming was the calmest. He opened his chest and let the lightning strike him. Relying on the Azura immortal body and the Rahu clan's bloodline and physique, he stood in the rumbling lightning bolts with his head held high. He laughed and said, "How satisfying." They were not ordinary demon kings or nascent soul cultivators. They had accumulated a lot of experience and were so powerful that they were not afraid of the lightning bolts. Suddenly, a lightning sword condensed in the void, dragging a string of lightning behind it. It slashed toward the weakest among the three, Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the power contained in this lightning sword was stronger than thousands of tribulation lightning bolts. However, she had never heard of a fourth heaven's tribulation encountering such a situation. Was it really exciting to go through the tribulation with these two monsters? The heaven's tribulation was the supreme law. It was locked by the heavenly secrets and could not be dodged. The only thing she could do was to be prepared to take it head-on. A white shadow flashed in front of her. Little and stood in front of her, his bony hands holding the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. He met the lightning sword. Boom! The lightning sword flew backward, and the 3 burial robe almost turned into ashes. Little and took a step back and half-knelt on the ground. The Buddha-slaying sword was full of cracks, and his white of bones were trembling. Even the samadhi flames of white bone in his eye sockets had become much dimmer. Why? Gu Yanning was surprised. She never thought that Little and would block this attack for her. Little and said, "Conserve your strength." Gu Yanning nodded solemnly. What they had to face was not only this lightning tribulation, but also a true dragon that was eyeing them covetously. It was true that their cultivation had improved greatly when they had just overcome the heavenly tribulation, but it was also when they were at their weakest. They could not afford to get tangled up in battle. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression turned solemn as well. The tribulation thunder has condensed into a weapon. What a great honor! Tribulation lightning condensed into weapons, it would usually only appear after the 6th heavenly tribulation, specifically preventing people from becoming immortals. Using tens of thousands of tribulation lightning to condense a heavenly weapon, it could kill anyone who defied the heavens. Now, it was only the 4th heavenly tribulation, and yet it had appeared. Even if it was only a single one, it was still too terrifying. After the lightning sword was blocked by Little and, its radiance only dimmed slightly. When it returned to the surging lightning pool, it immediately regained its original radiance. In fact, it was even more intense. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Let me do it." Little and said, "Conserve your strength too." Luo Ho Xiaoming immediately understood what she meant. He smiled and said, as expected of the white bone inheritor, "You can still be so calm at such a time. You are not the slightest bit affected by emotions. However, can you block it?" "If I can't block it, I will die." The chaotic soul bell rang rapidly. The sound of the bell was like a real substance, creating a whistling thunder. She swung her sword and faced the tribulation lightning sword. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from the mountain peak, reflected in the pair of golden dragon eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed through them. Could it be that she could really survive this heavenly tribulation? But that would be for the best. He could just capture her and ask her about it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have expanded the heavenly tribulation. Sigh, he had slept for too long this time. He still had not woken up, and his brain was not working well. Lightning bolts shot out again, and thunder roared. Unknowingly, the lightning gradually dimmed, and the thunder became softer, but it still continued. I didn't think that she would really survive it. The golden eyes dragon flew through the air and stared at the dragon pool cave abode below. Now, a strange bird cry suddenly sounded in the mountain. It sounded like an eagle's cry, and it also sounded like a phoenix's cry. The sound shook the 9 heavens and echoed through the layers of clouds. The great pung spread its green wings like clouds in the sky. It flapped with all its strength and soared thousands of miles into the sky. Kuan Pung. The golden eyes dragon was shocked. If there was a natural enemy of a true dragon, it would be the Kuan Pung. When the Kuan roamed the sea, it could eat dragons. When it transformed into a pung, it was like an eagle hunting for a snake. Once it was targeted, it would most likely die. Therefore, the dragon race had an unwritten rule that if they encountered a young Kuan Pung, they must kill it. But it was also because of this rule that the dragon race had a terrifying nightmare. There was a Kuan Pung that reached the peak of the demon race and became a great sage. It was called Chaotic Heaven and specialized in patrolling the seas and hunting true dragons. Until the group of true dragons dove deep into the abyss. None of them dared to roam the sea or soar in the sky. Just now, he gave up and said, if a dragon kills a Kuan Pung, then I will kill 500 true dragons. Even if the dragon race was good at reproduction and had a large population, they were still greatly weakened. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was said that the great sage of Chaotic Heaven's wings were this green color. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, he changed his mind. That great sage of Chaotic Heaven had long been arrogant. She might be his successor, so he couldn't let her go. Want to leave? With a loud roar, the dragon soared thousands of miles and pounced on the Kuan Pung. Little and sat on the back of the Kuan Pung. The 3 burial robe was in tatters, revealing the broken white bones underneath. However, on the white bones, there was an unprecedented luster. Although the samadhi flame of white bone in his eye sockets was weak, it became more and more condensed. A huge dragon head pounced on him. It's my turn. Luo Ho Xiaoming took a step forward and stared at the golden-eyed dragon with his blood-red eyes. If the Kuan Pung wanted to fly away, someone had to block the golden-eyed dragon from behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fly for long before it ran out of energy. He was the most suitable candidate, so Little and asked him to preserve his strength. Although this was the best choice, it was also cruel and merciless. This was almost a fatal situation. Even if he was the divine son of Azura, he had no chance of winning against a demon emperor true dragon in this state. He didn't have any complaints about this. She had blocked the thunder sword of heavenly tribulation and almost died. What really annoyed him was that he had to hide behind a woman. Now that it was finally time for him to attack, he couldn't help but be eager. As for the consequences, there was no need to think too much. Just as she said, if you can't block it, you die. It was just that simple. If I die, ask him to help me kill this stinky earthworm. Okay. Luo Ho Xiaoming jumped with the wind and pounced on the golden-eyed dragon. Bastard, you're courting death. The golden-eyed dragon spat out a dragon's breath, which was so cold that the air froze. Luo Ho Xiaoming was frozen in the air. In the golden-eyed dragon's eyes, he was already a dead man. It didn't even look at him and rammed into him. Who did you say is a bastard? The sky darkened. Luo Ho Xiaoming shattered the ice, and a terrifying black giant appeared in the endless darkness. He punched the dragon's head. The golden-eyed dragon was caught off guard. Its charge was stopped, and it rolled a few times in the air before it stopped. It looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming in disbelief. To be continued, the Abundance Department's courtyard was vast and majestic, but it wasn't a grotto heaven. Li Qingshan stepped onto the high steps, reported his name, and stated his purpose. The attendant in green glanced at him, and his smile faded slightly. He led him to a room and said, Senior Brother Wang is busy. Please wait here for a while. Li Qingshan waited for half a day. He was the only one in the empty corridor. There wasn't any busy scene, but it seemed very deserted. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He first sorted out his thoughts for cultivation, and then took out the black rabbit from his sleeve to play with it. Unfortunately, the rabbit wasn't very cooperative. It even bit his hand hard when he angered it. Hiss. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. He saw that his finger was bleeding, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. He couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention how strong his physique was, he also had a powerful defense talent like bull demon forging its hide. He finally felt that something was wrong. What breed was this rabbit? Just as he was about to check it, a man's cold voice sounded from inside the door. Is there anyone else outside? Yes. Li Qingshan couldn't be bothered to argue with the rabbit. Anyway, he was going to let it go when he was outside the city, regardless of what breed it was. Come in. Li Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. The large room was decorated elegantly. There was a scroll of calligraphy on the wall that said, "It's rare to be muddle-headed." A slightly plump man with a round face was sitting in front of the coffee table, sipping tea. He glanced sideways and said, "You are Li Qingshan?" That's right. Li Qingshan was displeased. What has this damn fatty been busy with? Even if a cultivator's concept of time was different from that of a normal person, this wait was too long. The service attitude of the abundance department is incomparable to that of the Spirit Beast Garden and the Spirit Treasure Square. No wonder the senior brother who received me said that he wanted me to leave the bookmark here as a bribe. Impudent. I am your senior brother. Senior brother Wang's face darkened. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This damn fatty was just like him. He was just a disciple who had just entered the hall. What was he being so arrogant for? However, when he thought about how little and the others were in the Dragon Pool Immortal's Cave and how they were in dire need of an Immortal's Cave, he suppressed his anger and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Wang, I'm here to claim my Immortal's Cave." Wait a moment. Can't you see I'm busy? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the fat man. He leisurely took a sip of tea. Li Qingshan frowned. He was clearly looking for trouble, but he hadn't offended him. Even if it was for bribery. There was no need to be so disgusting. Yeah, I saw it. I'm so busy eating sh*tea, senior brother Wang spat out his tea and flew into a rage. What did you say? I told you to go eat sh*tea. Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. He turned around and left, wondering if Wanxiang City had a complaint agency. How dare you insult senior brother to his face? I will teach you a lesson today. A cold smile appeared on senior brother Wang's face. Everything was going according to plan. Not long ago, Xianxia came to his door to plot with him. He wanted him to think of a way to make things difficult for Li Qingshan. As long as he angered him, a violent conflict would occur. This would attract the Law Division's patrol officer. This was the territory of the Heaven Mansion Department. Xianxia was an inner disciple and the head butler of the 100 Herb Garden. He had a lot of connections. As long as he could get Li Qingshan into the Law Division, he would have ways to deal with him. Senior brother Wang fiercely slapped Li Qingshan. He was very happy. Xianxia promised to give him a 10,000-year-old Lingji as a reward after the matter was settled. Humph, a new inner disciple. How dare you offend an inner disciple? You really don't know what's good for you. Even if there's no reward, I will still teach you the rules of seniority. When you enter the Law Division, you will suffer. Li Qingshan became more and more certain of his judgment. He even faintly guessed who was behind this. The only enemies he had in the Myriad Appearance sect were Letian and Xianxia. At this moment, the bet with Letian had just begun, so there was no need for him to do such a despicable thing. In that case, it was definitely that vile Xianxia. He didn't even turn around and casually grabbed the slapping white palm. He turned around and pressed down on his head. Clang! Before senior brother Wang could react, his head was pressed down on the tea table. The tea set on the table, jumped around and the tea spilled all over his head and face. He was shocked. How was this possible? They were both nascent soul cultivators. How could there be such a big difference? Li Qingshan said, "Speak, who sent you to disgust me?" Senior brother Wang said, Li Qingshan, you dare to offend your superior and attack your senior brother. I will report you to the law division. Li Qingshan sneered. So that's what you're planning. Let me ask you again, who is it? Senior brother Wang couldn't break free. He cursed loudly, wanting to alarm the people outside. Li Qingshan was already restless. At this time, anger rose in his heart and evil grew in his guts. He sneered, you won't speak, right? Senior brother Wang, I will treat you to a cup of tea. Calm down. He grabbed a teacup and stuffed it into his mouth. Then a second, a third. After stuffing the teacup, there were also various tea sets, small pincers, and so on. In the end, there was only a small teapot left on the tea table. He crushed it and stuffed it into his mouth. The black rabbit had jumped out of his sleeve at some point, its ruby-like eyes glistening with a red light as it watched this scene. A certain senior sister smiled, so satisfying. But what does Xiao Zhu see in such a tyrannical guy? Li Qingshan said, Senior brother Wang, now you're done, right? Who should I say? If you don't speak, I will treat you to everything in this room. Senior brother Wang's mouth was full of blood. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodshot eyes and said vaguely, Li Qingshan, kill me if you have the guts. I will definitely kill you. Good, you're unyielding. I admire you. Li Qingshan smiled and grabbed his head to the difficult character, it's rare to be muddle-headed. Did you write it? Good writing, the taste must be good. He licked his lips, you seem to taste okay. Although it's a little greasy, it's suitable to go with wine. A moment later, the green-clothed attendant who led the way for Li Qingshan hurried to the door. He knocked a few times and called for senior brother Wang, but there was no response. There was only a strange whining sound. He steeled his heart and pushed the door open. The scene in front of him shocked him. Li Qingshan held senior brother Wang's neck with one hand and the scroll with the other. He shoved the messy things in senior brother Wang's mouth down. Senior brother Wang was crying, his eyes filled with fear. He said, Save me, call someone. Li Qingshan glanced at him. The green-clothed attendant stepped back and sat on the ground. He said in a trembling voice, Li. Senior brother Li, senior brother Pai asked me to invite you. Li Qingshan was surprised, senior brother Pai. Pai Yangqiao? Yes. Okay, I'll go now. Li Qingshan felt better after venting his anger. He took the black rabbit and left senior brother Wang. The green-clothed attendant looked at Li Qingshan in awe, Senior brother Wang, Senior brother Pai asked you to get out of the Sky Mansion department. Don't embarrass yourself here. Senior brother Wang was currently lying on the ground, gasping for air. His expression changed drastically when he heard that. Being viciously taught a lesson by Li Qingshan was only a flesh wound. It only seemed horrible, and he could recover in a moment. Being chased out of the abundance department would truly be fatal. At the highest level of the Treasury Department, there were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. It was like a huge garden. Pai Yangqiao sat alone among the flowers and trees, looking down at Wanxiang City leisurely. Li Qingshan went forward to greet him. Pai Yangqiao smiled and said, Junior brother Li, long time no see. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised and cupped his hands. I was angry and went a little overboard. Please forgive me, senior brother. Pai Yangqiao waved his hand. How can a man be humiliated by a villain? It's one thing for these fellows to take advantage of others, but now they've learned to betray others. They really don't deserve to be human. Li Qingshan had only met Pai Yangqiao once and did not expect him to be so reasonable. He thought to himself, as expected, it's easy to meet the king of hell but difficult to hide from the little ghosts. How was it? Did you enjoy your stay in 100 Herb Garden? Senior sister Wan is very good to me. Of course, if not, you wouldn't have encountered such trouble. Li Qingshan frowned. It was indeed that. Shen Yushu. He's just a villain, not worth mentioning. I think your troubles are not over yet. Do you need my help? Li Qingshan asked curiously, why are you so concerned about me, senior brother? Do you know how many ascended disciples there are in Myriad Phenomenon sect? Many, a few thousand. Among them, you have the highest chance of becoming a successor disciple. Besides. Xianxia smiled. I don't want these small matters to affect you and make Letian too proud. Li Qingshan said seriously, that's true. Xianxia was stunned. You're not humble at all. Li Qingshan smiled. Since that's the case, why bother? I believe in senior brother's judgment. However, that Xingyushu is from 100 Herb Garden after all, so you don't have to do anything for now. That's good too. Xianxia said with a smile, my judgment is not bad. Letian would not give 1,000 jade lots to just anyone. You've already met Spirit Venerable Gui Hai and chosen your heavenly book, right? I've already started cultivating it. It's called the Heavenly Book of Freedom. Sigh. It was indeed the Heavenly Book. Xianxia clapped his hands and sighed, the path of the great free sky devil? His gaze turned serious. Actually, I'm very curious. Why did the Spirit Supremacy summon you? This? Can I not answer? Xianxia smiled and said, that's fine too. I'll pick a good cave residence for you. Or, a very bad cave abode. This? I'm just kidding, but I'm really too curious. I simply can't figure it out. The Spirit Sovereign has always been engrossed in reading books, and doesn't like worldly affairs. Even I, the successor disciple, am rarely summoned. He had never even been summoned before. You've just entered the sect, and your cultivation isn't that high. What's so special about you? Xianxia circled around Li Qingshan as if trying to see into his heart. The successor disciples valued Li Qingshan because of Li Qingshan's performance at the Essence Magnet Mountain, as well as his chance of becoming a successor disciple. However, this reason alone wasn't enough for the Spirit Sovereign to summon him. Even if he really became a successor disciple, the Spirit Sovereign might not like him. Li Qingshan thought, Senior Brother Pai's interest in me probably has something to do with this. He thought for a moment, I can tell you, but the cave abode. Xianxia patted his chest and said, leave it to me. The Black Rabbit and the eldest senior sister in his sleeve also pricked up their ears. With the Spirit Sovereign status in the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Even if he was a shut-in, his every move was enough to attract the attention of the successor disciples. Li Qingshan said, the Spirit Sovereign wants me to leave the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Xianxia was stunned. The Black Rabbit blinked. The eldest senior sister slowly swallowed her wine, extremely curious. Why? I'm not sure. I think he thinks I'm a threat to the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Xianxia swallowed. A threat? He even suspected that Li Qingshan was lying. However, even a lie wasn't that ridiculous. It was because it was so ridiculous that it was inexplicably believable. However, the Myriad Phenomenon sect was a colossus. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator threaten it? However, he didn't dare to question the Spirit Sovereign's judgment. In the entire Myriad Phenomenon sect, apart from the mysterious Tianshu elder, no one would dare to claim to be first in terms of divination if he claimed to be second. Then how did you stay? Since it's a threat, it's more reassuring to stay under one's nose. Li Qingshan gave a vague answer. After all, the real content of the conversation was too shocking. If not for an absolutely rational existence like the Spirit Sovereign, it would have sounded like a threat to an outsider. If you don't let me stay, I'll definitely come back for revenge in the future. Xianxia heard the insincerity in his words and looked at Li Qingshan meaningfully. Whether he was seen as a threat by the Spirit Sovereign or persuaded to change the Spirit Sovereign's mind. Both were inconceivable. What kind of background and future did he have? I understand. I know what to choose. Choose what? Xianxia smiled. Which side to bet on, of course. Your bet with Letian has already spread among the core disciples. Letian set up a new bet and dragged many people into it. I'm one of them, he patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with a serious expression. That's a huge bet. Don't disappoint me. Li Qingshan was speechless. He cursed Letian in his heart. So I'm still that dark horse. Xianxia said, since he bet on you to win, it means he believes you can become a core disciple on par with us. How can he just treat you as a dark horse? Even a dark horse is better than an inferior horse that no one cares about, or even a stray dog by the side of the road. And don't worry, I'll help you. How? For example, a very good cave abode within the myriad phenomenon sex laws. For example, the risks and opportunities in the heavenly book of freedom that you're cultivating now. Li Qingshan asked, what risks and opportunities? You're the first to cultivate the heavenly book of freedom, so there's no need to mention the risks. However, if you open up a dangerous path and record your cultivation experience and lessons to the heavens, you'll be able to obtain many contribution points and bookmarks. That's where the opportunities lie. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Li Qingshan came to a realization. To the myriad phenomena sect and spirit venerable sea return, he was basically the first test subject of this heavenly writing. He possessed very high research value. Perhaps they would even organize the heavenly writing of freedom according to the results of their experiments, and future cultivators could learn from him. Perhaps they would even specially spend a bookmark to purchase the learning materials. It seemed like being a dark horse was not without its benefits, but the problem was. Senior brother, are there many who bet on me losing? What do you think? Pai Yangqiu smiled. Only a lunatic would bet on him winning if they did not obtain first-hand materials. Even if they had seen Li Qingshan's performance in the Essence Magnet Mountain with their own eyes, they would only dare to place a bet after confirming it repeatedly. Li Qingshan asked again, then, will they deal with me like Xianxia? Pai Yangqiu said seriously, Junior brother Li, what kind of people do you think we true disciples are? Just when Li Qingshan stopped worrying, he heard him continue. Even 100 Xianxia wouldn't be a match for you if any of the direct disciples wanted to deal with you, let alone a group of direct disciples. Li Qingshan felt a toothache. Pai Yangqiu smiled. But don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Li Qingshan said, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight against so many. Pai Yangqiu hugged Li Qingshan's shoulder affectionately. Don't worry. They think you'll definitely lose and won't be in a hurry to make a move. We'll win by surprise. Li Qingshan was even more speechless. It was unreliable to expect the enemy to be careless. Senior brother, something happened. At that moment, an inner disciple rushed over. He looked at Li Qingshan in surprise before bowing to Pai Yangqiu. What happened? Senior Ao Xian broke into the dragon pool cavern. Li Qingshan's expression changed and his pupils shrank. Could it be that what he feared was coming true? Pai Yangqiu glanced at Li Qingshan, but he did not seem surprised at all. Sure enough, that wretched dragon can't wait any longer. Hee, if our first senior brother Lin still doesn't return, his Xianming dwelling will belong to the myriad phenomena sect. Senior brother Lin failed? If reincarnation was so easy, the world would be full of immortals. The heavenly Tao has its own tribulations to break this wishful thinking. Pai Yangqiu seemed to be disdainful, but also seemed to be sighing. Li Qingshan had already regained his composure, and was even calmer than usual. He asked, Senior brother Pai, if the Xianming cavern is taken back, can I buy it? You want to buy the Xianming cave mansion? Pai Yangqiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingshan with interest. That sounds like a good cave mansion. Li Qingshan also smiled. Pai Yangqiu said with a smile that was not a smile, yes, how can eldest Xixiang's cave mansion not be good? Not only is the spiritual energy rich and the scenery is magnificent, it also comes with eldest Xixiang's life savings and a true dragon mount. Li Qingshan said, that would probably require a lot of bookmarks. No, this cave mansion is not only beautiful but also cheap. Then why? Pai Yangqiu's smile disappeared, do you want to slay a dragon? Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. This Xianming cave mansion was like a dragon's nest in a knight's novel, but his goal was not the princess or treasure. He silently said in his heart, if you dare to hurt even a hair on them, I will definitely kill you. Pai Yangqiu said, what a young generation full of vigor, it makes me feel that time is tight and I need to cultivate more. Let's not talk nonsense, here are a few suitable cave mansions, you can choose one. Senior Xixiang, please exchange it for bookmarks first. Li Qingshan thought about it, if the situation changed, he must get the right to slay a dragon. Pai Yangqiu was surprised, what, you really want to buy the Xianming cave mansion? Although it is cheap, it is not something you can afford now. Li Qingshan thought about it and a light flashed in his mind. I can pay in installments. Installments. Pai Yongqiu frowned and immediately understood the meaning of this word. He looked at Li Qingshan with a strange expression. Does the Sky Mansion department not have this service? I can make a down payment and then pay the debt monthly or annually, for example, 50 years. If I pay the debt, not only will the Sky Mansion department sell the cave mansion, but they will also get a sum of interest. If I can't pay the debt, they can take the cave mansion back. Anyway, the cave mansion can't run away, it is a sure profit. Pai Yongqiu pinched his chin and thought, very interesting idea, it reminds me of Lu Tian. Did you think of this? In his opinion, Li Qingshan still belonged to the school of battle, which was courageous and diligent, just like the two fake first senior brothers and first senior sisters. Although they were hard and easy to break, they had to face a tribulation that could truly break them. They would be able to break through everything and move forward bravely. They really didn't seem like people who could come up with such an idea. Li Qingshan continued, if it is popularized, many cultivators will be able to afford cave abodes, and cave abodes will become even more in demand. If the price continues to rise, you can turn them all into house slaves, oh no, mansion slaves. Who would dare to disobey the orders of the Department of Abundance? Pai Yongqiu's eyes lit up. Slave, that's too unpleasant to hear. But I like the last part. If it was just you, the Sanctum Sanctorum could still handle it. If he wanted to promote it to the entire Myriad Nature sect, it was necessary to have a large number of bookmarks as a foundation. It's a pity that the financial power of the Myriad Nature sect isn't in my hands, and I need Letian's cooperation. Why don't we go and meet him together? Li Qingshan thought, no wonder Letian could lend me 1,000 blue jade bookmarks, and set up a 30-year bet. But, the Myriad Nature sect unexpectedly gave the financial power to a gambler, it's crazy. Many inherited disciples also thought so, but this was the result of the spiritual venerables' deduction. I think it's because for people like us, bookmarks are just a symbol of resources, and resources are just tools for cultivation. Only Letian would be so interested in accumulating bookmarks. Li Qingshan suddenly had a feeling that this sentence made sense. Because it was very common for ordinary people to pursue wealth, and it was very rare for cultivators at this level, as long as they could get enough resources for their cultivation. If Letian wasn't addicted to gambling, he wouldn't be interested in doing this. But I'm not a noble inherited disciple like you. The more resources I have, the better. The mysterious underworld cave is a great opportunity. But senior brother Pai, I'm not friends with Letian. Pai Yongqiu was surprised, I've only met one disciple who can say this so calmly. But don't worry, he respects his gambling friends more than his friends. If it's you, he will definitely give you the bookmarks. Why? Do you know what his second hobby is? Loan sharks. Li Qingshan was speechless. The fact that the owner of a casino liked to loan sharks was so reasonable that he didn't know what to say. In the last bet, you got 1,000 bookmarks for nothing. He must be very unhappy. Now that the opportunity is here, he won't let it go. Besides, this is another crazy bet. Really? Pai Yongqiu looked at Li Qingshan with a I don't know what to say about you expression, and said sincerely, Junior brother, you probably won't get anything in the mysterious underworld cave. Senior brother Pai, then why do you want me to gamble? Didn't you say you would protect me? If you can take down the mysterious underworld cave, your chances of winning the bet with Letian will greatly increase, which also means my chances of winning will greatly increase. If you can't, it'll just be a terrible debt. Pai Yongqiu smiled, don't worry, I'll help you push this debt to 30 years later. Li Qingshan understood, if he couldn't take down the mysterious underworld cave, even if he became a legacy disciple 30 years later, he would still have to pay Letian a large number of bookmarks, maybe even more than 2,000. So Letian would very likely accept this proposal. Pai Yongqiu, on the other hand, would definitely make a profit. Anyway, he couldn't afford the mortgage, and the cave still had to be taken back, so it didn't hurt him at all. However, it would increase his chances of winning in the bet with the other legacy disciples. Junior brother Li, aren't you angry? Pai Yongqiu asked, it was hard for him to say it so directly. Senior brother Pai, why would I be angry? 30 years later, hee hee. Loan sharks, hee hee. Pai Xianxia praised, good, I like this personality. Calling me senior brother Pai is too distant, just call me Pai Pai from now on. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched, Pai. Pai. Pai Xianxia laughed, I'm just joking. He grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, turned around, and arrived at the archway of Chaotic Place. All that was left was the disciple who had come to report his work. He muttered to himself, just what is this Li Qingshan's background? Ao Xian slowly turned around, staring at Luo Ho Xiaoming in the endless darkness. Rahu Celestial Race. Who are you? Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly, you don't deserve to know my name. Good, very good. I haven't felt such pain in a long time, I'll let you know, this is not the Azure realm. Ao Xian's body shrunk, turning into a handsome man with golden eyes, black clothes, and a dignified appearance. He gently touched his cheek, and two dazzling golden lights shot out from his eyes, staring at Luo Ho Xiaoming's endless dark eyes. Light and shadow faced each other, light and dark intertwined, the air twisted and exploded, creating a series of explosions, and strong winds surged like waves. Luo Ho Xiaoming's long hair fluttered in the wind, his hands spread out into the endless darkness. Almost at the same time, the golden eyes dragon broke through the air in a flash, dragging a golden light, and punched. Du Yenying unfurled her wings and soared through the endless sky and land of the human realm. She was no longer constrained by the narrowness of the 9 provinces. The freedom to her heart's content overwhelmed all fear and worry. Everyone gazed at her figure from afar. Suddenly, she looked back, only to see darkness envelop their figures at the same time. An indescribable pride rushed out of her heart, evil dragon, if you dare to kill him, I will kill 500 true dragons, including you. This sentence was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the endless void and even the darkness, shooting into Ao Xian's consciousness, and his expression changed slightly. Little and blinked and looked at Gu Yenying strangely. Gu Yenying blushed slightly, and smiled, why, only men like them are allowed to act like heroes, but I'm not allowed to boast. Little and said, yes. Gu Yenying looked at the sky, and no longer looked back. Since he was the Kuanping, there was no need for Qing Shan to do anything. After some time, several golden lights sliced through the darkness, but they were torn apart by the golden dragon claws, falling from the sky, and merged into the darkness. Ao Xian stood under the starry sky, his black clothes were slightly damaged, and he spat out a dragon tooth, holding it tightly in his hand, and the other turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing Luo Ho Xiaoming. He looked at the direction where the Kuanping disappeared for a long time, thinking about something, and flew down after a while. Boom! The stone door was broken into pieces, and Ao Xian retracted his fist, breaking into the dragon pool cave, and silently patrolling the area. There was no one inside, the altar had been destroyed by the divine punishment, and there was no sign of the climbing vine. Why would a Raha god clan appear in the 9 states? And with the inheritor of the great sage of chaotic heavens, and the exquisite white bones on the back of the Kuanping, could it be the inheritor of the white bone Bodhisattva? All these clues contained a message that made him shudder. Could it be that a great change was about to happen again? No, it can't be, the great sages were all suppressed. He did not want to think anymore, and looked at the Rahu in his hand, feeling that it was a bit tricky. This kid doesn't need me to look after him. It's a bit troublesome for me to deal with him now. The eldest martial sister muttered unhappily. This guy, who was summoned twice by spirit sage Gue Hai and valued by 2 direct disciples, was actually Lu Tian's gambling friend. If she wanted to kill him, Lu Tian would probably be the first to disagree. If Li Qingshan died, who would collect his gambling debts from? It would be the same as losing 1,000 green jade lots for nothing. Not to mention that Ruan Yaozhu wouldn't forgive her for at least 100 years. Spirit sage Gue Hai would know that she killed her fellow disciples, and Pai Xianxia would definitely pull out that damned fake eldest martial brother. Even if she was the true eldest martial sister, she couldn't do whatever she wanted to this extent. A little nascent soul cultivator with no background, who had just entered the myriad phenomenon sect, had unknowingly become entangled with so many connections. It looked like he was in a dangerous situation, but no one could touch him. This kind of situation had never happened before. Was it luck? No, it was the result of risking her life. She wasn't unfamiliar with this path. As long as the hardships weren't enough to break her edge, she could cut through everything and move forward bravely. She stretched her arms, stretching her strong body like a cheetah, and faintly said, "Ah, I really want to kill people. It's good to watch people get killed, and it would be best if someone came to kill me." "Ha, got it." She jumped up and nimbly walked to the door, kicking it open. Sunlight poured into the room. Under the blood-red sky, she stood on a high balcony. Beneath her feet was a precipitous cliff, and in front of her was a vast and spacious arena. Countless people were fighting and killing each other. The light of magic treasures and the radiance of spells rose and fell one after another. But it made her lose interest. The main thing here was training, not fighting. If someone died, it would be her responsibility. The Myriad Phenomenon sect wasn't a demonic sect that raised poisonous insects. But there was one exception, and that was duels. When the conflict between fellow disciples was too big to be resolved, forcefully suppressing it would only cause more internal friction, so the most primitive method was used to solve it. Her expression was slightly cold. "Li Qingshan, at this point, I really have to face the threat you pose to Yao Zhu." At the same time, in Chaotic Life Square, when Xianxia stated his intentions, Lu Tian closed his eyes and swirled his wine glass in thought. Li Qingshan sniffed and pretended not to care as he picked up the exquisite golden wine pot on the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was much better than the wine he bought. Because of that damned rabbit, he hadn't had his fill at all. His appetite had just been whetted. Then he poured another glass, a second glass, a third glass. The capacity of this wine pot was definitely not smaller than his iron gourd. Unfortunately, it was a buffet. They could only eat, not bring. He could only seize the time to drink a few more cups of wine. The golden-haired beauty standing behind Lu Tian couldn't help but glare at Li Qingshan fiercely. A disciple who had just arrived actually had no sense of propriety. If he wasn't brought here by Xianxia, she would have thrown him out immediately. Li Qingshan acted as if there was no one else around him and was intoxicated by the wine. Lu Tian's right eye opened a slit and looked at Li Qingshan from the corner of his eye. "What you mean is that you still want to borrow a sum of money from me to help you buy the profound underworld cave? So that you can speed up your cultivation?" Li Qingshan raised his cup in a toast. "Don't worry. Maybe I'll be eaten by a dragon. That way, you can win without a fight." Lu Tian said, "Then who's going to pay my gambling debt?" Li Qingshan spread his hands with an expression that said, "How would I know? Then I'll lose 1,000 green jade lots when I win one round." Li Qingshan gulped down a mouthful of wine. "So you're blaming me now?" Lu Tian was so angry that he laughed. He regretted betting with this kid in the first place. If he wanted to win back the 2,000 green jade lots, he had to at least guarantee that Ao Xian could repay the debt. In other words, he had to protect Ao Xian from being killed by someone. Xianxia laughed. If Ao Xian wants to take over the profound underworld cave, he definitely won't kill a Myriad Appearance sect disciple. Moreover, I've never heard of him being interested in human flesh. I can give it a try. Lu Tian also stopped smiling. This was not just about one or two bets, but a major event that affected the entire Myriad Appearance sect. Xianxia raised his cup. "Then let the people below discuss it." Lu Tian looked at the empty wine cup and sighed. "Hey, refill my cup." Li Qingshan quickly refilled Lu Tian's cup. "Hee, the wine is not bad." He refilled his cup again and clinked it with his two senior brothers. Just as he was about to finish it, his left hand suddenly trembled and he almost spilled the wine. He felt that his wrist had been bitten. Needless to say, it was that damned rabbit again. However, Li Qingshan was in a good mood. It was not because he had gotten the mortgage, but because Little and the others did not seem to be in mortal danger. Otherwise, the three of them were closely related to him. If something happened to them, he would have a strong sense of danger. Since he didn't sense anything, it meant that he had passed this trial, which made him heave a huge sigh of relief. "Forget it. Since you're my drinking buddy, I'll treat you to another cup." "Just one cup." this is not my cup of wine. Li Qingshan sent a telepathic message to Ao Xian as he stuffed the wine cup into his sleeve. Sure enough, Ao Xian drank it all in one go. Alright, now you're satisfied. If you keep messing around, I won't forgive you. I'll skin you alive. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing. Li Qingshan poured another cup for himself. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he felt another sharp pain in his wrist. This time, it was more intense than before. The wine spilled all over his face. His eyes twitched. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He pulled the black rabbit out of his sleeve and said angrily, "That's enough." Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu were shocked. They suspected that they were seeing things. The three-legged golden toad lying in the corner of the room subconsciously shrank back. Pai Yangqiu said, "Junior brother, this is?" "Ah, sorry to make senior brother laugh. I picked this up on the road. I was about to bring it back as a dish." Before he finished speaking, a pair of rabbit legs kicked his face. Boom! Li Qingshan smashed through the wall and flew across the sky of Wanxiang City. He crashed through several buildings and landed heavily on the ground. The black rabbit hugged the falling wine pot and gently jumped onto the table. He directly drank the wine from the pot and drank it all. It was treating Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu like they were nothing. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu were convinced. However, they were even more puzzled. How could eldest senior sister's black fur roar be in this kid's sleeve? The wind howled. Li Qingshan flew through the air and returned to the room. He pointed at the black rabbit and shouted, "What are you?" Pai Yangqiu said, Junior brother, this is eldest senior sister's black fur sky-gazing roar." "What bullshit, eldest senior sister?" Lu Tian was shocked too. He gave Li Qingshan a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. "The one behind you. Life is easy to grow old but not the heavens. It's Chinese Valentine's Day every year and it's Chinese Valentine's Day again." Thus, I had another fulfilling day. I had severe insomnia yesterday. I woke up at 7 in the morning. My mind was in a mess and I felt a little annoyed. I remembered what Mama once taught me, when you're unhappy, watch horror movies and you'll be happy again. Thus, I watched a horror movie. The main character is a novelist. He was trapped in a room and kept having all kinds of hallucinations. In the end, he committed suicide. That's really fun. Note, Mama was my neighbor when I was young, nicknamed Wang Motzi. I slept for a while in the afternoon and was still in a mess. I saw that my friend had 2 missed calls. I called back and randomly said a few words. In the end, he said, "I'm in love." Was that the main point? Note, I usually call this friend Banana. His full name is Angry Banana, also known as Banana Yubala. Then, I continued to read a book called Yuewei Cottage Notes. I read a very interesting poem, 100 knots hanging on the temples of a quail, eating ice and snow to moisten the intestines. I only have autumn and winter in my life, I don't know the fragrance of Luo Qixing even in death. Author's original note, a heavenly scholar will never marry. Note, it's a ghost novel written by a famous ancient person. It used to be on TV. The guy who always fought with He Chen. Yes, it's Lu Luogua. I put down the book and continued my daily exercise routine. I saw a dead toad on the way and went back to the neighborhood to play on the horizontal bar. However, because I was too tired today, I just hung on it like the toad. There were 3 little girls playing on the swing. One of them looked at me and walked to the horizontal bar and stretched it up and down. "Can you go play on the swing?" I silently walked away. Note, the swing is more fun than the horizontal bar. I ate dinner alone and stood on the balcony for a while. Then, I started to read and write. Why am I saying all this? It's to tell my friends who are reading these words that even if I'm smart, strong, brave, young, rich, handsome, and confident, I will still encounter these things. So, I'll just laugh. It's no big deal. Thinking back on today, I didn't wake up late, I didn't stop updating, I quit smoking for 3 months, I continued to study and exercise, so it was quite a fulfilling day. At least I didn't let down this ordinary day, I didn't let you all down. Note, I really considered writing this book as the story of the cowherd and the weaver maid. Even the first cover of the book was the Magpie Bridge meeting made by some unknown lay Feng. Of course, I also wish all the lovers will get married, including you, Banana. I wish you all happiness. If the world is full of unfortunate people, what hope is there in life? Lastly, he sang a character song from Stephen Chow's famous movie, Tired to Death Like a Dog, Scolded but Unable to Bark, Like a Dog, Bark. Since I've written so much, I might as well ask for some monthly votes. A terrifying aura drowned him like a raging wave. It wasn't just power, but also a bloody killing intent. He was like a small boat in a storm, without any power to resist. Li Qingshan looked at this wild woman who came out of nowhere, and was stunned. A distant memory came rushing back, that familiar name, the woman he once wanted to marry. Chao Tianjiao thought he was scared silly, and thought disdainfully, I only revealed a little bit of my aura, it's nothing much. These smelly men all pretend to be people, but when it comes to a disaster, not many of them are decent. No, it's not the same, it's just that their auras are similar. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. Since he came this far, if he took a step back now, he would be letting down all of her sincerity. Under Chao Tianjiao's surprised gaze, he grinned, and said word by word, what? Dog. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense, with every word he spat out, Chao Tianjiao's aura inconceivably rose again. Lu Tian interrupted, and covered Li Qingshan's mouth, Shiji, why are you here? He glared at Li Qingshan, speak less, or you'll die. Chao Tianjiao angrily roared, let go of me, let him finish. Pai Yangqiu rolled his eyes, and smiled, Shiji, how are you going to explain this to Ruan Shimi? Black-haired Ho wouldn't appear in Li Qingshan's sleeve for no reason, it must have been ordered by Chao Tianjiao, and in the entire Wanxiang sect, there weren't many people who could order her around, and coincidentally, Ruan Yaozhu was one of them. Hearing this, Chao Tianjiao took a deep breath, and slowly let go of Li Qingshan's sleeve. Brat, I've arranged a duel for you. It can't be with you, right? Then I'll turn it down. Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes emotionlessly. Coward. With a serious expression, Li Qingshan cupped his fists and said, Senior sister, you are not inferior to men. You are heroic and brave. You are my role model. When I get back, I'll find a foundation establishment cultivator and teach him a lesson. I'll let him have a taste of senior sister Wanxiang's might. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu could not help but smile. Chao Tianjiao widened her eyes and took a step forward. She was about to go berserk. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and the black rabbit landed on her head. The three-petaled mouth wriggled as if it was trying to say something. Chao Tianjiao restrained her anger, Li Qingshan, Jing Yushu is waiting for you at the Black Tortoise Arena to fight to the death with you. Do you dare to come? This battle was also very unfair. Li Qingshan thought he would refuse again, but Li Qingshan said in surprise, he still dares to come? Chao Tianjiao was rendered speechless. Was this something a nascent soul cultivator should say to a deification cultivator? All right. Then come. You're just relying on an azure divine weapon. I'll teach you a lesson later. With a boom, she tore through the air and left as suddenly as she came. Li Qingshan asked in bafflement, this is the senior sister of Wanxiang sect? Pai Yangqiu sighed, yes and no. What do you mean? Whether it's senior brother or senior sister, there will always be only one Wanxiang sect. They stand at the top of all disciples. Even direct disciples have to listen to their orders. This is because the two sect masters often follow the grand sect master to walk the 9 heavens. Spirit Venerable Gue Hai has never cared about worldly affairs. Most of the time, senior brother or senior sister is the actual sect master of the entire Wanxiang sect. They are elected by all the disciples in the sect. They are called the number 1 disciple every 100 years. This generation is senior brother Lin Xian. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something. To the two human immortal sect masters, their own cultivation was definitely the most important. They would not waste time dealing with these trivial matters. The entire Wanxiang sect was in an autonomous state with direct disciples as the core. Someone had to manage it. However, although senior brother held great power, his cultivation was limited. He naturally did not have the authority of the sect master. Furthermore, he had to rotate. Pai Yongqiu said, that's right. However, senior brother Lin Xian has reincarnated and hasn't reached the 100-year mark. This position is empty. Currently, there are 2 direct disciples who have the highest hopes of inheriting this position. Basically, no other direct disciples can compete with them. Therefore, they are now called senior brother and senior sister. It seems very powerful. Let's put it this way. In a head-on battle, no direct disciple is a match for them. Lu Tian laughed, or rather, if the 2 of them join forces, all the other direct disciples combined won't be a match for them. Of course, it's impossible for them to join forces. Li Qingshan was also shocked. No wonder he felt such a strong sense of oppression. This was the human emperor of human emperors. He was not someone that Chuolong could compare to. How did I offend her? Probably because Junior Sister Wan asked her to look after you. She was the one who personally brought Junior Sister Wan to Wanxiang sect. Li Qingshan immediately understood. He sighed, you can't blame others. It's all because of your great charm. Li Tian smiled, since you don't care about your life or face, you will definitely become a great person. Thank you for the compliment. That Xin Yushu has long become a nascent soul or soul formation cultivator. He is only 1 step away from passing the 5th heavenly tribulation. He is one of the most promising disciples in the sect to become a direct disciple. I'm afraid you're not his match. I'm really worried about my bet. Just admit defeat. This was the most natural judgment in the cultivation world. Even if there was a difference in cultivation techniques and whether one was good at fighting, the difference of a whole realm was a huge gap that was absolutely difficult to make up for. Moreover, the higher the realm, the greater the gap. Even though he had seen Li Qingshan's performance in the Yuanxi mountain, he did not have any hope. Li Qingshan smiled, do you want to make a bet? Of course, I bet that you will win. Li Qingshan was stunned. Hee, you're my dark horse. Xin Yushu stood in the middle of a large swamp, still somewhat unable to believe his luck. This was practically the most suitable place in the Black Tortoise Arena to circulate the heavenly book of nature and cast spells. Moreover, he could openly kill his enemies here. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Li Qingshan in the distance. Although he did not understand why his senior sister had arranged this, he would absolutely not let go of this opportunity. At such a distance, that brat would no longer have any chance to sneak attack him. He would attack with all his strength right from the start and strangle him in the grass and trees. Chao Tianjiao, Pai Yongqiu, and Li Tian stood on a cliff watching the battle from afar. Li Tian smiled and said something to Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao immediately agreed and began a new round of bets. Pai Yongqiu hesitated at the side and decided not to provoke this tigress. It was not fun to be hated by her. With a relaxed expression, Li Qingshan suddenly faced the cliff and asked in a clear voice, everyone, do you know what it means to be strong? Although everyone's eyes were only on Chao Tianjiao sneered, what is strong? Chao Tianjiao's eyes brightened as she muttered, when the strong are angry, they draw their swords against the stronger ones. When the weak are angry, they draw their swords against the weaker ones. Well said. Put down the sword. Ah? Li Qingshan was stunned. Chao Tianjiao's face was full of ridicule. To use this kind of weapon in a fight between fellow disciples, could it be that you want to kill someone? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, but you said it was a life and death duel. Did I say that? Chao Tianjiao looked left and right at Li Tian and Pai Yongqiu. They cooperated and said, no. Chao Tianjiao stepped on the railing and stared at Li Qingshan. Brat, this is my territory, the rules are set by me. I want to see if you still dare to be so arrogant without someone to rely on. Fine. Li Qingshan put away his sword and turned to face Xin Yushu, asking in a clear voice, does everyone know what it means to be a strong person? Xin Yushu felt some regret in his heart that he could not kill Li Qingshan here, but thinking that if he killed Li Qingshan, it would definitely anger Wan Yaozhu, so he was not in a hurry. Wait until he becomes a true disciple, a disciple who has ascended the hall will be at his mercy. He sneered, Li Qingshan, don't be so savage, the loser will have to leave 100 Herb Garden forever. Li Qingshan ignored him and raised his right arm without turning his head, clenching his iron fist. When the strong are angry, they swing their fists at the stronger ones. When the weak are angry, they swing their fists at the weaker ones. Lu Tian laughed. Xianxia looked up at the sky, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Chao Tianjiao angrily rebuked, "Are you done?" Li Qingshan laughed, "I'm afraid you won't even be able to use your hands later." "But that doesn't matter, this kind of trash, even if he can't use his hands, I will still smash him to death." Xing Yushu gnashed his teeth and said, "You're courting death." Pointing his finger downwards, he drew, prison drawing. One after another, towering trees rose from the ground, twisting and intertwining like dragons and snakes, wrapping around Xing Yushu. The grayish-brown tree bark shone with a metallic luster. It was like an unbreakable steel fortress, and it was still growing, becoming incomparably strong as it occupied the great swamp. This was originally a spell to trap the enemy, but he used it to protect himself. With the experience of the previous failure, he had to make sure nothing went wrong this time. He didn't want to reveal any flaws and establish himself in an invincible position. Anyone who wanted to touch him would first have to destroy this iron fortress, but he could constantly urge the giant tree to grow. Even a human emperor with a young spirit would have to put in a lot of effort if he couldn't use magic treasures. This Xing Yushu is really a coward. Chao Tianjiao furrowed her brows. To be so cautious. When dealing with a nascent soul cultivator, even she felt ashamed. It was a stark contrast to Li Qingshan's arrogance. But she also felt relieved, dispelling that trace of uneasiness. Alas, this isn't good. Xianxia sighed. If he had that azure divine weapon, it would be better, but now even he couldn't figure out how Li Qingshan could break through Xing Yushu's defense. Glancing at Lu Tian, he said, "I really don't know where you get the confidence to bet with me." Lu Tian stared at Li Qingshan, his eyes shining, "I don't have confidence, I just believe in him. Come, my dark horse, let me see how you can win." Chao Tianjiao unhappily discovered that there was a trace of uncertainty in his heart. Could it be that he can really win? No. Impossible, even I couldn't solve this kind of situation back then. Wan Yaozhu cultivated the natural heavenly book. So she understood it very well. To a certain extent, this heavenly book could actually restrain people with strong physiques like her. The plants grew endlessly and contained endless power of nature. It was not only a solid defense, but also a natural trap that combined defense with offense. If Li Qingshan wanted to get close to Xing Yushu, he would be walking into a trap. Instead, he would be walking into a trap and would definitely lose. So Li Qingshan didn't move, stood with his hands crossed, and said mockingly, "So you are so afraid of me, then I will let you have 3 moves. This is the first move, you might as well put in a bit more effort." Chao Tianjiao frowned, what does he want to do? Why not take advantage of the weak defense to fight for that slim chance of victory? And he even said let you have 3 moves, does he really not want to win? If it was a real life and death battle, this kind of defense was very stupid. As long as Li Qingshan didn't care, then Xing Yushu would really become a real prison. But this was a duel, and the battlefield was just this swamp. The most frightening thing about the natural heavenly book was, as long as there was enough time to use spells to stimulate the plants, they would become stronger and stronger, and there were countless changes. Then let me have it. Xing Yushu sneered, and indeed continued to strengthen the defense. After a full quarter of an hour, the steel fortress expanded several times, occupying 1/10 of the swamp area. And as expected, Li Qingshan stood in place and watched, not even blinking. This kind of duel was extremely rare in the Black Tortoise arena. Chao Tianjiao said, "Humph, a coward, an idiot." Xing Yushu was completely prepared, and without any nonsense, he shouted, "Yin Soul Projection." The Yin Soul soared into the sky, its dark green eyes staring at Li Qingshan, opened its arms, and slowly raised its palms. The calm surface of the swamp suddenly boiled, and giant trees grew and rolled in the muddy water, like thousands of giant snakes wriggling, filling the entire swamp. Determined not to give Li Qingshan any chance, he used his Yin Soul cultivation to suppress him. Displaying the strongest point of the natural heavenly book, he forced Li Qingshan into a desperate situation step by step, and at the same time enjoyed his expression of despair. But to his disappointment, Li Qingshan said without a change in expression, "Second move." "Good, very good." Xing Yushu was so angry that he laughed, and continued to activate the natural heavenly book, growing giant trees one after another. In a moment, the swamp turned into a primitive forest, as if it had grown for 10,000 years, and the crisscrossing branches blocked off the entire sky. Xianxia said, "There's no need to look anymore, he's definitely going to lose." "Tsk, I thought you had some ability, so it's just a bluff." Lu Tian slapped the railing and shouted fanatically, "No, my dark horse will not lose." Xianxia shouted angrily, "Die." The Yin soul shot out countless rays of dark green light, and in an instant, all his resentment and anger exploded. The boundless giant trees all fell towards Li Qingshan, as if a landslide or a tsunami, drowning him in an instant. Like a giant net that suddenly tightened, layer by layer tightly wrapped around him, the huge force it contained made his bones creak. If not for the incomparably strong body of the gods and devils, he would have been crushed into fine powder. Li Qingshan shouted in panic, "Ah, I can't take it anymore." Chao Tianjiao could not bear to watch, and turned her head away. Even though he won the bet, he was not happy. It was really too shameful. How could there be such a shameless man? Thinking of the little unease she felt just now, she felt even more shameful. She was actually almost fooled by this bastard. She really wanted to kill him. But forget it, she just needed to teach him a lesson. For this kind of trash, there was no need to anger the bamboo. She was about to intervene and save him. However, Li Qingshan was not Xianxu's match, and he was well aware of it. If they were to engage in a bloody battle in the wilderness, the one who would survive would definitely be him. However, in this black tortoise arena, all the advantages that were beneficial to him were stripped away. Firstly, under the gazes of the three direct disciples, he was unable to use his innate divine ability. This was the human path and not the demonic beast path. Demons could only exist as mounts, and even Spirit Venerable Gui Hai was no exception. Furthermore, there was no room for maneuver here, and most of his combat experience became useless. Secondly, Xianxu had learned his lesson from last time and was fully prepared. He could no longer scheme against an unprepared opponent. It was impossible for him to tear apart the steel fortress formed by the giant tree with just his strong physique. The Qilin transformation could control plants to a certain extent, but it definitely did not include the spells cast by the enemy, at least not yet. In the end, that woman Chao Tianjiao was indeed a seasoned veteran. Taking away his doomsday wildflower saber was like pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron. She had pulled out his claws and teeth, forcing him into an extremely awkward situation. If he could still easily defeat a Yin spirit cultivator who was about to cross the fifth heavenly tribulation in such a disadvantageous situation, then the cultivation path did not matter about the difference in realms. Yes, Chao Tianjiao's prediction was right. The so-called letting you make 3 moves was just a bluff. Because it was useless to reason with her. Just as she said, this was her territory, and she could suppress and bully you. What would you do? Panicking out of fear? Feel indignant? Don't joke around. Fear and anger would only cause you to lose faster and more miserably. Therefore, he might as well scare his opponent first, stall for some time, and then find a countermeasure. A thought flashed in his mind, other than the 9 transformations of demons and gods, I seem to have a heavenly book of freedom. When Xianxu shouted Yin spirit leaving body, he silently chanted at the same time, nascent soul leaving body. When Xianxu's Yin spirit flew into the sky, a lively little Li Qingshan burrowed into the ground beneath his feet. When Li Qingshan said the words "it's my turn," he drilled into Xianxu's corporeal body. Xianxu's heart was filled with ruthlessness as he urged the giant tree with all his strength. He wanted to strangle Li Qingshan to death. Even if I can't kill you, I can destroy your body. Leaving behind a nascent soul is enough. With a loud bang, thousands of giant trees trembled violently, their branches and leaves withered and fell. The nascent soul contained a destructive power that directly turned his body, which was not very strong, into ashes. What did you do? Xianxu's expression changed greatly. In that instant, it was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk in. He had lost control of everything and a myriad of emotions uncontrollably flowed out. His Yin spirit began to twist and contort. Chao Tianjiao's eyes widened in shock. Pai Yangqiu said in astonishment, Xianxu's corporeal body was destroyed, but how did he do it? Lu Tian said, my dark horse is omnipotent. You have to protect your corporeal body well. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to break free from the giant tree and used his pinky to pick his ear. The nascent soul is really useful, I don't even need to use my fists. Chao Tianjiao said, impossible, after the nascent soul leaves the body, how can he still control the corporeal body? The nascent soul was very fragile. No nascent soul cultivator would easily let the nascent soul leave the body. Moreover, after leaving the body, the corporeal body would lose control. What was even more inconceivable was Shen Yushu's prison of drawing ground did not only rely on the sturdiness of the wood, it was similar to a formation barrier. Even a Yin spirit would not be able to easily break through it. Not to mention a mere nascent soul. Pai Yangqiu muttered, he is the first person to cultivate the unfettered heavenly book. There must be a mystery that we don't know about. He also had some doubts in his heart. Although every scroll of the unfettered heavenly book was mysterious and profound, he was only a nascent soul cultivator. However, Li Qingshan was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even if his nascent soul was destroyed, he could still run and jump. Those who cultivated the unfettered heavenly tome were good at escaping techniques. Not only did those huge trees not become an obstacle, but they also became the medium for nascent soul to cast the wood escape art. He followed the vines to find the melon, and went straight to the root of the problem. Moreover, he had never really learned any escape techniques. Everything was almost instinctive. This was the result of the nascent soul's tempering in the small world within its body, as the Qilin transformation was currently its shortcoming. Therefore, the wood escape was not very strong. It took a lot of time to travel through the giant trees. He would probably be able to do it in a short while. So he deliberately angered Shen Yushu, causing his Yin spirit to leave his body. What a cunning kid. A trace of admiration flashed in Chao Tianjiao's eyes. This kind of method was simply putting one's life on the line, a grand gamble of not succeeding or dying for a righteous cause. However, he actually behaved so calmly. This kind of courage was really extraordinary. In fact, she still underestimated Li Qingshan. Even if Shen Yushu did not leave his body with his Yin spirit, Li Qingshan could still send his nascent soul over and directly self-destruct. However, that would be harming the enemy by 1,000 and harming himself by 800. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to do so. Shen Yushu's Yin spirit flew back to the center of the iron fortress. It was empty, not even a drop of blood was left behind. In a split second, he felt as if his heart had died, and the light of his Yin spirit became dim. The destruction of the corporeal body was a great loss to a cultivator. The lower the cultivation, the more serious it was. He was in the crucial period of preparing to cross the 5 heavenly tribulations. Now it was all over. At least another 100 years would be needed to make up for it. By that time, perhaps he would have missed the opportunity. Li Qingshan, I will kill you. Shen Yushu let out a hysterical roar. His Yin spirit shone brightly. Under the distortion of his emotions, his voice and face were already close to inhuman. Tens of thousands of giant trees madly danced, and like a raging sea, they smashed towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also felt that it was somewhat troublesome. A hysterical enemy might not be scary, but it was very troublesome. Wanting to completely destroy Shen Yushu's Yin spirit was not that easy. Moreover, he also had to consider Wan Yaozhu's feelings. She probably did not want to see him kill someone. Moreover, the person he killed was a familiar junior brother from the same sect. At this time, a figure swept past him. The ending wildflower saber flew up and fell into that figure's hand. The saber light flashed and cut apart tens of thousands of giant trees. Wood shavings swirled in the air like a snowstorm. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the snowstorm. He felt the wind of the saber whizzing past. Every saber was difficult for him to resist. Enough, victory and defeat have been decided. The scene returned to silence. Li Qingshan looked at Chao Tianjiao's proud and straight back. This was the power of Wan Xianxia's eldest senior sister. Chao Tianjiao's gaze was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Shen Yushu's distorted and furious Yin spirit recovered a trace of clarity. He said, full of unwillingness, eldest senior sister, I haven't lost yet. Chao Tianjiao said, according to the rules of the duel, if your physical body is destroyed, you lose. Don't you hurry up and calm your mind? Do you want to become a ghost? Turning around, she handed the ending wildflower saber to Li Qingshan. You win, the saber is not bad. Thank you. You shouldn't stay in the 100-herb garden. I will give you a more suitable job and guarantee that you will get more contribution points and bookmarks. In short, I will protect you. Li Qingshan was about to open his mouth to reply when she interrupted. Think carefully, this is not a suggestion. I know, I refuse. Li Qingshan quickly recovered from the shock. There were still many big scenes to face in the future, so how could he be frightened by this little trick? Looking at his hand, his 5 fingers opened and clenched again. He was still savoring the profoundness of nascent soul coming out of his body. In the past, the human cultivation technique was just a means to hide his identity, at most it was just icing on the cake. It seemed like this was the first time it really played a decisive role. Xianxua's tactics were admittedly very stupid, but it really had the intention of being in an invincible position. Even if Xianxia used all his innate divine abilities, he might not be able to break his tortoise shell, but relying on nascent soul, he did it very easily. This was just the initial transformation of the unfettered heavenly book, and if it continued to develop like this, it would definitely not be inferior to any kind of fiend god transformation. Chao Tianjiao questioned, why? Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled, probably because I'm tired of fighting and killing. His delicate and pretty face really had that kind of harmless feeling, but none of the true disciples present would believe this kind of nonsense. They could clearly see the fire burning in this man's heart, as if he came to this world to fight and kill. He was supposed to be an Asura, but he accidentally came to the human realm. Chao Tianjiao said, I'm very suspicious of your purpose. I know, and I also understand, but I won't obediently follow other people's orders just because they suspect me. Eldest senior sister, you don't seem to be the kind of person who likes to argue with others, it's just that you can't make a move against me because we're from the same sect. Actually, I'm also very unhappy with you, but I can't do anything about it. Why don't we make a deal? 30 years later, let's have a duel here, how about it? Li Qingshan spoke slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. What he said made the faces of the few true disciples present change. Stunned, shocked, overflowing with interest. The bet of 30 years to become a true disciple between Li Qingshan and Le Tian was already inconceivable enough. Just a moment ago, Le Tian had told him that Chao Tianjiao could easily deal with 8 or 10 true disciples. Chao Tianjiao looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe, but her anger was gone, as if she was looking at some kind of rare creature. I know you're arrogant, but your arrogance is still beyond my expectations. You want to duel with me? You're not the only one. You can also bring that rabbit with you. Li Qingshan pointed at the black-haired roar that was crouching on the cliff. You'd better bring that rabbit with you. The black rabbit suddenly pricked up its ears, and its ruby-like eyes flickered. Huh? Brat, are you crazy? Chao Tianjiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Li Qingshan as if he was an idiot. Le Tian and Pai Yangqiu had the same feeling. They knew that he was bold, but they didn't expect him to be this bold. If they knew that Li Qingshan had threatened Spirit Sovereign Gui high in the sky, they probably wouldn't be so shocked. Li Qingshan suddenly took a step forward and asked with a smile, do you dare? Chao Tianjiao's face sank. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Li Qingshan raised his right palm and asked again, a life and death duel. Do you dare? Pa. Chao Tianjiao angrily slapped his right palm, which could be considered a vow, then turned around and left. Immediately, get out of here. Walking out of the Black Tortoise Arena and returning to Wansheng City, Li Qingshan looked at the bright sunlight and revealed a victorious smile. Chao Tianjiao was completely different from a vile person like Xianxia. Even a small bit of malice could bring him huge trouble. To her, it might just be a whim or slight displeasure. Like a child playing with an ant. What was even worse was that he was that ant, and he didn't have any way to deal with it. If he didn't want to be manipulated by her, then he could only fiercely bite her finger and use this kind of intense method to force her to not make things difficult for him for a short period of time. Le Tian had won another match. However, there was no joy on his face as he solemnly said, I have to say that I admire your courage, but you will die a horrible death. She is the only person in Wansheng sect that she can't kill. There is no one that she doesn't dare to kill. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I am truly grateful that senior brother is so concerned about me. Scoundrel, if you die, who will pay my gambling debt? Lu Tian hugged his head and roared, damn it, I've been tricked by you. Pai Yongqiu sighed and said, junior brother, even if you become a true disciple, she might not let you off. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, I don't need others to let me off. Senior brothers, don't worry, I will first defeat senior brother Lu Tian, then defeat this eldest senior sister. Who knows, I might even become the true eldest senior brother of Wanxiang sect. Therefore, I will have to trouble you two senior brothers to take care of the cave dwelling. I will take my leave now. Lu Tian and Pai Yongqiu looked at each other, where does your confidence come from? Heh, I'm just bragging. Li Qingshan leisurely walked away with his arms as a pillow, if I can't live with dignity, then I'll die with dignity. Others cultivated to seek longevity, but he insisted on seeking his own death. If a person wasn't even afraid of death, what else would he not dare to say? As a man, he only needed to fight with all his might until the last moment of his life. Failure did not matter, he would only be destroyed. Pai Yongqiu and Lu Tian watched as Li Qingshan's figure disappeared into the rows upon rows of Wanxiang city streets. Lu Tian suddenly asked, will I lose? Pai Yongqiu blushed, didn't you say that the thing that gamblers fear the most is having their confidence shaken? Until the last moment, no one knows what fate has in store for them? Lu Tian said, but that damned fate will always create dark horses out of nowhere. I hate dark horses, but this is also the joy of gambling. In the Black Tortoise arena, Chao Tianjiao muttered to herself, Rabbit, I really have an urge to kill him in the cradle. The Black Rabbit nodded in agreement. Chao Tianjiao angrily laughed, am I that kind of person? The Black Rabbit nodded again in agreement. Good, go out of the city and kill him now. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and destroy all traces. The Black Rabbit looked at her with disdain, then turned his head away, as if saying, I'm not that kind of person. Chao Tianjiao laughed, then let us wait and see. 30 years will pass very quickly. At that time I will be the real big senior sister of the Wanxiang sect. I will first make him a big joke, then a dead big joke. Stretching his body, he twisted his head left and right, okay, the holiday is over. It's time to go to work. I don't know if I can kill a few demon emperors this time. I need to vent my anger. You also want to roar and shout, right? The Black Rabbit licked his lips in a very human-like manner and nodded. Li Qingshan successfully returned to the herb garden. Guan Yaozhu was pacing back and forth under the Bodhi tree. Seeing him, she sighed in relief and said with a serious expression, I'm sorry. Li Qingshan laughed, it's okay. There was no need to say 1,000 words. Guan Yaozhu said, I brought some dishes to go with wine. Li Qingshan picked up the empty wine gourd and smiled bitterly, unfortunately, I don't have any more wine. I'll go buy some. No need, I've already drunk enough in the city. Thus, Guan Yaozhu brewed tea and the two sat together, admiring the snowy scenery. They didn't speak much and silently sipped the tea. They had a tacit understanding. This caused the 9-colored deer in the herb cave to feel distressed but helpless. Li Qingshan suddenly put down the teacup, I'm sorry. Why? Shen Yu Shu. This topic had to be brought up in the end. He brought it upon himself. What does it have to do with you? Li Qingshan said, don't worry. When spring comes, I will cross the 4th heavenly tribulation. I should be able to handle this kind of work. Spring is coming. When the first sprout came out of the snow, the frozen river cracked with a rumble, and the golden leaf Bodhi tree shed a dense drizzle. The rain landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and he opened his eyes. The 100 herb garden was already in the midst of spring. The vegetation had endured an entire winter, growing impatiently with a rustling sound. The earth chi was sprouting, and all living things were growing. When all this was reflected in his eyes, a gentle smile appeared on his face. The small world in his body was also full of spring. Naturally, without any reluctance, he cultivated the first layer of the Qilin strategy of longevity. The small world rumbled and shook like a long river, and the speed of its operation began to gradually increase. Li Qingshan stood up. The time was ripe, and it was time to take another step forward. He cupped his hands in the direction of the herb cave. Senior sister, I'm going to go through the tribulation. Wan Yaoji's gentle voice sounded in his ears. You can stay here. Thanks, but it will probably cause a lot of noise. It's better to go outside. It's not good to hurt the flowers and plants. Alright, be careful. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Li Qingshan left the herb garden and the island it was on, and flew into the depths of the vast sea. When he flew far enough, he suddenly spread a pair of glorious phoenix wings and flapped them with all his strength. Strong winds stirred up thousands of feet-high waves on the sea, whistling away. When he started to faintly hear thunder, he stopped. Tribulation clouds rolled and gathered above his head. You want to destroy me? Come. With a reckless smile on his face, he spread his wings and arms towards the sky. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sea, and all the shadows were swallowed by the lightning. Only his pitch-black abyss-like shadow was left, and it became more and more clear in the light. Then, it expanded, twisted, and soared. Boom! Like two pillars falling from the sky, a pair of iron hooves stepped into the bottom of the sea, crushing the sand and mud that had been accumulated for thousands of years. The sea surged and became muddy, but it could only reach his knees. A tiger tail swept across the sea. Boom, 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 boom. The huge waves gathered into a huge tsunami, moving far away behind him. The pair of phoenix wings became increasingly brilliant and inconceivable. All the splendor in the world seemed to be burning fiercely. No, it was actually burning, and that flame came from the bottom of his heart. Standing between the sea and the sky, he raised his head and confronted the heavenly tribulation. The horns on his head were like crescent moons, and he looked like an enraged bull. There was only a small piece of red cloth in front of him. The red cloth in his eyes was the surging tribulation clouds and the boundless sky. The confrontation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps even that moment was an illusion. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. It sounded like a human yet not a human, like a beast yet not a beast, chaotic yet sacred, heavy yet impassioned. He punched the sky with all his might. In the blood-red sky, the stars fell like rain, and the child revealed an innocent and evil smile. The mother patted his head and revealed a look of approval, and the child became even more proud. However, every star behind him was wailing in pain, and the sky was so red that it looked like it was bleeding. Luo Ho Xiaoming woke up from his nightmare. Blinking his eyes, he realized that he was unable to move his body at all. His entire body had been frozen in the black profound ice, and only his face was exposed. Ao Xian was entrenched around the black profound ice, and his huge dragon head was approaching. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Luo Ho Xiaoming mumbled to himself. "You better not play tricks with me, or I will let you taste the pain of hell. That will only embarrass both of us." Torture and Azura. Luo Ho Xiaoming laughed. "You have probably never been to the depths of hell. When you get there, you will know how fortunate it is to be killed by a sword." Ao Xian bared his teeth and showed off his sharpness. "You have been to the depths of hell?" Luo Ho Xiaoming had a rough idea of what had happened. "Of course." Ao Xian shouted angrily, "Brat, I am the one asking you now. Your Azura immortal body is suitable for the torture of hell. You will know what true pain is when the time comes." Luo Ho Xiaoming raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it more painful than being burned by the hellfire?" Ao Xian paused. The legendary pain of being burned by the hellfire was something that even those with great power would turn pale at. Then, he realized something and said, "Nonsense. If you were burned by the hellfire, how could you still be alive?" Luo Ho Xiaoming sneered and said, "Four-legged snake, haven't you heard that as long as the Azura's fighting heart does not die, they will never die? Stop bluffing. If you are burned by the hellfire, you will die for sure. Even if you are from the Rahu clan, you will not be able to escape death. Are you afraid of the Rahu clan's revenge?" Ao Xian sneered, "The Rahu clan has already withered, and the Azura have no control over the human realm. What do I have to be afraid of? Are you afraid of that little bird that flew away? The one that looks like the Kuan-pung?" Ao Xian was furious, "Shut up. Even the great sage of chaotic heavens could not escape, let alone a little brat." Suddenly, he regained his composure and said, "You want to provoke me? Alright, let me see how long you can be so stubborn." The black ice slowly eroded Luo Ho Xiaoming's body. Every second, there were countless tiny and sharp icicles piercing through his flesh. It was even worse than death by 1,000 cuts. "Tell me, who are you? You are afraid of the secret that I carry, afraid that it will bring you a fatal disaster. But that fellow is not afraid. Whether you are a dragon or something else, he will skin you alive and cut you into pieces. He will not hesitate at all, and he will not even bother to ask questions. They are probably not afraid as well, and they will probably like the taste of your flesh." Luo Ho Xiaoming endured the slight pain and kept talking. Suddenly, he understood why Li Qingshan was so talkative. Words were indeed a good weapon, especially under such circumstances. "Who are they?" the giant dragon roared. They are all very interesting fellows. I promise you will meet them." On the vast Gobi Desert, bare red rocks and yellow hills were everywhere. The midday sun was extremely hot, and the air was twisted and fluctuating in the heat. A figure came from afar. Her soft and smooth bare feet stepped over the sharp gravel, but nothing could stop her. Her tattered kasaya with black scriptures on it danced in the hot wind. She walked forward like an ascetic monk. "Little Anne, I think we should hide first and try our best to increase our power." There was a gust of hot wind, and Gu Yening blocked her way. After going through the fourth heaven's test, a brand new world was opened to them. It was the best time to increase their power. She felt that she was getting stronger every second, and she was getting closer to the Kuanping. "I think we should meet up with Qingshan and tell him what happened." Little End walked past her expressionlessly, and his voice was flat. "How do you know where he is? And how is the situation in the nature sect?" "I know, he is still alive." That was enough. "Can't you live without him?" "Yes." Little End answered without any hesitation. Gu Yening looked at her back and said, "You are going to walk like this?" "I don't have wings." Gu Yening laid out her hands and sighed helplessly. "All right then, first young miss." "As you wish. Come onto my back." Little Anne's lips curled up into a smile. She silently turned around and walked over. In the distance, there was smoke and the sound of horse hooves. Gu Yening said, "Someone is coming." Little Anne said, "Wait." The sound of horse hooves approached and dust flew everywhere. A group of horse gangsters whistled and surrounded them. Their faces were full of admiration and desire. Gu Yening smiled brightly at them. Instantly, a few horse gangsters were distracted and fell from their horses. They cried out in pain and cursed. Maintaining her smile, she asked Little and in a low voice, "Did you change your mind?" At this moment, a young man with a bare chest and full of tattoos rode his horse forward and said condescendingly, "Where did you two ladies come from? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Little and pursed his lips and said to Gu Yening, "I think what you said makes sense. Besides, the Kuanping is too eye-catching. Why don't we compromise?" Gu Yening smiled playfully, "Compromise? We'll walk." A horse gangster pulled out a machete and shouted, "Hey, girl, our boss is talking to you." Gu Yening rolled her eyes, "It's eating." "More or less." Little and smiled and the horse gangster leader was stunned. The noisy horse gangsters became silent and looked at her with infatuation. There was only the rustling of the wind. They felt that if they could get a smile from her, they would be willing to die. Gu Yening pretended to be indignant and said, "Hey, this is too much. I'm not convinced." Little and swiped his index finger and the samadhi flame of white bone surged out silently. It dyed the yellow desert into a pale white color. The horse gangsters and their horses burned and melted into the pale white flame. Saddles and clothes fell all over the ground. Only the horse gangster leader was left. He turned pale with fright. "Demon, demon." He urged the horse under him with all his might. However, the horse seemed to be stunned and did not move at all. Little and pointed at him and all the samadhi flame of white bone gathered on his body. His flesh and blood peeled off, leaving only white bones. 2 flames burned in his eye sockets. He grew sharp claws, fangs, and horns and turned into a skeletal demon. During the tribulation, to fight against the tribulation thunder, all of her white bone instruments were severely damaged. Especially her string of skull prayer beads, not a single one was left. It had a huge impact on her combat power. However, this was also good. He could directly condense a higher quality skeleton demon. She clenched her right hand into a fist. The skeleton demon on the back of the horse suddenly shrunk to the size of a fist. It galloped across the Gobi Desert as a scout. She gently stroked the dumbstruck steed and reforged its bones and flesh. Two faint flames ignited in the depths of her eyes as she obediently knelt down. At this moment, Du Yenying had already completed the destruction of the corpses. She activated the Hellfire Wind to turn all the remnants of the horse gang into ashes and scattered them in the wind. Very good, I can cultivate on the horse, as long as it's not too bumpy. After a while, the two of them rode on the same horse and galloped across the endless desert. The horse's hooves kicked up dust, and it didn't seem tired at all. It was also extremely stable as it headed towards the Wanxiang sect, which was 100,000 miles away. In the 100 Herb Cave, Wan Yaozhu was distracted. The 9-colored deer said, "If you want to go, then go." Wan Yaozhu's thoughts were guessed, and her face turned slightly red. "Where am I going?" "Poor Li Qingshan. He has no friends, and he's all alone. He doesn't even have a protector when he transcends the tribulation. If he fails, he'll definitely be struck to death by lightning." It repeated hatefully, "Struck to death." Wan Yaozhu's expression tightened. "Don't talk nonsense. With his temperament and cultivation, how could he fail the tribulation?" As she spoke, she also felt a little unconfident. This was because the lightning tribulation was never something that could be measured. Sometimes, the higher the cultivation, the fiercer the lightning tribulation. A powerful protector could not only ensure that the person transcending the tribulation would not be disturbed by external forces, but also give the cultivator an extra chance of survival after failing the tribulation. "Then let's go and take a look?" "I'm not going." "Why?" "Out of sight, out of mind," the 9-colored deer said, very annoyed. "All right, then you look after the house." Wan Yaozhu's young spirit directly left her body. Her entire body was surrounded by green flowers, her sleeves fluttered, her jade belt fluttered, and her hair was decorated with flowers. She looked like a fairy. She hurried out of the herb garden, surrounded by the vast sea. Where should she go to find Li Qingshan's whereabouts? With a thought in her mind, the young spirit sprinkled green light all over the island. Under the glow, the plants on the island were flourishing, spitting out specks of green light like fireflies and gathering towards her, telling her everything that had happened on the island. Thus, she determined the direction in which Li Qingshan had left, turned into a green light, and flew away as fast as lightning. In an instant, she heard the faint sound of thunder. Instead, she was a little hesitant. "He didn't ask me to protect him. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to rush over rashly like this. I might even distract him." There was also a trace of shyness, feeling that she was a little too concerned about him. Although it was out of kindness, it would not be good if others misunderstood her. Although there was no one else here. Why don't I quietly go over and secretly protect him? If he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, then I will quietly retreat. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Thus, she made up her mind and immediately began to fade away, hiding between heaven and earth. Her breath also completely integrated into nature, without a trace. Cultivating the heavenly book of nature, she was extremely good at concealing herself. Moreover, she was in the state of young spirit. Even young spirit cultivators of the same cultivation level would find it difficult to find her traces, and it didn't even affect her flight. She only lowered her flying altitude, and soon she was close to the place where the tribulation was. Hey, how can the fourth heavenly tribulation be so fierce? The scene in front of her very surprised her. The sea was turbulent, and the waves were monstrous. This area of the sea was not deep, but it was stirred up to the heavens and the earth. And in the tribulation clouds above her head, violent thunderbolts came one after another, far exceeding her imagination of the fourth heavenly tribulation. When she got closer, she was even more shocked, because she clearly saw the lightning sword flying in the tribulation clouds. This is, the tribulation thunder condensed into a weapon? How can tribulation thunder condense into a weapon in the fourth heavenly tribulation? Guan Yaozhu said in surprise. She hadn't seen tribulation thunder condense into a weapon even when she was crossing the fifth heavenly tribulation. Eldest senior sister had once encountered a big hammer condensed from tribulation thunder, and she was almost hammered to death. And this was only the fourth heavenly tribulation. If the fourth heavenly tribulation for ordinary people was just a routine test, then the fourth heavenly tribulation in front of her was simply like the heaven had been angered, and it wanted to kill him. And when she crossed the fourth heavenly tribulation, it was simply warm and affectionate, as if the heaven had intentionally let her go. This was also a great benefit of cultivating the heavenly book of nature, making it easier to cross the tribulation. He'll be fine, right? She couldn't help but worry, and even a little fear, so she sped up and quickly approached the center of the tribulation clouds. After crossing a mountain of waves, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Boom! The lightning illuminated the sea and the sky, highlighting a majestic figure standing on the world sea, roaring and fighting with the heaven. Could it be some kind of magic? She felt a little uneasy, so she got a little closer, until she couldn't get any closer, or else she would attract the tribulation thunder. She already had to look up at the majestic figure with an expression of disbelief, but everything in front of her was telling her a simple fact. Xianxia. So you are a monster. To be continued. P.S. Thank you for your concern. I feel much better today, and I found that being sick wasn't entirely a bad thing. My sleep was really too healthy. Li Qingshan was currently focused on fending off the heavenly tribulation, so he was completely unaware of all of this. His scarlet eyes stared at the lightning sword that moved through the dark clouds. He was not knowledgeable enough to recognize what it was, but he instinctively felt a great threat from it. Thunder and lightning interweaved between the sea and the sky, and even the smallest aftershock was as thick as a water bucket. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded together, and the blazing light shone through the waves and the bottom of the sea, presenting an incomparably magnificent scene. At the center of the lightning was Li Qingshan. Rumble! The deafening roar shattered the sea, but in an instant it gave people an illusion of tranquility. The misty white mist was dazzling, and it surrounded Li Qingshan's figure as he fought against the heavenly tribulation, blurring the boundary between gods and demons. In a trance, Guan Yaozhu seemed to see him sitting on a throne high in the clouds, controlling the lightning, and his divine might was like a prison. Who exactly are you? Or rather, what exactly are you? Li Qingshan's demonic body seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He staggered and half-knelt in the sea, lowering his proud head. But the lightning sword flew over in an instant, slashing at his head. Roar! Li Qingshan raised his head and roared, ferocious and violent. Waves rose, strong winds surged, and the tiger's roar shook the heaven and earth. The tiger's roar stopped the lightning sword's momentum, and the lightning became more and more intense, vowing not to stop until Li Qingshan's head was cut off. And in the sky full of tribulation clouds, new lightning gathered, and even thousands of flickering lightning balls fell. Guan Yaozhu's heart instantly jumped, and for a moment, she couldn't care less about Li Qingshan's identity and race. She was ready to act at any time. She came to help protect him, and everything had to wait until the heavenly tribulation was over. Otherwise, if he died here, what meaning would there be? But in such a dangerous situation, she really doubted whether she could save him. Absorb! Li Qingshan stretched his ape arms. His left hand formed a cage, and he used the ape demon's innate magical ability to freeze the lightning sword in the void. He punched again, and the void cracked, and the lightning sword flew back. Receiving the recoil, he fell backward. Twisting his body, he threw himself into the sea and transformed into a giant turtle. The tribulation lightning continuously bombarded the tortoise shell, but it was as if light was reflected on a mirror, bouncing back and shining brightly. Guan Yaozhu was also stunned by his endless divine abilities. Were ordinary demons so powerful? No wonder he wasn't afraid of Xianxia at all. If it was a fair fight, how could Xianxia be his opponent? However, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything for the time being. Inside the turtle shell, Li Qingshan chuckled. Sometimes, it felt good to be a coward. However, between the sea and the sky, a bolt of lightning crisscrossed, leaving behind a complex and profound afterimage. The thunder sword absorbed almost all the reflected thunderbolts and became larger and more blazing, its shape becoming clearer and sharper. Li Qingshan thought, sure enough, a mighty heavenly tribulation that tests all cultivators can't be countered so easily. However, he was still very relaxed. If the greatest threat of the tribulation this time was the lightning sword, then the lightning sword would not be able to stop it. That wasn't enough to kill him. At this moment, the nascent soul in his body moved slightly. It revealed an evil smile. It was both Li Qingshan's appearance and Li Qingshan's smile, but it seemed to condense all the malice in his heart. There was a problem with the operation of the miniature world, and layers of demonic thoughts rolled in. Li Qingshan's mind was distracted. Lightning flashed, and the thunder sword cut off his head, which rolled into the sea. In midair, he cursed, "Fuck." Boom. The head smashed into the sea, creating a huge wave, and sank to the bottom. Li Qingshan's body could still move. He hurriedly reached out with both hands. Lightning flashed, crisscrossing, and his hands broke in midair, falling into the sea with a loud bang. His majestic body was torn apart like a landslide, falling into the sea piece by piece. Qingshan. Guan Yaozhu suddenly opened her eyes wide. He was clearly majestic just a moment ago, but in the next moment, he was dismembered. Such a shocking change was hard to accept. Did he die just like that? However, the tribulation thunder did not stop. Lightning flashed, and she saw another Li Qingshan standing in the void. His body was translucent, and his long hair was loose. His black robe fluttered, and his eyes flashed with an evil red light. He smiled hideously, revealing his mouth full of sharp teeth. The tribulation thunder also targeted him. His figure was erratic and indistinct, almost instinctively using some kind of extremely brilliant escape technique. Shuttling through the lightning. Even the thunder sword could not easily lock onto him. What is that? Guan Yaozhu was very uncertain. She had never heard of such a strange and evil nascent soul. It was like the legendary heavenly devil. However, heavenly devils would only appear when a cultivator became an immortal or a god. At that time, the inner demons would be external, and the 5-yin would burn, opening the mysterious latch of heaven and earth. Heavenly devils would descend, and they would use endless magic to prevent people from achieving Tao. It was an existence even more dangerous than the tribulation thunder. Could it be the 5-yin devils? In order to survive the 6 heavenly tribulations, she had studied this in depth. When the yang spirit transformed into the primordial spirit, there would be the inner demons, and the mind would be agitated, giving birth to the 5-yin devils. However, they were still the same type of inner demons. Based on the cultivator's body, they did not have a physical body, so they would not have such a manifestation. Moreover, whether it was the 5-yin devils or the heavenly devils, they were not the treatment that cultivators who had not become immortals should have. Otherwise, not many people could become immortals. Legend had it that all heavenly devils were the incarnations of the great freedom sky devil lord. If they were to deal with a small nascent soul cultivator, there would be no way to deal with them, and they would definitely die. Great freedom sky. Book of freedom. Could that be his nascent soul? The demon infant stared at the turbulent sea and smiled hideously. Don't play dead. I know you are still alive. Get up. He is still alive. Guan Yaozhu was happy, but she was also full of doubts. She stared at the demon infant in the sky. Could that be his true appearance? A phoenix cry pierced through the sky, and the sea was dyed in a magnificent color as if it was burning. The phoenix spread its wings, broke through the sea, and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan looked at the demon infant in surprise. He felt like he was talking to himself just now, but he could not control it. It was as if he was talking in his sleep. This feeling was too strange. He never knew that cultivating the Book of Freedom would produce such a strange thing. An evil, crazy mirror clone that had its own consciousness? You are the F***king thing. The demon infant cursed and flew over. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed, but the nascent soul fused into his palm. Immediately after, the lightning sword came slashing over, and the small world circulation suddenly became sluggish. This time, Li Qingshan was prepared. He flapped his wings and turned, brushing past the lightning. There was still a terrible sword wound in front of him, from his right shoulder to his left waist. It gave off a burnt smell, and even the phoenix's powerful life force could not heal it. The demon infant laughed loudly. How pathetic. You want to ascend to the 9 heavens with just this bit of ability? You might as well die here. This laughter and tone were exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. In fact, it was even more like Li Qingshan's than Li Qingshan's. Nascent soul self-destruct. He could not care less about getting injured. He made up his mind and chose to self-destruct his nascent soul. Boom. Against the backdrop of the low clouds and interweaving lightning, Li Qingshan and the demonic infant faced off against each other in the air. It was as if they were looking at a distorted mirror. Because it was the body of a fiend god, the demonic infant seemed more like Li Qingshan. Its words seemed more like it was talking to itself. Before it could refute, lightning flashed behind it and the lightning sword pierced through the clouds from the sea. Amidst the violent boom, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and dodged in a sorry state. Feathers fell from the sky and another terrible wound appeared on his body. Boom. 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 The blazing thunder sword kept piercing back and forth, leaving behind crisscrossing arcs of lightning that cut the void into pieces. Li Qingshan was locked down and couldn't resist at all. The circulation of the small world was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The demonic qi was chaotic and uncontrollable, falling into chaos under the influence of the demonic infant. He felt as if his body had been extended and a wandering limb had grown out. The sensation of this limb was transmitted even faster, so fast that his consciousness couldn't react. A slight change in one part would affect the entire body, and he couldn't control it at all. It was like a voodoo doll that was tailor-made for him and could move freely. It was constantly cursing him. In an instant, sword wounds crisscrossed on his body and white bones could be seen. His right arm was severed at the elbow and his spine was exposed in the wound at his waist. He knelt in the sea with the surging seawater up to his chest. What was worse was that the wings behind him were completely torn apart by the lightning, making it difficult for him to dodge the following attacks. The situation took a turn for the worse as the will of death closed in. The demonic infant sneered coldly, "Look at your pathetic appearance, saying that a mere 4 heavenly tribulations can destroy you above the 9 heavens. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your fate?" "Shut up!" Li Qingshan roared angrily. "Ha, you can't even protect yourself now, so how can you control me?" The lightning sword gathered lightning and attacked Li Qingshan continuously. The demonic infant didn't even need to dodge the lightning now. She simply placed her hands on her waist and raised her nose to the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Guan Yaozhu couldn't understand. Even the 5 Yin demons could only use the 5 great worries of emotion, perception, thought, action, and knowledge to disturb the minds of cultivators. It didn't have any substance, nor did it have any consciousness. It was even more impossible for it to quarrel with a cultivator like this. Furthermore, to a certain extent, this demonic infant was a demonic infant. He was just like Li Qingshan. Boom. Another strike landed on Li Qingshan's back. If he had not used the spirit turtle's ability in time, he would have almost been cleaved in half. The tremendous force still slammed him into the ocean viciously. How could such a thing happen? It must be that bastard spirit sovereign Gui Hai who schemed against me. There's something wrong with the unfettered heavenly book he gave me. All right. Through the deep, rippling seawater, the demonic infant's cheers could be heard clearly. Li Qingshan, you don't want me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. He's just a mere mortal. He was lucky enough to obtain a lousy cultivation technique. Do you really think that you can defeat demon god Xianxia and ascend to the 9 heavens? Guan Yaozhu frowned slightly. It wasn't strange for cultivators of the Tao of the mortal realm to aim above the 9 heavens, but what was up with demon god Xianxia? Why would a mere nascent soul cultivator be involved with such a monster? TSK, abandoning your wife and slaughtering the innocent. You even dare to talk about the 9 heavens time and time again. Even I feel ashamed for you. Fortunately, you can't reach there. Even if you really reach the 9 heavens, you'll still be a disgrace. You might as well just die here and save yourself a lot of trouble. The demonic infant's mocking laughter reverberated amidst the rolling thunder. It was completely unaffected by the thunder. Li Qingshan was extremely furious. He finally experienced the feelings of his opponents whom he mocked. He wanted nothing more than to tear that thing into pieces. However, the angrier he got, the more vicious the demonic infant's words became. The rolling evil words were like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. It was even more unbearable than tribulation lightning. He decided to seal his eyes and ears, wanting to see and hear nothing. However, the evil words became clearer and clearer. It was as if it came from the bottom of his heart. A thought flashed through his mind. He immediately understood that he was wrong. That thing was neither evil nor sentient because it was his own voice. He struggled to get up, but the lightning sword hung high in the sky. Lightning flickered and instantly pierced through the sea and sky, pinning him to the bottom of the sea. The seawater exploded, and huge waves rose to the sky. The demonic infant stretched out 2 fingers. It was a gesture that symbolized victory from Xianxia's previous life. It smiled and said, the second time, and the last time. When Xianxia underwent nirvanic rebirth again, he slowly crawled out of the sea. I was wondering what it was. So it's just some distracting thoughts. Is the greatest enemy me? Pfft, how old-fashioned. You finally realized it, idiot. But it's too late. The demonic infant pointed to the sky. Just now, the lightning sword had lost its target and was hanging above his head. It slowly rotated, gathering lightning and restoring its radiance. Not far away, above Xianxia's head, rolling tribulation clouds gathered. Lightning interweaved within them, faintly forming the shape of a blade. The second tribulation lightning weapon. Guan Yaozhu was dumbfounded. Was this really the 4th heavenly tribulation? Xianxia had committed a crime against the heavens. He had inner demons haunting him and tribulation lightning weapon on the outside. Even a Yin divinity cultivator would not be able to escape death. You're the idiot. If I didn't realize it, how would you have? Forget it, it's too stupid to quarrel with yourself. Xianxia shook his head. On this path of the 9 heavens, his number 1 opponent was himself. Fear, doubt, guilt, helplessness, anger. Day and night, they burned incessantly like fire. It was just that these distracting thoughts were usually suppressed by his incomparably strong willpower. But at this critical juncture of transcending the 4th heavenly tribulation, not only was he advancing from demon king to demon emperor, his nascent soul was also transforming into a divinity. The nascent soul cultivated by the unfettered heavenly book was different from others. The Yin divinity formed was closer to a Yin demon. It was more adept at bewitching people and hiding invisibly. It possessed all kinds of strange and unfathomable methods. It could easily crush cultivators of the same realm like Xianxia who were not adept at fighting and had weak willpower. However, the price was that it was very easy to go berserk. Just like at this moment. And this was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. If cultivating the unfettered heavenly book of nature was compatible with the way of nature, it could reduce the difficulty of transcending the tribulation. But the effect of the unfettered heavenly book was the complete opposite. It allowed cultivators to experience what it meant to be overflowing with 5 Yin and the attack of inner demons during the process of transcending the tribulation. The demonic infant said, "You're finished. You're finished too." Xianxia looked up at the lightning blade that was gradually taking shape and muttered to himself, "If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed it. Do you want to destroy yourself?" The demonic infant was the embryonic form of a Yin demon. Everything he said was his thoughts, just like the uncontrollable negative emotions in a mortal's heart. When the layers of distracting thoughts materialized, all kinds of emotions would have nowhere to hide. Among them, the deepest intent and the most terrifying emotion was the urge to destroy oneself. Therefore, the demonic infant wanted to make an enemy out of him and kill him. Only by completely denying his own existence and turning everything into nothingness could he completely let go of his burdens and not have to walk on with such difficulty. How laughable. Was the so-called path of the 9 heavens just to seek death? The demonic infant said numbly, "This is your fate, and also my fate." With a boom, the lightning blade took shape and the lightning sword whistled. The killing intent of heaven and earth condensed into this blade and sword. Who could withstand it? The 2 tribulation thunders gathered a sky full of lightning. A moment of silence appeared between the sea and the sky, leaving only the sound of strong winds and surging waves. Guan Yaozhu looked up silently, feeling a sense of helplessness. No one could survive in such a situation. Even if it was him, the result of being attacked by the tribulation thunders was certain to be annihilated, and his soul scattered. No one could save him. She could not help but feel lost. Did I come all the way here just to see how he dies? Li Qingshan seemed to be unaware of the desperate situation he was in. He looked at the demon infant in the sky and laughed at his weak self. His expression was extremely similar to the demon infant's just now appearance. When he smiled, the demon infant's expression gradually became numb, and it repeated numbly, "I'm dead. I'm dead." It was as if a broken voodoo doll could not forget the inscribed curse. "Yes, I'm dead," Li Qingshan muttered to himself. "If I'm not dead, why would I take this path? Summer insects cannot talk about ice, and a young year cannot be understood." A mortal's lifespan was 100 years, and it was rare for a cultivator to live for 1,000 years. As for more than 10,000 years, it was an extravagant hope even for a cultivator. But in this boundless world, what did 1,000 years count for? Who didn't find it hard to escape death? This was the deepest fear of all living beings, the most ancient curse. Li Qingshan had died once, so he understood this fear more than anyone else. After all, he had lived a mediocre life, full of boredom and boredom. It was only at the moment of death that he suddenly realized, so I can't live forever. He did not hate the impermanence, and did not regret the shortness of time. He was afraid that he had never lived according to his own will. It was this fear that spurred him on in this life, and it gave him this invincible courage. Since it was difficult to live an ignoble life, why not live happily? Since he was fated to die, he must die a worthy death. He placed his right fist on his chest, and his heart pounded. "Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish. But not today, not here." Rumble. The combination of sword and saber descended from the sky. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved in the middle, connecting them into one. In the beginning, they descended very slowly, appearing extremely dignified. They firmly locked onto Li Qingshan's body, will, heart, and soul. There was no longer any possibility of dodging. It was like an irresistible fate. No, this was an irresistible fate. Amidst the flashing lightning, the demonic infant roared, "Die! Die!" Li Qingshan frowned. He felt like it was not just the miniature world in his body. Even his body became somewhat uncontrollable. He clenched his fists and arched his back. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his growl seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Activating the pocket dimension with all his strength, earth, fire, wind, water, space, ox, tiger, turtle, phoenix, and ape, the pocket dimension began to revolve faster and faster. The speed at which the thunder sword fell also increased. Guan Yaozhu could not help but widen her eyes. Ox demon sinks in the mud. The illusion of the ox demon suddenly appeared behind him, as though it was fighting an invisible enemy. He suddenly took a step forward, like a puppet that had broken free from a thread and was rooted to the ground. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens of good and bad. He took another step, and the surging ocean suddenly became as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the flickering thunder sword and saber in the tribulation clouds, as well as his unmoving figure and scarlet eyes. Tiger demon refines bones, frenzy. He swung his fist as hard as he could, and the thread that connected his arm to it snapped loudly. He roared at the sky, his voice piercing through the clouds. His killing intent was like the wind. Phoenix's rebirth, undying heart. He suddenly unfurled his wings, and they were beautifully reflected in the ocean. He flapped his wings, ready to take flight. At the same time, the circulation of the miniature world reached the limit, close to collapse. However, it continued to accelerate, preferring destruction over being restrained. The demonic infant's voice became sharper and more urgent. "Die, die, die." Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled resplendently. The miniature world exploded loudly, and the demonic infant's voice came to a halt. It broke free of the final shackles, and dazzling light burst out of its body, competing with the thunder sword and saber in the sky. He leapt up with all his might, flapping his wings and taking flight. The thunder sword and saber spun rapidly, dragging long arcs of electricity behind them as they hurtled down like a blazing meteor. Ape demon grabbing the moon, emptiness. The illusion of the ape demon appeared, and Li Qingshan's arms expanded rapidly. He grabbed the thunder sword and saber, wanting to seize fate. The moment he collided with fate, an incomparably brilliant light surged, shining on the tranquil ocean. The brilliant colors dazzled even Yuan Yaozhu. A deafening roar shook her young spirit, and it was as if she was no longer in the mortal world. In an instant, Li Qingshan was fiercely pressed down, falling into the boundless ocean. The light around his body dimmed, and his eyes were melted by the lightning, leaving only a pair of empty holes. The phoenix's wings cracked inch by inch, and feathers scattered all over the sky. Meanwhile, his internal organs, flesh, and bones were being melted by the light he burned. However, he didn't feel any pain or fear, only the ecstasy of living. It turned into a hysterical roar as he stubbornly resisted fate. Even if his throat and tongue were melted by the light, it couldn't be reduced in the slightest. At this moment, his nascent soul returned to his body, entering the chaotic world that was like an explosive furnace. He laughed arrogantly, resisting the sword and saber, shouldering fate, and soaring into the sky. The sword and saber went straight to his palm, instantly piercing through his arms, and disintegrating inch by inch. He clearly felt that as long as the two swords and sabers converged in his body, it would be the most complete destruction. Even the phoenix's nirvana would not be able to save him. Under the threat of death and fear, his will to survive was clearer and firmer than ever. Qilin steps pity the common world. The dark green light spread along his arms and wrapped around the fierce thunder sword and saber. Although it was only for a short moment, he suddenly collided his arms. The thunder sword and saber collided violently, and at the same time, all the power contained in his body erupted. Boom! The light shone through the sea and the sky, sweeping away the tribulation clouds. The seawater was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the dry and cracked seabed. The footprints he left behind could be clearly seen, but his figure melted in the endless light. Yuan Yaozhu's figure appeared, and she subconsciously raised her hand to block her eyes. She almost forgot that she was in the state of her young spirit being out of her body. Under the light, she had no choice but to fly back. This power was enough to destroy her young spirit. After an unknown period of time, she came to her senses and put down her arm. The light had disappeared, and the thick darkness filled the air. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and the sky was full of stars. The wind and waves were calm, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he has? The young spirit instantly flew to the place where Li Qingshan was going through the tribulation. The world was empty, and the figure fighting against fate was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Qingshan." It was as if she was afraid of disturbing someone. There was no answer. She felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart, so sad that she almost cried. "Who's calling me?" "Great, you're still alive." Yuan Yaozhu was pleasantly surprised. She saw Li Qingshan floating up from the sea. "Senior sister Yuan. Why are you here?" Li Qingshan was lying on the surface of the sea, unable to even move a finger. Yuan Yaozhu appeared in his field of vision from the top of his head, and her face was very unfriendly. "You owe me an explanation." With a splash, Li Qingshan was pulled out of the sea. Yuan Yaozhu grabbed Li Qingshan's clothes tightly. "Li Qingshan, you." Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't expect her to have such a side. It was probably because she was in the state of young spirit. She was not bound by the physical body, so her emotions were difficult to control. His nascent soul had suddenly turned into a demon because of this. But thinking about it this way, he felt that Spirit Master Gui Hai was deceiving him. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, it would have been 100 times more dangerous. The nascent soul was not as simple as turning into a demon infant to be his enemy. He had directly turned into a demon and lost control of everything. For ordinary nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul was the condensation of strength and will. Losing the nascent soul meant losing everything. This book of freedom, which no one had cultivated before, was too dangerous. It was not easy for him to be a guinea pig. It was hard to say how much malice Spirit Master Gui Hai had, but fortunately, he was not an ordinary guinea pig. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he felt his body tense up. The dark green ribbon behind Huan Yaozhu tightly wrapped around his body like a spirit snake. Li Qingshan looked innocent. What did I do? Why did you sneak into the Wanxiang sect? What did I do wrong to you? Why did you lie to me? Huan Yaozhu's voice trembled slightly. It was unknown whether she was angry or sad, or maybe both. No one believes you. Jiu'er also advised me to stay away from you. Because of you, eldest senior sister and I lost our temper. You actually. Calm down, calm down. Li Qingshan had no strength to resist now, but facing an angry young spirit cultivator, he did not feel afraid at all. Instead, he was inexplicably touched. I'm going to kill you. Huan Yaozhu's eyes shone with green light. Her hair moved without any wind. Her voice revealed an inhuman power, echoing between the sea and the sky. It made Li Qingshan feel like he was facing a heavenly tribulation. Even if she was not good at fighting, she was still a young spirit cultivator. Besides, was cultivating the book of nature really not good at fighting? Then kill me. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He felt that the aura was getting stronger and stronger, almost swallowing him up. That was not the murderous aura of a living creature. Instead, it was the indifference and heartlessness of heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. However, he could clearly feel anger from it, an anger that should not be there. As expected. A moment later, his body relaxed, and the ribbon loosened. The light on her body gradually disappeared, and she turned around with her back facing him. Go. Li Qingshan admired her slender and graceful figure from behind. He smiled and said, then I'll return to the Wanxiang sect first. Monsters can't stay in the Wanxiang sect. Don't think that I will hide it for you. Huan Yaozhu arrogantly raised her head. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Not even mounts? Scram. Li Qingshan did not dare to joke anymore. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Not long ago, he was kicked by a rabbit. However, after some consideration, he had come up with a perfect excuse. Senior sister Huan, don't be angry. I'm not a monster, and I've never lied to you. You still dare to say that? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Huan Yaozhu clenched her teeth. I heard that the Wanxiang sect has a true dragon scripture. Cultivators can activate the bloodline of a true dragon and turn into a true dragon. Are they also monsters? That's not the same. Don't tell me that look of yours was also cultivated? Of course, have you ever seen such a strange monster? Huan Yaozhu pondered. That appearance and aura, no matter how she looked at it, was that of a great monster. However, thinking about it carefully, the bloodline was too chaotic. Li Qingshan walked in front of her and looked straight into her eyes. His eyes were full of sincerity. If I say that I'm a normal human, do you believe me? This was indeed not a lie. Huan Yaozhu sighed. Alright, I believe you. I was wrong about this. There were many cultivators in the Wanxiang sect who brought their skills with them. The 10,000 divine scripture was also all-encompassing and strange. It really could not be judged as a cultivation method. But she added, but you lied to me. I will not forgive you. You have to leave the 100-herb garden. Li Qingshan said with a smile, without me, are you going to invite Xin Yushu back? I'm afraid he doesn't have the time now. Huan Yaozhu clenched her fists. You want to threaten me? I have hands and feet. I don't need other people's help. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. She was like a little girl throwing a tantrum. He spread his hands. But I did not lie to you. This cultivation method is my greatest secret. It was imparted to me by someone very important to me. I didn't even give it to Spirit Sovereign Guihai who wanted it. Spirit Sovereign Guihai also knows? Huan Yaozhu was skeptical. He old man doesn't know anything. If he didn't know, why would he summon me to heaven the moment I entered the sect and chase me out? Why would he give me such a heavenly scripture? He simply wants me dead. Li Qingshan shook his head with deep resentment. He should have easily transcended the 4 heavenly tribulations, but he nearly lost his life. Huan Yaozhu said curiously, nonsense. Since Spirit Sovereign Guihai wants to chase you out, how can you stay? Of course it's because I'm extraordinarily charming. Don't look at me like that. Under the starry sky, Li Qingshan spoke slowly, and Wan Yaozhu listened quietly. What he went through was far too bizarre. If he managed to convince the Spirit Sovereign of the Seas, then so be it, but the Spirit Sovereign of the Seas had even schemed against him. Actually, it can't be considered a ploy. This is indeed a cultivation method that suits me the best. I can stay because I promised him that I have no ill intentions towards the myriad phenomenon sect. You know that he can tell if I'm sincere or lying. Can you? Li Qingshan suddenly asked with a burning gaze. Me? Although there are many things I can't tell you, I can assure you that I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I wish you well and want to help you. If you are in danger, I will protect you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Li Qingshan pressed his hand on his chest. His expression was extremely sincere and there was no falsehood in his words. He was indebted to a woman who sincerely cared for him and was extremely kind. She was indeed worthy of him protecting her with his life. Wan Yaozhu's eyes flickered and she was slightly moved. You. If someone else had said this, they would probably find it laughable when they heard it. You're only a Yin spirit after transcending the heavenly tribulation, yet you want to protect a young spirit cultivator? You're overestimating yourself. However, she could not help but recall his conversation with demonic infant. His heroic stance in resisting the lightning saber and sword was unquestionable. Li Qingshan grinned and clenched his fists in front of his chest. His eyes flickered as he leaned forward. So please, let me stay in the herb garden. If not, I can transform into anything. Do you like a phoenix or a spirit turtle, an old bull or a tiger? A monkey doesn't seem to be suitable. Wan Yaozhu took a step back and blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qingshan took a step forward. I'm serious. With a flash of green light, Wan Yaozhu fled as if she was escaping. She left behind a sentence. If you want to stay, then stay. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, pulling at his flesh. Every inch of his body was there. Arg, it hurts. With a plop, he fell into the sea. To be continued. The seawater gently drifted. Li Qingshan quietly lay on the surface of the sea, facing the sky. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the stars in the sky seemed to be within reach. Enduring the pain, he tried his best to stretch out his arms towards the sky, as if he wanted to grab a star. In the 100 Herb Cave, Wan Yaozhu's young spirit returned. The expression on her gentle and fair face changed slightly, like the surface of a lake that was wrinkled by the spring breeze. She seemed to be deep in thought. Even though she was persuaded in person, the change was still there, like a knot being tied. The 9-colored deer lazily lay in the basket. Is he dead? Wan Yaozhu wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She shook her head. Ah, I knew it. Jiaoer, tell me, what kind of person is he? Wan Yaozhu wanted to say something but stopped. Did something happen? The 9-colored deer woke up and straightened her body. The colorful patterns on her breast swayed with the basket. Wan Yaozhu shook her head again and said tiredly, nothing. Soon, Li Qingshan returned from the sea. His whole body was still in great pain, but a new journey had begun, so he couldn't wait to get on the road. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, he patted the trunk of the tree in a strange yet intimate way, then turned around and looked back. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow was like fire, reflecting his eyes and long hair red. It was like the incarnation of the demon king of the North Moon, no, the demon emperor of the North Moon. He smiled slightly, and the whole 100 Herb garden showed a side he had never seen before in his eyes. In the space of thousands of miles, the earth, fire, wind, water, and water flowed. The 4 colors lurked in the deeper layers of this landscape painting, constantly changing and blending together. In the early spring, the growth of tens of thousands of plants was full of vitality. Overall, it was not as bright as the other 4 colors, but it had an unusual beauty that could show through the painting. He was also drawn into the painting. The newborn Qilin opened its eyes, and its gentle eyes stared at everything, the small world, the 100 Herb garden, and even the whole world. Finally, it took care of itself. Spring was the busiest time in the 100-herb garden. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. It's time to work. He completely forgot about the pain. With his hands clasped behind his back, he began to wander around the golden leaf Bodhi tree. With every step he took, he left behind an afterimage that was exactly the same as himself. Even the texture of his skin was exactly the same. It was as if a picture had suddenly been frozen, leaving behind a shadow that would immediately materialize. He began to move. His expression was no different from that of Li Qingshan. He scratched his head impatiently as if he didn't want to work, but he still picked up a farming tool and strode down the high hill. Li Qingshan circled around the base of the tree 10 times before 100 doppelgangers walked down the mountain. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Enough." He cupped his hands towards the direction of the 100 herbs cave and said, "Shiji, I'm going to fulfill my promise." This was supposed to be a request, but when it came out of his mouth, there was a sense of unquestionable meaning. Although he didn't mean to be high and mighty. Nor did he have the qualifications to be high and mighty. The red sun rose, shaking his shadow. A moment later, Yuan Yaozhu's voice resounded throughout the 100-herb garden. From today onwards, Li Qingshan will be in charge of the daily affairs of the 100-herb garden. The busy cultivators in the 100-herb garden looked at each other in surprise. They stopped what they were doing and discussed, "He wants to replace Senior Marshal Brother Shen? Senior Marshal Brother Shen's work is so important and complicated. How can he entrust it to a nascent soul cultivator? Senior Marshal Sister Yuan is too." Alas, Senior Marshal Brother Shen lost. His body was destroyed by him. "You guys should be more peaceful. I heard that this kid has an extraordinary background and has people above him. He's valued by a few direct disciples." As they were talking, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared in the field. He leisurely whistled and carried a hoe on his shoulder. He walked over unhurriedly. When he got close, he shouted, "All of you, work properly." Everyone looked at each other. No one responded. They were all a bit indignant. Even when Shen Yushu was here, he wouldn't have yelled at them like this. "You're just a disciple. Do you think you can order us around just because you have Senior Marshal Sister Ruan's support? If we all go on strike, let's see how you're going to explain to Senior Marshal Sister Ruan." At this time, a female cultivator glanced around and saw a familiar figure walking over. She couldn't help but be shocked. You guys look over there?" Another Li Qingshan walked over. If it wasn't for the different tools he carried on his shoulder, it would be almost impossible to tell them apart. He shouted at them again, "All of you, work properly." He also added, "Don't gather here and talk nonsense. Otherwise, be careful that I..." He fiercely waved his fist at them. In a short while, more than 10 Li Qingshan passed by. Some of them had a more amiable attitude. Some of them looked at them as if they were nothing. But basically, they all had to teach them a few words. That's a clone? Deliberately mystifying things. Using this kind of insignificant skill to scare us. An old cultivator impatiently stroked his grizzled beard. He waved his sleeves behind him and soared into the sky like a red-crowned crane. Looking down from the sky, thousands of miles of rivers and rivers were laid out. His expression stiffened. He saw figures of Li Qingshan all over the mountains and plains. Each of them was engaged in different tasks. Their movements were agile and powerful. It was completely impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Some of them could even cast some small spells to fertilize and water the plants. Moreover, there were even more Li Qingshan walking out from under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree. He gulped and slowly descended. Under the surrounding cultivators' gazes. "Stop talking and work properly." Under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree, Li Qingshan breathed in and out rich spiritual energy and slowly recovered his strength. The pain in his body and soul wasn't only because of his injuries. More importantly, it was because he had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations and reached a new level. Everything that he thought was perfect had been overturned and started anew. Moreover, there was already an even more beautiful blueprint. It was as if he had experienced an even more profound nirvana. There was no need to talk about the 9 transformations of demons and gods. It was the same for the Unfettered Sutra. Although Spirit Sovereign Guihai was suspected of cheating his father and had nearly cheated him to death, the Unfettered Sutra was indeed very suitable for him. Not only was it compatible with his temperament and cultivation, but it was also a gamble. He had gambled with his life. Now that he had won the gamble, his harvest was abnormally rich. The Yin God condensed by the Unfettered Sutra, or more accurately, the Yin Demon, had endless uses. He didn't have the time to enjoy all the fruits. However, if he were to fight Shin Yushu again, he wouldn't even need to move a finger. Just the Yin Demon alone would be enough to toy with him to death. The demonic infant state could hide in the void and dodge the tribulation lightning. Even if the tribulation lightning's main target wasn't it, what kind of escape technique was that? As for creating avatars, it had completely broken through his understanding of avatars. It had become extremely simple. Now, every thought of his could transform into an avatar. They were independent but closely related to each other. They were under his control, but they could also act as they pleased. His thoughts were limitless, and so were his doppelgangers. They were only limited by his divine sense and power. With the support of the brand new small world, he could completely create many doppelgangers. Taking care of the 100 herb garden was not difficult at all. However, what was a little awkward was that many of the avatars would lie down and rest when they reached the fields. They would cross their legs and admire the blue sky and white clouds. There was no other way. Everything had its pros and cons. These thought avatars were a little similar to the raging demonic infant. He didn't need to painstakingly control every action of each avatar to break the limit of numbers. If he transformed an avatar and thought, the sky is so blue and the grass is so green. Why don't I lie down and rest? Then the thought avatar's work wouldn't be very enthusiastic. As a result, all Li Qingshan could do was destroy all of these thoughts that enjoyed ease and hated work. He sped up his way around the tree, constantly muttering work hard and conjuring even more thought clones that were more motivated. In the 100 herb cave, Wan Yaozhu and the 9-colored deer watched this scene. The 9-colored deer said in surprise, "This unfettered heavenly book is really too powerful. He can fight, escape, and work. This kid's luck is really good." Wan Yaozhu said, "If you knew the situation when he transcended the tribulation, you wouldn't think it was luck." "Oh right, what happened?" "I asked you, but you didn't tell me. Are you still a good sister?" The nascent soul fell into a demonic state and wanted to destroy itself. Even without the tribulation lightning, the demonic infant was enough to kill most cultivators. How did he survive? The 9-colored deer felt even more curious. There seemed to be some subtle changes after Wan Yaozhu went out. Wan Yaozhu said vaguely, "In short, he had a clear mind and survived." How can this be?" Wan Yaozhu was evasive. Under the intense gaze of the 9-colored deer, she suddenly changed the topic and smiled, "If this goes on, we won't need other cultivators. He's enough." "No." The 9-colored deer immediately objected. "Why not?" "No means no. A man and a woman alone in a room was too scary." "Then forget it." Wan Yaozhu did not insist. She touched her hair and sighed in relief, feeling somewhat apologetic. There was nothing they didn't talk about, but this was related to his biggest secret and he couldn't reveal it so easily. The 9-colored deer thought, "Blockhead, oh blockhead, you can't even fool a stranger when you lie. Damn it, something must have happened. It's all that damn Li Qingshan's fault. I can't give up, I must get rid of him." At this moment, he suddenly heard Li Qingshan's laughter. It was wanton and filled with lofty sentiments. When Li Qingshan completely took over the herb garden, he quickly took care of everything. He sat down under the golden leaf Bodhi tree and silently felt his new power. The newly born small world was still in its embryonic stage, like a bird that had just hatched from an egg. Many parts of it were still a chaotic haze of light, slowly circulating and brewing new laws. It would still take a long time for it to truly condense and take shape. His physique was still very weak, far from reaching the point where he could spread his wings and soar. So he couldn't estimate how strong it would be. But he believed it would be very strong. Because right now, he was already very strong. With this power, whether it was taking over the cave of Xianming or fighting with Chao Tianjiao, he had more confidence. Even demon god Xianxia was no longer so far away. He would eventually have to face these enemies one by one and win. The most wonderful thing was that he had finally broken through the bottleneck of the Qilin longevity scheme. Like the other transformations, the first tier was still very weak. It was just another innate divine ability. But this was only the beginning. Once he cultivated the Qilin transformation to the 5th tier, the other transformations that were suppressed would be completely restored. When that moment came, the new little world would be completely stable and formed. He was simply unable to imagine to what extent his cultivation would rise when that moment arrived, and how formidable his strength would be. For others, it wasn't easy for them to overcome 4 heavenly tribulations. What followed next was a long transition period. It would take a very long time for him to accumulate enough energy before he would have the chance to try to transcend the 5th heavenly tribulation. This accumulation period could be 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, or even a lifetime. However, to him, this was an opportunity for him to soar. Perhaps it was still a steep cliff in front of him, but he had grown a pair of wings. It could easily fly over high mountains and cliffs. It was entirely possible for him to undergo 5 heavenly tribulations in 30 years. Because he had been suppressed in the Demon King realm for far too long. He should have been able to transcend the 4th heavenly tribulation many years ago, but he had stopped due to various reasons. It wasn't that he was stagnating. Instead, he was constantly forging ahead and accumulating power, lowering his overall strength by a level. In the human realm, he created a new source of power, the unfettered heavenly scripture. The appearance of the 2 tribulation lightning weapons was very likely related to this. It seemed that even the heavens could not tolerate such a monster and wanted to strangle him in the cradle. However, he still withstood the will of heaven. After enduring the long night, he saw a glimmer of light. When the hero grew from the iron cradle. This was not a slow and long transition period, but an explosive period of rapid advancement. His next goals were the 5th tier of Qilin, the 5th tier of Ape Demon, and the initial success of the unfettered heavenly scripture. As long as he achieved these 3 goals, how hard would it be to transcend the 5th heavenly tribulation? How hard would it be to become a demon sovereign or human sovereign? Becoming a direct disciple would be as easy as pie. What true dragon Ao Xian? He's not even qualified to be his mount. What eldest senior sister Chao Tianjiao? Her figure is not bad. I can consider her as a mount. And that damned rabbit, he drank my wine and stepped on my face. This is intolerable. Watch me crush them one by one, then fight Xianxia in the demonic realm. Wouldn't that be fun? Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan laughed wildly. The Bodhi tree trembled, and his laughter spread throughout the entire 100-herb garden. The cultivators all criticized, a villain intoxicated by success. He just replaced Xin Yushu, there's no need to be so smug. No one could understand his thoughts, just like how a sparrow could not understand the ambitions of a great swan. No, perhaps there was one person. In the 100-herb cave abode, Guan Yaozhu recalled the stormy sea and the conversation between Li Qingshan and the demon infant. Does he really think he can defeat demon god Xianxia and ascend to the 9 heavens? She kept thinking about this sentence. Did the demon god Xianxia that the demon infant mentioned really refer to the 12 demon gods in the demonic realm? How could a mere nascent soul cultivator be related to such an existence? Even the supreme sect master of the myriad phenomenon sect, the legendary old man of heavenly book, might not be a match for demon god Xianxia. Thinking of this, she shook her head. No, although the supreme sect master was a perfected immortal, he did not specialize in combat. He would definitely not be a match for demon god Xianxia. Even the great emperor Zhenwu could not kill the 12 demon gods. Yet, a mere nascent soul cultivator wanted to become an enemy of them. It was simply absurd. However, it was this absurd answer that explained everything. Why was he in such a rush to advance and gambled like crazy, as if he did not care what would happen if he lost? Why did he not cower in the face of a true disciple and even dared to challenge him to a battle? His bravery was astonishing. That was because there was a stronger enemy and a more terrifying fate waiting for him. It was precisely because of this that the strange demon infant had appeared. The Book of Freedom was definitely not a trap that Spirit Venerable Guihai had set for him. Otherwise, it would not have been so troublesome. Furthermore, the birth of a new heavenly book was a major event that would be announced to the entire Myriad Phenomenon sect. The Book of Freedom had long been clearly listed in the Myriad Phenomenon heavenly book, and disciples could choose to cultivate it. Then there was only one explanation. The nascent soul cultivated from the Book of Freedom was more prone to chi deviation. They might even suffer chi deviation during the tribulation transcendence, but they would not want to self-destruct. Otherwise, no one would survive if they self-destructed their nascent soul. Li Qingshan's demon infant did not self-destruct because it wanted to kill him. That made sense. Cultivators who could cultivate to this stage could basically achieve immortality. How could they have such a demonic barrier? At most, they would be disturbed by demonic thoughts. Although it was very dangerous, it was not to the point of certain death. And he clearly had extremely high talent and extraordinary bloodline. He might even live longer than her, but his greatest demonic barrier was to want to self-destruct. Wasn't this extremely laughable and tragic? She finally understood why he had rushed forward without any regard for anything. The heavens had given him a fate of certain death. And it was about a few decades. How short a time was that for cultivators like them? If she had encountered such a ridiculous matter, she would probably be filled with worry and bear an extremely heavy burden. When that wild laughter entered her ears, it made her feel a deep sense of sorrow. As the saying goes, the heavens make fools of men, and heroes meet their end. She could not help but look up. Sunlight shone in from above, covering her in a hazy halo. In the 100-herb garden, a man and a woman, one sad and one happy. Although the sorrow and joy of humans could not be interlinked, they could still resonate. The demonic psyche was the resource for practicing the heavenly tome of freedom. Coincidentally, Li Qingshan's demonic psyche was much heavier than regular people's. This was originally a major side effect of practicing the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. In the very beginning, he had to constantly suppress it with the spirit turtle, or he would lose control. As his cultivation increased and his miniature world took shape, he no longer had to care about the balance of the demonic and divine. However, the demonic psyche still existed, and it was far more intense than ever before. Right now, the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine did not allow him to make any breakthroughs, so he began practicing the heavenly tome of freedom first. Even if the spirit sovereign of Sigui Hai really was screwing him over, since he had come this far, all he could do was tread forward despite knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain. He sat down with his legs crossed and observed his body. In a chaotic world, the Yin demon also sat down with his legs crossed. His posture was exactly the same as his, without any difference at all. However, his face was blurry, hazy like it was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. With a thought, killing intent rose up in Li Qingshan's heart. A gust of wind blew away the mist, revealing a furious face that was as vicious as a tiger's. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his fangs protruded. He surged with murderousness as if he wanted to eat someone. With another thought, he became solemn and unyielding. The Yin demon's expression changed as well. He pursed his lips firmly, becoming rude and stubborn. He suddenly smiled. The Yin demon began to scratch his ears and cheeks, looking around. He was irritable and uneasy, like a monkey trapped in a cage that wanted to break out and be free. As he practiced the heavenly tome of freedom, he allowed the demonic psyche to run amok in his heart. The Yin demon's face seemed to change. It was sometimes greedy and lustful, sometimes bloodthirsty and murderous, sometimes fearful, furious, resentful. The Yin demon gradually became more and more condensed, absorbing the power of the chaotic world sliver by sliver. Suddenly, he seemed to break through a certain critical point. The Yin demon began to swell rapidly. His body twisted, growing ox horns, tiger claws, and ape arms. He seemed human, yet not human, like a demon, yet not demon. He seemed more like a demonfolk's demonification. Roar. The Yin demon roared at the sky hysterically, shaking up the entire chaotic world. It shook up the entire chaotic world as if it wanted to overthrow Li Qingshan, the supreme ruler who stood high above. Li Qingshan quickly stopped circulating the unfettered heavenly tome. However, the Yin demon continued to expand uncontrollably, even circulating the unfettered sutra on its own. Even the 3 devil transformations showed signs of losing control. It was as if he had returned to the situation when he was going through the tribulation. His entire body was numb and stiff. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. This time, it's too big. Cultivating the unfettered heavenly tone was easy for him, but the price he had to pay for it was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would go berserk. Nothing was more terrifying than this for cultivators. Only he dared to play like this, and those who played with fire would definitely die. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The image of the spirit turtle appeared. Its body shone with a clear light as it fiercely suppressed the Een demons. Boom! Even the Een demon could not withstand the spirit turtle's suppression. Like a ball of plasticine, it twisted and crumpled into a pile. Li Qingshan was still worried, so he used the phoenix's scripture of Nerva again. With the cry of a phoenix in his sea of consciousness, the phoenix flew over and stood on the spirit turtle's back. Small fry. Do you think I can't suppress you? Just as Li Qingshan was feeling smug, he suddenly noticed that the Een demons were slowly seeping into the spirit turtle. The clear light gradually faded. The chaotic world would expand and collapse at times, becoming really unstable. Once this power lost control, it would destroy him from the inside out. He wouldn't even be able to undergo rebirth. If inner demons were so easy to deal with and cultivation deviation could be suppressed so easily, then most cultivators wouldn't view him as the top enemy. All the demonic thoughts came from his heart. This wasn't an invasion from the outside, but an internal conflict in the imperial court. Even the imperial guards couldn't be relied on. They might even turn against him. Thoughts were something that couldn't be suppressed. Li Qingshan had no choice but to pay attention to it. However, he didn't panic at all. He had seen all kinds of dangerous and urgent situations before. The more dangerous the situation, the more battle intent he could unleash. There were also many sparks of inspiration. Going head-on doesn't seem to work, so let's try this. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. The wind whistled past the mountain, and the golden leaves on the tree rustled. His face became calm and peaceful. In the chaotic world, a Qilin slowly walked out of the chaos. By now, the Een demons had already devoured the spirit turtle. Even the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression was useless, yet he used the weak Qilin scroll of longevity. He chanted, Qilin's divine ability, endless growth. However, there were no shocking changes. There were no beautiful lights or shocking sounds. There was only the rustling of the wind. A golden leaf fell, circling around him before drifting away. Soon after, another leaf fell. Guan Yaozhu was currently paying attention to him. She became nervous when his breathing became chaotic, as if he was suffering from cultivation deviation. What's going on? Even in autumn and winter, the golden leaf Bodhi tree rarely shed leaves. The grass around Li Qingshan was originally green, but it rapidly withered now. In the blink of an eye, the withered yellow spread across the entire mountain, as if autumn had arrived. Rustle. Countless golden leaves were blown away by the wind. They were like golden butterflies flying freely in the sunlight. The nine-colored deer cried out, "Hey, blockhead, he's using some evil technique to absorb the vitality of the surrounding plants. Stop him." The withered yellow had already spread down the mountain, towards the precious spiritual plants and flowers. Guan Yaozhu did not move. "Let's talk about it later." The nine-colored deer looked at her in disbelief. Every single flower and grass in the 100-herb garden was her precious treasure. Not only was it for the bookmarks and contribution points from the myriad phenomenon sect, but it was also for her blood, sweat, and tears. Even if it was to provide spiritual plants to the myriad phenomenon sect, she would not uproot them unless she had no other choice. How could he just watch as a bastard destroyed these treasures for his own selfishness? Seeing the withered yellow spread and the spiritual plants begin to wither, she could not hold it in anymore. "If you don't care, I'll care. Don't go," Guan Yaozhu ordered. "That damned bastard, what kind of medicine did he feed you?" Guan Yaozhu said helplessly, "What are you thinking about? He might have entered a state of qi deviation and is at a critical juncture. He had no choice but to do this. I will make him compensate for the losses." Guan Yaozhu thought to herself, "Do I need to lend him a helping hand?" The nine-colored deer was shocked. Cultivation deviation. quickly move him out of the 100-herb garden. If he self-detonated, who knew how many spiritual plants would be destroyed? Guan Yaozhu shook her head firmly. He will be fine. He even survived that critical moment. It was also Li Qingshan's first time using this technique. Could it be that the first technique of the Qilin transformation was an evil technique that could devour life? No, of course not. He reached out to grab a leaf and let out a breath. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Flowers and plants grew luxuriantly and withered in the blink of an eye. Just like the poem said, the grass on the plains withered and flourished every year. Every breath he took seemed to go through this process. The cycle of life and death, withering and flourishing. The colors of fresh green and withered yellow repeatedly spread around him, and each time, the vegetation became more luxuriant. They even surpassed their original forms. They gathered the spiritual energy of the 100-herb garden and were inconceivably vigorous. Even those exotic flowers and plants became full of vitality. The golden leaf Bodhi tree behind him changed its leaves, stretched its branches, and grew towards the sky. This is a Qilin? The 9-colored deer was astonished. Legend had it that wherever a Qilin went, the vegetation would become abnormally lush. Even if it landed in a desert, it would quickly become an oasis. If they lived there for a long time, those ordinary plants would even transform into spirit wood and spirit grass, a symbol of life. However, this kid clearly only had a trace of the Qilin bloodline, so how could he display such a phenomenon? Guan Yaozhu relaxed and said with a smile, "It seems that he has found the right person to take care of the 100-herb garden." The Qilin was an extremely rare and benevolent beast. Generations of masters of the herb garden wanted to raise one. In the herb garden, an even greater desire was to have a Qilin. It was the most suitable mount for cultivators of the Book of Nature, as one could sense the way of nature from it. Suddenly remembering his joke, she blushed and glanced at the 9-colored deer. She was quite satisfied with this mount. This is definitely a vile creature. The 9-colored deer cried out. She had just thought about how to drive him out of the 100-herb garden, and now there was another reason why she absolutely could not drive him out. The heavens were simply unreasonable. Li Qingshan inhaled and exhaled the vigorous life force between heaven and earth. Qilin had never harmed a single blade of grass or tree since it was born. This was their only source of food. Demons were like plants that gradually withered and shrunk. No matter how many demonic thoughts flowed in their hearts, they didn't suppress it or obsess over it. It was just an instinct that all living beings in the world had. Even the thought of self-destruction was just a part of the natural cycle, so there was no need to feel uneasy and be in a hurry to destroy it. A Qilin or even a benevolent beast. It wasn't that he was born without any evil thoughts, but that he could remain unmoved by them. To be good at nurturing all living things without competing, to be born without being born, to not rely on one's own, to grow without being greedy, this is called Xuanda. This was the number one divine ability of the Qilin transformation, endless vitality. Just as he expected, this divine ability had no combat power. As a battle maniac, he didn't take this divine ability to heart. But looking at it now, this god art seemed to be very suitable for working in the 100-herb garden. Although he was not interested in growing flowers and plants, he could have an additional resource besides spiritual energy. He could absorb the vigorous vitality of heaven and earth to nourish his body and mind, which was greatly beneficial to his cultivation. Most importantly, he didn't have to worry about chi deviation anymore. This divine ability was shockingly effective in dealing with mental demons. Instantly, the demon calmed down. There was even a serene and peaceful smile on his face, as if he had become a Buddha on the spot. The most beautiful thing in the world is beautiful. This is evil, everyone knows that it is good, and this is not good. Good and evil were the same thought. When one's heart had a choice between right and wrong, there would be the difference between Buddha and demon. No matter how powerful the spirit turtle was, it could only suppress it. All it could do was let go of its obsession. Using the natural path to balance. Li Qingshan comprehended this point and couldn't help but praise, amazing, amazing. However, to a warrior, any bit of strength could be turned into combat strength. Naturally, he just had to play around occasionally. The key was to do it. If he couldn't defeat a strong enemy, everything he said was useless. He instantly had a way to turn it into combat strength. He laughed and activated the freedom book once more. Obsession, evil; lust, evil; demonic. He had all of these bad people. Since it was beneficial to cultivating the freedom book, then he would use them all. As expected, very quickly he successfully went into chi deviation once more. The Yin demon became even more twisted and vicious. Endless growth. He was prepared to use his divine ability to subdue the Yin demon. When the Yin demon calmed down, Xianxia did it once more. The unfettered heavenly tome had the advantage of being able to advance very quickly. Through this extreme exercise, one's cultivation would naturally advance by leaps and bounds. It should have been like he was walking on thin ice, like he was facing an abyss, but now it was like he was walking on flat ground. This was the use of divine abilities. It was either to subdue external demons or to subdue mental demons. Anyway, it would definitely be useful. The small world was still in chaos. He had subdued the Yin demon and controlled it like it was his own arm. If he could repeat this cycle, Xianxia might even be able to ignore the 9 transformations of the demon and God and use the freedom book to break through the 5th heaven tribulation and become an emperor. However, the regretful thing was that demonic thoughts were consumables. Very quickly, he realized that he couldn't have any demonic thoughts in his heart anymore. Greed, lust, self-destruction, they all disappeared. It wasn't hard for a person to do one bad thing, but it was hard to do it for the rest of one's life. Xianxia exhaled and felt exhausted. However, he felt really calm and peaceful. He felt that the world was so beautiful and that life was so cute and so insignificant. He had an urge to become a monk. Speaking of monks, I wonder how Bunu is doing? I haven't seen Little Ming, and Yening for a long time. I really miss them. I hope they are all safe and sound. Great sage Xianxia supported his head and thought so gently. Not long after, his will continued and replaced the old with new doppelgangers. Each doppelganger's face was brimming with sunshine. To every cultivator in the 100 herb garden, they were as warm as spring. They did good deeds everywhere and never left their names. Everyone was greatly moved by this. His sincere eyes and gentle smile made it hard for anyone to tell that he was putting on an act. Even if there were a few stubborn ones, they were moved by his sincerity and willingly submitted to him. No matter how they looked at it, this one was much better than Xianxia. When the female cultivators saw his smile, their hearts were beating fast. Until this moment, Xianxia could be considered to have truly realized the words "win people over with virtue." The only regret was that even those bastards who didn't know how to appreciate kindness were really influenced by him. Now, they called him senior brother whenever they saw him, causing him to be unable to have any demonic thoughts. He couldn't mess up Ruanyaoju's place and purposely cause trouble in the herb garden. Instead, he had to frequently use the Qilin's divine ability, endless vitality, to help the plants grow. The herb garden achieved an unprecedented great harmony. Everyone was for him and he was for everyone. The present world was stable and the years were peaceful. One day, during his afternoon nap, he suddenly shivered and woke up with a face full of melancholy. If this goes on, won't I become a good person? However, in the blink of an eye, this melancholy also melted under the afternoon sun, revealing a bright and beautiful smile. However, during this period of time, he didn't see Ruanyaoju again. Is she still angry at me? But this can't be helped. At this moment, the 9-colored deer flew over through the air and landed in front of Xianxia. It studied him up and down, studying him left and right. It was unable to imagine where Xianxia's change had come from. In the beginning, it even thought he was putting on an act, but even after so much time had passed, there were actually no openings at all. Thanks to his efforts, Ruanyaoju's whole body was relaxed and she cultivated in peace in the cave. She took the opportunity to run out and talk to this man. Xianxia praised, "You are so beautiful." She was indeed an extremely elegant creature, and seemed to fit the Qilin's aesthetic standards very well. The 9-colored deer's prepared words were all blocked by these 3 words. All of the fine hairs on her body stood on end. How strange was this feeling? His eyes were so sincere, and she couldn't help but feel happy, even a bit intoxicated. She thought, not good, this brat knows evil methods, I can't fall for his trick. Of course, this wasn't any evil method. It was mainly the Qilin's attraction to creatures, especially a life form that was extremely close to hers. Moreover, the Yin demon also played a certain role unintentionally, charming invisibly. Li Qingshan, I have something to say to you. May I touch your fur? She asked. Li Qingshan's eyes didn't have a trace of evil thoughts, just like those artists who dabbled in body art, only the purest appreciation of beauty. Die. The nine-colored deer roared, and Li Qingshan was sent flying by the gorgeous antlers. His eyes focused, and his battle instincts instantly awakened. His anger was like fire, and his murderous intent was like the wind. This seems to be a good opportunity to accumulate demonic thoughts, good. Thus, he opened his arms and walked towards the nine-colored deer with his chest puffed out. Come, as long as you are happy. Huh? Come at me, I'll teach you a lesson today. I'll let you know that it's useless. The nine-colored deer sneered, stood up, and stomped hard on Li Qingshan's head with its front hooves. With a bang, Li Qingshan was sent flying again. There was a bright red hoof print on his forehead. It was slightly sunken in, and blood was oozing out. A blow from a spirit demon emperor was not so easy to withstand. However, what was even more unbearable was the humiliation of being kicked away by that rabbit. Why do these bastard mounts like to step on people's faces so much? However, this is the feeling of excitement, and my whole body is full of energy. This is me, Li Qingshan, I'm not a good person. Ha 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 ha. Thus, with a smile, he walked up the high hill again. This time it was not just to collect demonic thoughts, but to feel like he had returned to his true self. Come on, no matter how you trample on me, I won't fight back. Bang! Before Li Qingshan finished speaking, he was swept away by a slender straight line. The nine-colored deer transformed into a human, wearing a colorful feather robe. She clenched her fists and was eager to try. You asked for it, don't cry for your parents later. Before she finished speaking, with a swoosh, Li Qingshan stood in front of her again. The smile on his face did not change, but there were two faint flames in his eyes. That will depend on your ability. All right. The nine-colored deer did not say anything else and punched Li Qingshan in the face. Li Qingshan's head tilted, and then slowly turned back. Why has the power become weaker? Are you not used to the human form? In an instant, the nine-colored deer turned into a colorful rainbow, and attacked like a storm. What was more rare was that every punch and every kick was extremely elegant, like a dance, pleasing to the eye. Li Qingshan's feet stepped into the ground, and he stood in the storm. He endured and did not move, as if he had become one with the earth. He continued to comment, this punch is not bad. This kick is also not bad. It's very beautiful, but you haven't fought before, right? It was indeed like he was watching a dance. Shut up. The nine-colored deer gritted its teeth. However, Li Qingshan clearly felt that although she was angry, she did not have any killing intent. She did not even have the determination to hurt others. Clearly, he wasn't good at fighting and killing. If it were some other black rabbit, it would be lucky if it could survive. How would it dare to stand there and take a beating? This was probably the innate talent of the race. The black fur roar didn't even care about destroying Wanxiang City, but in this 100-herb garden, the nine-colored deer had to constantly restrain its power. He couldn't let the aftermath hurt the flowers and plants. Of course, it was enough to crush a regular demon the arch. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, it was a little showy but impractical. Therefore, even though he looked like he had been beaten up badly, most of his injuries were just flesh wounds. Even if his tendons and bones were injured, with his recovery ability, he would be as good as new in a moment. The nine-colored deer suddenly stopped and glared at him, panting slightly. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Why aren't you fighting? You lunatic. The nine-colored deer unwillingly clenched its fist, and a nine-colored light condensed in its eyes. That was the light of its innate ability. Kid, take this move and you will die. If you have the guts, don't dodge. As expected, Li Qingshan felt the danger, but he did not care and opened his arms. All right, come. Things that can't kill me will make me stronger. The nine-colored deer's ability was ready to be unleashed, but at this moment, Guan Yaozhu's stern voice came from the sky. Jiao, come back. You tricked me. The nine-colored deer's expression changed. You despicable person. Hey, you are the one who has been beating me. Li Qingshan was also unhappy. Being beaten without retaliating was considered despicable. His enemies were too noble. I will not let you off. The nine-colored deer glared at him, turned around, and leaped. It turned into a white deer in midair and sprinted towards the 100-herb cave residence. Li Qingshan only felt indignant, adding another line to the blacklist in his heart. This damn deer was going against him from the start. If he had the chance, he would not let her off. He did not know how venison hot pot tasted, but she was beautiful in human form. I want to do that first, then that. Demonic thoughts grew in his heart, and he hurriedly used the Book of Freedom. Under the stimulation of the demonic thoughts, the Yin demon exploded, and he used his ability to subdue it. With the use of amaranthine nature, the injuries on his body quickly healed. This innate ability not only had a strong healing effect, but it could also quickly recover one's spirit. Li Qingshan became more and more satisfied. In an instant, his heart became peaceful again. There was no more anger or hatred, and he became that virtuous great sage again. From this, he understood how fake the so-called elimination of the demonic thoughts was. If a person did not have fear, they would not avoid danger, and without anger, they would not be able to protect themselves. That was why Buddha had fire, and he needed to roar like a lion. Whether it was a protector or a propagandist, one had to use strength to convince others. With this thought, the Yin demon surged. The hazy mist on his face dissipated, and his true appearance was revealed. It was not Li Qingshan's current appearance, but the teenager from the Crouching Ox village in the past. His face was rather angular. He was neither handsome nor ugly. He was just a regular teenager from a farmer's family, like thousands of mortals. The vicissitudes of life could still carve too much joy and sorrow on his face, but it also had all the fear that a mortal should have. That was his true nature. Without it, there would be no such thing as freedom. The Book of Freedom reached another level, and his cultivation completely stabilized, close to the small success stage. Li Qingshan felt the sudden increase in strength, and he could not help but smile. He did not get beaten up this time. However, if he wanted to take another step forward, such small fights would not work. The nine-colored deer was not even an enemy to him. No matter how heavy his attacks were, they would not be able to incite any killing intent in him. Only by going to a wider world to train and comprehend would he be able to create an even more powerful demonic spirit, complete the Book of Freedom, and comprehend the true path of freedom. In the 100-herb cave, Wan Yaozhu was slightly angry. "Jiao, I just went into seclusion for a while, what were you doing?" He told me to hit him. The nine-colored deer was dejected, and his face was full of grievance, like a student being scolded by a teacher. "You are in the right?" Wan Yaozhu raised her voice. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like she was the one beating up Li Qingshan. He did not even fight back, and it was not like he did not have the ability to fight back. She even doubted if she was his opponent in a life-and-death battle. Everything he had done for the 100-herb garden these days had touched her. No matter what past he had a kind heart, and he was really working hard. In the end, he was bullied by others, and it was in her 100-herb garden, and she was the one who hit him. I am not in the right. The nine-colored deer knew that she was really angry, and it was best not to talk back at this time. That damned Li Qingshan, using this kind of trick to sow discord, was really too despicable. Wan Yaozhu gently grabbed her shoulder. "I know you are doing this for my own good, and I will try not to see him. Promise me, don't make trouble again, okay?" "Okay." After completing the first layer of cultivation, Li Qingshan temporarily set aside the heavenly tome of freedom and began accumulating his cultivation for the Qilance method of longevity. There were no shortcuts for this, so he could only go with the flow and take it step by step. He used the eternal vitality, constantly inhaling and exhaling, and his life force constantly flowing. The wild grass changed, nourishing him, and nourishing the strange flowers and plants in the 100-herb garden. Wan Yaozhu naturally would not let his hard work go to waste, and doubled his contribution. In the endless void, Deep Blue Fatty swallowed the last mountain. The heaven-climbing vine was like a long intestine, transporting all living beings to the 5 continents world. The others were directly digested. The 5 continents world's size expanded, causing the ocean to become wider and the continents to expand. Although it wasn't enough to reach a higher realm, it was just a matter of time. That was because the space-swallowing beast had already started on a new journey, suddenly disappearing into the void and heading towards another star. Li Qingshan pulled out the heaven-climbing vine, but there was no place to connect it. The dragon pool cave abode had already been broken through, and the altar was probably destroyed, causing it to lose its coordinates. If he had his own cave abode, he could build a new altar and connect the 5 continents world to the human path. Then, he could use the 5 continents world to cultivate. Many people he trusted could come to the human path and help him. He didn't know when Xianxia would help him settle the Xianming cave abode. Cultivators always had a slow sense of time, so he could only wait patiently. He couldn't help but think that if the 5 continents world continued to expand, one day it might become an unbelievable giant, even comparable to the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the god of the world, all living beings were his allies. Could he nurture them? The shadows of the trees danced in the wind. Li Qingshan gazed over and saw a young cultivator make his way up the hill. He said politely, "Senior brother, I've just returned from Myriad Phenomenon City. Senior brother Pi of the Abundance Department has asked me to tell you that the item you want has already been prepared. If you are free, come to the Sky Estate Department to take them." Li Qingshan smiled. Not bad. With his current cultivation, that true dragon called Ao Xian might not be invincible. He thanked the young cultivator and stood up. It was time to make a trip to Wanxiang City. The Yin demon sunk into the hill and maintained the many-thought clones. He left the 100-herb garden and flew towards the ocean. Level 19. Spirit Venerable Guihai was reading a book. He raised his head and glanced at Li Qingshan. That gaze that was as deep as the sea still made him shudder. It was like everything about him had been seen through. However, he was much calmer now. He understood that it was just an illusion. His fate was not something that this old bastard could understand. He stepped forward and presented the jade scroll. Spiritual Venerable, please appraise it. Spirit Venerable Guihai took the jade slip. He was much more serious than the last time. Li Qingshan waited patiently, full of confidence. Although he had failed in his last attempt, he did not give up. Instead, he persisted. First of all, he rewarded everyone involved. Especially those novelists. Even if it was just to exchange for a Xuan Mulat. He was also rewarded handsomely. In any case, for a god of the world like him, it was a good thing but not costly. It was just like buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. And the results did not disappoint him. Novelists sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and their passion for writing was at an unprecedented high. This time, he had brought more novels for Spirit Sovereign Guihai. Before long, Spirit Venerable Guihai returned the jade slip to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, "How is it?" "A little better." Spirit Venerate Guihai waved his hand, and the badge on Li Qingshan's chest flashed. He received a sum of contribution points, 10 times more than the previous time. This time, he did not use the Xuan Mulat to humiliate Li Qingshan. He gave them all to him. On the Myriad Phenomenon list, Li Qingshan's ranking rose again. He was not far from becoming a chamber disciple, and he attracted the attention of many people. "What's your name?" asked Li Qingshan. Spirit Venerable Guihai glanced at him and casually gave a few comments. Li Qingshan memorized every word in his heart, preparing to repeat it to those novelists in the 5 continents world. It had to be said that Spirit Venerable Guihai had quite good taste. His comments were concise and to the point. And as long as he understood his taste, he would be able to produce more valuable novels next time. Dedicate the world to one person. How could it not work? Spirit Venerable Guihai stretched out his hand again. "Hand it over." "Heh, I really can't hide anything from you." Li Qingshan took out another jade slip. "This records some of my insights from cultivating the unfettered heavenly book. Spirit Venerable, please appraise it." These were the 3 main channels for him to increase his contribution points. Firstly, managing the 100-herb garden. The profits were the most stable and the greatest. Secondly, presenting books. Although the current profits were very low, it was worth looking forward to in the future. Finally, it was the experience of cultivating the unfettered heavenly book. This was inspired by Xianxia. After all, the myriad phenomenon heavenly book was the core of this world. Novels were just entertainment to Spirit Venerable Guihai, but the heavenly book was related to cultivation. It was self-evident which was more important. As the first person to try it, he believed that the profits would not be too bad. Spirit Venerable Guihai's expression turned solemn as he examined the jade slip. His eyes flickered as though he was in deep thought. After a long time, he said, "Very good." Just as he said that, the badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up with a dazzling light. On the myriad phenomenon list, Li Qingshan's name rose sharply, and he suddenly entered the top 10 of the chamber disciples. Now that he was ranked 7th, he was close to becoming a chamber disciple. In the myriad phenomenon sect, ranking was status. Having risen twice in a short period of time, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the square. Ever since Li Qingshan had transcended the 4th heavenly tribulation, he had used many thought avatars to manage the 100-herb garden. His ranking had risen very quickly. He was improving every day, like a rising star. With these 2 promotions, there was no longer any doubt that he would soon become a chamber disciple. Perhaps, it would not be just that. Many of these gazes contained hostility, and it was not just jealousy. Among the true disciples, a bet had already begun. Lu Tian was much more efficient than Xianxia. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you, Spirit Venerable." Spirit Venerable Guihai said, "This unfettered heavenly book is indeed dangerous. It must have been difficult for you to transcend the 4th heavenly tribulation." Li Qingshan was speechless. "You don't have to be so direct. If I don't say it, won't you think about it? Every heavenly book is a path, and I will choose the most suitable person to open it. But what I deduced is only a map. Although it is very detailed, it also has its limitations. If you can't open this path, I won't be able to predict everything. I believe it's the truth." Li Qingshan nodded. "Because I can't deduce any mistakes in it. With you as an example, people in the future will be able to take fewer detours and avoid many traps. I can also further revise the unfettered heavenly book. This is all thanks to you. You did not let down the promise you made to me back then. Then, can you also revise my unfettered heavenly book?" Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. This old bastard. I'm indeed a lab rat. The unfettered heavenly book I'm cultivating now is probably a crude version, which is why there are so many dangers. You don't need it. Spirit Venerable Guihai glanced at Li Qingshan. Don't tell me I have to use a bookmark to exchange for it again. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. A lab rat would be rewarded with food. There's no need to doubt it. The unfettered heavenly book you are cultivating now is not only fine, it's also perfect. Li Qingshan questioned, "Spirit Venerable, are you fooling a child? If it's really perfect, why bother talking about revising it?" Spirit Venerable Guihai said, "The so-called perfect is a kind of extremity, and this unfettered heavenly book is a very extreme path. Do you understand?" Li Qingshan said thoughtfully, "Only the extremity can be perfect." That's right. The so-called revision is not so extreme. It allows normal disciples to comprehend and cultivate it, reducing the risk of dying as much as possible. It's like 2 different paths of climbing a mountain. One is dangerous and fast, while the other is slow. Although the former is closer to the essence of this path, with your talent, as long as you are willing to slow down, you will definitely be able to reach the peak. If you want, I can help you revise it. Thank you, Spirit Venerable, for your guidance. However, I have no choice. If I don't walk this path, there will be no other path. All he needed to do was continue being a lab rat. However, he had divine powers to suppress the Yin demons, so he did not need to lower the risk. The faster his cultivation speed was, the better it was. The closer he was to the essence, the better. That's why I said you don't need it. Spirit Venerable Guihai placed his hands behind his back and vanished into the forest of bookshelves. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and came to the first level of heaven. Perhaps it was because Spirit Venerable Guihai approached him every time, he was warmly received by the staff. "Senior brother, What books do you need? I'll get them for you now. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. Everything. What? All the cultivators were dumbfounded. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. I'm just kidding. I'm not Spirit Venerable. Everyone burst out laughing. Only Spirit Venerable Guihai had such an ability in the whole nature sect. Everyone, please continue with your business. Every time I come here, I'm in a hurry. Let's have a good tour. Li Qingshan declined a female cultivator's kind offer to be his tour guide. He wandered among the bookshelves alone. His fingertips swept over the spines of the books, but he didn't take out any of them. It seemed he was really just here to tour. But no one noticed that his fingertips were shining with an undetectable spiritual light, and he was holding a jade slip in his other hand. Probing, collecting, recording. He didn't miss a single book. Since he was a disciple, he didn't need to pay any bookmark to read the books on this floor. Only a small part of them were related to cultivation, and their levels were limited, so they wouldn't be of much help to him. The rest were novels, human geography, and other miscellaneous books, which could broaden his horizons. However, every book that could be placed here had been selected by Spirit Venerable Guihai. Even the lowest level cultivation dermic formulation was exquisite, simple, and all-encompassing. It was the accumulation of the myriad phenomenon sect over 1,000,000 years. It was not something any sect in the trichiliocosm could compare with. It was enough to lay a solid foundation for the cultivation path of the 5 continents. Even if it was just novels, he could show them to novelists to improve their writing skills, and he could exchange them for more bookmarks next time. Of course, the most important thing was that everything was free. And as his status increased, more and more free books would be available to him. It would be enough for him to establish a complete cultivation system in the 5 continents, completely breaking the monopoly of all the sects and families, and all living creatures could find their own paths in it. Back then, his slogan was "Everyone can practice." Now, it was "Everyone can practice." Even he couldn't imagine what kind of world it would be. Anyway, it would be very interesting. He couldn't help but chuckle. This reason was enough. The only question now was, would Spirit Venerable Guihai stop him? He, who also had the bloodline of the spirit turtle, could almost imagine Spirit Venerable Guihai looking at him and carrying out extremely complicated calculations. He was trying to analyze all the pros and cons, and predict future changes. As time passed, Li Qingshan walked past hundreds of bookshelves. No one stopped him from recording tens of thousands of books on the jade slip. He smiled. This was probably the limitation of the Spirit Turtle clan. Something like fate could not be calculated or predicted at the end of the day. Therefore, hiding in the sinkhole was the safest. When Li Qingshan walked out of the sky, it was already several days later. He felt a splitting headache, and the stars in the sky were spinning. He shook his head forcefully. He had underestimated the amount of knowledge the heavens possessed. Senior apprentice Brother Pai was probably getting impatient from waiting. He shook his head vigorously and walked towards the abundance department. In the sky, Spirit Sovereign Guihai stared at his back. His expression was somewhat uneasy. As the Heaven Lord, he naturally saw everything Li Qingshan did. This should not have been strange. A person with the bloodline of a spirit turtle would basically gather all knowledge instinctively before storing it and analyzing it. What really excited him was that he tried to predict the consequences of this action, but his deductions always collapsed at the beginning. It wasn't because it was too complicated and he didn't have time to analyze it, but because it was too huge. Many years ago, he was swimming in the sea. A huge shadow swam in the deep sea below. He didn't recognize it until a long time later that it was a Kuan. At that time, he didn't feel shocked, but he couldn't understand it. His mind was frozen. It was the same now. They were just some low-level miscellaneous books. How could they have such a huge impact? So, just like that time, he chose to stay still and wait for fate to reveal itself. At the very top of the abundance department, Pai Yangqiu grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar. "Kid, how dare you make me wait for so long?" He was a mighty true disciple, and he wanted to give a disciple who had just entered the hall a tremendous benefit. But he waited for a few days, which was too disrespectful. Senior apprentice brother, please forgive me. The Spirit Venerable wanted me to stay and talk about the Book of Freedom. I couldn't get away. Don't use the Spirit Venerable against me. Do you really think I don't know what you were doing in the sky? Xianxia said angrily. Many people had seen Li Qingshan wandering in the lowest levels of the sky. How could he escape his surveillance? Li Qingshan said with a smile, I'm just giving you a way out, to make you feel better. Xianxia didn't know what to do with him. A guy who dared to face his furious senior sister wouldn't be scared by his aura. Moreover, this guy had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations, so he must be even more fearless. The anger on his face suddenly disappeared. Senior apprentice brotherly, I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Li Qingshan said with his huge hands, Senior apprentice brother, I know. The good news is that I got the mysterious underworld cave. The bad news is that I have to deal with a real dragon. These things are natural. They aren't really a surprise. Xianxia emphasized the word surprise maliciously. Li Qingshan grinned. I like surprises the most. What's the good news? Congratulations, you've become a chamber disciple. Xianxia patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. The badge on his chest suddenly lit up. It was even brighter than when he offered the unfettered scripture. On the versatility list, Li Qingshan's name suddenly broke through the limit of a chamber disciple. He immediately became a chamber disciple of the versatility sect. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan was also shocked. What does this mean? Xianxia smiled. Because you contributed to the sect. This is a reward from the abundance department. This isn't cheating, is it? Li Qingshan also felt that something was wrong. The so-called contribution was just a few words. The contribution could be big or small. It might not be worth such a big contribution. Yes and no. Then please take it back, senior brother. I don't need to cheat to become a true disciple. Why should I give it to others? It's because you will definitely become a true disciple that I have to give you this contribution. Otherwise, do you think the abundance department is a charity? Why? Li Qingshan was even more surprised. Xianxia lowered his voice and held his shoulder. Tell me first, did senior sister Wan help you cheat? Of course not. Li Qingshan said decisively. His contribution to the herb garden was indeed that big. Wan Yaozhu was quite inflexible in this aspect. Xianxia looked at Li Qingshan for a moment. I believe in junior sister Ruan's character. She won't break her principles for a pretty boy. But others might not think so. Who's the pretty boy? Li Qingshan was very dissatisfied. And who are the others? The other true disciples, the people standing across the gambling table. With the speed of your contribution, it won't be hard to become a true disciple in 30 years. What's worse is that there's almost no risk of dying in a place like the herb garden. Li Qingshan understood. So they will deal with me? These true disciples are too ungentlemanly. Xianxia shook his head. Who told you to cheat? When did I cheat? My work in the herb garden can stand up to anyone's scrutiny. Xianxia smiled. I'm talking about just now. Xianxia, you tricked me. Li Qingshan pointed at Xianxia's nose and said angrily. Xianxia lightly pushed his finger away. Please note that even if you become a true disciple, I will still be your senior brother. Didn't you bet on me winning? Why do you want to harm me? The point is not whether you really cheated or not. It's that they think it's enough for you to cheat. No one was willing to admit defeat, especially when the bet had just begun. It was simply a slap in the face. But they won't go to the herb garden to inspect your work, nor will they question whether my contribution is reasonable. That would be offending junior sister Wan and I. Instead, they will directly deal with you. Xianxia's index finger heavily poked Li Qingshan's chest. That's why you have to seize the initiative and quickly become a true disciple. Yes, it's too easy for a true disciple to deal with a true disciple. They don't even need to find an excuse. Not all direct disciples are like Lu Tian, who respects the rules of the bet, or like Chao Tianjiao, who is straightforward. There are also many bad people like me. Xianxia patted his chest, his face showing no shame. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then just because I'm a true disciple, will they have any qualms? Yes, they just need to find an excuse. What's the difference? There's a big difference, but there's no difference. Just like what Letian said, you can never easily take everything from the gambling table. So the bad news is that they're probably angered by me now. Once you walk out of the Sky Mansion department, you'll encounter a lot of trouble. I hope you'll be mentally prepared. Xianxia helped Li Qingshan straighten his clothes and stuffed an item into his hands. The object was shaped like the 8 trigrams. It was neither metal nor wood, and it was as cold as ice. A black gem was embedded in the center. It was as black as ink, and when one looked into it, it felt like even one's soul would be sucked into it. Although it did not contain any powerful energy, its internal structure was exquisite. The tortoise could not fully deduce it in a short time, but it had a strange sense of beauty. Xianxia said, "This is the main formation plate of the Xianming cave." Li Qingshan looked away from the black gem and asked, "Can I control the formation to suppress the true dragon Ao Xian?" Xianxia laughed. "Of course, that's impossible. After all, he is the master of the Xianming cave. TSK, the abundance department is so useless." Xianxia was not angry. He said in a serious tone, "This is just a key. It can help you open the door, but you can't use it to stab people." "Alright, thank you, master." Li Qingshan cupped his fists and kept the key. This was also within his expectations, so he was not too disappointed. "You really plan to solve it with force?" Xianxia asked. Facing a true dragon that had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, most people would come up with a few clever plans. Fighting it head-on was the worst plan that they could think of. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Who knows? Then I advise you to go through 5 heavenly tribulations first. But try to think of a way to negotiate." Li Qingshan shook his head. "I don't have a glib tongue like you, senior apprentice brother. It's easy to anger people. That's what I admire about you. Let me remind you one last time that no one can help you with this, be it me or junior apprentice sister one. You better take care of yourself." Xianxia said in a serious tone. At that moment, a servant in green came in and reported, "Senior apprentice brother, the quartermaster is here. He said he wants to see Li Qingshan." Xianxia frowned. "That Guxing really doesn't give me any face. Let him in." "Guxing?" Li Qingshan mumbled. He had seen this name on the all-creation leaderboard. It was ranked 18th. A moment later, a military officer in military uniform with a stern expression walked in. He first paid his respects to Xianxia, reporting to senior brother Pai, "I am here on the orders of senior brother Changge to recruit Li Qingshan." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Qingshan. Below the words enlistment order were a few lines of scribbled words. Li Qingshan could only recognize his own name. The writer seemed to be very hasty and perfunctory, perhaps even a little angry. The seal of the quartermaster department was clearly printed at the bottom. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at Xianxia. "This senior Gu is one of the gamblers? He is also the most stingy one, famous for being a miser, haggling over even a profound wood lot." Xianxia seemed to be afraid of speaking ill of Guxing, causing the corner of the quartermaster's eyes to twitch. Li Qingshan asked again, "What does the quartermaster department do? What right do they have to conscript me? The human realm is connected to the worlds, so there will be many conflicts. Especially when the infernal domain invaded them year after year. All the major sects must organize people to participate in the war. The quartermaster department is in charge of recruiting cultivators and organizing military supplies to the battlefield." Li Qingshan immediately recalled the books he read in heaven not long ago. Most of them described the war that had lasted since the beginning of reincarnation. If a world was like a country, then the 6 paths of reincarnation were the 6 great countries. Together with the infernal domain, it was the 7 heroes of the warring states. The most famous one was the feud between the Azure Path and the Heavenly Path. From the moment they were born, they started attacking each other. The Heavenly Path had 33 heavens, and they were all led by Sakra. The Azure Path lost more than they won. But as long as there was a chance, they would attack the heavens. The Hell Path had the 10 kings of hell, the 4 great judges, and the 10 commanders of Een. They had always been working to suppress the hungry ghost path and bring the dead back into the path of reincarnation. They did not tolerate the dead of the worlds. Although the hungry ghost path was no match for the hell path, it relied on its extraordinary world will to devour the 3,000 worlds and continued to expand. It often attacked all the other worlds indiscriminately, wanting all the living to become dead. The demonic beast path was a primitive and wild land. Even though there were many strong people, it was extremely chaotic. It was the least like a country, but other than the crazy hungry ghost path. There were no hostile countries. The world of the human path was between order and chaos. Although its overall strength was not weak, it did not have the strict order of the heavenly path and the hell path. It also did not have the strong world will of the hungry ghost path and the azure path. The open and secret fights between the sects were even worse than the demonic beast path. But at the same time, it was the enemy of all worlds. Countless sects and cultivators, according to their own needs, either went to the demonic beast path to kill demonic beasts and tame their mounts, or went to the hungry ghost path to rob tombs and enslave ghouls. Or sneaked into the heaven path and the azure path to steal divine weapons and rare treasures. They even directly captured celestials and azuras and used their flesh, blood, and souls to cultivate, refine pills, and forge weapons. Regardless of good or evil, there were countless cultivators who went to the hell path to break in because of all kinds of love and hatred. Many strange stories played out. It left a very deep impression on Xianxia. Celestials, azuras, and even demons and ghouls could enter and leave the human path freely, but they would kill any humans who trespassed. In particular, the hell path's defenses were the tightest. Originally, this was not a big problem, as the human path was allied with the various worlds at the same time. Whether it be demons or ghouls, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Various small conflicts occurred constantly, but they rarely escalated into wars between countries. The various worlds loathed humans, but none of them treated the human path as an enemy. Even the most invasive hungry ghost path did not pose too much of a threat to the human path due to the suppression of the hell path. However, evil people would be tormented by evil people. That was the demon domain independent of the 6 realms of Xianxia. Under the encouragement of the evil and chaotic world will, the 12 demon gods led an army of demon folk, constantly attacking the human path with many demonic sects as spies. The righteous sects of the human path were forced to organize themselves. They suppressed the traitors internally and organized defenses externally. The Myriad sect was a large sect with many cultivators. They had always been one of the main forces. Under these circumstances, the authority of the supply department was extremely great. When necessary, they could forcibly recruit disciples into the army. When necessary, it meant that the head of the supply department felt it was necessary, which was the direct disciple Guxing Jr. Brother Li. Military orders must be obeyed. Those who disobey will be executed. Please report to the supply department with me immediately, the supply officer said emotionlessly. I'm a proper formal disciple. Is he going to execute me just like that? Xianxia said boldly as he glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. That's right. If senior brother Gu wants to forcefully recruit me as a formal disciple, it probably won't be that easy. Seeing Xianxia speak, the supply officer's expression eased up slightly. He lowered his head and clasped his hands. I'm only following orders. If junior brother wants to disobey them, I'll return to the supply department right now to report back. Xianxia asked Xianxia, what do I do? Do I go or not? Xianxia rubbed his nose. You can't directly defy military orders. You still have to go to the supply department, but you can't just go like this. You have to ask for help from your senior sister Wan. You're a member of the 100 Herb Garden, and you've made such a great contribution to the 100 Herb Garden. She'll have to step forward regardless of the circumstances. Then what about you? I'm the mastermind. Is Xianxia in this city? Gu Yenying looked around with her sharp eagle eyes and asked telepathically. Yes. Little An nodded and walked into the city. Both of them were dressed in white robes embroidered with gold and had white bandages over their heads and faces. The hem of their robes dragged on the ground as they walked, giving off a desert vibe. However, there was no shortage of eccentrics among cultivators, so they were not conspicuous in the crowd. Gu Yenying was enjoying the scenery of the city, the crisscrossing rivers and streets, the well-proportioned balconies and gardens. It was not just a scenery with each step, but 100 sceneries with each step she took. Although it was a bustling city, it did not have the mundane atmosphere of an ordinary city. It could be said that all cultivators talk and laugh, and no mortals come and go. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really a good place." We were blocked in the cave residence and almost lost our lives. He must be very happy here, and he might have met many women. TSK, if I had known this, I would have come to explore the way. Little and did not answer. He walked forward at a fixed pace. He stepped on the bluestone road, crossed a bridge, turned into an alley, and walked into a main street. The mottled light and shadow between the buildings quietly flowed on the white robe. After being together for so many days, Gu Yenying was already used to it. His situation is unclear now, so we shouldn't rashly recognize him. After we find him, let's observe him for a while. It's best if he comes to us. Yes. Little and responded and continued to walk forward. After a while, Gu Yenying showed a puzzled expression. "Miss, I'm not doubting your feelings. Although the path we took is different, we have been walking in circles since just now." Little and said, "We are walking in circles." Gu Yenying asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know." Little and took the initiative to explain, which was very rare. There are too many cultivators gathered here, and there are too many formations to determine the exact location of Xianxia. You have sharp eyes, look carefully. Thank you for the compliment. Gu Yenying held her forehead with a helpless expression. I'll use my sharp eyes to search carefully. She stretched out 2 fingers to touch her eyes and turned her wrist to look around. Little and said, "Be serious." Gu Yenying's eyes focused. She ignored the obstruction of various buildings, bypassed various magic circles, and skimmed over the flowing river like a hawk. He flew over the rows of shacks and passed through the gaps between the buildings. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. "I saw him." Little and immediately said, "Take me there." The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, quietly and quickly crossed the street. Like 2 ghosts walking in the daytime, they soon arrived at a public square in the world. Little and looked around anxiously but couldn't find Li Qingshan. "Where is he?" Gu Yenying smiled and pointed to the list of all creations. "His name." A touch of anger flashed across Little An's face, and he stared at Gu Yenying expressionlessly. Swoosh! Gu Yenying whistled. She turned her head to avoid looking at her. "It's better than going around in circles in the city." Little An withdrew her gaze and looked at the 3 creations Li Qingshan on the list of all creations. Gu Yenying patted her on the shoulder. "It's very close. He can be on this list, and it proves that he's doing well. Based on his character, he will definitely make trouble. He won't be unknown. I can find out by just asking around." So she focused her eyes. She used her eyes instead of her ears to listen. The hustle and bustle on the public square turned into thousands of words falling into her eyes. Even some rough thoughts of low-level cultivators were captured by her eyes. In an instant, the 3 creations Li Qingshan appeared over 100 times, and this didn't include the large amounts of thoughts that couldn't be captured. Gu Yenying smiled. "I knew it." The list of all creations was important information that all disciples paid attention to. It directly determined one's status and rank. The fact that Li Qingshan suddenly became an inner disciple had already caused a huge reaction in Wanqiang City, especially on this public square. Moreover, rumors and slanders were flying everywhere. "Did you hear? The quartermaster has already sent people to recruit that Li guy." "Why didn't I hear about it?" "Do you think you're the only one who is well informed?" "Hee, that Li guy is really unlucky this time. This is so satisfying. How can the myriad creation sect be so unruly?" He wanted to hide in the 100 herb garden and take care of the flowers and plants, but he was sent to the battlefield. That's right. It's not just senior brother Go. I heard that a few senior brothers are also very dissatisfied. I'm afraid that even senior sister Wan won't be able to protect him this time. The speed at which rumors spread had always been very fast, especially among cultivators. they spread 10 or even 100 times faster among cultivators. Nouveau riches were the easiest to incite jealousy and dissatisfaction. Li Qingshan had only joined the sect for a short period of time, but he had already accomplished a leap that many disciples could never achieve in their entire lives. He seems to be in trouble. That's not strange. Bird woman, let's go to the quartermaster. Little and quickly blended into the crowd. Bird woman. Du Yening was stunned for a moment before laughing and following closely behind. The quartermaster was located in the northwest of Wanxiang City. It was like a huge military camp. Not only did it have an independent formation system, it was also filled with sentries and patrols. The camp was filled with cultivators filled with a murderous aura. It was the complete opposite of the overall style of Wanxiang City. Primitive and crude black stone palaces were arranged around the camp without any sense of beauty. The quartermaster led the way at the front. Everyone had to make way and greet him. Occasionally, they would meet one or two quartermasters of the same rank and they would just nod. Li Qingshan followed behind the logistics officer silently. Suddenly, he felt slightly agitated, but it was not because of the atmosphere here, nor was it because he was worried about whether he would be banished to the army or not. Instead, it was a different emotion, one that was intimate and warm. However, just like how the quartermaster's temperament did not match with Wanxiang City, his current temperament did not match this place either. Apart from the servants and attendants, most of the people here were cultivators who had returned from the battlefield to rest. All of them were battle-hardened and had their own arrogance. Due to cultivating the Qilan's guide of longevity, Li Qingshan's appearance had always been as delicate and handsome as a young man's, and because he cultivated the heavenly tome of freedom, all of his demonic thoughts had been depleted. Now, he was simply amiable and harmless. Moreover, he constantly followed the natural order and did not reveal his cultivation. His temperament was completely out of place. He was like a little sheep that had entered a pack of wolves. Therefore, these people looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Most of them had a bit of contempt and disdain, and even a little invasive. Li Qingshan chuckled and did not take it to heart. These people reeked of blood and had fierce expressions. However, they were clearly just foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. There were not even many nascent soul cultivators. If looks could kill enemies, what was the point of cultivation? Even if it was this arrogant short-lived person in front of him, he was confident that he could kill him in 3 moves. At this distance, 1 punch would be enough. As he concentrated on thinking about the reason for his agitation, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around and said, "Could it be?" The quartermaster felt a chill down his back. He glanced back in confusion. Li Qingshan was looking left and right, not knowing what he was looking for. Was it an illusion? He shouted unhappily, "Don't look around. Let's go." Yes. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and was slightly angry. He stopped looking around and stared at the quartermaster's back. However, he had a feeling that they were nearby. The quartermaster's body stiffened. No, it was not an illusion. In an instant, a chill went deep into his bones. Even in this noisy military camp, there was no sense of safety. It was as if he was being followed by a ferocious tiger and could be torn into pieces at any time. He did not dare to stop or look back. He walked forward mechanically. In the center of the military camp, there was a black stone tower. At the top of the tower, a short but strong man with a square face and big ears stood with his hands behind his back. He was the commander of this military camp, the quartermaster, Guxing. He looked down at Li Qingshan who was walking over from afar and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Beside him stood a graceful and upright woman. She said with a look of disdain, "Not much? He is just a lucky disciple. Now he is very well behaved." Indeed, in the eyes of the bystanders, Li Qingshan followed behind the logistics officer, keeping his head down and blindly following his every step. He was as docile as he could be. However, he did not know that the quartermaster's back was drenched in sweat. Every step he took was extremely difficult. If he stopped for a moment, he would be killed instantly. He walked forward as if he was possessed. Guxing laughed loudly, his voice like a bell. "A lucky disciple who defeated a master at the nascent soul stage? A lucky disciple who was seen as a dark horse by Lutian? A lucky disciple who dared to challenge Grand Senior Sister. The woman was speechless. She said indignantly, if he did not cheat, how could he become an inner disciple so quickly? You are just jealous. Guxing said calmly, back then, you were also the first to enter the sect. You spent so much time and effort to become an inner disciple and stand behind me. Yet, he obtained everything easily. The few true disciples took special care of him and even treated him as an equal. You think it is unfair, right? Yes. The woman lowered her head. Guxing growled, damn it, even I think it is unfair. If I had seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely not have bet on it. Sigh, I can't blame you for not being able to tell. Some people cannot be judged by common sense. This time, we have all been tricked by that bastard Lutian. He failed miserably, so he dragged us down to make up for it. This Li Qingshan has already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. He cultivates the unrestrained heavenly book, which no one has ever cultivated before. With such a huge amount of contribution points, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an inner disciple. With junior sister Ruan's personality, she would not help others cheat. Pai Yangqiu is just a petty person. He is afraid that I will take advantage of the situation to deal with him. However, it is a good move. I am indeed not a gentleman. I will not admit defeat for nothing. However, I am starting to doubt whether it was the right decision to send him to the battlefield. Senior brother. The woman was shocked. Why? Are you afraid that he will? Shut up. He is not a true disciple yet. Even if he really becomes one, I am not afraid of him. Look at your junior brother Liu. His expression seems unnatural and he is not greeting anyone. What happened? Hee, nothing much. I am just scared. The woman was surprised. Junior brother Liu had undergone the 4th heavenly tribulation a long time ago, and he was experienced in battle too. His strength completely surpassed Li Qingshan's. And this was the quartermaster's office. Senior brother Gu was watching from above. Was Li Qingshan bold enough to commit murder? Guxing sighed and closed his eyes. Now that he's on the battlefield, his rate of contribution probably won't be any slower than when he was in the 100 Herb Garden. The human realm obviously would not be organizing cultivators to fend off demon folk for free. Instead, they would recruit as many soldiers as they could with the promise of great benefits. Many independent cultivators passed through myriad Phenomenon City, entering the bloody battlefield in order to secure a future. This was also one of the duties of the quartermaster's office. As they spoke, the quartermaster finally brought Li Qingshan to the bottom of the tower. His heart beat like a drum. The tightly shut door was right before him. If he took another step forward, he would run into the door. If he paused, the consequences would be unpredictable. His life or death would be unpredictable. Like a desperado who had been forced into a dead end, his fear suddenly turned into fury. He powered his Yin spirit with all his might to launch a desperate counterattack. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped, and the soul-stirring killing intent vanished. The quartermaster staggered as if he had punched nothing but air. He had nowhere to release his strength, shaking up his organs. He was drenched in sweat, and his mouth reeked of blood. Suddenly, he looked back. Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. Li Qingshan smiled. Who's gone too far? The faint smile in his eyes caused the quartermaster's heart to tremble, and his anger was instantly extinguished. It was only a joke. If this man really wanted to kill him, he probably would not be able to put up a fight. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips. Forget it, I've humiliated myself. Only now do I understand what it means to know someone by reputation. Senior Marshal Brother Chang'e is on the pagoda, please. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and strode forward, casually pushing open the black stone door. Before he could even make out what was inside, a short, stocky man welcomed him with a smile. Li Qingshan raised his guard. He took half a step back instinctively. As soon as he assumed a defensive posture, his right hand was grabbed firmly. Senior brother Gu. Guxing patted Li Qingshan's hand lightly. Welcome, junior brother Li. The woman behind him revealed a strange expression. Guxing had never been so warm to her before. The disciple whom she thought to be a lucky disciple was immediately looked at in a new light by another direct disciple. She even treated him as an equal, and he was her superior. Xianxia didn't pull his hand out. Instead, he grabbed Guxing's hand and shook it hard. "Senior brother, sorry to keep you waiting." This scene was like a victorious reunion. Guxing was a little surprised, but he seemed to understand. "Junior Marshal Brother Li, do you know why I summoned you here?" Xianxia thought for a moment. "Forcefully conscripting me will ruin my cultivation." Guxing's smile froze. He didn't expect him to be so direct. She let go of his hand. "Good. I have no enmity with you in the past, so I didn't have to do this." Xianxia grinned and said, "I understand. I'm just a chess piece. If others want to eat me, there's no reason to reason with them." Guxing said in a low voice, "If you don't fall, you will definitely be on the same level as me." Xianxia also said seriously, "Thank you for your kind words, Senior Marshal Brother. I will work hard to move forward. Why don't you let me go? I will repay you generously in the future." "What if I refuse?" Even though Guxing admired Xianxia a little, he gave him face and went down the tower to welcome him personally. But that was also because he didn't want to form a personal grudge with him. The pros and cons were all calculated. This was just a bet, and it wasn't just him. There was really no need to jump out and attract hatred. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "I won't obediently give up." "You don't hate me?" Guxing asked curiously. Xianxia didn't hate him at all, and it wasn't an act. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. As Senior Marshal Brother said, "I have no enmity with you in the past. It's just because of a bet. It's only natural to receive the benefits and bear the disadvantages. What's there to complain about?" Xianxia cupped his hands again in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "I only hope that when Senior Marshal Brother has the upper hand, you won't kill me." All of this was just the aftermath of him taking 1,000 green jade lots from Lutian. It was part of the bet, so don't take the risk. Guxing didn't want to form a personal grudge with him, but how could he be willing to form a grudge with a true disciple? If you put on a look of resentment, do you really have to force others to kill you? Good. Guxing's face flashed with a hint of praise. This bet isn't just about me. Otherwise, I would really want to let you go. But Senior Marshal Brother Pai said that you're a stingy person who won't even give up a dark wood lot. Xianxia didn't believe him and unceremoniously sold out the mastermind. That bastard. Guxing was slightly embarrassed. I'm doing my duty, so I need to be careful. Sigh, if you're careful, you shouldn't gamble. Senior Marshal Brother, don't be too arrogant and make things difficult for me. It'll be easier for us to meet in the future. You can rest assured. Our nature sect isn't a demonic sect. We won't go so far as to kill our own sect members. Once you're on the battlefield, we won't care. With your ability, the contribution points you earn on the battlefield won't be any less than in the herb garden. As long as you have the ability to become a true disciple, we'll accept our defeat. Guxing patted his chest heroically, but in his heart, he said, Brat, once you're under Chao Tianjia's command, don't blame me for what she wants to do with you. Good. Xianxia thought, only an idiot would believe you. Only an idiot would go to the battlefield. Although it's not worth bearing a grudge, if there's a chance in the future, don't blame me for making fun of you. Why isn't Senior Marshal Sister Wan here yet? The two men looked like they appreciated each other's talents, but they each had their own plans. The female quartermaster was a little stunned. These hypocritical men. On a long bridge between two tall buildings, Gu Yenying glanced in the direction of the quartermaster department and immediately retracted her gaze. I think I see him. This time it's a real person. There's a young spirit cultivator in front of him. I don't dare to look too much. Is he in danger? Little and touched her wrist, where there was a new string of skull beads. Gu Yenying knew that if she said he was in danger, she would immediately prepare for battle, no matter where it was or whether there was a demonic immortal guarding it. Don't worry. At least it's safe for now. He has probably sensed us. Let's wait and see. He met a woman here called Huan Yaozhu, who is also a human sovereign. It seems she will come to help him. At this moment, a nine-colored brilliance swept across the bridge. Gu Yanning and Little and suddenly looked back. Wan Yaozhu felt something in her heart. She looked at them and nodded slightly in greeting. Although the white robes covered their figures and appearances, they seemed to be two extremely beautiful women. Gu Yanning and Little and almost immediately confirmed the woman's identity. They looked at each other. Wan Yaozhu. Flying was not allowed in Wanxiang City, so this was the only way to the quartermaster department. Wan Yaozhu rode the nine-colored deer and arrived at the entrance of the quartermaster department in the blink of an eye. Without any notification, she went straight in and arrived at the Black Tower. Ignoring Li Qingshan, she directly criticized Gu Xing, senior brother Gu, "You've gone too far this time. What a great honor." Gu Xing glanced at Li Qingshan and greeted Wan Yaozhu. "Junior sister Wan, it's been a long time. I know you value this kid very much, but this is not something you can stop. You should give up as soon as possible." Wan Yaozhu said righteously, "It's fine that you gathered people to gamble, but for a bet, you didn't hesitate to break Wanxiang sect's rules and use your power indiscriminately. Is this something that true disciples should do?" Gu Xing raised his hands and leaned back. Junior martial sister, if you want to blame someone, blame Le Tian. This was all his stupid idea. And that Xianxia, those two old gamblers, set up a trap for us. We can't let them take advantage of us for nothing." Although he was showing weakness, his words were unyielding. This was related to a large number of green jade lots, and there were several true disciples standing behind him. They couldn't give in, and they didn't need to. If Li Qingshan was a female cultivator and belonged to the senior martial sisters faction, they could only pray that he would die from Qigong deviation. That conscription order definitely wouldn't take effect, but this kid had offended Chao Tianjiao, and they didn't even need to do anything. How could they let him go? He then pointed at Li Qingshan. Plus, this kid got 1,000 green jade lots from Le Tian and got a heavenly book as soon as he entered the sect. How can there be no consequences for taking advantage of such a big deal? Li Qingshan looked up at the sky. Fortune lurks in misfortune, misfortune lies in fortune. It was as if he could see the flow of fate. Everything he encountered after coming to Wanxiang sect was intertwined, and it was hard to tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Wan Yaozhu sighed softly and glanced at Li Qingshan. "Senior martial brother, please be merciful. He is very important to Herb Garden." Gu Xing said, "I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. You can use the original Xinyu Shu, and he should be happy to return to Herb Garden." Wan Yaozhu raised her head. "Then I can only go to the True Inheritance Hall to discuss." The Wanxiang sect was governed by the True Disciples, and the True Inheritance Hall was the core organization. Once there was a major event, or if there was a disagreement between the True Disciples, they would go to the True Inheritance Hall to discuss and decide the final result. To avoid direct conflict, the True Disciples were not allowed to fight each other. Not even a public duel. This was the most important rule of Wanxiang sect. Lu Tian's bet, to a certain extent, gave the True Disciples a chance to fight each other. "Junior martial sister. Is it worth it?" Gu Xing asked. "Fighting with them for an inner chamber disciple? Even if he had the aptitude to become a true disciple. You are harming the interests of my 100 Herb Garden. I will naturally fight for what is right. It's useless. Even if you enter the Hall of Inheritance, you won't be able to win. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. Even if Le Tian and Xianxia appeared, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. We won't know until we try." Wan Yaozhu called out to Li Qingshan, "Let's return to the 100 Herb Garden first." Yes. Li Qingshan knew that he owed her a lot of favors, but he was too lazy to be pretentious. He believed that all grudges would be repaid with his own hands. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the black stone hall not far away. A violent aura suddenly rose, and killing intent condensed. It was like a beacon of fire, and it shot into the sky. It was ostentatious and undisguised, like a primordial beast crawling out of a volcano. He clearly felt a trace of heat. On the ancient and huge array, a huge foot stepped out of a blazing and distorted light gate. "It's the teleportation hall," the female quartermaster said. Her eyes burned with admiration. "He's back." Gu Xing was surprised. Why did he come back early this time? The quartermaster went silent, then cheered, "It's eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is back." When Li Qingshan heard this word, he felt uncomfortable. It was a natural conflict with him. Even that fool Chu Tian. In his previous life, he was also the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Nature sect. He finally became the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Nature sect, but he only had one junior brother, and he was quickly expelled. Not long ago, he met the eldest senior sister, and it brought him countless troubles. Now that he met the real eldest senior brother, he had to leave first. Just as Li Qingshan was about to leave, Guxing's expression suddenly changed, and he said to Li Qingshan strangely, "Junior brother Li, eldest senior brother wants to see you. Eldest senior brother is the commander of the army, and he will come back regularly to rest. This time, he suddenly came back alone, probably because of you." The female quartermaster felt that it was inconceivable. She was also filled with jealousy. Where did this brat get so much face? Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable, a bad omen of impending trouble. "Let's go together," Guan Yaozhu said. "I believe that senior brotherly will uphold justice." Senior brotherly. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that the name below Lin Xian was indeed surnamed Li. At the time, he didn't think much of it. People with the same surname were everywhere, and Li wasn't a rare surname, but now he felt a toothache. Arriving at the teleportation hall, he immediately saw the eldest senior brother Li Liehua. Or rather, wherever he was, people couldn't help but look at him, and he was being looked up to by a group of cultivators. His face was simple and dignified, like a statue of a god carved by the ancestors. His long hair was like fire, rising and curling. Under the crimson armor, his muscles bulged, but he didn't seem fat. Instead, he seemed to be full of explosive power. He carried a large blade on his back, his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he stood high up on the formation. Behind him was the blazing and distorted teleportation door, reflecting his figure, making him seem even taller. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the hall, a pair of fiery red eyes focused on him, and the burning feeling became stronger. He felt that if he didn't have the phoenix bloodline, he would have been roasted to a crisp. He didn't show any weakness, and with just one look, he came to a conclusion: "I hate this guy." "You are Li Qingshan?" Li Liehua smiled and asked. With this smile, that simple face instantly became lively, and the dignified expression became passionate, making people instinctively have a good impression of him. "I am." Li Qingshan nodded, but he felt even more annoyed. "I've heard about you, and I believe you have the ability to gain merits on the battlefield. But this should be your own idea, and not forced by others." Li Liehua glanced at Guxing. Guxing smiled embarrassedly and shrunk his neck. Guan Yaozhu's face lit up. "Senior brother is indeed reasonable." Li Liehua teased, "Little Yaozhu, how do you compare to your senior sister Chao?" Guan Yaozhu smiled, "Of course I'm not as good." Li Liehua laughed loudly, his voice shaking the hall. "But this junior brotherly beside you is going to fight with your senior sister Chao. Senior brother is benevolent and righteous, junior brother is deeply grateful." Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, "Did this person specially come back to be a savior?" But they clearly didn't have any relationship. Could it be that because he had a little conflict with Chao Tianjiao, he especially admired him? "I'm not benevolent and righteous, and I'm not here to help you." Li Liehua suddenly changed the topic. "Kid, hand over the Xianming Cave Mansion's formation disc, and you can return to the 100 Herb Garden to cultivate in peace." Li Qingshan's heart trembled. "I knew it." "Why, senior brother doesn't have a cave mansion?" "Because you're not worthy. Even if you're opportunistic, you have to stop. This is a good chance. Qingshan, give up on this bet. Cultivate in the herb garden and slowly accumulate contribution points. With your talent and that mysterious inheritance, you can definitely become a core disciple." "Definitely." Guan Yaozhu thought to herself. Even though she knew his final choice, she knew that he didn't even consider this suggestion. Li Qingshan's body tensed up as if he was under heavy pressure. He felt the gap between the human emperors even more deeply. Compared to a Renhuang like Shualong, who was at the bottom of the pack, they were not on the same level at all. The gap was so big that just now, the quartermaster had no chance of winning. But he didn't take a step back and stared back at him, just like how he faced all the strong enemies. Gritting his teeth, he asked word by word, if I don't deserve it, then who does? His blood was boiling, and he became sharper with every setback. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. He dared to talk to eldest senior brother like this? He must be tired of living. Even Guxing praised in his heart, this kid is really courageous. But this way, not only did you miss the opportunity, but you also forced yourself into a dead end. Originally, if Li Liehua gave the order, Lu Tian wouldn't be able to do anything. The core disciples would have no reason to deal with Li Qingshan, and they would even look up to him. But not only did he not accept it, he even dared to question Li Liehua. The 2 legions of the Wanxiang sect on the human-demon battlefield were no longer safe for him. The 2 legions were Li Liehua, the commander of the Raging Inferno Legion, and Chao Tianjiao, the commander of the Xuanwu Legion. Sigh, this is reasonable. If he didn't have this kind of personality, why would he participate in this bet? Li Liehua's flame-like eyebrows twitched as he stared at Li Qingshan, as if he didn't expect him to question him. In an instant, visible streams of heat surged towards Li Qingshan like dragons and snakes dancing about. It contained the monstrous killing intent he gained from killing in the human-demon battlefield. Buzz. The heat current surrounded him. Even with the phoenix's bloodline, it penetrated into every pore. He still felt an unbearable heat, like he was in hell, even the Yin demons were about to melt. However, the surrounding people did not feel any heat at all. The seemingly wild Li Liehua's control over his power had already reached the pinnacle. Li Liehua took a step forward, giving off an illusion that his figure was like a flame that expanded endlessly, breaking through the teleportation hall. I'll give you one more chance. Give up what doesn't belong to you. In comparison, Li Qingshan seemed even more tiny like an ant, yet he took another step forward and shouted explosively. Don't belong to me? Who does it belong to? The main hall was deathly silent. All the cultivators stared blankly at Li Qingshan. He's definitely crazy. Yet they also felt an inexplicable sense of heroism, not losing to their eldest senior brother in the slightest. The female quartermaster beside Guxing finally understood what Guxing meant. If it was her. He was probably lying on the ground now. The commotion alarmed the entire city. Little Anne's gaze turned serious and she clenched her wrist. He is in danger. How do you know? Okay. Apart from him, no one else would do such a thing. He is probably at the late young god realm, maybe even close to the peak. His strength and personality are both good at killing, so we have no chance of winning at all, so. Little Anne said, if there is danger, bring him away, I will cover you. I really don't know what's so good about it. Gu Yining smiled and sighed. Don't worry, just now Wan Yaozhu is beside him. She probably won't sit still and do nothing. Little Anne lowered her head and clenched her wrist even tighter. The beads clashed and gave off a squeaking sound. Gu Yining was slightly stunned. Sorry. When the badge on Li Qingshan's chest started to melt, Wan Yaozhu unwillingly rode the 9-colored deer in front of him, blocking Li Liehua's blazing aura. Isn't senior brother bullying the weak by doing this? Li Liehua looked past Wan Yaozhu and stared at Li Qingshan like a fierce beast. Is this what you are relying on? Li Qingshan smiled and said, Senior brother, you haven't answered my question yet. If I don't deserve it, who does? If it doesn't belong to me, who does it belong to? Is it you? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Li Liehua said angrily. Wan Yaozhu also felt the heat. The 9-colored deer's coral-like antlers emitted a 9-colored light, trying to resist the flames. I heard this not long ago. Is it Chao Tianjiao? What she cares about doesn't mean I will. If I want to kill you, no one can protect you today. Li Liehua directly walked down from the altar. I don't need anyone to protect me. Li Qingshan walked past Wan Yaozhu and asked with a sneer, haha, I wonder how many moves you will need to kill me with your cultivation? You want to try? Li Liehua asked sternly. I want to try. Li Qingshan grinned. One punch. If you can block one of my punches, I will spare your life. If you can't kill me in one punch, then you can write your Li surname backwards, I am ashamed to be with you. Before the word surname left his mouth, Li Liehua's fist was like a volcano erupting, fiercely bombarding Li Qingshan's body. In fact, the power of a volcano eruption was only this much, maybe even weaker. Even though Li Qingshan had already focused all his attention, it was still too fast for him to react. Even though he had gathered all his power, he could only block for a moment. Li Liehua poured all his power into his body, causing the volcano to erupt. Boom! Li Qingshan smashed through the black stone tower and flew far into the sky. Li Liehua. Guan Yaozhu stared at Li Liehua angrily. The change was too fast. She did not expect him to attack without hesitation. Don't worry, he is not dead, just teaching him a lesson. Li Liehua's anger seemed to have dissipated. Looking at his own fist, he indeed had the intent to kill. That punch was not held back at all. A weaker demon emperor might not be able to take it, but his aura did not disappear. What a strange kid. If he was given time to grow, once he becomes a direct disciple, he would definitely be able to establish an army named after him. He might even be a strong contender for the position of Big Brother. But he had to survive first. If he took this punch, even if he did not die, he would not be able to avoid heavy injuries. Heal him, I will wait for him on the battlefield. Glancing at Guan Yaozhu and Guxing, he turned back and stepped into the teleportation formation, disappearing along with the distorted light gate. Guan Yaozhu patted the nine-colored deer, hurrying towards the direction where Li Qingshan landed. What are you all gathered here for? Disperse, disperse. Guxing waved his hand unhappily. He had won this bet, but he was not very happy in his heart. Fearless warriors would be respected everywhere, especially in the army. But now, he had to sacrifice himself for a bet, a pointless death. But just now, he felt like he was being watched. Was it an illusion? The wind whistled past his ears as Wanxiang City became smaller and smaller. A large hole opened up in Li Qingshan's chest, and raging flames spewed out. His sternum was completely shattered, and his spine could be vaguely seen, as well as his throbbing undying heart. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds passing by, but he was strangely calm. Whether it was Li Liehua or Chao Tianjiao, they were merely small obstacles in his path, and he did not view them as strong enemies. He was even below the Xianming Cave Abode's true dragon Ao Xian. Since he could not hand over the Xianming Cave Abode's formation plate, he could only fall out with them. Although he did not have Chao Tianjia's apprehensions, it was still the same. When asked how many moves would it take to kill him, he was too embarrassed to say 100 or 200 moves. Thus, although it seemed dangerous, it was actually very safe. Of course, Li Liehua's strength was unquestionable. The punch was so powerful that it almost turned him into a phoenix egg. However, this was also because he did not use any innate magical power. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to withstand a few moves. The true dragon Ao Xian's strength was similar. For now, it would be difficult to defeat him. He had to wait until the ape demon transformation broke through to the 5th layer and fully recovered his strength. Boom! Waves splashed as he fell into the depths of the sea. Scorching flames gushed out from his chest, directly vaporizing the seawater and causing it to surge upwards. Li Qingshan grinned. This punch would definitely be avenged. He leaped and swam towards the surface. Just as he poked his head out of the water, a hand reached out to him. Under the blue sky, Gu Yenying's smile was hidden under her veil, but her eyes shone. Little brother Qingshan, long time no see. Li Qingshan chuckled and grabbed her hand with one hand. He pressed against the surface of the sea with the other and leaped out. A white figure flashed, and leaped into his arms. Li Qingshan revealed a gentle smile and rubbed her head. I knew you were nearby. Not seeing Luo Ho Xiaoming, he frowned. Where's little Ming? Little and said, he was covering our retreat and was captured by a dragon. Understood. Don't worry, we'll save him right away. Li Qingshan immediately changed his original plan. He was prepared to not wait for his strength to fully recover, but before he was sent to the army, he had to rescue Luo Ho Xiaoming and take down the mysterious underworld cave at the same time. I'll let that damned Li Liehua see if I'm worthy or not. I'm not alone right now. At this time, Guan Yaozhu came over on a deer and stopped far away on the sea. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He still remembered them. Li Qingshan let go of Little and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Seen your sister Wan, just now, thank you. Guan Yaozhu wanted to say something but hesitated. The nine-colored deer asked, "Boy, who are they?" Li Qingshan said calmly, "Family and friends." Guan Yaozhu smiled and nodded. "I see. Hello." Gu Yenying and Little and looked at each other and pulled down their scarves. "Hello, senior sister Guan." Guan Yaozhu looked deeply at Li Qingshan. Seeing that he had no intention of introducing them, she wanted to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's okay. You know that my body has always been very good." Li Qingshan patted his chest. His injuries were already gradually healing. "Sigh, you shouldn't have fought with him head-on. You know my temperament. Rather than holding my breath, it's better to take a punch. It's more satisfying." Guan Yaozhu's eyes looked at the three of them. She seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Then, she said, "I'm going back to the 100-herb garden." She then left on the deer. The tranquil sea reflected the blue sky and white clouds, and a white deer. It was a girl, her dress fluttering in the wind. She looked a little lonely. Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Senior sister, I have a presumptuous request." Guan Yaozhu turned her head. Her attitude was still calm, but it seemed to be a little distant. "Junior brother, I'm afraid I can't help you this time." "I haven't said what it is." "Speak." "I want to ask you to help me buy some time." Li Qingshan asked earnestly. He couldn't rush to the cave of Xianming and fight to the death with true dragon Ao Xian right now. He needed some time to prepare. Since the enlistment order had to be discussed in the Hall of Direct Teachings, it had to go through a set of procedures. It would definitely take a lot of time. That was the time. Guan Yaozhu couldn't help but look at Gu Yenying and Little and again. Was he going to reunite with them before he left? Gu Yenying smiled but didn't say anything. Little and was expressionless. The nine-colored deer said, "Hey, kid, don't push your luck. We've already helped you enough. We don't owe you any more." Li Qingshan said, "That's why I said it's a presumptuous request. But it's really important to me. I want to go to the cave of Xianming. I have to prepare." "But I can't help you." Guan Yaozhu interrupted. As a true disciple, she couldn't help him deal with the current eldest senior brother's mount, even if this eldest senior brother had already reincarnated. She seemed to be a little too excited. She stroked the hair on the side of her face. "Even if I want to help you, I'm not Ao Xian's match. I'm not good at fighting." "Of course I know that. I won't make things difficult for you. I just need a little time. But if it really can't be done, then forget it." Li Qingshan sniggered. "Perhaps Ao Xian will cry and beg to be my mount when he sees me. I'll ride a true dragon into the battlefield. Let's see what Li Liehua's expression will be like." This joke made Guan Yaozhu smile reluctantly. He was definitely going to challenge the True Dragon with these two girls because they were his family and companions. He had never thought of asking her for any big help. He definitely wouldn't make her feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. She was just a senior sister. And the truth was like that. They weren't moved at all, even if they had to go through fire and water with him to challenge an undefeatable enemy. But she was even evading such a small matter. She wanted to persuade him not to rush to the Xianming cave abode. The true dragon Ao Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. But when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't say a single word. She could only nod. "I understand. I'll ask the True Inheritance Hall to discuss it. It should be able to delay it for about 10 days to half a month. You're on your own." Watching Guan Yaozhu disappear into the horizon, Gu Yenying teased, "Stop looking. She's gone. You've only been in the myriad appearance sect for a short time. I really don't know what to say about you. Don't blame us for ruining your plans." Li Qingshan said suspiciously, "You didn't do it on purpose, did you? You really don't know what's good for you. Look at how you were sent flying by a punch. You don't know what's good for you. We quickly came to save you." Li Qingshan was a little embarrassed. Gu Yenying changed the topic. "That's right. We did it on purpose." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then, he smiled. "It's fine. This is pretty good. She's good, but not as good as me. little and had a serious expression. She didn't care how many women were by his side. She only cared that when he was in danger, she wasn't the one standing by his side. Li Qingshan picked her up again and laughed. Of course. My little and is the best in the world. Little Anne's laughter was like a silver bell. Her smile was sweet and innocent. You too. Gu Yenying face-bombed. They didn't look like two powerful cultivators at all. Haha, if you're envious, I can hug you too. Li Qingshan opened his arms and pounced on her. Forget it. Gu Yenying's figure flashed and appeared behind him. How is it? Have you decided on how to deal with that dragon? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought, the most important thing right now is to confirm little Ming's safety. It's best if we can save him. The cave is secondary. Gu Yenying said solemnly, Lin Xian is the eldest senior brother of the Wanxiang sect. It won't be so easy to enter his cave. Don't worry, I've already obtained the formation disc for the Xianming cave. Li Qingshan smiled smugly and pointed at the wound on his chest. I took this punch for this. He also had a trump card, which was the Yin demon. With these two conditions, it was definitely possible to sneak into the Xianming cave. As expected of Li Qingshan, Gu Yenying praised and asked, can you control the protective formation? No, it's just a key. Li Qingshan was also slightly regretful. Otherwise, things would be much simpler. Then can't we just change the lock? Little and looked towards Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying's eyes lit up. That's right, that dragon doesn't seem to be very smart. I can try to lure him out. If you can take the chance to take control of the cave, then we'll have the geographical advantage and be almost undefeatable. Li Qingshan said in surprise, you want to lure him out? That's a true dragon that has gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. Don't worry, he won't catch up to me so easily. Gu Yenying's face was full of confidence. In the lightning of the 4th heavenly tribulation, she had completely merged with the feather of mixed heaven and was no longer a human or an eagle. She was slowly transforming into a true Kuan Peng, which was enough to make up for the difference in cultivation. You don't need to be faster than that dragon. When you forcefully took over the Xianming cave, he will definitely sense it and want to come back to defend. I can block him a bit more and buy you some time. Li Qingshan smiled, can you block him? Don't lose another one before you even save one. Little An smiled but did not say anything. The 4th heavenly tribulation was equally important to her. She had already cultivated the 4th layer of the path of white bone and great beauty and reached the Sutua river fruit of the 4 Arhat fruits. It condensed into the white bone jade body. The joints all over his body started to condense into white bone relics, and at the same time, his body chakra was connected. All kinds of white bone secret treasures were refined by her. Although he had squandered all his savings, his strength had increased by a huge level. Very good. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't stay idle. With their help, he felt more confident. After discussing with them for a while, he told them to leave this place and find a place to cultivate. He then returned to Wanxiang City. Walking on the road, everyone glanced at him. Li Qingshan's name had already spread throughout the Wanxiang sect due to the 30-year bet with the direct disciples, as well as the 30-year challenge with Chao Tianjiao. Li Liehua's punch had made him famous. A disciple unexpectedly became enemies with the eldest senior apprentice and the eldest senior sister of the Wanxiang sect at the same time. In front of them, even the true disciple had to bow down, but he met a ghoul. Chaotic life gambling Denver kid, I really don't know if I should call you crazy or praise you for your bravery. Le Tian paced back and forth while playing with the sieve. At the same time, he examined Li Qingshan from head to toe with a mocking expression. Li Qingshan grinned. Either is fine. Why are you looking for me? Are you going to help me collect your corpse? Lu Tian shouted. This dark horse was about to become a dead horse. His bet of 1,000 green jade lots and his gambling debt of 1,000 green jade lots, adding up to a total of 2,000 green jade lots, had all gone down the drain. Even he felt extremely pained. Pai Yangqiu had probably received the news. He hurried over and grumbled, Junior apprentice brother, you're really something. That cave abode wasn't yours in the first place, and you couldn't swallow it in such a short period of time. You should just give it to eldest senior apprentice brother to avoid endless troubles. Now, not only are you digging your own grave, he will definitely blame me. Do you think you can run away? Lu Tian sighed. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made the bet with you in the first place. This bet made him depressed to the extreme. He won for nothing, lost for nothing, and was even forcefully tied to this brat. Originally, cultivating in the Xianxia sect would not have so many life-threatening dangers. However, this kid was too good at courting death. He couldn't even stop him. Suddenly, he was furious and grabbed Li Qingshan's neck. Give me back my green jade lots. Faced with the two direct disciples grumbling and anger, anyone else would have been scared witless. However, Li Qingshan laughed loudly. Xianxia was slightly startled. Lu Tian's eyes were full of meaning, but his anger seemed to be only on the surface. Senior apprentice brothers, you two are so pitiful. I have a plan that can ensure you get your own green jade lots. Xianxia was surprised. We don't have a plan, what plan do you have? Li Qingshan glanced at him. Let go. Lu Tian let go and said, interesting. Li Qingshan straightened his clothes. How much do you think the things that eldest senior apprentice brother Lin left behind in the cave are worth? Xianxia said, it's hard to estimate. Is it enough to pay off the debt? It's definitely enough. Lu Tian had already guessed Li Qingshan's thoughts. He was excited. This was really interesting. This bet was getting crazier. Li Qingshan said, I plan to take down the cave before I am sent to the army. If I die in battle, not only will I pay senior apprentice brother Qingla's debt, but I will also pay senior apprentice brother Pai's share. What do you think? Xianxia said, junior apprentice brother, we can't fight Ao Xian directly. Li Qingshan said, I didn't ask you to fight him. Lu Tian said, then what do you want? Senior apprentice sister Wan will ask the direct disciples to review my enlistment order. Senior apprentice brothers, please help her and buy me some time. Also, lend me 2,000 green jade lots, 1,000 each. Fair enough. Xianxia was stunned. He said seriously, you're crazy. If 2,000 green jade lots were added to the bet, then this bet would have expanded to an unbelievable extent. Coupled with the bet with Gu Xing and the other true disciples, the bet was approaching the threshold of 10,000 green jade lots. Ordinary small sects wouldn't be able to accumulate so many resources even after 10,000 years. Li Qingshan laughed, no, this is called raising the stakes. Now I only have one question. Are you guys betting or not? Xianxia said suspiciously, you're not going to run away with some stuff, are you? Li Qingshan looked straight at him. His eyes were sharp and clear. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Lu Tian played with the sieve. If we don't bet, are you still going to the cave? Of course, I have to go. Before I go to the battlefield, I want to make a decision. Lu Tian licked his lips and threw out 1,000 green jade lots. Alright, I'll bet. In order to break free from this trap, he kept raising the stakes until his feet were in the mud and his eyes were red. It was not a gamble if one's heart was beating fast and his blood was pumping. Li Qingshan looked at Xianxia. What about you, senior brother Pai? Xianxia pondered for a long time before letting out a long sigh. At this point, what else is there to say? 30 years is too long. I want to see the results immediately. He dared to bet with his life, so he probably had some confidence in winning. A bet that looked like it was going to fail suddenly had a chance to turn the tables. Furthermore, it was an immediate result. As a gambler, how could he be willing to admit defeat? Li Qingshan accepted another 1,000 green jade lots. He cupped his fists and left Random Life Gambling House, heading straight for the sky. Lu Tian and Xianxia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched Li Qingshan's figure disappear into the intersecting streets. Xianxia could not help but ask, hey, we didn't bet wrong, right? Lu Tian said, who knows until the last moment. Don't you think it's a wonderful feeling? After this bet, I'll quit gambling. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the sky, he was immediately summoned by Spirit Venerable Gue Hai. Indeed, he did not miss a single one. Spirit Venerable Gue Hai said, I've already prepared what you want. It's worth 2,200 green jade lots. That happened to be all of Li Qingshan's current assets. Li Qingshan grinned and did not say anything else. He browsed through it. The items included, the Xianming array's formation diagram was extremely complicated and profound. It could save him time deducing and allow him to control the Xianming cave abode at the fastest speed possible. 5 Elemental Divine Escape Art and Illusion Fiend Escape Art. The former's focus was on unobstructed rapid flight, while the latter's focus was on undetected changes and concealment. They complemented each other and complemented each other. This was the basic guarantee for him to infiltrate the Xianming cave abode. Eldest senior brother Lin Xian's combat records. As a mount, True Dragon Ao Xian occupied a very important position. Magical powers, dharma spells, and combat methods were all recorded. One could even deduce and analyze its temperament. Then, he could use the secret scroll of inner demons. It recorded the most mysterious and unfathomable inner demon's secret scroll. It could be used to guard against inner demons, and it could also be used to trigger the enemy's inner demons. All of these only took up a very small space. The most extensive ones were the teachings of the various sects that believed in Mahasvara Demon Lord. They were known by the Buddhists as the ash-smeared heretical path. Their thoughts were abnormally profound, but it was indescribably strange. The content was all-encompassing, but it was also contradictory. There were many dharma spells recorded, and they were definitely different from ordinary dharma spells. There was charm, concealment, transformation, destruction, and so on. For example, the sexual strength sex dual cultivation method, the Mercury sex alchemy technique, the beast master sex path of extraordinary movement, and the scripture sex living sacrifice ceremony to invite a god to possess them. There was nothing that could not be imagined. If he could master all of these, not only would it be greatly beneficial to his cultivation, but the Freedom Sutra would also be able to unleash extraordinary power. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to toss out all the green jade lots. I'll buy them. He then asked, "Why are you helping me?" "This is my duty." Spirit Sovereign Guihai left without looking back. A Kuan Pung that had inherited the chaotic heaven feather and the successor of the white bone bodhisattva naturally did not escape his eyes. Even if he did not know anything about divination and prophecy, some things were gradually becoming clear, revealing shocking information. He did not dare to make an enemy of it, much less befriend it. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. A mere spirit turtle that had yet to become an immortal was unable to bear any consequences. He could only wait and see, go with the flow, and continue observing to gather more information before making a judgment. Satisfied, Li Qingshan descended from the sky. The staff members who were once very friendly to him now avoided him as if he was the plague. They waited until he was far away before whispering to each other. However, they did not know how sharp his eyes and ears were. He heard every word they said, treating him as if he was already dead. Li Qingshan smiled. He did not blame them for being snobbish. Other than true disciples like Letian and Pai Yangqiu, no one in the myriad appearance sect would dare to associate with him. However, he had only left for a few days when he realized that he was wrong. A male cultivator was blocking the entrance. The moment he appeared, he looked over as if he had been waiting for Shen Lian. Li Qingshan felt that it was a little strange. This cultivator's appearance and figure were unusually ordinary. It was not the kind of ordinary that could not be found in a crowd. Instead, it was the average appearance of all the people in the crowd, erasing all the special characteristics. Actually, if one looked closely, he was actually quite handsome. The badge on his chest showed that he was a chamber disciple. However, this kind of ordinary soul cultivator was especially strange. Moreover, the gaze he gave Shen Lian seemed to be filled with resentment. Li Qingshan stopped. "What are you looking at?" Unfortunately, the other party did not reply with "What's wrong with looking at you," making him feel slightly disappointed. "Li Qingshan, to think that you would have such a day." The ordinary face twisted into a somewhat familiar expression of resentment. The tone of the voice was also somewhat familiar. A light flashed in Li Qingshan's mind. "Don't speak, let me think. You are Xingyu Shu. Haha, how did you become like this? You are much uglier than before." Xingyu Shu looked as if he had been stabbed by a knife. His expression became even more twisted. Li Qingshan, you destroyed my body. I will not live under the same sky as you. This body was not obtained through possession. The Yin soul state was extremely unstable. There was simply no time to find a suitable person to possess. Moreover, even if he was lucky enough to find one, not only would it go against human morals, there would also be significant side effects. This was the flying insect that the myriad appearance sex spiritual beast garden specially bred. It was usually in the form of an insect. As long as a secret technique was used, it would quickly grow into a human form. Their bones and blood vessels were no different from those of mortals. It was just that they were born without souls. They were specially cultivated to be possessed by cultivators whose bodies had been destroyed. However, horseshoe insects were only divided into males and females. Everything else about them was extremely ordinary. They had no talent or flaws, so they could adapt to the needs of most cultivators. Absolutely irreconcilable? Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist. Come and bite me. Xianxia was no match for Li Qingshan, and he had yet to fully adapt to his new body. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. Under such circumstances, there was even less hope for him. He sneered and said, you won't be arrogant for long. I will wait for the news of your death in the 100 Herb Garden. Just as he finished speaking, a large hand enveloped him. In an instant, it seemed as if it could blot out the sky and cover the earth. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already tightly gripped by the throat. He was lifted from the ground. Li Qingshan pulled him in front of him and whispered in his ear, "What did you say? Please say it again." Xianxia was shocked to the extreme. In his eyes, half of Li Qingshan's face suddenly became as malevolent as a beast's. His eyes faintly revealed a bloodthirsty red glow. How could he say anything? He was incomparably regretful. He shouldn't have come and touched this bad luck. In any case, this thief was going to die. If he went crazy before he died and pulled him down with him, wouldn't he die a wrongful death? This movement attracted the attention of many people, but no one dared to interfere. There weren't many cultivators who had the qualifications to intervene in the dispute between 2 inner chamber disciples, not to mention that there was also Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan disdainfully said, "Despicable person." He looked him up and down. "I hope you can still be of some use." Leaving him alone, he turned around and walked away. Xianxia retreated a few steps. His legs went soft and he sat on the ground. The cultivators watching from the side couldn't help but feel disdain in their hearts. They're both inner chamber disciples, but this gap is too big. Although that Li Qingshan is arrogant, he isn't weak in front of eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister. He really lives up to his reputation. Li Qingshan came to the 100 Herb Garden again. One reason was to recall the Yin demons and start to prepare to cultivate the path of great freedom and practice various spells. The second reason was to see Ruan Yaozhu again. He wanted to get an accurate message from her and see how much time he had. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, the Yin demons flew into his body and the thought clones disappeared without a trace. He looked at the mountains and rivers in the 100 Herb Garden. He thought he had found a peaceful place to cultivate, but there were too many tribulations in his life. In the end, he couldn't stay for long. Ruan Yaozhu came to the hill alone. I've already asked the Direct Inheritance Hall to discuss it. Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Pai will help me. However, Guxing and the others will also help. At most, they can only delay for a month. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and bowed. I've troubled senior sister. Unknowingly, they had become much more distant from each other. He felt slightly disappointed in his heart, but he didn't feel any regret. Since they weren't on the same path, he shouldn't repeat the same mistake. This was his way of repaying her kindness. Ruan Yaozhu lowered her head and didn't speak. She returned to the wooden appearance she had when they first met. Li Qingshan said, "That's right, I just saw Xianxia again. He changed a lot." Ruan Yaozhu raised her eyes and cast a questioning gaze. Li Qingshan patted the tree trunk. "I wanted to work hard to repay you, but after this parting, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to cultivate under this tree again. Someone needs to take care of the things in the 100 Herb Garden. He's the most suitable person." Guan Yaozhu frowned and was a little displeased. Li Qingshan smiled. But don't worry, I won't forget your kindness. I will repay you generously in the future. A sullen expression flashed across Guan Yaozhu's face. She suppressed it and said indifferently, anything else? No. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Then I'm leaving. Before he finished speaking, Guan Yaozhu had already floated away. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile and left the 100-herb garden in the opposite direction. All he saw was a figure flying over from the surface of the sea. Even if he did his best to hide his aura, how could he avoid his senses? It was Xianxia. Ah, you really know how to make time. He had the heart to teach him a lesson again, but after thinking about it, he decided not to be so senseless. This was also good. The 100-herb garden would immediately return to its original state, as if he had never come. Xianxia saw Li Qingshan in the distance and suddenly stopped. He saw Li Qingshan soar into the sky, whistling through the clouds. After hesitating for a long time, he dared to continue forward. Arriving at the shore of the island, he tidied up his clothes. Looking at this incomparably familiar scenery, his heart was filled with confidence. I, Xianxia, have returned. He originally wanted to wait for Guan Yaozhu to personally invite him, but in the end, he couldn't bear it and urgently came to fill this vacancy. This job was really too important to him. Guan Yaozhu, without Li Qingshan, who else can you use? You still have to rely on me, Xianxia. You must be very regretful right now. In the 100-herb cave, Guan Yaozhu quietly meditated. Beside her, 100 flowers bloomed, their fragrance permeating the entire cave. The 9-colored deer knew that this was a sign that her mood was not calm and her magic power was dissipating. Finally, that hateful Li Qingshan was chased out. However, his existence was like a lingering fragrance. Hopefully, it would fade with time. He cautiously said, Yaozhu, that Xianxia wants to come in. The sky was high and the sea was wide. Li Qingshan was flying over the vast sea. In less than a month, it was too tight. It was almost impossible for him to make sufficient preparations. If he had a few years to cultivate slowly, he could reach the 5th tier of the ape demon transformation and recover all his strength. Then, he could sort out the techniques of the various sects that worshipped the vast freedom heavenly demon lord. His cultivation would definitely increase tremendously. It was just a true dragon that had passed the heavens tribulation 5 times. How hard could it be to deal with? Moreover, after becoming a monster monarch, he should have obtained at least 5 new special abilities. However, they were all obstructed due to various reasons. Although it was a talent, it took time for a bird to learn how to fly. If he could slowly comprehend it, it was not impossible to comprehend it. However, the problem was that he did not have enough time. It would be great if he could comprehend 1 or 2 special abilities in a month. It was almost impossible to use them as he wished. Moreover, it was still unknown what the effects of the new special abilities would be. It would not be strange if he could comprehend them after so much effort to defeat Ao Xian. He had comprehended many divine abilities, but not every one of them could be used in every battle. He might as well use the time to practice the spiritual arts related to the Freedom Heavenly Book. At least he would have a clear goal. Fate was like this. It would not wait until you were fully prepared before giving you a test. Instead, it would hit you head-on. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and threw all these thoughts to the back of his head. He focused all his attention on what he should do. He was thinking about how he could use them to their fullest potential to overcome this obstacle. First, he browsed through first senior brother Lin Xian's battle records. There were no pictures, only words. However, Lin Xian's prowess in the past was still reflected in his words. He was worthy of being called undefeated in every battle. Undefeated in every battle. These 8 words were fascinating. The true dragon heavenly book in his hands was able to transform into countless techniques. He had defeated and killed countless strong enemies on the battlefield. He was not only powerful. He had the ability to lead. He was wise and decisive. He was able to convince others. The armies outside of the nature sect were also willing to follow his orders. He was like a different person from the Lin Xian that Li Qingshan knew. Not to mention the clown Chu Tian. Although it might be an exaggeration, it was definitely not groundless. At the very least, compared to Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, he was more deserving of the title of eldest senior brother. However, the great Tao was merciless. If one could not become an immortal, once their time was up, even if they were a hero, they would not be the same as before even if they were reincarnated. In all of Lin Xian's deeds, all of them had Ao Xian's shadow in them, and they even had the battle record of fighting 5 demon emperors alone. Even though it was just a bitter battle that ended with Lin Xian leading the rescue team, Li Qingshan's mood became even more solemn after he finished reading it. At least for now, this true dragon was still a powerful enemy that he could not defeat. The aura of death became more intense, and the fighting spirit in his heart burned like fire. He didn't even notice it himself. He subconsciously pursed his lips and bulged his eyes, a stubborn expression on his face. He was like a stubborn bull. At that moment, a verdant island appeared on the surface of the sea. It happened to be in between Wanxiang City and the Xianming cave abode. It was thousands of miles away from both of them. Li Qingshan descended from the skies. Without saying much, he shared the information he obtained with Gu Yenying and Little, and we don't have much time. Let's limit it to 15 days. By then, I'll try to find Little Ming and prepare to fight Ao Xian to the death. Gu Yenying replied, understood, Little, and nodded silently. Thus, Li Qingshan said nothing more and turned to head into the depths of the island. He immediately began cultivating. The first was the 5 elements divine escape. In the depths of the dense forest, a huge tree blocked the path. It was unknown how long it had been growing on this island. It would probably require dozens of people to encircle it. Up close, it looked like a wall. Li Qingshan walked over and entered the wooden wall silently. The small world within his body was still in a semi-chaotic state. Breathing in and out, it expanded and contracted continuously. Mastering one technique would lead to mastering all techniques. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take at least a few years for them to cultivate the 5 elements divine escape technique to the initial mastery level. However, for him, who had just mastered the first stage of the Qilin longevity strategy, would escape was no longer difficult. Just like that, he walked through the dense forest, passing through the trees until a huge mountain blocked his path. He smiled and leaped into the mountain rocks like a carp leaping into the dragon's gate. In an instant, he turned into a beam of light and traveled through the mountains. This was a true escape technique. Not only was there no obstruction, but he could also use the momentum to travel. Earth escape was as easy as breathing for him. There were many metals in the mountains, so the obstruction was greater than that of rocks. However, it was not a difficult task. Using the escape technique, he came to the depths of the mountain. Suddenly, he sped down. Hot air gradually surged up, and a boundless sea of fire suddenly rushed toward him. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Oh, so this is a dormant volcano to begin with. The earth-fiendish magnetism interfered with the spell, and the beam of light flickered. The 5 elements divine escape became ineffective at times, and it was instantly swallowed by the sea of fire. Among the 5 elements divine escape techniques, cultivating fire escape was the most dangerous. At most, one would be buried alive if they used earth escape. At most, they would be drowned in water if they used water escape. It was not fatal for cultivators, but it was not so good to be burned by fire. Usually, one had to practice in a cauldron first and find friends and family to watch over them so that they could retract the flames at any time. Even so, it was very easy for them to get injured or even die. Cultivators like Li Qingshan, cultivating an earth fire right from the start, were simply unheard of. Not only was the fire poison, cruel here, but there was also the influence of the earth-fiendish magnetism. Moreover, lava was not pure fire. One had to be proficient in both earth escape and metal escape. If there was even the slightest mistake, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was probably because Li Qingshan had long gotten used to harmonizing all kinds of powers. Under the influence of the earth-fiendish magnetism, he managed to maintain his escape technique. He was unhindered when he entered the earth, unharmed when he entered the fire, and could move about freely. At this moment, he suddenly encountered an earth bubble and it exploded. The lava boiled, and the magnetism became chaotic. His escape technique immediately lost its effect. He felt a burning sensation on his chest. The wound that had already healed ruptured again. Blood and flames gushed out like a volcanic eruption. This was the residual power of Li Liahua's punch. Li Qingshan's entire body was burned. Even with the phoenix's bloodline, he still felt the heat was unbearable. The rolling lava pressed against him from all directions. Although he had the experience of traversing through lava and earth fire with his physical body, this was the mortal realm. Everything around him told him a simple fact: here, you are not that strong. The unbridled pride he had when he roamed the 9 provinces in the past was like a distant dream. Just like when he first arrived in the small world, being unrivaled in the world was just a childish game for children. Was that all? Was that all? Li Qingshan asked himself. He clenched his teeth and silently felt the pain in every part of his body. The various situations after he came to the mortal realm surged into his mind. He was used as a chess piece, a gambling tool, and was casually humiliated and ordered around. He was forced into a hopeless situation step by step. He threw life and death to the back of his mind, but he only did his best to maintain his dignity. There was still this hole in his chest. He clenched his fists and let out a hysterical roar. He jumped into the depths of the earth fire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountains and rivers shook, and the earth groaned. Dang! The bell rang and light shone. The gate of the Hall of Inheritance slowly opened. Under the pillar by the door, Xianxia rolled his eyes and looked around. Could it be that junior martial sister Wan is not coming? Le Tian leaned on the pillar. Who knows? If she doesn't come, that kid is finished. Maybe he has already escaped. How dare he? On the other side of the gate stood a few unfamiliar direct disciples. Some wore jade belts and tall crowns, some wore long hair and carried swords. All of them looked extraordinary. Guxing was among them. Except for him, the others looked a little impatient. A small problem that they thought could be easily solved turned out to be a confrontation in the Hall of Inheritance. When the gate was fully opened, a female cultivator walked out. Her purple dress trailed on the ground. Her hair was like clouds. She looked dignified and smiling. She was also a direct disciple. She put her hands on her waist and asked, "Why are you all standing outside like idiots?" "Third senior sister, junior sister Wan is not here yet." Guxing hurriedly explained. This third senior sister, Dai Mengfan, was ranked after Chao Tianjiao on the list of versatility. No matter who became the eldest senior brother, she would always be the third senior sister. She was now in charge of the Hall of Inheritance and presided over all matters. It was Guxing's enlistment order that Ruan Yaozhu asked the Hall of Inheritance to discuss. The others were only invited to help. Only the 2 of them could not be absent. "I've been here for a long time." Dai Mengfan smiled and pointed at the white jade steps. Ding! A 9-colored rainbow rippled, and a person and a deer appeared. The deer's hooves lightly stepped on the white jade steps and came to the gate. Ruan Yaozhu landed lightly and bowed her head. "Senior sister." Everyone was speechless. There were so many direct disciples here, but no one noticed her. Guxing said in a deep voice, "Junior sister Ruan's art of concealment is really mysterious. Just now, she refuses to show up. Is it because she doesn't want to meet us?" Ruan Yaozhu was not good with words, and now she seemed even more inarticulate. Xianxia flashed over. He replied. With a smile, "If I had such a skill, I probably wouldn't want to meet you now." "Then you should hide forever. Don't let me see you." Le Tian walked over with a grin and interrupted, "Greetings, senior and junior brothers." Guxing snorted coldly. He was even more displeased with the person who had set him up. Although the 2 sides didn't draw their swords, they didn't show any signs of hostility. "Cut the crap. If you have something to say, come on in." Dai Mengfan put her arm around Ruan Yaozhu's shoulder and walked towards the successor hall. She transmitted her voice to Ruan Yaozhu, "Blockhead, oh blockhead, don't blame senior sister for not supporting you this time. That kid is too arrogant." All the true disciples entered, and the door slowly closed again. Ruan Yaozhu turned her head back and looked at the clear blue sky without a cloud in sight. She prayed silently in her heart, "No matter what, I will not be able to escape. I hope you're safe." Boom. A loud noise shook the entire island. The volcano that had been silent for an unknown number of years suddenly erupted, spewing out black smoke, crushed rocks, and raging flames. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a burning torch. With a whoosh, a five-colored divine light soared into the sky from the thick smoke and raging flames. It quickly circled around the rising mushroom cloud a few times, and then turned to the vast sea. The moment it fell into the sea, the five-colored divine light instantly changed and turned mainly blue. It didn't cause any ripples or splashes on the surface of the sea. It quickly passed by a slowly swimming giant turtle. The five-colored divine light suddenly fell again. It plunged into the seabed, passing through layers of soil and rocks. The color changed again. From fire to water, from water to earth. The light shuttled quickly. It was unhindered. In the five-colored divine light was Xianxia. He was overjoyed. After several days of continuous cultivation, he finally mastered the five elements divine light. This was the sign of the initial success of the five elements divine escape. From then on, he wouldn't drown in water, burn in fire, and be unhindered in metal, stone, earth, or wood. The only flaw was that it was a little too eye-catching. Time was pressing, and he couldn't delay any longer. He immediately began to practice the hallucination escape. The five elements divine escape had the small world in his body as a guarantee, so he could enter the state so quickly. This hallucination escape might not be so easy. After a few days, the progress of the hallucination escape was indeed very slow. Xianxia pushed it to the extreme, but his figure was just a blur, not to mention using it with the five elements divine escape at the same time. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He frowned and came up with a plan. He went to the foot of the volcano, found a smooth stone wall, and began to carve. Soon, a distorted, weird, and ugly statue appeared in the cave. It doesn't look like it. Xianxia took a few steps back, looked up and down, and murmured to himself. A gust of wind blew, and Gu Yanning appeared in front of the cave. What the hell is this? The realm of freedom, Xianxia said sternly. How does it look like it? Gu Yanning was stunned. Why did you carve this? To invite the god. Xianxia put his palms together, and looked pious. Gu Yanning's hand landed on his forehead. You're not crazy, are you? Go away, don't delay my cultivation. Xianxia waved her hand away. If the five elements divine escape was based on the small world, then the hallucination escape was based on the Freedom Heaven book. If he wanted to master the hallucination escape quickly, he had to master the Freedom Heaven book as soon as possible, or at least reach a higher level. This was a more difficult task, but there was a shortcut. That was the God-vanquishing spell of the Holy Scripture School. In Xianxia's words, it was inviting the god to possess you. In the records of the canon school, there were many such examples. A person who was dying of illness suddenly recovered, a mortal suddenly gained infinite divine power, a fool suddenly became enlightened, and so on. It was simply convenient, fast, easy, and brainless. Although the success rate seemed a little small, and the records were half true and half false, he still had to try. Maybe he would succeed. With such an impious thought, Xianxia began to recite the Holy Scripture to the statue. Generally speaking, don't you need to kneel to invite the god? Gu Yanning looked at him standing there, not looking like a believer at all. If you want to kneel, kneel. Don't talk nonsense. Help me catch a fish. Before Xianxia's voice died away, Gu Yanning's figure flashed back, holding a colorful, lively big fish in her hand. A fish like this? Bang! Xianxia stepped with his right foot, and a small round altar rose in front of the statue. He asked Gu Yanning to throw the fish on it, and then he began to pray. Freedom Heaven, although I am not your believer, we are kindred spirits. Why don't you just accept this fish and give me something in return? Gu Yanning put her hand on her forehead. Not to mention inviting the god, she couldn't even fool a ghost so casually. Will you be punished by the god? Gu Yanning couldn't help but become serious. Could it really work? However, after a while, there was no change except for the big fish that was still struggling tenaciously. Xianxia stopped chanting the Holy Scripture and the illusion immediately vanished. The statue in the cave was still as ugly as ever. It stood there motionlessly, not dancing at all. He spat. I knew it was useless. He had to admit that it was stupid of him to try everything he could think of in a moment of desperation. That's not what you said just now. Gu Yening smiled, but she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. With his personality, if he really succeeded in inviting the gods, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's go. Li Qingshan turned around and walked away, giving up on this wishful thinking. If he could not master the phantasm evasion skill, he could only use the normal invisibility skill to keep up appearances. The sky was very dark, and the smoke and dust from the volcano covered half of the sky. The magma emitted an orange glow from the scorched earth, and the river was also dyed yellow. The island, which was originally full of birds and flowers, now looked like a demon's lair. Rumble. A bolt of lightning illuminated the world, stirring up a gust of black wind and pouring rain. The deep grotto in the rock wall became darker and darker. The statue of Mahasvara was only a vague silhouette. It was not ugly, but majestic. Gu Yening suddenly realized that Li Qingshan's sculpting skills were not bad. The statues in the cave were actually very charming, but he was too lazy to sculpt them. He probably did not expect to succeed. If praying to the gods and Buddha is useful, then what's the point of cultivation? Just as he was about to turn around, the eyes of the statue suddenly lit up, as if it had come to life. It stared intently at Li Qingshan's back. The sky grew darker and darker as the wind and clouds surged. The rainstorm was like a waterfall, and the forest was like waves. A bolt of lightning struck the colorful big fish on the altar. In an instant, it turned into ashes. It was as if the god who stood at the top of the 3,000 worlds had accepted this ridiculous offering. Gu Yening said, "Be careful." What's wrong? Li Qingshan also felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, his eyes met with the statue of the Heavenly Lord of Freedom, and his body stiffened. The volcanic island, the dense forest, and the wind and rain had all disappeared. In a trance, he was standing in front of an incomparably majestic altar. It was as if an entire mountain had been carved out of it, and there was a sea of people at the foot of the mountain. Their appearances and attire were all different. There were men and women, young and old, rich and poor, noble and lowly. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no end to them. It was as if all the living beings in the world had gathered here and were all kneeling before him. No, not to him. On the altar at the peak of the mountain stood a statue that was even more majestic than the mountain. It looked down at him. He gently asked, "Why aren't you kneeling?" Li Qingshan panicked. It was as if he had returned to his childhood in his previous life, where he was caught by his parents for making a huge mistake. He quickly lowered his head, but there was still a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. Qingshan. Gu Yening saw that Li Qingshan seemed to have lost his soul. He looked at the statue of the great freedom god with his head down and said, "Oh no, this kid is making trouble again." She flew forward and grabbed him, wanting to take him away from this place. However, he did not move at all. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. She had inherited the feather of chaotic heaven, so her speed was extremely fast. However, her strength was far from being comparable to that of Li Qingshan. On the peak of the mountain, the statue of the god uttered a questioning sound. It seemed a little strange, but it was not angry. Li Qingshan raised his hands. He suddenly realized that he had become smaller. The power of gods and devils had all disappeared. He was only a mortal standing here, and a weak child at that. He felt a wave of panic in his heart, and his legs trembled slightly. The people at the foot of the mountain were enraged. Kneel. The sea of people and billions of living beings roared together. The heaven and earth shook. An invisible force pressed down like a mountain. Even with the powers of gods and demons, it was difficult to resist. Rumble. In the thunderstorm, Li Qingshan staggered and fell to the ground, like a collapsing mountain. The moment he was about to kneel on the ground, his hands turned into hooves, and ox horns grew on his head. He turned into a strong and powerful oxen. Its eyes were red with anger. With a loud moo, its bent hind hooves stomped hard, and its front hooves crushed the altar, and it rushed toward the cave. Boom! It crashed head first into the statue of the great realm of freedom. Crack! A crack spread from the foot of the mountain to the whole peak. Once again, the volcano erupted violently. Lava surged and flowed. The mist and rising black smoke mixed together into a pot of porridge. Lightning flashed back and forth, creating a strange and dazzling scene. Xiaoan rushed over, only to see the black ox that Li Qingshan had transformed into lying on the ground, panting heavily. Gu Yening patted the ox's back. "Are you fine?" Li Qingshan shook his head, feeling extremely tired. Little An squatted down and gently stroked the ox's head. "Is the great realm of freedom really here?" Gu Yening asked. An ugly and crude statue and a random scripture could summon such a god? Oh right, there was also a fish. I don't know. Li Qingshan shook his head. Just now, when he was about to fall, he looked up and saw his own face on the majestic statue. He couldn't help but suspect that it was the work of the Yin demons again. But there seemed to be an external force, or else it wouldn't have happened so suddenly. At this time, the boiling lava spread quickly, and he could vaguely see the broken face of the great realm of freedom statue being devoured by the lava. Gu Yening waved her hand, and a gust of wind and rain extinguished all the lava and mountain fires. She smiled and said, "I heard that the mount of the world of freedom is a great white ox. You are so strong, don't let him take a liking to you and make you his mount. But this is good too. Not to mention the true dragon Ao Xian, even the demon god Xianxia can't do anything to you." Xiaoan added, "All the heretical sects that believe in the Mahasvara have a similar saying. On the back of every cow, there is an incarnation of the Mahasvara, and they bring him to travel around the world." Li Qingshan felt that there was really a weight on his back, and he shivered. He quickly turned back into his human form, straightened his back, and stretched as if he wanted to shake off the incarnation of the great realm of freedom. But he didn't believe in this saying. At least, there would never be something like the great realm of freedom on the back of a particular ox. And he knew more about these legends than them. Many sects revered the sacred ox. When it was necessary to remove the statue, it was not to be smashed by hand, but to be trampled by the calf. The devout believers believed that the great realm of freedom wouldn't mind his beloved animal trampling on him. Then he thought of the statue of great freedom that he had smashed to pieces earlier. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed these ridiculous thoughts out of his head. This time, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he failed to benefit from it, but he had almost suffered from chi deviation as well. Little and, it's better to be a man. Don't walk the path of evil. But we're not men. Gu Yening comforted him, "Qingshan, don't be too impatient. We can just wait until your strength is fully recovered, and then we can fight Ao Xian." Huh? Li Qingshan casually practiced the heavenly tome of freedom and discovered that he had actually broken through before he knew it, and the effects were rather prominent. Regardless of the reason, it proved that the inviting a god to possess you really was effective at the very least. He immediately pulled himself together. "No, I need even more offerings and better statues." Gu Yening said, "You." Li Qingshan began to seriously follow the procedure the Holy Scripture School used to offer sacrifices to great freedom. He became more and more focused as he recited the Holy Scripture. Xiaoan even provided him with a group of skeleton demons in white robes, serving as sacrifices to one side. And it turned out that it was really useful. Thus, a group of skeletons was formed, and they came to support him every time. The statues he carved became more and more magnificent, and the offerings became larger and larger. The scene in the illusion became clearer and clearer. The cries of living beings and the pressure of the gods seemed to be real, constantly testing his will and courage. Then, at the last moment when he couldn't hold on any longer, he turned into a stampeding bull, trampling over the altar, destroying the statues, and stopping the sacrifice. This scene looked very strange to outsiders. Surrounded by a group of ferocious skeletons, a man with no sincerity prayed to the statue for a while and stood there motionlessly. Then, he suddenly turned into a raging bull and smashed the statue into pieces. Then, he fell to the ground, panting. During the process of the sacrifice, Li Qingshan felt more and more tired. Every time, he felt like he was going through a tough battle, and all his spiritual energy was drained. But he only chanted for a while. How the essence, qi, and spirit disappeared was still a mystery. It seemed that the real sacrifice wasn't the messy seafood products, but himself. The grace of the gods was like the ocean, and the power of the gods was like a prison. The realm of freedom was hard to predict. Perhaps there was only a thin line between luck and misfortune. But at least for now, he was still lucky. His understanding of the Book of Freedom was increasing day by day. Of course, this process wasn't like he just sacrificed some seafood, and the gods rewarded him with some power. The realm of freedom probably didn't like eating seafood that much. Every time he sacrificed, he would use an extremely dangerous method to personally come into contact with the true realm of freedom. It was as if staring at the light that could blind one's eyes and receive enlightenment. But enlightenment couldn't replace cultivation. So, enlightenment was just enlightenment. His cultivation didn't advance by leaps and bounds. It was just that he would have fewer bottlenecks in his future cultivation. And he would be able to use his own power more freely. And that was enough for him. Tao was the source of power, while techniques were only the use of power. Even though the phantasm escape art was amazing, it was still just a spell. As Li Qingshan's comprehension of the Tao of great freedom grew deeper and deeper, his advancement sped up ceaselessly. It could be said that he was progressing at a tremendous pace, and it wouldn't be long before he would achieve initial success. Qingshan, it's about time, Gu Yenying reminded. Li Qingshan was simultaneously activating the 5 elements divine escape art and the illusion escape art. He first transformed into a beam of 5 elements divine light. Then, it gradually disappeared into the air. Can you see me? Of course I can. Gu Yenying shrugged and pointed at her own eyes. Those were already sharp eagle eyes. After fusing with the feathers of chaos heaven, they already had some of the power of the Kuan-Pung. She could clearly see Li Qingshan's figure. Li Qingshan then looked at Little and blinked and looked left and right. Ah, where are you? Her clear and ethereal eyes clearly reflected Li Qingshan's appearance. Alright, I give up. Li Qingshan showed himself. It wasn't that the phantasm escape art was unreliable. It was just that the two of them were too powerful. There was no need to mention Gu Yenying. Little An's cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty allowed her to dispel various illusions in the first place. Unless the opponent's cultivation was far higher than hers, illusions were practically impossible to hide from. Even the fox of the Green Hills, Sumi Rao, had suffered at her hands. That Ao Xian is known as the Golden Eyes Profound Dragon. If you can see him, he can probably as well. Sigh, there's still too little time, Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he made up his mind, I'm going to make another sacrifice. Are you certain? Gu Yenying asked. Last time, the sacrifice was complete. After the last sacrifice, Li Qingshan finally crawled up from the ground after a long while. His mind was rather muddled. Little and also showed a worried expression. However, he did not dissuade her. Yenying, help me catch a big fish. The bigger, the better. Little and the white bone sacrificial group, get ready. Li Qingshan looked towards the north and smiled, that kid has a bad temper. Don't let him wait too long. Since they had agreed to travel the same path and fight side by side, they naturally had to help each other and work together. As such, he slowly drew his ending frenzy blade. The blade flashed like water and the blade patterns were like flowers. He looked back at the frozen volcano. Leaping up, he swung his blade downwards. His figure flew through the air as the blade flashed, cutting rocks and breaking rocks. Rumble. Large chunks of rock fell as smoke and dust billowed. A while later, he returned to the foot of the mountain. Calming himself, he stood with his blade. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. A blurry silhouette gradually appeared on the volcano. It vaguely resembled the realm of freedom. He sat with his legs crossed with a serene expression. Looking down at the sea from high above, he seemed to be in a trance and the scene and the illusion overlapped. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and prepared for the last sacrifice before the battle. He stomped his right foot and a huge altar with a circumference of hundreds of meters slowly rose. It was no longer a circular mound. All the runes and totems required by the scripture faction were carved on it. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept away all the clouds in the sky. A patch of green cloud flew across the sky and cast a shadow over the entire island. The dazzling sunlight outlined the shape of a huge bird. Its sharp claws grabbed a giant whale and threw it onto the altar. Boom! The ground shook. Li Qingshan put his palms together and began the last sacrifice. Gu Yanning and Little and waited nervously at the side. Man and God faced each other. Lava rolled in the belly of the mountain and flowed through every crack. It was as if blood was flowing all over the body. The mountain suddenly came to life. Its eyes were like lightning as it stared at Qingshan. The runes on the altar flickered. A beam of light shot up to the sky. The giant whale turned into ashes, revealing its white bones. Li Qingshan entered the illusion again. However, the god on the peak of the mountain was nowhere to be seen. The mountain under his feet was also much smaller. He was standing straight on the mountain. All the living beings were howling. They were not cursing but worshipping him. They bowed their bodies and bowed their heads, worshipping him with great respect. Suddenly, he realized that he was that god. A great feeling of joy surged into his heart. He could not help but spread his arms and shouted, "I am the realm of freedom." All the living beings raised their heads. There were men and women, young and old, but they all looked like Li Qingshan. Their faces were full of reverence. Li Qingshan was shocked. He stepped on nothing and fell into an endless abyss. Laughter came from all directions. "Qingshan, Qingshan." A familiar and anxious voice was calling him. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a splitting headache. His internal organs felt like they were on fire. He was surrounded by rubble and lava. "Little Anne? What happened to me?" You cried out, "I am the realm of freedom," before running headfirst into the volcano. Afterwards, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. You became like this. Really? Does that count as success? Li Qingshan murmured. The feeling of fear and falling in the illusion was still clear and intense, making him uneasy. Gu Yanning suddenly said, "Qing Shan, behind you." Li Qingshan turned his head and looked over, but he could not see clearly. He then summoned a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell to use as a mirror. All he saw was a statue of the realm of freedom on his back. It was blurry, but it was extremely charming. It sat with its legs crossed and smiled. It did not seem like a tattoo. It seemed more like a birthmark. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, tearing his flesh. Fresh blood gushed out, distorting the deity statue. The wound healed immediately, and the deity statue returned to normal. He said in a low voice, "Little and, use fire." Little and hesitated for a moment, then spread his fingers and pressed on Li Qingshan's back. The samadhi flames of white bone surged and attacked, cutting off all the flesh on his back before stopping. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged and activated the Qilint's supernatural power. After a long time, his flesh and blood regenerated just now. The deity statue also regenerated, and it seemed to be even more lifelike. Li Qingshan frowned. What did he mean by inviting the deity to be naked? In the end, it became inviting the deity to be possessed. Moreover, it's easier to invite the deity than to send it away. Little An asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Li Qingshan shook his head. Other than feeling unhappy, he did not feel unwell. However, the path of cultivation was about controlling the body and mind, without losing the slightest detail. It was probably not a good sign that such a thing appeared on his back out of nowhere. More importantly, he did not know if it was an accident, or if it was a necessary part of cultivating the Book of Freedom. As the first person to cultivate the Book of Freedom, there were too many unknowns. Gu Yanning reminded, "It's about time." The rain poured down, the wind howled, and the waves on the sea rose and fell like mountains. Li Qingshan made up his mind, forget it, the important matter is more important. He calmed his anger and looked up at the sky, silently praying, "Mahasvara, oh Mahasvara, if your spirit is really here, I hope you can lend me a hand. I will repay you in the future." There was no response from the deity statue, and he did not know if it received him. "I will go check out the Xianming cave abode, be ready to receive me." Li Qingshan sat down and unleashed his Yin demon. He used the divine escape of the 5 elements first before using the illusory demon escape. After concealing the five-colored brilliance of the five elements' divine light, the Yin spirit gradually disappeared and became invisible. Gu Yanning and Little and nodded and said, "It's about time." Yin spirits were originally ethereal and elegant, and were good at hiding. Yin demons cultivated from the unfettered heavenly book were even more so. However, he did not know whether it was because he had the help of the gods or because he had a deeper comprehension. Li Qingshan tossed aside all distracting thoughts, and the Yin demon followed the wind into the rainy night. He flew toward the Xianming cave abode. The Xianming cave abode led straight to the bottom of the abyss. Ao Xian was lying cross-legged in it, deep in thought. He did not know what happened to Lin Xian in the 9 states, but he was unable to return. He had no choice but to make his own plans. The Myriad Manifestation sect definitely wanted to take back the Dark Nether cave abode, but without the eldest senior brother, the sect could be said to be without a leader. Even if the next eldest senior brother was chosen, he might not be able to do anything to him. The ones who had the ability to expel him were none other than the 4. The Supreme Sect Master was a 9 heavens true immortal, and he would hardly descend. Not to mention, Spirit Venerable Gui Hai almost never left the 9 heavens. And the 2 sect masters were traveling above the 9 heavens, and they would not care about these small matters. They would not ask for it only because of their old relationship. He could stay in the cave abode and continue cultivating. When he passed the 6th heavenly tribulation, he could travel the world, and maybe he could become a spiritual venerable. However, when he thought of what happened not long ago, he felt uneasy. It was shrouded in a layer of haze. He interrogated the Azura of the Rahu clan, but did not get any useful information. It was not strange. Even a normal Azura would be hard to deal with, not to mention a Rahu. If he wanted to be happy, he could only kill him. But when he thought of this, he remembered the cruel words left by the rock, and this Rahu was so fearless, he might have a way to be reborn in the Azura realm. With his bloodline, it was not impossible for him to pass the 7th heavenly tribulation. If the Rahu clan's status in the Azura realm was taken into account, maybe he would not have to wait that long, and they would immediately send someone to take revenge. The assassins of the Azura realm were famous in the 6 realms, and that would be endless trouble. He could not help but feel that it was a problem, so he could only suppress him in the ice prison. Logically speaking, he should have investigated the matter to get to the bottom of it. However, he felt that he was about to be swept into a whirlpool, and he felt uneasy. 10,000 miles away, the wind and rain were gloomy, but the Xianming cave abode was bright and clear. In the depths of the sea where the wind could not blow and the moonlight could not shine, the Yin demon moved stealthily, and stopped far away from the shore. He could vaguely see a crisscrossing network covering the entire Xianming cave abode, and it was constantly changing. According to the diagram, the Xianming formation had a total of 9 layers, both inside and outside, and they were all connected. The bottom was connected to the eye of the sea, and the top was connected to the clouds. If he could not break through the core in one go, he would be attacked from both inside and outside, and he would die a horrible death. If Ao Xian noticed him, he did not need to do anything himself. With just a thought, he could crush the Yin demon. Li Qingshan took out the Xianming formation plate, not daring to let his guard down. This was pretty much the only thing he could rely on to deal with Ao Xian. If the Yin demon was destroyed, he could refine it, but if he lost the formation plate, who knew when he would be able to save little Ming? He circled around the outermost circle of the Xianming formation, and at the same time, he analyzed it. Because the formation was constantly running, having the diagram didn't mean that everything would be fine. Until he found the weakest part of the formation, and he snuck in. The closer he got to the inner layer, the more profound and complicated the formation became. At the same time, he had to maintain the 5-element escape and illusion demon escape technique, and one could imagine how much mental energy it consumed. The closer he got to the Xianming cave abode, the closer he was to Ao Xian. Even with the formation plate and diagram, it was like walking on a tightrope on a 100,000-foot cliff. However, at such a time, Li Qingshan's mind became clearer and more focused. Even if it was important and dangerous, he was not nervous or afraid at all. From the deep sea to the shore, he went from water to earth, and traveled with ease. Finally, he got close to the Xianming cave abode. The entire mountain peak was filled with spiritual energy, and any random stone he dug out was a high-grade spirit stone. Also, it was permeated with Xianming qi, and almost turned into frozen earth, which was 100 times harder than steel. Li Qingshan gave it a slight attempt. Even though he was most skilled at moving through the earth, his speed was extraordinarily slow. Before he could even find Xiaoming, he would probably run out of energy and be crushed to pieces in the mountain. He had no choice but to retreat. He used the old method of searching all over the mountain, and finally found a natural crack in the mountain range. However, the crack was so small that even an ant couldn't crawl in, and he still had to use his escape technique. Fortunately, he was prepared and took out the 9 heavens living soil with great care. This was the most valuable treasure he had, and if he lost it, it would be a great loss. He was also like a gambler who was driven into a dead end. He had bet almost all of his chips. Using the power of the 9 heaven living soil, he slowly expanded the crack to the size of a pinky finger, and the Yin demons seeped in like water. There was no special prison in the Xianming cave abode. Ao Xian sealed Luo Ho Xiaoming in the Xian ice and placed him in a random stone room. He thought that out of sight, out of mind, but he didn't expect someone to be able to sneak in. With a light crack, an undetectable crack on the top of the stone room expanded slightly, as if it was naturally frozen. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Li Qingshan stood silently in front of the Xian ice. At this moment, Ao Xian opened one of his eyes, as if he had sensed something. To be continued, cold air filled the air, and frost started to form. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes were tightly shut as if he was in a deep sleep. Li Qingshan walked closer to the ice, and when his fingertips touched the surface of the ice, a bone-piercing chill went through his Yin spirit. He quickly retracted his hand and tried to use telepathy. Xiaoming! Xiaoming! However, even telepathy could not penetrate this sturdy ice prison. If he forcefully broke it, Ao Xian would definitely be alerted. With a thought, he took 2 steps back and stared at Luo Ho Xiaoming in the ice. His right index finger and middle finger overlapped, and he pressed them between his eyebrows. A demonic thought shot out from between his eyebrows, ignoring the obstruction of the ice and piercing into Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyebrows. In an instant, the scenery around him twisted and changed, and he flew backward. The boundless blood-colored land spread out, and the sky was vast and boundless. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. I'm in. This was the most basic technique in the secret scroll of inner demons. Normally, it was not very useful. The key to controlling inner demons was to be unpredictable and to attack when the enemy was unprepared. It was too stupid to pose in front of the enemy, but it worked wonders at this moment. This should be Xiaoming's Sea of Consciousness, but where is he? Li Qingshan covered his mouth with his hands and shouted, Xiaoming. His voice reverberated across the vast land. He had just shouted when a familiar voice came from behind him. Turn around. Li Qingshan turned around, and a boy stood high up on a giant rock. The boy pulled the slingshot in his hand and pointed it at him. The moment he turned around, the bullet whizzed past his face. Li Qingshan was unmoved, and he asked, Why did you become smaller again? Idiot, this is my Sea of Consciousness, how did you get in? If Luo Ho Xiaoming was not very confident in his cultivation, he would have suspected that he had developed demonic thoughts in the desperate situation. Actually, it was almost the same. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. I went through so much trouble to save you, and you call me an idiot the moment we meet. That's not good. What a joke. Why would I need you to save me? Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched, but he tolerated it since Luo Ho Xiaoming helped little and, fine, I'm here to ask for help. Luo Ho Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. He put down the slingshot and sat down. That's more like it. Li Qingshan said sincerely, Great God little Ming, please help me kill Ao Xian. This? I can't do it. Little Ming Luo dug his ears. Li Qingshan shook his head. Then stop boasting. Just stay put obediently. When the time is, Luo Ho Dragon said. Luo Ho Xiaoming clenched his fists. That evil dragon thought that it could seal him, but it didn't understand the true power of the Luo Ho race. He could also gather power. Even though it was much slower, as long as he was alive, he would continue to grow stronger. When is the time ripe? When you have the ability to attack the abode. Luo Ho Xiaoming said solemnly. According to his calculations, they would need to go through at least 5 heavenly tribulations before they would have a chance if they worked together. Li Qingshan smiled. Then the time is ripe. What? Luo Ho Xiaoming was shocked. Don't act rashly. Don't worry, I've already obtained this abode's formation disk. In the abyss, Ao Xian opened his eyes and his dragon body suddenly moved. He swam into a pitch-black waterway and arrived in front of the prison cell in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the stone door opened. A huge dragon head peeked in with bright eyes. Luo Ho Xiaoming was still sealed in the ice. The spacious and dark stone room was silent. Li Qingshan was nowhere to be seen. Ao Xian's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light. He scanned the surroundings but did not find anything. He muttered to himself, was it an illusion? Just now, he clearly felt that an outsider had entered. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Passing through the 9 layers of the Xianming formation and the frozen earth and avoiding his senses. It was almost impossible. No direct disciple of the Wanxiang sect could do it. It was even more impossible for others. This was the Wanxiang sect's territory. He laughed at himself for being too paranoid recently. He turned around and returned to the abyss. He, who had been hibernating in the Xianming cave abode, did not know that the Wanxiang sect had obtained another heavenly book. And the first cultivator of this heavenly book. He also obtained the formation disk of the Xianming cave abode and became the legal owner of the abode. In the Xian ice, Luo Ho Xiaoming's lips curled up. Bits of power gathered from the depths of the void. Ao Xian returned to the abyss. Just as he took a nap, a sharp voice pierced through the abyss. Ao Xian, come out. A Kuan-pung circled in the sky. With a flap of its wings, strong winds howled and huge waves crashed against the frozen earth. It froze and shattered instantly, turning into ice shards. Ao Xian was furious. He flew into the sky and glared at the Kuan-pung. It's you. I didn't look for you, but you came to me to die. Gu Yanning shouted, hand him over and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Ao Xian was so angry that he laughed. I'd like to see how you'll spare my life. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes and shot into the sky. Gu Yanning quickly dodged. In the blink of an eye, Ao Xian had already pounced on her. This time, Ao Xian's speed was not as fast as before. In fact, it looked a little slow. One could see the movement of each scale clearly. Unfortunately, she was also more ambitious than capable now. Her speed could not keep up with her eyesight. Therefore, without hesitation, she rode the wind and flew into the sky. Ao Xian calmed down and had doubts again. She has just gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. Why would she dare to come here? Also, the white-bone descendant is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she's plotting something? After going through 5 heavenly tribulations, even if he did not know divination, he had a keen sense of fate. Not to mention the dragon race, which was a natural deity. Therefore, he chased for thousands of miles and turned back. He decided to take his time to think. However, just as he returned to the cave abode, Gu Yanning came to him again. She scolded, what a 4-legged snake. You're so scared that you're hiding in the cave again. But it's no wonder. My race has always fed on dragons. It's in line with the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. It would be strange if you weren't afraid of me. Li Qingshan and Little and hid far away in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Yes, yes. Not bad. You have 30% of my skills. Gu Yanning also felt carefree. It was great to be a Kuan-ping. The other party's cultivation was far above hers, but he could still provoke her calmly. No wonder Qingshan liked to do that. Cough, if you're afraid, quickly let her go. Don't wait for me to skin you alive. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be able to vent my hatred. The veins on Ao Xian's forehead throbbed. No matter what kind of plot it was, he turned into a beam of light and broke through the sky. His speed was even faster than the Kuan-ping. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared between the sea and the sky. This is my chance. Li Qingshan turned into a beam of 5 elements divine light and dove into the deep sea. He quickly approached the Xianming cave abode and easily found the gap in the Xianming formation. He did not need to hide his tracks anymore. He passed through 9 layers of formations and arrived at the foot of the mountain. He found the natural crack. Although the crack was narrow and difficult to pass through, it was not just the Yin demon this time. He held the 9 heaven living soil tightly and activated the bull demon prowess. He punched. Dong dong dong. Li Qingshan tapped on the ice 3 times, not fearing the coldness at all. Compared to his main body, the Yin demon was just too weak. With a crack, the crack spread and the ice shattered. Luo Ho Xiaoming broke out of the ice and stood in the shattered ice. He didn't know what to say. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled, "No need to thank me." Luo Ho Xiaoming waved his hand away, "Scoff, you don't need to do anything, I can still break free." "That's right, but how can we be trapped in the hands of insects?" Li Qingshan passed the heaven and earth bag and the slingshot to him. "There is still a long way to go, help me out." "Sure." Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled, raising his right arm and clenching his fist. Darkness covered the stone room, surging towards him like it was real, melting all the ice that stabbed into his body. The weird sound of bones growing spread out. His body stretched out, his chest was wide and thick, his arms long and strong. He was like the most perfect creature in the world, born to fight and kill. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his eyes were like fierce stars. Vengeful energy gathered within. His handsome face instantly became vicious, but there was a hint of divinity in it. It was like he was going to use boundless divinity to slay all demons. The 4th heaven tribulation was the first fruit of Buddhism, the roots of celestials. To him, who was already a god, it was the first step of his strength recovering, and he was starting to regain the looks of a god. He stretched and muttered to himself, "Right, there is still a long way to go, so how can I stay here for too long?" At the same time, 10,000 miles away, a green cloud and a dark cloud flew across the sky. The rock's wings were like the clouds, and it flapped lightly. The astral wind surged, and it flew for 1,000 miles. This was the first time Gu Yenying had spread his wings to the maximum after going through the tribulation. He flew for 10,000 miles across the ocean, carrying the sky on his back as he looked down. It was a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. His body and mind were incomparably free, and he almost forgot that he was being pursued. However, the dragon was like lightning, soaring into the sky, riding the clouds and riding the mist. Its speed was even faster. Gu Yenying glanced back. Ao Xian closed in quickly. As expected, I still underestimated his strength. Although a Kuan-Pung can control astral winds, a true dragon can gather clouds. The longer it flies, the thicker the clouds will be, and the faster it will be. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid they'll catch up with us soon, which will be detrimental to Green Mountain's plan. However, she had just passed the 4th heavenly tribulation, while Ao Xian was close to the 6th heavenly tribulation. It wasn't just a difference of one major realm. To be able to maintain such a distance. This was the innate ability of the Kuan-Pung. It was extraordinary. "Slut, stop right there." Ao Xian scolded harshly. His eyes shone with golden light. However, before it got close to the Kuan-Pung, the light dimmed. His flying speed was simply too fast for spells to catch up. "Heh, this dragon is indeed not very smart. Let me play a trick on him." Gu Yenying suddenly flapped her wings, which were as wide as the clouds, at the same time. A strong wind arose, and her huge body turned back with the help of the wind. The sky was below, and the ocean was above. She passed by Ao Xian. Ao Xian raised his head in surprise, and said disdainfully, "Insignificant tricks." He twisted his body and turned his dragon head around. He was more agile than Gu Yenying, and he shortened the distance between them. Gu Yenying smiled faintly. The fierce general flapped his wings again, and a strong wind howled. The 2 strong winds intersected and formed a whirlwind between the ocean and the sky. Ao Xian was caught off guard during the turn, and was instantly sucked into it. Although he was unharmed, the clouds around him dispersed a lot, and he slowed down a lot. He scolded angrily, "Despicable." Gu Yenying laughed and left. "Thank you for the compliment. Under the illumination of the sky, Xianxia looked up. The deep cave cut the sky into a circle, and under his feet was a large lake. The lake water led straight to the abyss of the sea, and the waves stirred by Audiobook had not yet subsided. This was the center of the Xianming cave abode, and according to the formation map, it was also the core of the Xianming formation. As far as the eye could see, it was empty, and there was no trace of the formation eye. This was another mysterious part of the Xianming formation. It was to prevent the most extreme situation, such as when an enemy sneaked in and wanted to destroy the operation of the formation. The core of the formation was hidden so deeply that it could not be seen, and naturally, there was no way to destroy it. It was like a secret room that only the owner could open, and ordinary people could not enter even if they guessed the location. Xianxia was prepared, and without hesitation, he activated the Xianming formation plate, and waves of ripple-like light rippled out. In an instant, thousands of rays of light and countless mysterious runes appeared in the empty cave, and gathered from all directions. They intertwined and condensed into a dazzling ball of light, which was reflected in Xianxia's eyes. The ball of light was divided into 9 layers, and it rotated slowly, affecting the thousands of threads and countless runes to control the entire Xianming formation. This is it. Xianxia was delighted. At this stage, it was not difficult to destroy the entire formation, but his goal was not just that. He wanted to become the new owner of this place. Finally, it was the most crucial moment. This ball of light was like an extremely complicated treasure chest. Although he had the key and understood the structure, he had to crack the password set by the original owner if he wanted to obtain the treasures stored inside. Using force would only destroy the treasure chest along with the treasures. When Audiobook returned, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and he could completely set up a new mountain guarding formation. Then, he would completely lose the Xianming cave abode, and he would have to bear a huge debt for nothing. When he could break the formation and defeat Audiobook in the future, he might not need this cave abode anymore. This was his only chance. As a result, he was not in a hurry to act. He stared at the core of the formation, and his expression became calm and indifferent. His eyes became as deep as the ocean, as if he was not in enemy territory, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Spirit turtle transformation. He turned into a huge turtle and slowly sank into the lake. Immediately, the waves calmed down, and the lake became as smooth as a mirror. It clearly reflected the ball of light, the thousands of threads, and the countless runes. Begin derivation. The ball of light in the water gradually spun faster. The threads crisscrossed, and the runes flickered, changing rapidly. It was a stark contrast to the slowly spinning ball of light above. The so-called password was definitely not just a few numbers. Instead, it was necessary to understand the operating mode of the entire formation, as well as find the imprint of the original owner that was imprinted deep within the core of the formation. If he could not erase the imprint in time, Audiobook could instantly change the operating mode of the entire formation as soon as he sensed it, even if he was thousands of kilometers away. If that happened, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Time passed bit by bit. A prayer bead jumped out of Xianxia's bosom and turned into a skull. It cackled, "Xianxia, she can't hold on much longer." Xianxia suddenly turned into a human and leapt out of the water. He used the ape demon arms and grabbed at the ball of light in midair. The spinning ball of light suddenly froze in the air, and the ape's claw reached into it. The Xianming formation that covered a radius of 100 miles continued to spin. Thousands of threads and innumerable runes flickered. With the two forces twisting, the ball of light gave off a dazzling light. A pillar of light shot into the sky from the mountain, shattering the clouds and visible for thousands of miles. Audiobook was shocked and turned around. Who broke into my cave abode? In the vast sky, Xianxia looked back and smiled. Audiobook, you've fallen into my trap. Audiobook laughed coldly. This is your little trick? You lured me out so you could sneak into the cave abode to save me. How foolish. I'll capture all 3 of you and see what else you can rely on. Xianming formation, suppress them all. The ball of light spun, tearing apart the stagnant void. The pillar of light became more and more dazzling. Xianxia immediately felt the sky collapse and the earth cave in, pressing down on him from all directions. The Xianming formation was fully activated. It defended against the outside and suppressed the inside, destroying all intruders. If he took half a step back and let Ao Xian control the formation, it would be difficult for him to escape. He laughed maliciously, his eyes shining brightly. Like a moth flying into a flame, he jumped into the light. The depths of the ball of light was the energy core of the entire formation. The threads and runes intertwined and condensed, cutting and shredding his body as if he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. However, he was unmoved. His heart was as deep as the ocean as he calmly broke through the layers of obstacles. The Ying demons were just a little restless when he casually suppressed them. In the midst of battle, his heart was as firm as steel, not disturbed by any distracting thoughts. This was his talent. Found it. His eyes focused. In the depths of the ball of light, there was a Xianming dragon totem. It was the only thing in the entire formation apart from the rules and runes. It was the mark left by Ao Xian, the master of the Xianming world. As long as he erased it, the entire formation would reset and return to a masterless state. He let out a long roar. He clenched his fist, which was covered in blood and flesh, and punched the dragon totem. Ao Xian was very confident. Ignoring the cave, he continued to pursue Gu Yenying. Just as he was about to catch up to her, his expression suddenly changed. He cried out involuntarily, "How is that possible?" The iron fist destroyed everything. The totem was crushed, and the aura was obliterated. The great formation suddenly stopped operating. The light dimmed and the sound subsided. Li Qingshan was thrown out of the light ball and fell into the turbulent lake water. Boom! Huge waves roared out of the abyss like volcanic eruptions. He fell straight to the bottom of the abyss, the resting place of the giant dragons. More than half of his flesh was peeled off. Ferocious white bones were exposed. His eyes were tightly shut and his lips were pursed, as if he had fallen into a coma. Ao Xian, the abode no longer belongs to you. What else do you have to say? As Gu Yenying spoke to disturb Ao Xian's mind, she calculated that if this fellow went crazy and chased after her, she would have to take the risk to change directions and fly back to the Xianming cave mansion to meet up with them. Only then would they have the strength to fight. Ao Xian's mind was in a mess. If the cave abode was forcefully breached, he would definitely die. He could barely accept it. But if the great formation was destroyed, the array board in his hand would also shatter. But now it was intact. There was only one possibility. The other party also had a Xianming array board. Not only did the other party want to sneak into the abode to save people, but he also wanted to seize control of the great formation and become the owner of the Xianming cave mansion. Because all the abodes were the property of the Myriad sect, Lin Xian had handed over his array board to the sect before he reincarnated. But that array board was not something that outsiders could touch. The Myriad sect. It's a disciple of the Myriad sect. If it was an outsider, what was the point of seizing the abode? Everything had an explanation. This was a conspiracy from the beginning. Ao Xian glared at Gu Yenying. He turned and flew back to the Xianming cave mansion. Gu Yenying wanted to chase after him and delay him, but she felt numb and powerless. Her wings, which were as light as a cloud, suddenly became extremely heavy. She had already exhausted her energy, but she did not notice it in the intense flight. She circled in the sky a few times and had no choice but to land in the sea. The originally white eagle feathers had turned dark green and completely melted the heaven-mixed feather. But after coming into contact with the seawater, the feathers suddenly turned into a whirlwind and whizzed away. Her heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly flapped her wings, wanting to fly up. Her wings, however, became clumsy and powerless because of the metamorphosis of the feathers, stirred up even more seawater. Her wings were soaked by the seawater and turned into a gale that hit the water for 3,000 miles. With a boom, her huge body fell straight into the sea and turned into a big dark green fish. It was called Kuan. Gu Yenying swung her tail clumsily, and with a whoosh, a huge wave rose to the sky. The transformation of the Kuan Peng must first become a Kuan, diving into the sea and waiting for the gale. Then become a Peng, carrying the blue sky and flying through the clouds. A dove bird could only fly a few feet and stop at an elm, so it did not have to go through this process. But an eagle wanted to fly, but it had to risk falling. off a cliff and being smashed to pieces, let alone a Kuan Peng. Gu Yinying was originally an eagle, and after obtaining the Heaven Chaos Feather, she gradually turned into a Kuan Peng. She first spread her wings and gained some of the bearing of a Peng, but she was still not a true Kuan Peng. Until she passed the fourth heavenly tribulation and used this power to the extreme, completely merging it into her blood and soul. Exhausted, she entered the sea and turned into a Kuan. Sigh, of all times. Gu Yinying did not know whether to be happy or sad. She said helplessly to a skull prayer bead, "I've encountered an accident. I'm afraid I can't return in time." Then, she used all her strength and swung her tail. She leaped, creating millions of splashes. With a boom, she dove into the sea and swam in the direction of the Xianming cave abode. Little and nodded slightly. Her white Xianxia and blood sea banner danced together. In an instant, a thick blood color spread out from under her feet. The waves turned red and turned into a sea of blood, killing all the fish and turtles. Then, she slowly pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. The image of white bones could be vaguely seen in her beautiful face, and a red mole between her eyebrows was clear. Behind her was the Xianming cave abode. There was no reason to retreat from this battle. Between the sea and the sky, the dragon returned to its lair. The blade of the sword gently slashed in front of her. The sea of blood filled the sky, cutting off her way back. Countless skeletal ghosts rode the rushing blood waves and surged toward Ao Xian. With a wave of her left hand, the skull prayer beads scattered. Just now, she looked up, her ethereal eyes blazing with fire. Ao Xian was shocked. "It's you." Then who was in the cave abode now? Not only did she obtain the formation plate of the Xianming cave abode, but she was also able to enter the cave abode in such a short time, break the Xianming formation, and erase his imprint. The sea of the mountains that were the most familiar to him was now covered by the sea of blood, as if an unknown monster was hiding there. The skull prayer beads in Li Qingshan's arms had already turned into powder when they entered the light ball. In the abyss, there was dead silence. A voice urged, "Wake up. Now is not the time to sleep." With a flash of red light, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. He realized that the voice came from the Yin demon in his heart. With a long roar, he got up from his broken body and stepped down. The earth cracked, the mountains shook, and the dragon lake collapsed. Ao Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the roar. He shouted fiercely, "Get lost." The dragon's roar was like a mountain-splitting axe, tearing through the sea of blood and creating a deep blood-colored canyon. All of a sudden, the wind howled. 54 skulls cackled and surrounded Ao Xian from all directions. Flames were burning in their eye sockets as they formed the skeleton fiend formation to block Ao Xian's way. Little and waved the blood sea banner, and countless skeletons rushed out of the sea of blood towards Ao Xian. It was like an ambush from all directions, trapping Ao Xian in the center. Kill! As Ao Xian roared angrily, the Grand Canyon suddenly collapsed and drowned him. I wonder how long I can stop him. 15 minutes? Little and was thinking when 2 spots of golden light flashed in the sea of blood. She suddenly sensed it and dodged. Buzz! 2 golden pillars of light pierced through the sea of blood, sweeping past her and the frozen rocks in the distance, instantly turning them into powder. Boom! Ao Xian soared into the sky in the sea of blood, holding a skull in each of his dragon claws. He crushed them and broke out of the formation. His eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light, and wherever he looked, the thousands of skeletons and ghosts evaporated. How dare you play in front of a true dragon? Before he finished speaking, the dragon's shadow flashed, and a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of Little Anne. The dragon's teeth were like swords as they bit down. Little Anne swung her sword to cut off the dragon's teeth. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. The huge dragon whistled past the sea of blood and flew towards the Xianming cave abode. The dragon's teeth broke off and fell into the sea. The cold golden dragon eyes glanced down. Little and was bitterly holding on in the dragon's mouth. If one dragon's tooth was broken, there were still thousands of them. Even though she had obtained the Sutra River fruit and stepped onto the path of immortals, she could not withstand the bite of a true dragon that had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations. Humph. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeves. How foolish. Ao Xian was about to bite her to pieces when the three-burial robe on Little and suddenly rose into the air and expanded in the wind. It was like a large cloth wrapping around Ao Xian. She was expressionless. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her red lips opened and closed as she hurriedly chanted blasphemous scriptures. Lines of black scriptures flowed across her Taoist robe, and the chaotic soul bell on her waist rang urgently. Ao Xian immediately felt annoyed. He rolled in the sky and waved his dragon claws, wanting to tear apart the three-burial Dharma robe. However, the three-burial Dharma robe was not affected at all, expanding and shrinking at times. In his haste, he was unable to escape. Courting death. With a cracking sound, the dragon's teeth snapped together. At the critical moment, Little and took advantage of the loosening of the dragon's fangs to escape the dragon's mouth. His left arm was almost severed at the base. It suddenly turned into rolling white flames and exploded in the dragon's mouth. Ao Xian's angry roar whistled past, and the sound of the bell stopped. Even though he didn't suffer any injuries, being obstructed time and time again already made him extremely furious. Golden light shone from his eyes as his body expanded. Swoosh! It tore apart the three-burial Dharma robes like silk. The white-bone secret treasures were all damaged. With just the Buddha-slaying sword in his hand, he could not withstand it. With just the Buddha-slaying sword in his hand, there was no chance of piercing through his dragon scales. He probably couldn't block it anymore. He could even ignore him and go straight into the mysterious underworld cave abode. However, she didn't hesitate and flew toward the giant dragon. Ao Xian looked over fiercely. 2 golden stars flashed and were already swallowed by the golden light. In an instant, Zhu Yan's flesh and blood evaporated, revealing white bones. They also started to soften as if they would melt at any moment. However, the flames in her eye sockets were still the same. She muttered, "Qingshan." At this moment, a roar sounded, "Ao Xian." The somewhat familiar voice caused Ao Xian to look up. Luo Ho Xiaoming stood at the peak of the mountain, the slingshot in his hand drawn to the limit. A black sun and moon appeared in each of his eyes. The boundless darkness swallowed all light. Ao Xian felt a sharp pain in his left eye. One of the golden light suddenly disappeared, and he was blinded in one eye. The remaining golden light was also quickly swallowed by the darkness. An invisible force grabbed Little and pulled her back into the mysterious underworld cave abode. She fell into Li Qingshan's arms. Seeing her miserable appearance, he couldn't help but be furious. He said coldly, "Little Ming, lure him in." Before he finished speaking, Luo Ho Xiaoming was also hit into the abyss and slammed into the rock wall. He was almost smashed into a pile of flesh. He pointed up and said, "He's here." The sky darkened. A dragon's head reached into the cave. Its dragon claws dug deep into the frozen mountain rock. A single eye met Li Qingshan's red eyes. Ao Xian's power was almost unparalleled. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming could really hurt him. Instead, he was completely enraged. His murderous intent was like a dark cloud covering the sky. He wanted to immediately pounce down and kill them all. However, he saw Li Qingshan stretch out his right arm and reach into a bright light ball beside him. The core of the formation condensed as if it was solid. "Who are you?" The low, hoarse voice was filled with murderous intent. Its huge body slithered into the cave like a snake. Li Qingshan kissed Little An's forehead and let go of her. He faced Ao Xian alone and announced loudly, "I am the master of this place." Ao Xian said angrily, "Let go of your filthy hand." "I am the master of this place." "Heh, you are just an old guard dog. How dare you call yourself master?" "What did you say?" Ao Xian's expression became even more ferocious. "Oh, I am sorry. Comparing you to a dog is really unfair to a dog." Ao Xian suddenly pounced down. In the blink of an eye, his sharp dragon teeth were inches away. At the same time, Li Qingshan pulled out his hand from the light ball. The condensed light ball immediately stretched out. This process was so fast that time seemed to freeze. The crisscrossing light and runes affected the 9 layers of formation inside and outside. Once again, it became invisible. However, deep in the core, there was already his mark. It was a totem of a bull's head. The mysterious underworld formation was reactivated. Time resumed its flow. Ao Xian's figure was frozen in midair. He was no longer the master of this place. He was a thief who had forced his way in but was caught red-handed by the master. According to the mysterious underworld formation, the mysterious underworld formation is extremely powerful. It can even defend against a worldly immortal. Not to mention a demon emperor who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations. Suddenly, an evil gust of wind rushed into Li Qingshan's face. Ao Xian broke free and bit at Li Qingshan. Go to hell. Since he still dared to break in, he had already expected the worst. Otherwise, he would not have walked right into the trap. He could tell that Li Qingshan's cultivation level was only at the Yin spirit level. He had just mastered the mysterious underworld formation and would not be able to operate it freely. With his own strength and understanding of the mysterious underworld formation, he could easily break free and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. Then, the mysterious underworld formation would naturally belong to him. Even though he was a disciple of the nature sect, he could not care less. Li Qingshan laughed coldly and bared his fangs. He punched Ao Xian in the face. The dragon's head twisted violently, and a large part of its cheek caved in. A wave of vibration was transmitted from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Ao Xian's remaining eye was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He was only a Yin spirit level cultivator. Even a demon emperor would not be able to injure him so severely in just one move. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he was no longer in human form. He had horns on his head, and his feet had turned into hooves. He had turned into a half-human, half-bull ox demon. Under his greenish-black skin, his muscles were like mountains and rivers, accumulating endless power. Ox demon transformation. He clenched his fist. The void seemed to distort and collapse inwards. The fist was so huge that it filled his vision like a huge mountain. That's right, it was a huge mountain. He gripped the 9 heaven living soil tightly and activated the ox demon transformation to the maximum. Another uppercut. The ox demon transformation had never been known for its speed. This punch was extremely slow in Ao Xian's eyes. Under normal circumstances, he could easily dodge it. However, not only was he suppressed by the Xianming formation, but the punch also had a strong suction force, making it impossible for him to dodge. Bam! The iron fist hit Ao Xian's lower jaw, and dozens of dragon teeth broke. The dragon's head was raised high, and its entire body was dragged along. It almost flew out of the cave. This move is called the Rising Dragon Fist. When the dragon's abdomen was exposed, Li Qingshan bent his waist into a horse stance and followed up with another straight punch. This punch was simple and ordinary, without any special moves. Even a mortal who had learned a little martial arts could easily throw a punch like this. However, Ao Xian was smashed hard into the cave wall by this punch. His dragon scales were broken, and his organs were on the verge of rupturing. The mountain trembled, and rocks fell like rain. Ao Xian's angry roar was tinged with a hint of fear. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful vibration force spread through his entire body, and he could not muster any strength to resist. Furthermore, the weaker he was, the stronger the Xianming formation's suppression became. He could only watch as Li Qingshan punched again and again. Crack, crack, bones shattered, and scales fell. Heavens, how can there be such a monster in this world? Wait, ox? Kuan Peng, chaotic heaven's great sage, ox. Could it be? He raised his hoof high and stepped on the dragon's head. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and raised them high. Some thin cracks appeared in the void. This punch seemed to contain the power to crush everything. It was like the earth was flipping and the mountains were hanging upside down. Go to hell! Ao Xian suddenly shouted. I am willing to surrender, spare my life. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before smashing his fist down. Boom! Ao Xian's eyes bulged, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The sound of his skull cracking could be heard as he fell straight to the bottom of the abyss. Li Qingshan raised his right hand and used the earth force field to pull Ao Xian back. What did you say? Ao Xian said weakly, I am willing to surrender. He was heavily injured, and he was completely suppressed by the Xianming formation. He no longer had any strength to resist. Just now, if not for Li Qingshan holding back at the last moment, he might have been smashed to death in his nest. Li Qingshan said curiously, "Why are the dragons of the human realm so spineless? Even the Dragon King of Xianxia, a dragon king in a painting, is much tougher than this guy." "That's probably because of the 5 absolutes immortal." Little and was collecting the scattered dragon scales, dragon teeth, and dragon blood to heal his damaged bones. Li Qingshan nodded. "That makes sense. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If you don't want to surrender, then kill me." Ao Xian closed his eyes angrily, but left a gap to observe. I'm doing this." Li Qingshan waved his arm proudly. He only wanted to hear Ao Xian's last words and did not want to keep the dragon as a pet. The difference in their strength was too great. Today, he only managed to subdue Ao Xian because of the suppression of the Xianming formation and the surprise attack. Even so, he maintained the state of ox demon transformation at all times, ready to throw a punch at any moment. If he let the dragon return to the mountain because of a moment of carelessness, it would be too late for regrets. However, from what Luo Ho Xiaoming said, he might really be able to subdue Ao Xian. He smiled and asked little Ming, "Aren't you afraid of being doomed eternally?" "I'm not following you. We just happen to be going the same way," Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly. However, he knew that from the moment he fought alongside Li Qingshan, there was no turning back. It was not as simple as returning to the Azure path to take revenge. Moreover, he did not want to turn back. As a bloodthirsty and warlike Azure divine child, he would regret it if he missed out on this great massacre. "I've already guessed your origins. Sigh, this is fate. What else can I do?" Ao Xian said pitifully. After confirming that he was in big trouble, he seemed to have admitted defeat. Li Qingshan grabbed the dragon's horn and waved his fist. "I still think this guy is unreliable. Why don't we kill him and feed him to Little Anne?" Yes. Little Anne nodded. Dragon blood and dragon scales tasted great. Spare me. Spare me. You must be reliable. You must be reliable." Ao Xian hurriedly begged for mercy, and he'd completely thrown away his last bit of backbone. To a certain extent, he was rather flexible. "Don't worry, I have a way," Luo Ho Xiaoming said. "Little dragon, are you willing to be my mount?" Ao Xian said flatteringly, "Yes, I'm willing. Being the mount of the exalted god is my dream." "Be careful of the backlash," Li Qingshan reminded. If they were able to subdue Ao Xian, then the benefits would naturally be much greater than killing him. However, their current strengths combined were still inferior to Ao Xian, so once he found an opportunity to bite back at them, then they would be idiots to the extreme. "Very well, then don't resist." Luo Ho Xiaoming grinned hideously as he walked forward. He cut open his right palm and pressed it on the dragon's head. Blood, chi and darkness spread at the same time, enveloping Ao Xian. Ao Xian immediately struggled, his dragon body stirring the lake, causing waves to surge. He had been looking for an opportunity to counterattack, and it was perfect for him to become a mount. It was impossible for the weak to control the strong, regardless of whether it was through magical treasures or spells. There was a way to break it. However, he had forgotten one thing. The other party was no ordinary cultivator, but the Raha god race. Since ancient times, they had inherited a set of methods to subdue mounts. Amongst them, the one with the strongest controllability was this dark blood contract. It used the purest god's blood to connect their powers and fuse their bloodlines. Li Qingshan stepped hard on the dragon's head. "What, you still dare to resist?" Ao Xian tried his best to resist Luo Ho Xiaoming. His expression became ferocious again. "There's one thing you have to tell me. Otherwise, I would rather die than submit." Li Qingshan said, "What is it? Did you guys kill Lin Xian?" Ao Xian questioned. This was purely a kind of intuition. He felt that he shouldn't have died so easily unless he had encountered an unfathomably strong enemy, such as these people in front of him. Li Qingshan and Little Anne looked at each other. Chu Tian was killed by Qian Rongji because he was heavily injured in a fight with Li Qingshan. Lin Xian was killed by Qian Rongji because Little Anne leaked the secret. Of course, the latter was just speculation. It really couldn't be said that it had nothing to do with them. Then they shook their heads together. Definitely not. Is that so? Xian was doubtful. Li Qingshan swore calmly, if I was the one who killed him, may the heavens destroy me and I die a horrible death. All right then. Xian closed his eyes and finally submitted. He allowed the divine blood to enter his body. The dragon blood was like boiling magma. He knew that Luo Ho Xiaoming was taking revenge, so he could only lower his head and endure. A moment later, Xian opened his eyes again. Under the effect of the Raha god's blood, his blinded eyes had completely healed. They flickered with golden light and were brimming with vigor. A black sun and moon were reflected in each of them, and the dragon scales on his body became even darker. Luo Ho Xiaoming took a few steps back. His face was pale and he looked very weak. Xian, our grudges are written off. If you are willing to serve me as your master, I will not mistreat you. If you want to betray me, you will be burned by the flames of karma. Xian bowed his head. Yes, master. Just now, the battle had come to an end. Xian couldn't do anything else. Li Qingshan touched his chin. I suddenly remembered that I also have a mount. It's time to summon him and let the 4 heavenly kings reunite. Where is our wind-watching heavenly king? The ocean current was not smooth. Gu Yenying, who had turned into a big fish, was tired from swimming and floated on the vast sea. So slow. Her voice was like a whale's song. When she finally returned to the Xianming cave abode after a long journey, Li Qingshan had already started to check the spoils of war under the guidance of Xian. The master of this Xianming cave abode was indeed the eldest senior of the Myriad sect for many years. He was much richer than Chuolong. Among them, there were 12 heavenly tomes, the True Dragon Heavenly Book, the Purple Mansion Heavenly Book, the Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book, and so on. Although they were only a small part of the Myriad Heavenly Book, they contained all aspects of cultivation. For example, the True Dragon Heavenly Book focused on body refinement, while the Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book focused on alchemy. They were probably prepared for reincarnation. Although they weren't of much use to him, if they were in the 5 continents world, any one of the heavenly tomes could establish a large sect. If they were gathered together, they could establish a small myriad sect. It was very suitable for his grand plan of national cultivation. Thinking about how it would probably cost nearly 10,000 green jade lots to buy these heavenly tomes in the heavens, he felt that he had made a huge profit. There aren't many treasures. He cultivates the True Dragon Heavenly Book and doesn't really care about these external objects. Most of them are given out as rewards, so he only keeps a few to admire and play with occasionally. Xian explained. Li Qingshan didn't care too much. He also rarely used treasures. He just felt that it was a little regretful that Lin Xian was too generous. However, after seeing the dozen or so treasures, this feeling of regret disappeared without a trace. The degree of exquisiteness and the power contained in these treasures were incomparable to the treasures of the 9 continents. Among them, there was a small porcelain plate that was full of cracks that could fill a lake. If it was on the battlefield, it only needed a slight tilt to drown an army of 100,000. The treasures of the human realm were also divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. It was similar to the 9 continent spirit treasures, which were divided into supreme grade, superior grade, intermediate grade, and inferior grade. In the human realm, the treasures of the 9 continents could only be considered inferior grade, or even lower. Only those extremely powerful treasures could be considered as yellow grade treasures. However, of course, treasures like the last frenzied flower saber and the forsaken immortal sword were not limited to this. However, none of them originated from the 9 continents. The mysterious underworld Great Formation was opened. The wind-watching heavenly king Gu Yenying swam in through the underwater cave. Her body gradually shrunk and turned back into her human form. She joined the team that was dividing the spoils. I want this. She casually took the small porcelain plate and drank it in one gulp. She burped and licked her lips. I'm so thirsty. Xiaoan tilted his head. A woman with fish lips. To be continued, damn skeleton monster. Gu Yenying pointed at the plate. If there's any water in there, I'll splash it on your face. She had a relaxed smile on her face. This battle was not a waste after all. Li Qingshan played with the treasures one by one and asked, "Does anyone else want them?" Little and naturally did not need them. Luo Ho Xiaoming said in disdain, "Trash. Then I'll keep them." Just like Lin Xian in the past, Li Qingshan rarely used these arcane treasures either. There were no arcane treasures that could rival the power of a punch from him. Even if he did use something as simple and direct as the wildflower blade of his end. But he was still very satisfied. Just these treasures alone were enough to pay for the Xianming cave. After all, it was Lin Xian's lifetime collection. Li Qingshan patted Ao Xian's shoulder. "What else do you have? Take them all out." Ao Xian said, "There's nothing else." Li Qingshan said doubtfully, "Really? Don't hide it." He tried to search with the Xianming formation. There was no secret room, and Ao Xian did not have a summary ring. But he had a feeling that Lin Xian's savings should be more than this. Ao Xian said, "There's really nothing else. Look into my eyes." Luo Ho Xiaoming shouted. "We'll talk." Ao Xian shuddered. He met Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes, and an uncontrollable power surged in his blood. His lips moved, but he could not say a word. "Give up." Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "You can't lie to me." Li Qingshan clenched his fist. "I don't mind if you become part of the spoils of war." Little and licked his lips. Gu Yining stood lazily with her arms crossed, as if watching a joke. Ao Xian felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh. "Follow me." The group came to the bottom of the abyss. Ao Xian waved his hand, and the rolling waves formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool was dark and deep. No one knew where it led to. Blessed enclave. Li Qingshan's spirit was lifted. A young spirit cultivator should naturally be like this. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he activated his innate ability and created a mirror image clone before diving into the vortex. His cautiousness made Ao Xian completely give up on the thought that the blessed enclave would not be suppressed by the Xianming formation. Perhaps there was still a chance. When Li Qingshan arrived at the blessed heavenly abode, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart trembled. Could it be a trap? However, the dragon's head was motionless and its eyes were tightly shut. It turned out that it was just a dead dragon. He immediately understood, this is the corpse left behind by Lin Xian. Seal it in ice during the reincarnation cycle. It'll be perfect for little and to nourish him. As far as the eye could see, the size of this blessed land could not be compared to that of the 100-herb garden. However, the spiritual qi was unusually dense, even more so than that of the 100-herb garden. This was probably where Lin Xian cultivated in seclusion. At this moment, Lin Xian was already dead, leaving behind a dragon corpse that gave off a bone-piercing chill. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. Ao Xian instructed again, "There's a jade box in the dragon's mouth. There's a dragon pearl in the dragon's stomach. Take it." Li Qingshan pried open the dragon's mouth and found an exquisitely carved jade box with cloud patterns. When he opened it, green light shone on his face. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The jade box was filled with green jade lots neatly. There were at least 10,000 of them. Li Qingshan threw his sigh to the back of his head and laughed out loud. That made sense. Recovering his strength required a large amount of resources, so how could Lin Xian not make preparations? Even the Chua dragon had a few green jade lots. How could eldest senior brother Lin not have any savings? Why would he worry about debts after getting such a windfall? He then dived into the dragon's stomach and took out the dragon pearl. It was clear and deep like the ocean, yet it was dim as if it was covered in a layer of dust. However, one could clearly feel the majestic power contained within. "This is mine." Li Qingshan vaguely felt that this dragon pearl would be of great use to him, so he carefully put it away. "Come up, I have something to say." The few of them followed Li Qingshan back to the abyss. Sunlight shone down and rippled. Li Qingshan stood on a protruding stone platform, raised his hands, and announced in a loud voice, "Friends, comrades. From today onwards, this is our base in the human realm." Clap 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 clap. There was a round of applause, but unfortunately, only little and responded. Gu Yening asked, "What do you want to say?" Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly, "To show off your merits, of course." "All right." Li Qingshan patted his chest. "First of all, you have to thank my wise leadership." Gu Yening immediately raised her hand. "I'm going to cultivate." She turned into a giant kuan and jumped into the abyss. Luo Ho Xiaoming held his forehead, then walked away silently. "Hey, I'm not done yet, it's your turn to praise." "Me?" Little and blinked. "Of course." Li Qingshan grinned. "Forget it, it's their bad luck if they don't listen. I'll just praise you." He praised Little and from top to bottom. In the empty cave, on the rippling surface of the water, only his voice echoed, mixed with her bell-like laughter. From time to time, she would add, "What else?" Their cooperation was very tacit. Gu Yening thought helplessly, "I wonder just who's the one spoiling who." But after going through so many twists and turns, she could finally relax. This was an excellent place for cultivation, even better than Chuolong's Dragon Pool cave abode. It was also safer. It was also directly connected to the ocean, very suitable for cultivation. So she closed her eyes and recovered her strength. She dreamed of the day she turned from a kuan to a ping and soared into the sky again. Luo Ho Xiaoming had already started cultivating. After undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation, he was captured by Ao Xian before he could recover his strength. Now, he could finally let loose completely. For him, bottlenecks were almost non-existent. He was getting stronger with every passing moment. Not long after, Little and arrived at the bottom of the abyss and landed on Gu Yening's huge body. Then, they entered the blessed land and faced the huge dragon corpse. Although many white bone secret treasures were damaged and needed to be repaired, it was a waste to directly turn the dragon corpse into the samadhi flames of white bone. After some thought, he had an idea. He threw up the 3 burial dharma robe and wrapped it around the huge dragon corpse. Then, he started chanting blasphemous scriptures. Qingshan is about to head to the battlefield in the demon realm. This will be a great help to him. Wanxiang City True Inheritance Hall on the high platform, Dai Mingfan watched Ruan Yaozhu argue with Guxing in boredom. This was already the third discussion. The first two had ended in Ruan Yaozhu's failure. Guxing did not need to argue at all. He only needed to crush her with his advantage in numbers. However, she was still unwilling to give up, even if no one was listening. In order to avoid direct conflict between the true inheritors, the Wanxiang sect had set up an extremely complicated discussion process to ensure that both sides were convinced. However, the cultivation path was not a place to be reasonable. Guxing could not help but say, "Junior Martial Sister Ruan, why do you have to do this? Right is right, wrong is wrong." Ruan Yaozhu suddenly stopped talking. Was she really the same as before, without any selfish motives and only here to argue about right and wrong? Yes, why did she have to do this? The True Inheritance Hall fell silent. Dai Mingfan frowned and looked outside the hall. "Who dares to barge into my True Inheritance Hall? I am Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan. The direct disciples who were bored to death immediately sat up straight. The culprit who caused them to waste so much time was now outside. Ever since he was sent flying by Li Liahua's punch, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. No one knew where he went. Some even suspected that he had betrayed them. They didn't expect him to suddenly appear outside the direct inheritance hall. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other and had the same question in their eyes. Did he succeed? Ruan Yaozhu's heart tightened, but she was slightly relieved. Even though she felt that he was despicable, she still hoped that he was safe and sound. Guxing frowned and cupped his hands. The direct inheritance hall doesn't allow ordinary disciples to enter, but since he is the person involved, why don't you call him in and see what he has to say? The other direct disciples naturally wouldn't object, but they saw Dai Mingfan's surprised expression as if she had seen something unbelievable. Other than her, the other direct disciples couldn't see the scene outside the direct inheritance hall. The true disciples could not help but become even more curious. Most of them had never seen Li Qingshan before, but even if he had 3 heads and 8 legs, there was no need for the third senior sister to react like that, right? Dai Mingfan waved her hand, "Open the door." Li Qingshan turned his head and instructed, "Be quiet later, I'll bring you to show off." A voice replied, "Don't worry, do you think I'll embarrass you?" The door of the direct inheritance hall opened, and Li Qingshan walked up the stairs calmly. He passed through the door and looked around at the direct disciples. He saw that they all had similar expressions, and he couldn't help but smile and cupped his hands. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." All the direct disciples' eyes were focused on Li Qingshan's shoulder. There was a phoenix standing there, its flame-like beautiful feathers almost touching the ground. However, he didn't even look at them, no matter how powerful they were. She preened her feathers, looking aloof and proud, yet so natural at the same time. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. "This kid's comprehension is not bad, you've learned some of my skills." This phoenix was naturally Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan occupied the nether cave abode, he immediately used the heaven-climbing vine to connect the 5 continents and the mortal realm. He summoned Li Fengyuan. Of course, it wasn't just to show off. Li Fengyuan's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 4th heavenly tribulation, and he needed a wider world. Furthermore, he was the king of cooking. "Haha, you flatter me, you flatter me. I'm far inferior to Big Father." While the father and son were flattering each other, the true disciples understood why Dai Mengfan was surprised. "Is that a phoenix? This kid is Li Qingshan." Li Fengyuan wasn't the only one who kept quiet. Li Qingshan also had a humble expression on his face. He was delicate and gentle like a young man, giving people a good impression of him. It was impossible to imagine that he was the traitor who challenged the myriad appearance sect's senior brother and senior sister within a year of entering the sect. The divine bird, the phoenix, was the rarest and most precious mount in the world. Eldest senior brother Lin Xian's mount was just a dragon. The dragon race seemed extremely arrogant, but they were actually very flexible. They could tempt them with benefits or subdue them with force. Having a true dragon as a mount was not a delusion. The phoenix's aloofness and arrogance were deep in their bones. They wouldn't eat unless they were subdued by force. Even if they were subdued by force, they would rather die than submit. There were far fewer phoenixes than dragons. Generally speaking, although dragons were better at fighting, what cultivators needed the most was not power, but lifespan. As long as they had a long enough lifespan, they would always have power, and it would be true power that belonged to them. The phoenix was the mount that could extend a cultivator's lifespan to the greatest extent. Li Qingshan smiled at Ruan Yaozhu. "Senior sister, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Before Ruan Yaozhu could speak, the 9-colored deer couldn't help but exclaim, "A phoenix mount, it's actually real." Of course, Li Qingshan didn't want to ride anyone, nor did he want to be ridden. Except for one situation. He was purely using Li Fengyuan to keep up appearances, and it seemed like the effect was pretty good. Dong dong dong. Dai Mengfan knocked on the table. "Li Qingshan, since you're here, do you have any objections to this evaluation?" "Junior brother Li, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can say it. I will definitely consider it." Guxing patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with an affectionate expression. Military orders are like mountains, they can't be changed. However, the law is nothing more than human feelings, it's not impossible to delay for a while. The direct disciples looked at each other. "You were the one who personally gave the order to recruit this kid into the army, and now you're pretending to be a good person." However, they didn't know that ever since Guxing met Li Qingshan, he thought highly of him and had the intention to resolve their grudges. Later, when Li Qingshan faced Li Liehua head-on, his bravery made people not dare to underestimate him. Now that he brought out a phoenix, his future was practically limitless. So what if he lost a few bets? As long as he didn't die midway, he would have enough time to make a comeback. And he had just gone through 4 heavenly tribulations and could block Li Liehua's full-powered punch. No matter how one looked at it, he wouldn't die so easily. Such a person would have to be out of his mind to become enemies with him for a few hundred green jade lots. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you, senior brother Go. I have no objections to this evaluation. However, if I can delay for a while, that would be for the best." Of course, of course." Guxing readily agreed. The atmosphere in the direct inheritance hall instantly became strange. The originally intense dispute was instead eased by the arrival of the person involved. The other direct disciples sized up Li Qingshan, and they also became more cautious. To be able to tame a phoenix as a mount, the Wanxiang sect would probably have another direct disciple soon. Guan Yaozhu and Li Qingshan's eyes met. Li Qingshan had never been at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Guan Yaozhu didn't know what she was thinking, but she stubbornly refused to look away. Dai Mingfan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that junior sister's heart is really moved? She originally thought that it was impossible, but after seeing Li Qingshan with her own eyes, she suddenly felt that it wasn't strange anymore. Pai Yangqiu and Letian walked up and asked impatiently, "Is it done?" Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. "Of course it's done." "Really?" Pai Yangqiu still couldn't believe it. How long had it been, and he had already taken down the Xianming cave abode? Li Qingshan took out a jade box and grabbed a bunch of green jade lots. "This is the price of the Xianming cave abode, and the bookmarks I owe you." He took out another bunch and gave it to Letian. "This is yours." Pai Yangqiu and Letian looked at the bookmarks in their hands. Their expressions changed, and they laughed together. All the direct disciples were stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world. But one had to know. A few hundred green jade lots was already a huge sum. It was extremely rare for thousands of green jade lots to come and go, even among the departments of the Wanxiang sect. Moreover, this was merely a private exchange. Since when did an inner disciple become so generous as to spend more money than them? Lin Xian had been stuck at the peak of the human sovereign realm for many years, and he had been the eldest senior brother of the Wanxiang sect for many years. His status was naturally not something a normal direct disciple could compare to. Moreover, because his cultivation was stagnant, he didn't consume much. He also prepared for reincarnation for many years, which was why he had over 10,000 green jade lots. Li Qingshan relied on the strength of his teammates and various methods to pull the chestnuts out of the fire. Otherwise, even if Li Liehua and Chao Tianjia worked together to break into the Xianming cave abode, they wouldn't be able to stop Ao Xian from taking the items and escaping. Letian smiled and hooked his arm around Li Qingshan's shoulder. "Junior brother, why don't we write off our bet?" On the high discussion stage. Dai Mingfan shook her head. This was probably the first time in history that a direct disciple had suppressed a group of direct disciples in the direct inheritance hall. No one would believe that a direct disciple and a direct disciple had their arms around each other's shoulders. Moreover, Letian had always thought highly of himself. He didn't even look up to all the direct disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't have toyed with everyone here. He was practically treating Li Qingshan as an equal. No way. However, Li Qingshan bluntly rejected him. "Once the 30-year limit is up, I will naturally pay you 1,000 green jade lots if I lose." "Ah, you really don't give me any face." Li Qingshan closed the jade box. He then looked at Guan Yaozhu and handed the entire jade box over. In an instant, all the direct disciples' gazes were attracted by the jade box. There were at least 2,000 green jade lots inside. It can't be. What is this kid taking the green jade lots for? They had been entangled here for many days for the sake of a sum of 600 to 700 sapphire lots, which ranged from 1 to 200 sapphire lots at most. Now, not only had they not obtained any benefits, but their respective bets had become even more dangerous. However, under Guan Yaozhu's stupefied gaze, the jade box suddenly disappeared. It was stowed away in the sumer ring again. Li Qingshan yawned and yawned. "I better put it away." Guan Yaozhu softly snorted and looked away. "However, to thank the two senior brothers for their support, please choose one each." Li Qingshan took out Lin Xian's treasured treasures. They floated in the air and said so. Letian smiled. "I wonder how many people are yearning for these items." Although Pai Yangqiu was tempted, he still said, "You earned them yourself. You don't have to give them to us. Two senior brothers, you don't have to be so polite. I always repay kindness and hatred. Since I've said it, how can I take it back?" It was not that Li Qingshan was particularly generous. Arcane treasures had always been external objects. No matter how precious these arcane treasures were, could they possibly increase his chances of victory when he fought against Xianxia? When he had just started cultivating, 80 to 100 taels of silver was very important. Now, it seemed like it was nothing. As long as he kept moving forward, it would be the same. If he stopped, what was the point of keeping it? To die with him? This was where he stood. Life and death were terrifying, but as long as he stood firm, he would have courage. Since these external objects were useless, why not give them up? Then I won't stand on ceremony. If you lose, I'll forget about your debt. Xianxia and Ledian each chose a treasure. I'm willing to lose, there's no need for that. A true disciple suddenly stood up, pointed at a magic weapon and said, Junior brother Li, I want to buy your 9-dragon seal, name a price. Without waiting for Li Qingshan to reply, Lu Tian smiled. Junior brother, if you have no use for these remaining treasures, let me auction them. After all, they are eldest senior brother's treasures. They are very valuable. Li Qingshan said, then I'll have to trouble senior brother. Since no one has any objections, then this discussion will end here. Judge Li Qingshan to join the battle as soon as possible. Dai Mengfan waved her hand, and all the doors and windows suddenly opened. Sunlight silently poured in, and dust floated in. There was silence in the inheritance hall. All the true disciples had different expressions, as if they had not recovered from the shock just now. An inner disciple had done what they could not do. He took down eldest senior brother's Xianming cave abode and inherited everything. How was this possible? How did he do it? When did Ao Xian become so easy to talk to? It was unbelievable and incomprehensible, but everything in front of him was real. The only logical explanation was that there was external help, and it was an extraordinary power. However, this was the myriad phenomenon sect's territory, and the biggest suspect was Spirit Venerable Gui Hai in heaven. It was said that every time he went to heaven, he would be personally summoned by Spirit Venerable Gui Hai. This was undoubtedly the most direct evidence. This kid must be related to Spirit Venerable Gui Hai. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant when he just entered the sect. Thinking of this, they felt better. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, they immediately felt that he was unfathomable. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai had always lived in seclusion and would never interact with ordinary people. What was his background? Junior brother, I will give you another month to prepare. This is already the maximum deadline. Guxing patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and said, Sigh, if not for the situation, I really can't bear to let a talent like junior brother go to the battlefield. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Thank you, senior brother. 1 month is enough. Wan Yaozhu rode the deer and left the inheritance hall alone. She had a bit of a carefree feeling of leaving after the matter is done, hiding his achievements and fame. After walking for a while, she looked back and asked, Why are you following me? Li Qingshan followed her from afar. There is one more thing I need your help with. The 9-colored deer said, Hey, kid, don't push your luck. Do you know how annoying you are? Unless you give us that jade box. Ouch. Wan Yaozhu glared at Ji Yunshu's head and complained, even Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu can benefit from it, but we have to work for nothing. Why? Wan Yaozhu ignored her and said to Li Qingshan, Speak. I really don't have anyone else to ask. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed at Li Fengyuan on his shoulder. I'm going to the battlefield soon. Can you help me look after him? Wan Yaozhu was surprised. Aren't you going to bring him along? It's so dangerous, why bring him along? I want to go too. Li Fengyuan flapped his wings in dissatisfaction. Cut the crap. We'll talk after you pass the 4th heavenly tribulation. Don't drag me down. Li Qingshan said bluntly. Moreover, the mysterious underworld cave was deep and cold, not suitable for a phoenix to rest in. The herb garden was the best choice. All right. Li Fengyuan hung his head dejectedly. He had just arrived in the human world and had yet to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth. Okay. Wan Yaozhu was a woman of few words, but she still agreed. The alley was empty. Wisteria covered the top of the wall. Bright and open. Li Qingshan looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. Wan Yaozhu asked, Is there anything else? Li Qingshan said, I'm a person who pays attention to repaying kindness and enmity, because whether it's kindness or enmity, it's a kind of burden. whether it's revenge or repayment, it's all to get rid of this burden. Wan Yaozhu said, so there's no difference between benefactors and enemies to you, right? Ha, of course not. Most of my benefactors are living well, and most of my enemies are dead. But if I carry too many things on my back, I won't be able to walk far. Even if a person had the strength to pull up a mountain, they would still be overwhelmed by layers of emotions that were as small as dust. That's why they had to stick to these principles. Killing the enemy with one slash, returning kindness tenfold was good enough. Only then could they walk away with ease. If one day they couldn't walk anymore and fell on the road, they didn't want people to laugh or cry. So you might as well take it. Li Qingshan took out the jade box again. Inside was a huge sum that could even move a human emperor, but now it was like a hot potato that couldn't be given away even if he wanted to. Wan Yaozhu hesitated slightly. The 9-colored deer resisted the urge. After a while, it sighed softly, hand it over. Li Qingshan signaled for Li Fengyuan to grab the jade box and hand it over to Wan Yaozhu. Then, he placed it on the antler. The 9-colored deer glanced at him, full of joy. It decided not to care about these small matters, because you're a phoenix. Li Qingshan was relieved. He cupped his hands, turned around, and walked away in a relaxed manner, preparing for the upcoming battle. Wan Yaozhu held the jade box and looked at his back. She wondered if he would turn around to look at her. If that happened, her mood would be different. However, he didn't. He disappeared at the end of the alley. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Jiao, the path of cultivation is really lonely. The 9-colored deer said, yes, he is a natural cultivator, a person with a heart of stone. Li Fengyuan said disapprovingly, nonsense. Wan Yaozhu smiled gently and asked, what's your name? I'm Li Fengyuan. Li. Is that his surname? Wan Yaozhu asked curiously. Of course, that's my first father. Li Fengyuan said proudly. Father? Wan Yaozhu laughed in surprise. At the same time, in the sky, Spirit Sovereign Guihai saw everything, including the guesses of the people in the Legacy Hall. He looked at Wanxiang City leaving and disappearing into the vast ocean. He felt emotional. It was not that he was fickle, nor did he have no desires. However, he was able to let go and not be shackled by any shackles. Such a temperament was rare. It was no wonder he was chosen. The wind started at the end of the green duckweed and stopped at the grassland. Deep in the mountains, there were dragons and snakes, and heroes emerged from the grassland. Changes were about to happen, and it was difficult to escape the calamity. The 7 great sages would never admit defeat, and no one could completely destroy them. The so-called suppression was just a truce. The 9 heavens gods and Buddhas were probably well aware of that. This child was probably born in response to the calamity. It was time to inform Master. Spirit Sovereign Guihai came to the highest level of heaven. Moments later, the myriad image array formation that enveloped Wanxiang City suddenly stopped circulating. All the spiritual power gathered towards the sky. The pearl at the top of the building suddenly emitted a light more dazzling than the sun. A beam of spiritual light shot into the clouds, breaking through the samsara barrier and sending a message to the 9 heavens. Everyone in the city looked up in shock. No one saw this scene with their own eyes, so they did not know what was happening. Only the legacy disciples just now understood that Spirit Sovereign Guihai was sending a message to the 2 sect masters and even the Grand Sect Master. As the samsara laws were just too powerful, even immortals who were beyond the 6 paths and not within the 5 elements would be greatly affected. However, it was even more surprising. This was because unless it was an extremely urgent situation, such as the sect being invaded by external enemies, such a situation would only happen. However, that chaotic era had passed tens of thousands of years ago. It was almost impossible for the Wanxiang sect to be invaded again. But other than that, what else could compare to the sect being invaded? Spirit Sovereign Guihai looked up into the sky. Let Master make the decision. Should he betray this kid? A month later, Li Qingshan arrived at the supply department once again. Guxing received him personally and brought him to the teleportation hall. He glanced at the basket on his back in confusion and asked politely, "What did you bring, junior brother?" "Treasure." Li Qingshan smiled brightly. Guxing became even more curious. What could he call a treasure that could not be stored in his sumeru ring? However, he did not get to the bottom of it. He showed equal respect and raised his hand. The teleportation formation shone brightly, and a door condensed from light slowly opened. May you be victorious and prosper, junior brother. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and stepped through the bright door. Guxing rubbed his chin. If he went over, there would probably be another fierce battle. Suddenly, he shook his head. If it were anyone else, entering the dangerous battlefield of the demon domain and being viewed as enemies by those two at the same time, it would be extremely difficult for them to stay alive, let alone fight. However, he did not sense any fear from him at all. Instead, he was in high spirits, as if he was ready to take part in an interesting game. As a result, even Guxing felt that he would never allow himself to be trampled upon. When Li Qingshan emerged from the teleportation gate, he was already millions of kilometers away. The sky was gloomy, as if he could touch it with his hand. Heavy snowflakes drifted down. When he looked up, the snowflakes seemed black against the background of the dark clouds. The cold air was filled with the faint smell of blood. Taking a deep breath was refreshing. Li Qingshan? A guard wielding a metal halberd asked. Yes. The commander orders you to report to the Blaze Hall immediately. All right. Come with me. The halberd guard turned around and left. Li Qingshan frowned and followed. Was that bastard Li Liehua so impatient that he wanted to deal with him immediately? As far as the eye could see, mountains rose and fell, and rivers stretched for thousands of kilometers. This black cloud city was built on a tall mountain. It was surrounded by a chain of barracks and walls. The two sect masters of the Myriad sect had personally modified the terrain of the earth within a radius of several hundred kilometers, forming a roaring formation of black cloud thunder. This was where the name Black Cloud City came from. It was one of the strongholds that defended against the demon folk. It had never fallen since it was built. Currently, 2 legions directly under the Myriad Appearance sect were stationed there. The commanders of the Blazing Inferno Army and Xuanwu Army were Big Senior Brother Li Liehua and Big Senior Sister Xianxia respectively. They also recruited 86 troops from the countries under the Wanxiang sect's rule. They claimed to be an army of 1,000,000. Just like Ruan Yaozhu in the Bailu country, the shadows of the direct disciples could be seen in all countries, serving their interests. The larger the country, the more troops it could conscript. The more contribution points and bookmarks they could exchange for. If not for Ruan Yaozhu, a small country like the Bailu country would have long been annexed by the surrounding countries. This was not a battle between cultivators or sects, but a war between 2 worlds. No one could stay out of it. Basically every demon folk was a soldier, even though a human emperor could easily slaughter hundreds or even thousands with a single technique. However, this might allow the demon emperor to seize the opportunity. It became the key to deciding life and death. And quantitative change could lead to qualitative change. Military formations composed of armies were enough to shake even the toughest formations. The flesh and blood of dead demon folk would pollute the ground, and the evaporating demon chi would blot out the sky. If they did not deal with it, it would turn into demonic soil. This was how the demon domain used the flesh and blood of all demon folk to constantly expand their territory. Even the demon emperor were not stingy. In other words, the demon emperor were the survivors who had been eliminated in this cruel environment. It was impossible for a group of cultivators to contend against the human path. They were forced to borrow the power of mortals. The 1,000,000-strong army had not been roped in randomly. Instead, they had been selected through a strict selection system. They were the elites of the elites, chosen from billions of people. Every single one of them possessed great martial arts and had undergone the harshest training. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against demon folk. Before Li Qingshan set off, he had gathered all the relevant information. In particular, the 2 commanders, Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, possessed unbelievably great authority in Black Cloud City. Military orders were absolute. They could not be reasoned with or reasoned with. Whatever they said was law. Even if they were clearly sending him to his death, he still had to go. Otherwise, he would be defying military orders. He would be captured immediately and delivered to the myriad sect for punishment. He could even be executed first and reported later. Without a doubt, this situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the two of them rarely stayed in the city at the same time. At the very least, one of them would be stationed in Black Cloud City, while the other would either leave the city to attack demon folk or return to the myriad sect to recuperate. Otherwise, he would probably be screwed over by the two of them at the same time. Thinking up to there, Xianxia sniggered. He had already arrived in front of the Blaze Hall, a grey stone hall that stood as tall as a sword. "Commander, I brought Xianxia." The guard with the iron halberd knelt down on one knee. "Let him in." Li Liehua's dignified voice rang out from inside. Xianxia curled his lip and strode in. In that moment, he sensed over a dozen hostile gazes. Li Liehua sat high up. A huge map hung behind him. The mist and clouds drifted about on the map, displaying the scenery within a range of 500 kilometers in real time. However, there was a large region of darkness above him, as if it was obscured by something. The generals stood to his left and right, either resting their hands on their weapons or standing with their hands behind their backs. They were all brimming with murderousness. None of them were kind. Xianxia stood in the center boldly. "I'm here." "How dare you?" An armored, bearded man gripped his sword firmly. His eyes widened in anger as he bellowed thunderously. Xianxia bowed slightly. "You're too kind." The bearded man was about to step forward when Li Liehua waved his hand. He squinted his eyes and asked, "I heard you've already taken over the Xianming dwelling?" "That's right," Xianxia observed Li Liehua's expression seriously, and he found a smear of anger and satisfaction. "Impressive." Li Liehua gritted his teeth. He had been in disbelief when he received this news back then. A soul cultivator, a formal disciple, had actually achieved something that even he could not. He suspected that Xianxia had reached some kind of deal with Ao Xian, but if that was the case, Ao Xian would never have taken out all his wealth for him to squander away. He could not understand the reason no matter how he thought about it. He did not even want to think about the only possibility. It was that Xianxia had completely subdued Ao Xian with his strength. "You flatter me, you flatter me. It's a pity that you weren't in the myriad sect, senior brother. Senior brother Lu organized an auction for me. Perhaps there'll be an arcane treasure you want." Xianxia grinned. Since he had already fallen out with Ao Xian, there was no need for him to put on an act. If he humbled himself, perhaps Ao Xian would spare him. However, he would be better off directly running to the demon domain and joining demon god Xianxia. Afterwards, he would return with the demon folk army and destroy Black Cloud City. Li Liehua suddenly laughed aloud. His voice shook up the entire room, and waves of heat surged out, dispelling the coldness immediately. "Very good. What courage and what ability! I have a mission for you right now. Are you bold enough to accept it?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Xianxia said calmly. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't avoid it." Since he was bold enough to come, he had already been prepared. There is no joking in the military. "Xianxia, heed my orders." Li Liehua's eyes lit up like two burning charcoal. He pointed at the dark region on the map behind him. "I want your spirit to leave your body and investigate the situation here." This military order was extremely dangerous. The most crucial part of leaving one's spirit was to protect one's body properly. In an environment filled with hostility like this, which cultivator was bold enough to abandon their body? If Xianxia turned him down, then he would be defying a military order, and he would definitely be humiliated. He could not endure it or not, but if he did, his mind would suffer a setback. His valiant and determined aura would take a blow to the head, and his cultivation would definitely suffer. If he did not endure it, then there would be even greater trouble. Arguing with his senior brother in the myriad sect and rebelling against his superiors in the military were two completely different things. Here, Li Liehua represented the order and laws of the military, as well as the general trend of the human world against the demonic region. In front of this general trend, even if you were a dragon, you would have to coil up, and even if you were a tiger, you would have to lie down. If you resisted even a little, you would be considered a traitor. All right. Li Qingshan agreed without hesitation. Even if his Yin spirit left his body, what would be left behind would not just be an empty shell. No matter what was in that region, at most, his Yin spirit would be destroyed, and he could recover after some time. Moreover, he was certain that Li Liehua would not harm his body. With his personality and path, even if he wanted to harm him, he would do it head-on. He would not use such insidious methods. But of course, if he did not have this confidence, he would not have accepted this military order. This was the bottom line of all cultivators, and it could be said to be an overt plot. Senior brother, if there is nothing else, I will go back and prepare. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and turned to leave. Thud. Li Liehua suddenly asked, "What are you carrying?" This was the question all cultivators would have when they saw it. The basket was made from ordinary vines and wasn't a talisman or weapon. What couldn't be put into a sumaru ring? Yet, they couldn't feel any signs of life from it. Treasure. Li Qingshan still answered. Li Liehua wasn't as easy to talk to as Guxing. Open it and see. Li Qingshan said, "Is this a military order? What do you think?" Li Liehua wasn't polite. Li Qingshan placed down the basket on his back and opened it slowly. Everyone's gazes gathered over, only to see a white skeleton curled up in the basket. They couldn't help but be disappointed. What kind of treasure was this? This really was Li Qingshan's treasure. It was the only person in the world that he was willing to carry on his back. Since he dared to come, he was already prepared for the worst. That was to fall out with Li Liehua. It didn't matter if you were an army commander or eldest Xianxia. When a man is angry, blood splashes. He had to show the true face of a demon. Millions of troops and Wanxiang sect weren't useful. Life and death could be decided in an instant. She would stab out with the most fatal sword. But since Li Liehua only wanted to trouble him with a dangerous mission, he didn't need to be in a hurry to act. A mission that was incomparably dangerous to others was a piece of cake to him. And if he wanted to quickly earn contribution points and become a direct disciple, the fastest way was to earn military merits. To encourage disciples to participate, the Wanxiang sect gave high rewards, especially in terms of contribution points. No one could deny it. So Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, who wanted to compete for the position of eldest Xixiang, were active on the battlefield. They left third Xixiang, Dai Mengfan, far behind. She didn't even qualify to compete. Back then, Lin Xian had gone to the demon realm many times and killed demon emperors before becoming the eldest Xixiang of the Wanxiang sect. The group of direct disciples were afraid that Li Qingshan would improve too quickly in the 100-herb garden. Throwing him into the infernal domain battlefield was simply like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Not to mention becoming a true disciple, even becoming the eldest senior brother was not impossible. At that time, he would like to see the expressions of Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, these two bullshit big senior brothers and big senior sisters. Li Liehua felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat, but he had nothing to say. Although he could always find a reason to maliciously make things difficult for others, it went against his temperament and path. He was going to become the senior brother of the myriad appearance sect. To be able to kill with one's fists and suppress others with great power, one must not be too despicable. Li Qingshan carried the basket on his back and walked out of the gate under the gazes of the generals. Senior brother. The curly-bearded man stepped forward again, his armor clanging. This brat is too rude. I'll go and kill him. My Wanxiang sect is not a demonic sect. We don't practice such tricks. Since he is willing to obey my orders, then let him be. As for harming Li Qingshan's body while his Yin spirit was out of his body, he had never even considered it. If he wanted to deal with an opponent of lower status and weaker cultivation, he would have to take advantage of the situation and kill them secretly. Then there would be no need for him to practice the heavenly tome of fire, and there was even less of a need for him to become the first senior brother. Just like how the golden demon domain constantly expanded across the 3,000 worlds, the battles against the human realm became more and more intense and intense. Even human emperors and demon emperors struggled to move freely. Once they entered battle, they would face the risk of dying. And, where the human realm and demon domain intersected, the laws of the world overlapped and became chaotic. The powers And techniques of cultivators were suppressed further, so it was nothing strange for powerful cultivators to die to the hands of regular demon folk. The curly-bearded man spat viciously. Tui, this brat has only just arrived. He hasn't seen the world yet, so he doesn't know what war is. I'd like to see just how long he can last. The generals all agreed with him and cursed furiously. This brat is like a girl. Don't faint from fright when he sees corpses strewn across the ground. He's just a lucky bastard. When I tore apart the demon emperor with my own hands, who knows where he was drinking milk? Wasn't it all thanks to my mountain-splitting slash that you were able to tear apart the demon emperor with your bare hands? As he spoke, it became boasting about his military achievements. It couldn't be helped. When this group of people gathered together and didn't have anything serious to do, this was almost a fixed program. It was already a noble person who couldn't help but say it. All of them were veterans who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He naturally had a kind of contempt for ordinary cultivators. Even though we have the same level of cultivation, I can easily kill you. Naturally, I look down on you. Not long after Li Qingshan entered the myriad phenomenon sect, he became an inner disciple, occupied the Xianming cave abode, and obtained the vast amount of resources left behind by Lin Xian. They didn't know how many dangers they had gone through to reach this step, but they still didn't have a decent cave abode, and they never had enough resources. How could they not be jealous? Li Qingshan walked out of the fiery hall. The heavy snow was still falling, and the mountains were still the same. The voices behind him were like the buzzing of flies. He chuckled and threw this group of successful people to the back of his mind. As for other aspects, Li Liehua still gave him the treatment that an inner disciple deserved. A lonely gray stone tower overlooking the entire Black Cloud City served as his place of cultivation. There were many such towers in Black Cloud City, and they were like gray swords pointing to the sky. Surrounding the top of the mountain was a strange-looking iron tower that pierced the clouds. That was the core of the roaring thunder cloud formation, called the Lightning Guiding Tower. The tower was equipped with the most basic formation, but its main function was to gather spirit chi. As a base of the roaring thunder cloud formation, it had a certain degree of defensive power, but mainly to keep out the cold. Li Qingshan climbed to the top of the tower. The wind and snow howled outside, but the inside of the tower was as warm as spring. However, it was empty, with nothing inside. Everyone who could live here had a summer ring, so they brought their own things. Li Qingshan had also prepared some, at least enough wine and meat. However, he wasn't in a hurry to decorate the room. Instead, he put down the basket and bent down to open it again. A pair of straight, snow-white arms stretched out and wrapped around his neck. Her empty eye sockets turned into a pair of rippling eyes, and her white teeth covered her red lips. She was smiling and talking. Her body stretched out like a paulownia tree, and her white bones and muscles grew. She had already transformed into a stunning beauty. We can kill that Li Liehua. If they were facing him head-on, even if they joined forces, their chances of winning were slim. It was even more impossible in Black Cloud City. As the commander of the army, Li Liehua could control the roaring thunder cloud formation. However, a life-and-death battle was completely different. Li Qingshan only needed to use the living soil of the 9 heavens to activate the gravity and suppress Li Liehua for a moment. With little and sword, Li Liehua wouldn't be able to escape death. He wouldn't even have time to react. The Buddha-slaying sword wasn't that easy to take. Li Qingshan smiled. Of course, none of us can kill him. However, it's not the right time yet. Let's keep him alive. I'll be going to the demon domain sooner or later, so I can take this opportunity to investigate the situation. At the very least, I need to know how to get to Mount Qingqi. Yes. Little and hugged him tightly. Li Qingshan could also feel her emotions. After going through so many hardships and being separated so many times, the two of them were once again together. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, walking with her was her home. Li Qingshan's spirit left his body and dived into the ground. He passed through the mountains and stepped lightly on the snow-covered ice field. As far as the eye could see, it was really frozen for 1,000 miles, snow for 10,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. He couldn't help but feel that his body was insignificant. Even if he had supernatural powers, he was just a drop in the ocean compared to this world. With this in mind, he sang loudly, "The mountain dances like a silver snake, the plain rides like a wax elephant, I want to compete with God." Clap, clap, clap. The sudden clapping shocked Li Qingshan. He didn't feel any aura. "Who is it?" A woman walked up from a snowy hill not far away. She was dressed in black armor and wielded an azure long saber. It was cold and sharp, and in the midst of all the other snow-white senior sisters, it was black and glaring. On her shoulder was a black rabbit. It was senior sister Xianxia. It was as if she had just experienced a bloody massacre. Her aura was 10 times stronger than when she was in the Wanxiang sect. However, she was so close to Li Qingshan and he didn't notice her. This strong contrast made people uncomfortable. What a good compete with God. But I think it's more like a tiger will be bullied by a dog. Senior sister, are you waiting for me here? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Sure enough, Chao Tianjiao's grievances with Li Liehua ran deep. He would rather compare him to a tiger than reduce Li Liehua to a dog. Aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill you? Chao Tianjiao smiled with a murderous look on her face. Is Grand Senior Sister trying to tease me while I'm still a dragon in shallow water? Humph, you better watch yourself. Don't die so easily. We'll fight to the death in 30 years. The cold snort made Li Qingshan's soul surge. The 4 words, "take care," still echoed through the wilderness, but she had already flown over his head, vanishing into the mountains. Li Qingshan did not dare to be careless. After all, he had not gone through 5 heavenly tribulations, and there was still a considerable gap between him and the human sovereign and the demon sovereign. Especially when he was in the state of God, he almost had no power to resist. Even though the essence of his God was that of a demon. If it was destroyed, it could be reforged, but that would be equivalent to pushing back one of the transformations of the 9 transformations of demons and gods to its original state, and it would take a lot of time and energy to recover. It was best not to suffer any damage. Thus, he used the 5 elements divine escape art and the illusion escape art to conceal himself and move stealthily. A moment later, an invisible force pressed on Li Qingshan out of thin air. His escape technique was almost interrupted. He was already prepared in his heart and knew that this was not a spell from any enemy. This is the boundary between the demonic realm and the human realm. The chaotic overlapping of the laws of heaven and earth will not only suppress divine abilities and spells, it will also make it difficult to control. This is indeed troublesome. If it was just a simple suppression. He just had to get used to it. The key was this chaos. For example, the same spell would sometimes be stronger and sometimes weaker in different areas and at different times. The power of a punch was also different. It was possible to use too much force and lose balance. It was also possible to be powerless and pose no threat at all. The stronger the body was, the higher the cultivation. The more obvious it was. In particular, escape techniques that required constant usage were the most affected. Li Qingshan could not help but get used to it carefully. However, he discovered very soon that the laws of the demon domain did not seem to reject him. This differed drastically from what was recorded in the information. Entering the demon domain was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, not only because of the abnormally vicious demon folk and demonic beasts, but also because they would be rejected by the laws of the demon domain. As time went on, even demon commanders and demon kings of the same cultivation might not be able to defeat them. As time went on, inner demons might even grow, leading to chi deviation. If they were regular soldiers, they would be contaminated by demon chi. They would gradually be converted into demon folk. As a result, the army struggled to penetrate too deeply. The cultivators became even more isolated and helpless, forced to face the endless army of demon folk with only a few people. The situation was obviously extremely dangerous. However, Li Qingshan did not sense any rejection from the demon domain towards him. He had no idea why either. It was probably related to the heavenly tome of freedom. Were demons demon folk too? His inner demons became rather restless. His various emotions became more intense, but this was exactly what he needed to cultivate the heavenly tome of freedom, so it was instead a good thing. As a result, all he needed to do was get used to the strange laws of the world here. If he passed through this border and entered the demon domain, it might instead be a form of release. I've really made the right decision this time. What's that? There was a flash of light on the horizon. A while later, there was another flash, steady and persistent. An idea flashed through Li Qingshan's head. He held his breath and focused, approaching it slowly. Within the snowstorm, a monk in straw shoes walked across the icy plains. His rosy face was filled with devotion as he chanted, Namo Amit Ba. He bowed every 3 steps, prostrating himself on the ground. A ring of Buddhist light surged out from the back of his head, rapidly sweeping through the surroundings. Some of the demon chi in the surroundings dispersed. The laws of the human realm surpassed the demon domain slightly. Li Qingshan understood. As expected, it's a monk from the Pure Land sect. Moreover, it's a 2-fruit arhat who attained the Situa fruit. The demon domain was different from the hungry ghost realm. Its expansion did not rely on its own strength, but the accumulation of the flesh and blood of generations of demon citizens. If the world polluted by demon chi was not dealt with, the demon domain would expand, and the laws of the world would extend. If it reached Black Cloud City, it would only be a matter of time before the city was breached. Therefore, there was a Pure Land temple in every border city. The monk's main job was to be in charge of the Pure Land. There was one in Black Cloud City as well, and it was a rather large Pure Land temple. The abbot overseeing it was usually a 2-fruit arhat who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. His status was equal to that of an army commander, or even higher. The monk in front of him was obviously one of them. Li Qingshan glanced at him from afar. He felt that nothing good would come out of meeting a monk, so he continued forward. Suddenly, a Buddhist light swept past his body. It was harmless, but his back was faintly hot. A strong killing intent erupted from his heart. He wanted to kill this monk. He was alarmed. What's going on? Even when he faced Chao Tianjiao just now, he did not feel like this. Not to mention the fact that he had no grievances with this monk, but he probably could not kill him either. The monk was currently prostrating on the ground when he sensed something. Suddenly, he raised his hand and bellowed, "Which demon dares to spy on us here? Why don't you show yourself?" Li Qingshan shuddered all over. His escape technique had been destroyed, and he showed himself. The feeling of disgust deepened. The monk's face was completely sunken. He brought his palms together and chanted aloud, Namo Amit Ba. Li Qingshan was tempted to ask, "Do you know anything else?" A towering Buddha statue appeared behind the monk, vaguely sitting on the clouds and looking down at him benevolently. Li Qingshan could not help but recall the feeling he felt when he fended off the huge Buddha statue in the Chan monastery of Devanaga many years ago. His entire body turned numb, unable to resist. He felt an urge to drop to his knees and prostrate himself. His back became hotter and hotter, scorching like fire. He was filled with killing intent. A thought flashed through his head, damn it, this is probably still because of the heavenly tome of freedom. Sure enough, nothing good comes out of meeting a monk. The abbot of the Pure Land Temple of Black Cloud City was the great monk Yangon. He was known as the Yangon Master or the Yangon Abbot. He was currently using the harsh winter to use the wondrous techniques of the Pure Land sect to purify the land polluted by demon folk. Suddenly, he sensed a sliver of killing intent. Raising his head, he was met with a pitch-black, furious face. He could not help but shiver inside. Ambushes, and encirclements of demon folk were all commonplace in the Pure Land, but this face was different from any demon folk he had seen before. Even though it was filled with fury and killing intent, but, was that not evil? This feeling was utterly absurd. Demon folk were born evil, without a doubt. They could do anything devoid of conscience, and they were extremely hostile towards monks. Perhaps there were many bad people among monks, but there was definitely not a single good person among demon folk. However, his eyes were extraordinary. Ever since he underwent the 5th heavenly tribulation and attained the fruit of Situa, his eye of the heaven had reached major success. He could easily distinguish between truth and falsehood, good and evil. Now that he had to use it instinctively, he had actually made a mistake. He must have made a mistake. He was at the dangerous border of the demon domain, so he could not care too much. He called out the Buddha's name and struck the demon folk with a Buddha's palm subdues demons. The huge, golden palm blotted out the sky and filled his vision. The sounds of chanting surged over from all directions as thousands of snowflakes shattered in the air. Xianxia was immobilized like a mouse that had encountered its natural predator. Fury surged through his heart. This monk is trying to kill me without any reason. He really deserves to die. Immediately, he stopped suppressing his killing intent. The demon's body swelled up, and his fangs protruded. His face was filled with fury, and his upper body was bare. He no longer looked like Xianxia. Instead, he vaguely resembled the great freedom demon. The muscles on his arms bulged as he struck the Buddha's palm together. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the frozen earth shattered. The Buddha's palm fell and gradually faded away, leaving behind a huge palm print on the ground. The abbot gazed over with a frown. There were 2 red marks on his palms, but the devil was nowhere to be seen. He had blocked him and used the opportunity to flee. He was probably not a demon king, but could a demon emperor block a palm strike from him? And, just now, his appearance was just too familiar. It was simply too familiar. It seemed to be the terrifying appearance of the Lord of the Lustful World. Although that person was a devil among devils, he was also a Buddhist god. Even the 12 demon gods were not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. His disciples would not fall into the infernal domain. If a demon folk obtained his true intent, they definitely would not be a nobody. The human realm would probably have another strong enemy. Even when he used the heavenly eye to look into the distance, he still couldn't see through the dark demonic domain that was shrouded in heavy demonic chi. He really wanted to eliminate the source of the trouble, but he was worried that it might be a trap. After thinking about it, he gave up. After a while, the winds and clouds in the infernal domain changed color, seemingly confirming his guess. The sudden appearance of an indomitable black shadow caused his expression to change even more. Could that be some kind of evil god? However, he also felt that it was impossible. Otherwise, there would be no need to lure the enemy in. They could just come over and kill him. Only a worldly immortal could resist the terrifying power of the evil god. The moment the black shadow appeared, he had already used the limbs of God and rapidly retreated back to Black Cloud City in the human world. He still felt lingering fear. The demon moved rapidly underground, making its way towards the demon domain. It had already reverted to its original appearance. There was a golden palm print on its chest. It was heavily injured. The palm strike had almost dispersed its demon, but it instead roused it immediately. All of the anger and killing intent in its heart vanished. It was just confused. Just what had happened earlier? Some kind of external power was influencing its mind. Taking shortcuts came with a price. The statue on its back was still a latent problem at the end of the day. He had to find a way to eliminate it. At this moment, he felt his body lighten. He had already passed through the border and formally entered the demon domain. He had fought against demon folk so many times, but this was the first time he had entered the demon domain in person. He had yet to admire the scenery of the demon domain. The black sun in the sky seemed to brighten. It pierced through the hazy demon chi and shone on Xianxia. In that moment, the world changed color. Surging demon chi gathered towards Xianxia, vaguely forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, his mind was filled with demonic thoughts, but it also felt extremely delighted. It was as if the world was with him, and all life had to bow down to him. The heavenly tome of freedom began to circulate uncontrollably. Xianxia was familiar with this feeling. Don't tell me I've become the child of destiny of the demon domain? This was both something he had never expected, but it also made sense. His demonic nature was heavy in the first place, and he practiced the heavenly tome of freedom, so receiving the child of destiny was nothing strange. However, he had never thought he would be grouped with demon folk. Who knew how many demon folk he had killed in the past? Even demon god Xianxia was a great enemy of his. The demon domain hated him, so why would they turn him into a child of destiny? However, the chaos of the will of the demon domain seemed to be completely unexpected. The fierce wind whistled, kicking up sand and rocks. The demon swelled up uncontrollably. Incomparable power surged into its body, and the golden palm print on its chest was swallowed by the darkness soon afterwards. With a wave of his hand, the wind and snow in the air dispersed, revealing the black sun. Ever since he had arrived in the human realm, it had already been a very long time since he had experienced such power. 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. His figure continued to expand, but it was not ugly or twisted. The black sun above his head made him as handsome as a god. He had once experienced this appearance and this feeling in his final dream of offering sacrifices to the world of freedom. Now that his dream had come true, it seemed like if he continued like this, it would not be impossible for him to directly undergo the fifth heavenly tribulation and become a demon king, or even become stronger. This place just happened to be an uninhabited region, and it was winter. Unless the army marched here in preparation for a new round of attacks, no demon folk would loiter around here. That would be suicide. As a result, although Li Qingshan had caused a very great disturbance, only the abbot Yangon was a spectator. He only took a quick glance before retreating in a hurry. But at this moment, a streak of black light shot out from the center of the black sun, piercing the Yin demon's head and condensing in its chest. It condensed into a miniature black sun inch by inch. This was the demon heart that Li Qingshan had once abandoned. This sight made the entire demon domain look up to it, including the 12 supreme great demon gods. Two words surged into their minds at the same time: the Black Sun demon heart. That was only a legend in the first place. The Black Sun had fallen into the heart of a demon among demons, and the 13th demon god had awakened to rule the demon domain and become the ruler. This legend was just too absurd, such that no one believed it. First of all, it was impossible for the Black Sun to fall. It was only an image that originated from above the 9 heavens. And there could only be one demon among demons, so how could he become the 13th demon god? He did not care about the position of ruler of the demon domain at all. But at this moment, the legend seemed to become true, and it really did have something to do with that demon among demons. Only demon god Xianxia smiled on Xianxia Mountain. Is it that kid? You've made me wait. No wonder the blood oath of the Nether River can be established. It actually works. Come, let me take away your Black Sun demon heart and become the ruler of the demon domain. Amidst the howling wind, Li Qingshan faintly heard a faint call. Come, my beloved son, I've waited for you for a long time. It seemed to come from the black sun in the sky and his heart. Who are you? Li Qingshan looked up at the sky and asked. Go, my beloved son, go and become the ruler. The wind urged in his ears. Are you F** King Dun? F** CK your beloved son, I'm your father. Li Qingshan was furious. What he hated the most in his life was other people imposing their will on him. One Mahasvara heavenly demon was enough to annoy him, and now there was some inexplicable destiny. He stabbed his hand into his chest and exerted force with both hands, tearing it apart. He took out the black sun and stomped on it fiercely. My life belongs to me, not to the heavens. To be continued. P.S. I recommend a new book by an old author, Great God Huan Yu's latest Xianxia work, Immortal Shatters the Void. Those who are lacking in books can take a look. The Yin demon that was as handsome as a god rapidly shrunk like it was leaking air. The black sun beneath its feet receded as it rolled past Li Qingshan, who had returned to his original appearance. The Yin demon fell to the ground, on the verge of collapse. However, his eyes were still filled with pride. He grabbed the black glass-like demon heart and wanted to toss it far away. However, after thinking about it, he decided to keep it. This item contained an unparalleled terrifying power. Even the dragon pearl he found in Lin Xian's dragon corpse couldn't compare to it. The biggest difference was that if he wanted to, he could merge with this power at any time. At the very least, he would become a demon emperor. Pretty much no one could resist the temptation of absolute power. He didn't need to spend any effort and he could easily change everything. He just needed to relax slightly and he would be able to kill his way back to Black Cloud City. He would first wipe out that glowing monk, then kill that Li Liahua who was looking for trouble with him. Finally, he would rape that arrogant Chao Tianjiao 100 times. Demon god Xianxia was still a threat, but as long as he accepted this power, the 6th and 7th heaven tribulations would be within reach. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone could be satisfied, and all fears could be relieved. Who could refuse such a good thing? However, Xianxia didn't waver at all. He didn't hesitate to use all his methods to take out the demon heart. That was because many years ago, someone gave him a similar choice. At that time, he had nothing. He just needed to nod his head and he could have the entire 9 provinces. However, he chose to walk his own path. It was an extremely dangerous and exciting path. From then on, he didn't hesitate for such a choice. This was his pride. If I want something, I will take it myself. He climbed up, facing the wind and snow as he continued forward. At the same time, in Black Cloud City, outside the lonely and desolate stone pagoda, there were many green vines and blooming flowers, attracting many onlookers. Everyone was pointing and discussing spiritedly. Li Liehua looked down and scoffed coldly. This kid didn't leave the city to carry out his mission. Who knew what he was up to? That was the effect of Xianxia activating the Qilin's endless growth at the crucial moment. He used the Tao of nature to calm down the restless heart demon. The interior of the pagoda, which was as warm as spring, was filled with blooming flowers and verdant vegetation. Little and asked with concern, Xianxia? Xianxia opened his eyes slightly and explained the situation. Xianxia, you mustn't accept it. Otherwise, your demon might go berserk and completely break free from your control. It will become a fusion of the vast freedom heavenly demon's divine will, your memories, and the demon domain's heaven's will. Not only will these 3 great monsters not benefit you, they might even devour you. Xianxia sat in the middle of the lush greenery and smiled. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. She plucked an unknown red flower and placed it beside Little An's ear. I will always be the Xianxia in your eyes. Little An lowered his head like a mimosa and said softly, just be yourself. If it wasn't for you watching over me, I would be extremely cruel and vicious right now. Although at first, he just didn't want to teach the child bad things and wanted to set a good example for her, in the end, it didn't seem to be of much use. On the contrary, he benefited a lot from it. Under the illumination of the black sun, the vast tundra was cut off by a great mountain. Gales whistled through the valleys. There was a fortress there, facing Black Cloud City from afar. However, compared to the intricate design of Black Cloud City, this place seemed extremely crude. And, the fortress was currently littered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. Miserable cries rose and fell, echoing through the valleys. Terrifying saber marks crisscrossed each other. They basically covered every corner of the fortress. Not long ago, a woman had trampled over the fortress with a black-furred roar and began a massacre. Demon folk had always been on the offensive, and this place was deep within the demon domain, so they did not place too much importance on defense. There were obviously no protective formations like the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder and Lightning formation. Although there was an army stationed here, setting up a military formation required time. The sudden attack completely failed to react. The Demon King stationed here was the first to be cleaved in half. Trash, you're all trash. A huge, vicious beast riddled with wounds roared furiously as it stomped countless demon folk who could not dodge in time into mush. Quite a while later, just now turned into a hideous, vicious man as he panted heavily. An extremely eye-catching slash extended from his forehead to his crotch. His eyes were still filled with fear. If he were not in the demon domain but on the battlefield up ahead or below Black Cloud City, he would have been slaughtered by that slash already. Fortunately, he had demonified immediately, using his huge, tough body to endure the damage and buy himself some time. He could keep the woman running out of energy and retreating on her own. Just now, he managed to keep his life. Even with that being the case, he had almost demonified completely, turning into a frenzied demonic beast. Only after venting for a while through slaughter did his violent demonic heart calm down slightly. He ground his teeth and said resentfully, "Chao Tianjiao." Thousands of tortures and scenes of torture flashed through his head, igniting a violent desire. However, his Demon King's palace had already been reduced to ruins. Most of the demonesses who provided him with pleasure had been crushed to death inside. His black eyes swiveled around, and he casually grabbed a female demonic beast and pressed her under him. The demonic beast struggled and wailed, while the bold demon folk gathered over to cheer and liven things up. They were amazed by his valiance. Before long, they had surrounded him in layers. Their voices rose and fell, echoing through the gorge and drowning out the screams. They actually recovered some morale. The grotesqueness of the demon domain and the madness and contortions of demon folk would always exceed the imaginations of outsiders. At this moment, the black sun in the sky suddenly lit up, shooting down a streak of black light towards the icy plains in the distance. It lasted for a short while. Everyone raised their heads. Even though not everyone had heard of the legend of the demon heart of the black sun before, they were all dazed by it. They felt a strong urge to rush over to where the light had landed. In particular, the demon king who was currently slaughtering the demonic beasts. He had heard of the legend of the demon heart of the black sun before, so he felt an intense temptation. Children of destiny were known as demon seeds in the demon domain. The birth of every single demon seed would lead to slaughter and competition among the nearby demon folk. The demon heart of the black sun was enough to drive the entire demon domain into a frenzy. There was another way to understand demon among demons, which was a demon seed among demon seeds. Whoever could devour this demon seed would become the 13th demon god, or even the ruler of the demon domain, the king of demon gods. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. No other demon king was closer to it than he was. Even if the other parts of the demon domain saw the fall of the black sun, they would struggle to tell where the black sun had fallen. Was this a blessing from the heavens? If it were not for the fear left behind by Xianxia's slash, he probably would have charged over already. Just when he was about to run out of patience, a cold, dignified voice rang out. Tu Wancheng. A black, diamond-shaped crystal rose up slowly from the ruins, hovering in the gorge. It reflected a pale white, featureless face. What are your orders, Sir Faceless Evil God? The demon king immediately became humble. He tried to suck up to the faceless evil god, like the lowliest demon folk. The faceless evil god completely ignored the messy fortress. He only asked, "Did you see it?" "Yes." The demon king trembled. "Clean this place up. Don't leak the news. You, don't move around." "Yes." The demon king broke out in a cold sweat. He understood what it meant to clean it up. In order to prevent the news from leaking, all demon folk who saw the fall of the black sun had to die. An army of 200,000 demon folk was stationed in the fortress, including several demon emperors and several dozen demon kings. They were like a colossal beast. Xianxia's risky ambush this time was mainly to assassinate the demon king, Tu Wancheng, so the casualties were actually very small. Now, they were all going to be slaughtered because of a single order, and the commander had to take action personally. The expressions of the demon emperors changed drastically. They powered their demon hearts and fled as quickly as they could. The demon kings all demonified too, taking advantage of the chaos to flee. Most of them headed in the direction of the black sun. Before Tu Wancheng could do anything, the demon hearts of all the demon emperors and demon kings detonated together. Boom, 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 boom. Like a series of claps of thunder, they directly killed over 10,000 demon folk. The valleys on both sides collapsed, and the fortress was completely reduced to ruins. The faceless evil god said nonchalantly, "I'll leave the rest to you. Think carefully and don't move around." Tu Wancheng trembled all over. He knew he had not been cleaned up just because he was a demon king. Instead, he valued his experience in this war zone, especially his understanding of the situation in Black Cloud City. He felt another wave of excitement. Black Cloud City was doomed this time. Perhaps he really would have the opportunity to fulfill his fantasies. He would capture that bitch Xianxia and make him beg for death. Thinking up to there, Tu Wancheng turned into a colossal beast again, and the wails rang out again. The faceless evil god watched all of this silently. To be continued. Bitch. Bitch. The furious man used the most vicious words to insult her. Little fool. The woman's voice was gentle and affectionate, as if she was caressing the man's face. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'm a roundworm in your stomach. If you want to cross the border of the demon area and return to the human world, you'd better go through Black Cloud City and go directly back to the Wancheng sect. Let me go back, or I'll die with you. The man's voice became cold. This was not just a threat. Okay, go if you want to. We're one. How can I make things difficult for you? The woman said obediently, I'll kill a few disciples of the Wanxiang sect to stop you. I won't let you succeed. The man's voice was firm, but there was a trace of fear. Can you stop me? Bitch. Bitch. Ha 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 ha. Jia jia jia. He 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 he. On the black wasteland swept by the strong wind, a figure slowly walked from the horizon. The broken cloak woven from grey hemp fluttered in the wind. Only half of his face was exposed under the hood. He kept talking to himself. In two voices, with two expressions, a man and a woman. It was like playing chess with oneself. All the strategies would match and restrain each other, constantly escalate, and finally form a dead knot. It would fall into complete chaos and turn into hysterical curses. The man was furious, and the woman enjoyed it. I must separate. Even if it's only the young spirit, even if I have to leave this dragon body to this bitch. The man's thoughts were like those of a husband who was almost crazy after being tortured by his wife. He would rather leave the house with nothing than a divorce. Even the thought of revenge was almost obliterated. You can't escape, you can't escape, you can't escape. The woman repeated it over and over again like a resentful wife, enjoying the pleasure of revenge to the fullest. She felt a great joy that she had never experienced before. And it was not just for power. The man had proposed countless compromises, which could be beneficial to both sides. There was indeed no conspiracy. After all, they could not deceive each other. There was a great risk in this twisted state, and it was the same for her. But she could not pretend to agree to play tricks on him. This was the only guest in her hell. How could she let him go? Even if they had to die together. He suddenly stopped and raised his head, revealing a handsome face. It had a face that was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman. A rhombus was embedded in its forehead. 7 colors swirled within it, illuminating the sky. A streak of black light descended from the sky and disappeared into the end of the wasteland. That seems to be the direction of Black Cloud City. The man was shocked. He seemed to be in a certain demon folk market. He had heard of similar legends. Will she be there? The woman muttered to herself. Perhaps this was the real reason why she had allowed him to go to Black Cloud City. You lowly woman, do you really want to die? Haha, if I die, you won't be able to live either. Then, another round of argument ensued. Hanging on their waists, the forsaken immortal sword had never felt so normal before. He couldn't help but miss his previous master, even if she had abandoned him. But he didn't blame her at all, because he knew it wasn't because he hated her. It was a purely rational decision. However, it was wrong of her to throw herself to such a lunatic. Li Qingshan still had no idea how great of a disturbance he had caused. He had read quite a lot of information, so he knew there were many demon seeds in the demon domain, and most of them would die as soon as they were born. He fiddled around with the black glass bead a little more before stowing it away in his summer ring. No wonder demon folk are fighting over this thing so madly. The benefits are just far too great. Heh, don't tell me someone's going to try and steal my demon heart of Black Sun too. That would be for the best. I'll kill every single one of them. They'll all be food for little and, although he knew nothing about the legends of the demon domain, he still named it the Black Sun based on what he saw when the demon heart condensed, or perhaps it was the will of the heavens. However, he had never imagined that the entire boundless demon domain could see the Black Sun demon heart. The demon folk who wanted the demon heart of Black Sun included the 12 demon gods. The reason why the demon gods did not kill their way over immediately was because they had to deal with the desireless heavenly palace. They dared not act recklessly. More importantly, they were afraid of internal conflict. Their chaotic and evil natures made it very difficult for them to reach an agreement. Under the threat of common interests, they only managed to form an alliance. If they really believed the demon heart of Black Sun could make them masters of the demon domain, then they would definitely end up just like the regular demon folk who fought over the demon seed. There would definitely be an extremely brutal battle between them, and the entire demon domain would collapse. If the desireless heavenly palace launched a full-scale counterattack, they would have to spit out everything they had swallowed. They would not be able to recover even after 10,000 years. Once the demon domain contracted on a large scale, it would no longer be able to contain the 12 demon gods. People would definitely die. After all, legends were still just legends. The demon domain had many, many legends. Even if a small portion of them came true, it was not worth it to give up on the entire advantageous situation and risk death. That would be far too foolish. However, if there was an opportunity to succeed secretly, they would never let it slip by either. The demon domain was expanding anyway. All they had to do was slightly change the direction of their attacks. Regardless of whether they could find the demon heart of Black Sun or not, uprooting Black Cloud City had always been imperative. They were just bringing the plan forward slightly. Secretly, several dozen demon kings and an army of several million began to mobilize. The eve of the storm instead seemed extraordinarily calm. Xianxia's demon patrolled the demon domain in a relaxed and contented manner. Perhaps because he had turned down the demon heart of Black Sun, the circulation of the heavenly tome of freedom became smoother and smoother. Although it did not convert into power immediately, the path ahead became clearer. As it seemed, this heavenly tome really was extremely suitable for him. He basically encountered no bottlenecks when cultivating it. However, it was not like there were no bad things. The Great Freedom Demon statue on his back became even more lifelike and lifelike. He even suspected whether it would turn into a cartoon in the future if this continued. As he patrolled the icy plains, he considered how he should deal with this matter. He could not help but think of the monk from the Pure Land sect who shone. He asked little and the Great Freedom Demon statue seems to react very strongly to the monk's technique. I wonder why. The Great Freedom God was subdued by the Buddha. Can I borrow his power and use Buddha to suppress demons? Little and nodded. We can try. The cultivation method of the Pure Land sect is to recite Buddha's name and pursue rebirth in the Western Pure Land after death. With the profession of reciting Buddha's name as the internal cause and the power of Amitabha's wish as the external cause, the internal and external correspond to each other and rebirth in the Western Pure Land. Xianxia scratched his head. Can you put it more simply? Little and smiled. The Buddha's great wish to use the Mahayana Buddhism to deliver all living beings from suffering is not just for words. Even if it is a peasant, as long as he sincerely recites Buddha's name, he will not fall into reincarnation and can go to the Western Pure Land to enjoy happiness. This is probably the purpose of the Pure Land sect. Xianxia expressed his doubts. Is the Western Pure Land really that good? He would be suspicious of everything that came too easily. There is no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Even if it fell, it would hit you in the face. Xiaowen said with a smile, monks don't lie. Do you think Buddha would lie? The word Pure Land is not a lie. Xianxia sighed with emotion. If you can get Pure Land by saying a few good words, why do you have to be so tired and cultivate so hard? Zen still needs to see the heart and nature, Tantra needs to be reincarnated continuously, and it can't be done without great wisdom and perseverance. It's not as easy as the Pure Land sect. We really don't need to be very troublesome and tired to become Buddha. Exactly. Therefore, the Pure Land sect is the #1 sect of Buddhism. Its believers are far more than other sections. Its supernatural powers are not inferior, and it is best at borrowing the power of Buddha. It has the magic that other sects do not have. Xianxia grinned. The Buddha has prepared everything for you. All you need to do is assume a good posture. Of course, kneeling and licking is also indispensable. However, to be able to go through 5 heavenly tribulations and achieve the Situa Maha fruit, it is definitely not enough to just kneel and lick. It is necessary to know 108 methods, which are patterns of kneeling and licking. No wonder the Great Freedom God hates the Pure Land sect so much, a group of brainless guys. Therefore, it is very worth a try. What you hate is what you are afraid of. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. When I go back, I will go to the Pure Land Temple and get rid of this Great Freedom Demon elephant. End of chapter 1458. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.